Chapter 1. Good Deeds Reap Rewards. Since humanity first emerged from its cradle 3 millennia ago, a multitude of ingenious inventions has sprung forth, many of which have played indelible roles in the subsequent ages. If one were to pinpoint the most remarkable invention among them, there would be no hesitation in selecting the biomechanical exosuit, particularly during the Dark Ages. The initial inspiration for the biomechanical exosuit was drawn from the Zerg, a formidable race that posed an existential threat to humanity. Their infinite capacity for evolution allowed them to adapt to nearly any planetary environment and swiftly develop countermeasures against human weaponry. In light of this, the Human Federation dedicated its national resources, investing half a century in the development of biomechanical exosuits to combat the Zerg. Much like the Zerg, these exosuits possess the ability to evolve. Through rigorous practical training, human mech pilots can enhance the evolution level of their suits. Once this evolution level reaches its zenith, the transformation begins. After evolving, a biomechanical exosuit experiences a comprehensive enhancement, its overall capabilities multiplying several times, sometimes even exceeding tenfold when compared to its pre-evolution state. It is said that some exosuits, after multiple evolutions, can single-handedly contend against entire interstellar fleets. No. Lin Yi awoke once more from a nightmare, his expression somewhat dazed. With only 3 months until he reaches adulthood, the mounting pressure had begun to take its toll, plunging him into nightmares, this being the 4th occurrence within a week. The source of his nightmares was rooted in a law of the Tunglong Empire. According to imperial law, nobles are required to provide a varying number of formal mech pilots based on their rank. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of their territorial titles. As a noble family, the Lin clan was obliged to dispatch a mech pilot for service. Unfortunately, following the mysterious disappearance of the last mech pilot Lin Yi's father 5 years prior, the family was left with only him, a mere apprentice mech pilot, rendering their service obligations impossible. Fortunately, the Empire's legal age of adulthood is 18, allowing him to evade service concerns until then, provided he can achieve the status of a formal mech pilot before that age. Damn it, why must mech pilots only begin training after the age of 15? If only I had 2 more years, I would undoubtedly break through before turning 18. Finishing his glass of red wine, Lin Yi muttered in frustration at Ares Academy. He was undeniably a prodigy, having enrolled less than 3 years ago. He had already reached a 99 evolution level in his mech suit, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a formal mech pilot, yet that final threshold seemed insurmountable. For 3 long months, his evolution level had stagnated at 99, not even budging by 0.1. Coming back to reality, he realized it was nearly time for training. After a light meal and a quick tidy-up, he departed from his single dormitory, heading straight for the Northern Training Facility, a remote location seldom frequented by others. Ideal for his solitary training. Upon arriving at the training room, as expected, he found no one present save for a cleaning robot. He strode to the center of the training area, lightly tapping his left wristwatch, which emitted a beam of light that enveloped him completely. In a moment, a towering figure, 2 meters high and gleaming with metallic luster, appeared, its visage an exact replica of Lin Yi. With a series of sharp claps, the neural sensors successfully connected, and the initially rigid mech suit seemed to come alive. With a mere thought, the mech swiftly darted towards a power testing apparatus, delivering a series of powerful punches with its right fist. 500 pounds, 600 pounds, 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds, 3,999 pounds. In the span of a mere second, the mech unleashed 30 punches, each one increasing in power by 100 pounds, stabilizing only as it approached 2 tons of force. If this achievement were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. It was common knowledge that apprentices typically wielded around 1 ton of strength, with only a select few managing to reach 1.5 tons. Such prowess would instantly attract the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. 3 hours later, having concluded his training, Lin Yi stored away his mech, glancing at his watch, which still displayed a 99 evolution level, revealing his growing agitation. "Let go of me, or I will call security." A melodious voice rang out from outside the door. Lin Yi quickly approached the window to observe 2 uniformed boys cornering a young girl against the wall, their intentions clearly nefarious. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with delicate, soft features akin to a porcelain doll. Her large, watery eyes exuded a sense of vulnerability, her academy uniform a symbol of her status clinging to her slender legs, elegantly clad in black stockings. Damn it, not those idlers again. Irritated by the scene before him, Lin Yi stormed out of the training room without a second thought, delivering a swift kick that sent one assailant flying, then pivoting to land a powerful punch on the nose of the other. Ow, ow, ow. Blood gushed from the boy's nose as he stumbled back, clutching his face and wailing in agony. Which blind fool dares to interfere with us? Oh, it's you, Lin Yi. The assailant, furious and ready to retaliate, froze upon recognizing Lin Yi's face, his bravado evaporating as he turned to flee, dragging his companion along. How did we run into this calamity? Who in the academy doesn't know that Lin Yi cannot abide the bullying of the weak? He consistently steps in to defend those in need. With his extraordinary talent, he had achieved a 99 evolution level in just 3 years, mere steps away from completing his first evolution and earning the respect of all as a mech pilot. Who would dare provoke such a formidable character? Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, senior. Otherwise, the girl's complexion was pale, still recovering from her fright. After managing a weak expression of gratitude, she collapsed onto the ground, sobbing softly. It's all right now, the bad guys have fled. What brings you to such a secluded place? Wah. And he said the southern training room was too crowded and invited me here. Who would have thought I'd wait almost an hour without seeing anyone? I tried calling, but no one answered, and then these two thugs appeared. Lin Yi's expression shifted as he sensed something amiss. The northern training room was perpetually devoid of visitors, surrounded by neither classrooms nor dormitories. If those two had merely chanced upon her, he wouldn't believe it even under duress. Furthermore, Annie, who had invited her to this secluded location, raised his suspicions. Who would call someone to a remote place and then not show up for an hour, ignoring all calls? Who would act in such a manner? Minutes later, the girl finally regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thank you so much. My name is Mech here. What about you? Lin Yi. Wow, you're Lin Yi. I heard you reached the pinnacle of apprenticeship in just 3 years. Many of my classmates and I admire you greatly. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly aloof senior before her was the very Lin Yi she had long admired. For a moment, it felt like a dream. Lin Yi looked at the girl, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. Just moments ago, she had been in tears, and now her demeanor had completely transformed. No wonder people often say women are fickle. By the way, here, take this. Don't refuse, it's a token of gratitude for saving me. As the girl removed a softly glowing jade pendant from around her neck, Lin Yi instinctively wanted to decline. Coming from a noble family, he recognized its antiquity. It was likely a relic from before humanity entered the interstellar age, undoubtedly of considerable value. Unexpectedly, the girl grasped his hand, placing the jade in his palm before turning to flee. Caught off guard, Lin Yi initially intended to return the jade, but as he opened his mouth to call out to her, an inexplicable sense of reluctance washed over him, causing him to close his mouth instead. Oh no, it's getting late. I need to hurry back to class. That annoying Annie. Just wait until I get back to the classroom. After taking a few steps, the girl paused and turned back. Oh, Lin Sr., let's exchange contact numbers. He'll come find you after class, and he'll treat you to dinner tonight. Accepting a precious gift without understanding its significance, Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment yet did not refuse the gesture. After exchanging contact information, he promptly departed from the location. 3 hours of training had taken a considerable toll on the mecha engineer, and feeling famished, Lin Yi headed straight to the parking lot. He drove through the school gates, buoyed by his territorial pension and the inheritance from his parents. He had never been one to skimp on his own comforts. On the road, Lin Yi set his vehicle to autopilot and took out a jade stone, gently caressing it, attempting to discern its era through its craftsmanship. As time passed, he began to sense an unusual connection with the jade, akin to the bond he felt when facing biological mechas. In a moment of distraction, his vision began to whirl, and soon he was enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness. When his sight returned, Lin Yi found himself in a mysterious realm, surrounded by an impenetrable blackness. Only within a 10-meter radius before him was illuminated by an inexplicable light, allowing him to see clearly. Chosen of fate, you have finally arrived. The deep voice resonated from the shadows, startling Lin Yi. He instinctively attempted to deploy his mecha, but discovered that his ever-present wristwatch had vanished without a trace. Do not panic, Chosen One. I harbor no ill intent. On the contrary, as the sole individual selected in millennia, you shall receive my gift. After overcoming his astonishment, Lin Yi could not restrain his curiosity. Where am I? Who are you? What does it mean to be the chosen of fate? It is not yet your time to know. Accept my gift and strive to enhance your strength. When you attain the requisite power, all will be revealed to you. Suddenly, a colossal hand, adorned with black scales, emerged from the darkness. In its palm lay the very object that had disappeared, a shimmering green item, his wristwatch. The gift has been placed within that mecha. Take it and fulfill your destined mission. Confused, Lin Yi instinctively accepted the wristwatch. Just as he was about to inquire further, darkness enveloped him once more, and when he regained his senses, he found himself back in the driver's seat. Gazing down at the jade in his hand, he noted that the luminescence had vanished, rendering it an unremarkable stone. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, disintegrating the jade into dust that floated out of the window. Recalling the enigmatic being's words about placing the gift in the mecha, Lin Yi glanced around and noticed a narrow alley leading to the slums on his left. He quickly parked the car and ventured inside. Deploying a mecha in public without an enforcement certificate constituted a grave offense, punishable by years of imprisonment or even execution for endangering societal safety. The slums had long been plagued by lawlessness. The Lord's office had attempted to install surveillance, only to have it deliberately sabotaged. Deploying police forces proved futile, leading to a gradual abandonment of the area, making it a blind spot for monitoring and allowing inhabitants to act without fear of detection. Strange, Lin Yi pondered. The mecha's appearance remains unchanged, and its evolution status is intact. Everything is precisely as it was before. Could that unknown entity have been deceiving me? Or was it merely an illusion conjured by the jade? Certain ancient texts had documented that some special jade possessed hallucinogenic properties. The Naudal stone, reduced to ash, was likely one of those items. As Lin Yi grasped the truth, he was about to deactivate the mecha when he sensed something amiss. The surrounding silence was unnaturally profound, so much so that he could not even hear the sounds of motorcycles passing outside the alley. At that moment, 5 mechas materialized from the shadows. 2 blocked the entrance to the alley, while 2 others hovered above, encircling Lin Yi as he attempted to leave. Slowly descending from the sky was a mecha with 4 arms, each wielding a glowing sword. A mecha engineer. Lin Yi stared at the 4-armed mecha, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The apprentice mechas were all uniform in design. A 4-armed configuration was indicative of a creature that had undergone evolution. Chapter 2. The ambush. Surrounded by several figures, Lin Yi wondered what their intentions were. Did they have nefarious plans in mind? After all, this was the periphery of the Ares Academy. He cautiously probed. Humph, what of Ares Academy? We are not within its confines. With a disdainful snort, the 4-armed mech pilot revealed, I shall speak plainly, kid. A hefty bounty has been placed on your head, so substantial that even I find myself tempted. Hence, you may as well prepare for your demise. A weight settled in Lin Yi's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that someone would hire a hitman to take him out, being merely a novice apprentice who would seek the services of a mech master for assassination. Inexperienced, he was still distracted in the face of formidable foes. Sensing his momentary lapse, the 4-armed mech pilot smirked sinisterly, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Yi. With 4 energy blades drawn, he struck downwards simultaneously. At that instant, Lin Yi, appearing to be lost in thought, revealed a smirk tinged with mockery. With a reluctant expression, he tore off the necklace around his neck and hurled it at the mech pilot. Buzz. The T2 magnetic net, developed by the Monroe Federation to counteract mech pilots, activated and enveloped the mech, its internal magnetic turbulence disabling its mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi shouted now. He unsheathed an energy sword without hesitation and charged into the depths of the alleyway towards the apprentice mech pilots, who were merely novices compared to him. Given his peak apprentice status, he saw a great chance to eliminate his foes within the 5 seconds the magnetic net would hold. In the first second, Lin Yi's mech propulsion system surged to full power, propelling him toward the first apprentice. The onlookers were caught off guard, and before they could react, his energy sword was already crashing down, prompting a frantic attempt to parry. In the second, the energy blade vibrated with a hum, delivering an unexpectedly powerful blow that sent the apprentice staggering back 2 steps. Meanwhile, the other apprentices began to rally in support. In the third second, emboldened by his success, Lin Yi swung his sword once more, forcing the first apprentice to retreat further until his sword slipped from his grasp. Another apprentice, closer to Lin Yi, was already approaching. In the fourth second, seizing the moment while the first apprentice was distracted, Lin Yi hurled his sword towards the approaching second apprentice. The latter dodged, but the narrow space inadvertently shielded his comrade. Lin Yi seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing a rapid series of 10 punches, each landing with precision on the same spot. In the 5th second, The force of his blows was astonishing, and the apprentice could hardly withstand the barrage. With a resounding crack, the mech was breached, and the pilot within was rendered to a pulp. Meanwhile, the second apprentice, having been momentarily obstructed, reached Lin Yi from behind. With a powerful swing of his hammer, he sent Lin Yi flying. Boom! The four-armed mech pilot, having escaped the magnetic net, looked up to see his target being struck by his subordinate and hurtling like a cannonball into the alleyway, crashing against the wall with a cataclysmic impact that collapsed the structure. This is bad. Amidst the rising dust, the mech pilot initially rejoiced, only to quickly come to his senses. Such a ruckus would undoubtedly attract the attention of the city's surveillance system, which would analyze the violent destruction and dispatch enforcement teams to investigate. In the wreckage, Lin Yi coughed up blood onto his helmet, the earlier impact having not only damaged the mech, but also inflicted internal injuries upon him. The cleaning system would soon erase the evidence, and as he rose, Lin Yi glanced behind him and charged forward into the wall with all his might. Crash! Ignoring the warnings from his mech systems about a 15 increase in damage, he forced his battered machine through the wall, emerging into a dilapidated shantytown. He glanced back at the pursuing mech pilot, darted down a narrow path, and began weaving through alleyways until his pursuers were out of sight. 5 minutes later, hiding in a brick house, Lin Yi gazed skyward at the patrolling mech pilots, listening intently for any signs of the apprentice search teams. Once assured that he was safe, he finally relaxed. He activated his communicator to reach out to the academy's instructors, but the screen crackled with static, indicating that nearby signals had been jammed. Just as he felt disheartened, a glimmer of information caught his eye, sending a jolt through him. Mech evolution rate increased by 0.2. The stagnation of his evolution over the past 6 months had suddenly shifted. Upon inspecting the timestamp, he noted that the update had occurred 5 minutes prior. A mysterious connection emerged in his mind, recalling the earlier moment when he held the jade stone. Instinctively, Lin Yi sensed a correlation between the increase in evolution and the enigmatic voice that spoke of a gift. However, glancing at the 60 damage report of his mech, he dismissed the reckless notion of confronting the apprentice to validate his hypothesis. Instead, he continued to change his hiding spots, cautiously probing the boundaries of the signal jamming. After all, this was the territory of Ares Academy. The enemy would not dare to act too brazenly. Soon, he slipped beyond the jamming range and re-established contact with the academy instructors. Situation has changed. The enforcement team is en route. This mission is cancelled. Evacuate immediately. Damn. As the signal jamming lifted, the four-armed mech pilot received word from his associates and descended to the ground, angrily striking the wall behind him. If it weren't for the energy monitoring systems in place on the academy's territory, which would detect the use of firearms, he would have dealt with that kid long ago. The failure of the mission was infuriating. With resentment, the mech pilot led the apprentices into the labyrinthine alleyways, soon vanishing from sight. Moments later, the wall he struck crumbled, revealing a hidden mech. It turned out that the four-armed mech pilot had inadvertently landed where Lin Yi had been hiding. A few minutes later, the reinforcements discovered the shaken Lin Yi. The lead mech pilot approached, examined Lin Yi's student badge, confirmed his identity, and inquired, "Are you the one who reported the ambush outside the academy?" "Yes." They not only jammed signals in the area, but also dispatched a mech pilot along with 4 apprentices to attack me. One of the mech pilots, equipped with tracking devices, nodded in affirmation, confirming that the signals had indeed been jammed previously. "A mech pilot, you say?" The lead mech pilot paused, seemingly realizing something. "Oh, I see. You have reached that level, haven't you?" "Yet, even so, to escape from a mech pilot is quite an achievement." Lin Yi smiled silently, naturally refraining from divulging that it was his father's hidden protective measure that had saved him. The mech pilot opened the helmet's exterior, revealing a handsome face with sharp brows and a pleasant demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gavin, captain of the 2nd Squad of the Ares Academy Enforcement Team." "Young apprentice, you have yet to complete your first evolution, yet you managed to escape from a mech pilot. Your future prospects are boundless." Seeing the goodwill extended, Lin Yi did not hesitate to reciprocate. The enforcement team represented a special department of the academy, wielding authority not only within the academy, but also throughout the city, making it beneficial to foster such connections. "Ah, so it's Senior Gavin," Lin Yi responded with a smile. "I have heard tales of your prowess as the top student last year. Seeing you in person, I am not disappointed. Becoming a captain in such a short time is truly impressive." Gavin beamed at the compliment, responding, "Oh, it's merely the support of my fellow students." During their conversation, Another enforcement officer had tracked the escape route of the four-armed mech pilot, and, realizing the urgency of the situation, Gavin declared, "We must act swiftly. I will pursue and ensure that audacious rogue is brought to justice. If you ever find the time, do visit the Tsuwei Pavilion for a chat and exchange ideas." Leaving behind one officer to ensure Lin Yi's safety, Gavin and the remaining team members hurried off to track down the assailants. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Lin Yi dared not linger outside any longer. He promptly followed the enforcement mech squad back to the academy, locating the maintenance department where he placed the mech. He extended an invitation to his escorts for a meal, but they politely declined, citing their ongoing mission. After bidding farewell to them, he casually ventured to the cafeteria to procure a modest meal. Upon returning to his single dormitory, Lin Yi mulled over the assailants' motives while dining. To be candid, today's incident stemmed from his own carelessness. He had recklessly entered the impoverished district, finding himself in a surveillance blind spot, which led to the current predicament. However, the adversary's ability to react swiftly and orchestrate such a well-planned operation indicated a level of cunning that was far from ordinary. Why, then, would such a figure target a mere apprentice mech technician? It was certain that throughout his life, he had not forged any profound enmities. His few interventions against spoiled aristocrats had been measured, avoiding any retaliation from their families. The only plausible cause for such a life-threatening ordeal could be related to territory. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. His contemplation of territorial matters stemmed from a few months prior when a mysterious individual had offered 5 million imperial coins to purchase a territory mech. In an effort to prevent the territory from being lost and its inhabitants left destitute, some declining nobles would sell their lands at exorbitant prices, with the buyers often being newly risen mech technicians in need of territory to attain nobility. Lin Yi had outright rejected the offer. Understanding that 5 million imperial coins constituted a vast sum, not only could it suffice to purchase his small locale with a population of less than 100,000, but it also had the potential to fund the establishment of a private army to confront the dark beasts and expand into new territories. The mysterious buyer had exuded an air of determination. The likelihood of being assassinated following such a failed transaction was certainly plausible. Given the adversary's demonstrated capabilities, it was conceivable they could bribe imperial officials to acquire that small territory. Regardless of whether his speculations held truth, the immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. Achieving the status of a mech technician would result in a dramatic shift in his power and standing. Should anyone attempt to assassinate him again, it would not be as straightforward. Muttering to himself, Lin Yi swallowed the last piece of sauced beef, rising to retrieve a business card from his bedside cabinet. He activated his wristwatch, accessing the holographic interface and dialing the number inscribed on the card. After a brief interlude of music, the watch projected a hologram of a woman clad in an office uniform, her smile radiant as she addressed him. "Esteemed guest, Darkstar Corporation is at your service. Hello. I require arrangements for a combat training session. Ideally, the target should approximate the strength of a mech technician dark beast, prepared in groups of 5, Lin Yi stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing his request, the woman deftly swiped her screen a few times before replying, "Certainly. Our company has recently captured a batch of dark beasts. I will transmit the details shortly. If you have no objections, we can finalize the arrangements by tonight. Would you like us to arrange transportation for you?" "No. I shall make my own way." "Very well. The total cost for this service is 20,000 imperial coins. However, as a diamond-level member, you are entitled to a 50% discount, bringing your total to 10,000 imperial coins. Does that sound acceptable?" "Agreed. I will transfer the funds immediately." Lin Yi feigned nonchalance, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. 10,000 imperial coins was no trivial sum, equivalent to half a year's income from his territory. Chapter 3. Confirmation: the dark beasts emerged in the past millennium, a result of mutations from ordinary organisms. Based on the conjectures of several esteemed scientists, it is believed that the formation of dark beasts is linked to a catastrophic disaster that nearly obliterated human civilization 1,000 years ago. This disaster was precipitated by a sudden spatial storm that left humanity adrift, obliterating entire fleets and rendering interstellar communication and spatial transitions utterly inoperative. Consequently, humanity regressed to an age reminiscent of the space era, fragmented across various colonial planets, severing all connections with one another. Initially, the strength of the dark beasts was comparable to that of apprentice mech warriors, but as they consumed other dark beasts and even normal biological entities, their power continued to amplify, eventually evolving to rival that of mech warriors. Thus, Their power classification mirrors that of the Mech warriors: Apprentice, Mech warrior, and Grand Mech warrior. The Mech warriors are further subdivided into 9 tiers, with each evolution representing a tier, culminating in the Grand Mech warrior at the 10th evolution. On the planet Panlong, where Lin Yi resided, 2 major factions contended: the Tunglong Empire and the Minro Federation, both in a state of hostility, perpetually scheming to annex the other for planetary unification. However, the presence of dark beasts rendered both sides hesitant to engage in full-scale warfare, wary of excessive depletion of their forces, which would leave them vulnerable to dark beast incursions. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after the repairs on his mech were completed, Lin Yi donned a hooded garment and discreetly rented a vehicle to leave the academy. Recently targeted for assassination, he dared not stroll openly on the streets, opting for the concealment of a car for a more strategic escape in case of emergencies. Following the earlier incident involving a student nearly being murdered, the atmosphere in the streets was palpably tense, with mechs occasionally soaring overhead and armed guards unabashedly stationed at intersections, questioning anyone who appeared suspicious. This led pedestrians to instinctively quicken their pace, and many storefronts shuttered prematurely for the day. Lin Yi remained unfazed by the heightened security. The assassination of a student near the academy was a blatant affront, intolerable to any faction, especially a prestigious institution like the Baiyang Academy, which served as a pillar of the empire. Furthermore, if the administration failed to respond adequately, their reputation would undoubtedly suffer, potentially raising doubts among parents and affecting future recruitment. Indeed, shortly after returning to the academy, faculty members arrived to inquire about the situation. The institution had always kept a keen eye on this prodigious talent, aware of the Lin family's cautious demeanor, which had not offended any powerful figures. Thus, it seemed improbable that anyone would dare to provoke the Baiyang Academy by dispatching a Mech warrior to assassinate a renowned apprentice. After fending off 3 rounds of inquiries and disregarding the plainclothes individuals trailing him, Lin Yi traversed 7 streets before finally reaching his destination, the Baiyang branch of the Anstar Corporation. The Yun Chamber of Commerce was one of the empire's most notable companies, as evidenced by the soaring 100-story Baiyang branch, which engaged in diverse business ventures, the most prominent of which was the trade in dark beasts. As a Mech warrior, confronting dark beasts was an inevitable challenge, and many well-to-do Mech warriors sought out the Yun Chamber of Commerce to gain preliminary experience in a secure environment. A mature woman clad in a cheap how and flesh-colored stockings awaited him at the entrance. "I heard from my subordinates that you would be coming around noon, so I made a special trip to greet you. Please, come in. The apprentice-level dark beast is ready," she welcomed warmly. "Li Jia, when did you return? Why didn't you inform me?" Lin Yi exclaimed with surprise. This woman, named Li Yuan, hailed from Baiyang Academy and served as the manager of the Anstar Company's Baiyang City branch. She had been saved by Lin Yi's father, and after his disappearance, she had taken great care of Lin Yi. "I just returned not long ago. The headquarters dispatched another manager due to numerous issues, and I hadn't yet had the chance to contact you," Li Yuan replied with a light laugh. "But you, my little rascal, should come to me directly whenever you have matters to discuss. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future, so let us save where we can." "But Li Jia, you aren't wealthy either," Lin Yi thought silently. After completing the necessary formalities at the front desk, Li Yuan led Lin Yi through the corridor to the elevator, which descended rather than ascended, stopping at the 10th underground level, 60 meters deep. They passed through a corridor fortified with machine guns and kinetic artillery before arriving at a massive steel door, behind which stood a 2.5-meter-tall mech, motionless. Upon hearing their approach, the mech turned its head, raising its Gauss rifle to aim. Only when it recognized Li Yuan did it lower the weapon, and a raspy male voice remarked, "Ah, we have a guest? Little Li, business seems to be thriving lately." "Indeed, Uncle Lu, the decade-long academy competition is approaching, and many individuals are eager to pay handsomely to challenge dark beasts for the sake of reputation and practical experience," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "However, today's guest is a peak apprentice here specifically seeking a breakthrough. Of course, mech evolution is a natural process. Overly pursuing breakthroughs can yield diminishing returns." Understanding Lin Yi's situation, Li Yuan intended to subtly encourage him, seeing this as an opportunity for Lin Yi, who had not advanced in some time. As they spoke, Lin Yi activated his mech and began his warm-up routine. The man glanced over, surprised, and activated a nearby instrument, suddenly understanding, "Ah, at your current level, it is indeed time to commence practical training." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the data displayed on the instrument, astonished. You've broken through the bottleneck. I encountered a bit of an unexpected situation earlier today, which led to a 0.2 increase in my evolution rate. Lin Yi replied vaguely. Li Yuan, filled with excitement, gazed at the young man before her, who had grown up before her eyes. Now on the verge of becoming a mech warrior. This development might finally resolve the long-standing territorial issues troubling the Lin family. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and asked, I heard the streets are under strict surveillance today due to an attack on a Baiyang Academy student. It wouldn't be you, would it? Knowing his sister was astute, Lin Yi chose not to conceal the morning's incident, merely glossing over the territorial speculation, mindful of their surroundings. Ultimately, could this be hidden any longer? Li Yuan sighed softly, but her concern was palpable. Are you injured? Come here, let me see. After a brief commotion, even Uncle Lu could no longer stand by. Purposefully coughing to draw attention, prompting Li Yuan to halt and pat Lin Yi's shoulder. Go in and complete your training. Tonight, I'll personally cook a meal for you. Lin Yi opened his mouth to mention that someone had already made a reservation, but seeing her caring demeanor warmed his heart, making it difficult to refuse. Silently, he entered through the titanium alloy door, where a dark beast resembling a leopard, 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height, with dark purple skin and faintly glowing green eyes, was restrained in the center. Beside the door, an operational holographic interface displayed data on the dark beast and various combat mode options. One mode allowed for testing attack power by keeping the dark beast confined while customers could attack it. Another mode permitted full combat, releasing the dark beast for a one-on-one battle. Shadow Leopard, apprentice-level dark beast strength, 15 points agility, 18 points constitution, 20 points special skill. Shadow Assault, transforms into a shadow and merges with darkness, stealthily infiltrating behind the target for a surprise attack, achieving thrice the normal speed. The data displayed on the holographic interface captivated Lin Yi, compelling him to stand before the scanner and assess his own data. Lin Yi, apprentice-level mech warrior strength, 153 points agility, 13 points constitution, 10 points special skill, none compared to the dark beast. The data of a mech warrior at the same level was considerably lacking. However, humanity's advantage had never rested solely on their physical attributes. Rather, it was the use of various tools that had allowed humans to triumph over all else since ancient times. After pondering, Lin Yi extended his hands, donning a pair of titanium alloy gauntlets that gleamed with a metallic luster. Crack Earth Gauntlets, hand-mounted weaponry effect, increases strength by 3 points and possesses armor-piercing capabilities. A brief introduction reveals the truth behind the Shattered Apprentice's mech, which possesses armor-piercing capabilities and enhances strength by 3 points. Notably, the mech's original strength of 15 points approaches 2 tons, and the additional 3 points equate to nearly 800 pounds. Together, they exceed the 2-ton threshold, rendering the apprentice mech designer's demise tragically inevitable. With deft hands, Lin Yi configured the testing mode and retrieved his lightsaber, adjusting it to maximum power before thrusting it toward the vulnerable spot of the bound Shadow Leopard. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the Shadow Leopard struggled violently. Yet the restraints crafted from OM alloy proved too resilient for a mere apprentice-level dark beast to escape. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In total, the 20-point Constitution dark beast endured 3 stabs to breach its skin at the critical area, followed by 7 more strikes to the same spot before it ceased to struggle, casting a defiant glance at its human assailant before bowing its head to take its final breath. The evolution rate surged by 0.2, and a wave of relief washed over Lin Yi's spirit when the system notification appeared on his holographic interface. His immediate response was not joy, but rather a profound sense of liberation. Having surpassed the bottleneck, the mech would soon complete its evolution within a week. However, the inexplicable increase in evolution rate through slaughter was a different matter. From morning till afternoon, he had made no progress through training. If he could not continue to elevate his evolution rate, peril loomed. Various hidden factions, royalty, aristocrats, academia, and bureaucrats would inevitably converge upon him. Intrigued by the unprecedented scenario of a mech designer who had broken through a bottleneck yet failed to evolve, this phenomenon would surely spark interest, providing fresh insights into the long-stagnant field of biological mech research. As the binding platform lowered the Shadow Leopard's corpse into the fissured floor, a second dark beast descended from the open ceiling. This time, Lin Yi refrained from cruelly slaying the creature and instead focused on earnest training. Having established the effectiveness of his methods, he resolved to take his time, ensuring he remained within the 1-week time frame. when a person is engrossed in their tasks. Time flows swiftly. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. By the time Lin Yi emerged from the battle-scarred Mech, it was already 5:30 in the evening. Upon retracting the Mech, he was taken aback to discover that Sister Li was not waiting for him. As 6 o'clock marked the end of the workday, her absence was unexpected. At that moment, a notification chimed. Upon inspection, he found 2 messages, one from Li Yuan indicating an urgent matter at work that required her attention, necessitating a rescheduling of their dinner plans, and the other from Meng Kuo. Senior, why has your communicator been unreachable? Don't forget our dinner tonight. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi retrieved his communicator and dialed Meng Kuo's number, which connected promptly. On the screen, Meng Kuo stood at the entrance of a hotel, her youthful visage radiating playful mischief, seemingly unburdened by the morning's shadow. Senior, I thought you had forgotten your promise from this morning. I was preoccupied with training and lost track of time. Where's the address? I'll drive over, Lin Yi replied with a smile. His curiosity piqued regarding the jade she had mentioned, an inquiry he intended to pursue this evening. At the Huidong Grand Hotel, I'll be waiting at the entrance. Huidong Grand Hotel. Although the jade suggested that Meng Kuo came from a well-off family, Lin Yi was nonetheless astonished. The Huidong Grand Hotel was renowned in Baiyang City, recognized as a premier venue where even the most modest expenditure could equate to an ordinary person's annual income. Noticing Lin Yi's astonishment, Meng Kuo smiled, her eyes twinkling. Senior, you are my savior. How could I not extend a sincere invitation for dinner? Very well, I shall come over, Lin Yi replied without hesitation, though a newfound curiosity about Meng Kuo's background began to stir within him. Chapter 4. Framing half an hour later. Lin Yi parked his car in front of a lavishly decorated building that constantly shifted its exterior to showcase majestic mountains, vast grasslands, and stunning underwater vistas. Senior, I'm over here. A girl with black pigtails waved her hand enthusiastically from a distance, drawing the attention of the affluent patrons who frequented this establishment, as only the wealthy and elite would grace such a place, where appearances were of utmost importance. As Lin Yi approached, he was about to speak when a voice filled with surprise suddenly interrupted. Kuo, you came to eat too? And who is this? Turning his head, Lin Yi saw a tall, pale-skinned young man in his 20s stepping out of a luxury car. Their eyes met, and the man's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. Roger, you're here too? This is Senior Lin Yi, who helped me tremendously today, so I invited him to dinner, Meng Kuo said, eager to introduce her acquaintance. Invited him to dinner? Roger's anger flared as he glared at the man beside the girl he admired. How dare you, Meng Kuo? I've asked you out several times, yet you never came, and now you're treating another man to dinner. Everyone in their circle knew that Roger, the second son of the Taru company, was pursuing Meng Kuo relentlessly, having eliminated all his competitors. Little did he know that while he was guarding against the wealthy elite, an unknown rival had appeared to seize the opportunity. If word of this spread, how would he maintain his reputation in their social circle? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roger, the vice president of Taru Company. May I inquire about your background, Senior Lin? Roger asked haughtily. Lin Yi chose not to reveal his noble lineage. Responding coolly, I am Lin Yi. My family does not possess significant assets, mostly just collecting land rents. A country bumpkin, it seems. You'd best be cautious. Huidong is an upscale venue, and you wouldn't want to embarrass yourself, Roger scoffed, taking delight in the opportunity to belittle Lin Yi, noting the ordinary shirt he wore to such a refined location. What are you doing? Senior is my guest. Meng Kuo, though innocent and naive, sensed something amiss and spoke up defiantly. Roger's expression shifted, realizing the girl was about to stand up for Lin Yi. He shot Lin Yi a fierce glare before snorting in annoyance and turning to leave. My apologies, Senior. That person is the second son of the chairman of Taru Company. He usually behaves normally. I'm not sure what has gotten into him today, Meng Kuo said apologetically. Not a problem, Lin Yi replied, casting a meaningful glance at Roger's retreating figure. Once Roger reached a corner, Lin Yi activated his communicator, sensing that tonight's dinner would likely be anything but peaceful. Upon entering the restaurant, Lin Yi was met with the scrutinizing gazes of elegantly dressed patrons. He suddenly understood why Roger had looked down on him. He had forgotten to change into formal attire and had arrived in a simple shirt. Fortunately, the clientele here was not composed of the mundane, and their attention quickly shifted away, providing Lin Yi a modicum of relief. Choosing a secluded corner table, they ordered their meals and began chatting. Suddenly, Lin Yi inquired, "What is the origin of that jade you possess?" I did some research and consulted a few friends in the antiques field, yet none could ascertain its provenance. That jade was passed down from my mother through many generations. It is said to be from the era of the Mother Star, and there is a legend surrounding it. However, the details have been lost to time, Meng explained. Lost to time? Lin Yi felt a pang of disappointment. The most significant lead had been severed, complicating his quest to uncover the jade's origins. If it hailed from the Mother Star, it was likely that no records existed on this planet. Excuse me, sir, our manager wishes to speak with you. Could you please come with me? A waiter approached, bowing slightly. What is the meaning of this? Can't you see we are dining? Shouldn't manager Chu come himself instead of sending a subordinate? Meng expressed her dissatisfaction, displeased by the interruption. I don't know. It was the manager who asked me to come and fetch you, the waiter stammered, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. Lin Yi, observing the waiter's demeanor closely, decided, all right, I will accompany you. The food will take a while to arrive anyway. Fine, but I will certainly lodge a complaint with Uncle Huang about this, Meng warned. Upon hearing this, the waiter's face went pale. Uncle Huang was the hotel owner. However, after hesitating, he led Lin Yi away. Following the trembling waiter, they entered a back corridor and eventually stopped outside a private room. The manager is inside, he said, pushing open the door. To Lin Yi's surprise, the room was empty, save for a small box on the table. At that moment, a loud bang echoed behind him as the waiter shut the door and locked it. Indeed, the nouveau riche displayed their crassness with such rudimentary tactics. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, casually pulling a chair to sit down, counting the seconds, anticipating the unfolding drama. 2 minutes later, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a somewhat familiar voice. This is the place. The gift box has a tracking device, and the system indicates it is here. The doorknob rattled twice, seeing the door wouldn't budge. Someone outside hesitated before kicking it open, causing the wooden door to crash inward, revealing the corridor beyond. Roger stood to the right, a sinister smile on his face. Flanking him were 2 towering mechas, perhaps restrained by the hotel's regulations, as they bore no visible weapons. Yet, their presence was far from ordinary. This was not the slums, and the energy signatures of the mechas would soon be detected by surveillance. Their audacity was clear. Just as I suspected. The gift I prepared for my aunt is right inside. Thief, how dare you steal from me? You too, teach him a lesson, Roger commanded dramatically, pointing angrily at the door. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a blonde girl hurried to a corner, then slowed her pace, feigning nonchalance as she greeted Meng who exclaimed in surprise, Annie. After exchanging pleasantries, the blonde girl suddenly produced a pair of headphones and offered Meng a listen to a newly released song. Without hesitation, Meng donned the headphones, thus missing the ruckus emanating from the private room. As the 2 apprentice mecha pilots approached, Lin Yi felt both amused and disheartened. It was comical that a mere apprentice had just proven how powerless ordinary apprentices were before him, yet it was tragic that imperial regulations had once been so strict. Now, the sons of 2 businessmen dared to openly flout the law. It was unnecessary to mention that obtaining a law enforcement certificate was reserved for licensed mecha pilots. Aside from academies and private territories, apprentices should never engage their mechas in public unless faced with life-threatening danger. This was unexpectedly infuriating. Enraged, Lin Yi activated his mecha, albeit it appeared quite shabby after a day of continuous battles, bearing numerous scratches as if it were a beggar. The apprentice mecha pilots nearly burst out laughing. Where did this ill-equipped individual come from, unable to even maintain his mecha? Had they not known that this was a deliberate setup by their young master, they might have believed he truly was a thief. Note to self, regardless of time or place, maintaining one's mecha should always be the top priority, Lin Yi thought. He paid little heed to their mockery, instead feeling a sense of satisfaction for recognizing more inadequacies before facing real danger. This was crucial for him, as he was destined to serve in the military. Seizing the moment while the 2 were distracted, Lin Yi swiftly advanced, executing a shoulder throw that sent one of them sprawling to the ground. With a powerful kick, the other bodyguard was sent hurtling through the wall of the private room, narrowly missing Roger before crashing into another wall and landing in a different private chamber. A gasp escaped the lips of the patrons in the room, and as they regained their senses, 2 women immediately screamed. The mech had nearly skimmed the edge of their dining table, had it veered just a fraction more. It would have collided with them, and the force of that impact was far beyond what mere flesh could withstand. What is happening? Using a mech in a hotel? Young Master Luo, this is utterly excessive, exclaimed a middle-aged man, his face darkening as he clutched his wine glass. Upon closer inspection, his hand trembled violently, causing the liquid to splash onto his tuxedo and trousers, revealing that he had been significantly rattled by the earlier scene. Only then did Roger snap back to reality. And he shouted, "Manager Chu, it's this brat. He stole my belongings and, upon being caught, dared to use a mech to resist. Hurry, call security." And summon Zhang to assist as well. Gently placing the wine glass down, Manager Chu took a deep breath to calm the turmoil within and, while retrieving a small device to press, he slowly approached the gaping hole, scrutinizing the so-called thief. At first glance, Manager Chu was nearly infuriated to the point of cursing. Despite the mech's battered appearance, the injuries it bore were inflicted by dark beasts, creatures that could only be encountered in the heart of the Empire's White Sheep City through high-priced transactions with major corporations. Available only to VIP clients. Those of lower status would be summarily dismissed with a curt out of stock. Roger, in his hedonistic ignorance, failed to realize that individuals with the means to purchase dark beasts would not stoop to stealing his possessions. It seemed more likely that the person had unwittingly offended someone of higher status and resorted to underhanded tactics. Manager Chu couldn't fathom how the Luo family had produced such a dim-witted imbecile, resorting to slander without considering the target. Despite his inner discontent, Manager Chu quickly sought to mediate, saying, "Gentlemen, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Why not sit down and discuss this? Consider it a favor to me, Manager Chu." "You are Manager Chu? Your staff informed me you were looking for me and brought me here, only for this debacle to unfold. I am quite curious about what your hotel intends by this," Lin Yi stated coldly, removing his mask. This, Manager Chu was taken aback. After all this turmoil, it had somehow become his issue. He hastily retorted, "Impossible. I have been dining with President Wang and the others. I have never been aware of such matters. Nor would I dare to summon a guest without cause. Issues are always brought to me." Without further ado, Lin Yi activated his holographic device, playing a recording that clearly depicted the server coming to find him, including every audible conversation once he entered the private room. This person, you wouldn't dare claim is fabricated, would you? Chapter 5. Extortion. Upon watching the video, Manager Chu's expression immediately soured. He produced a communicator and uttered a few words. Before long, several security personnel clad in mechanized armor escorted an individual into the room, the very same person who had brought Lin Yi in earlier. Upon their arrival, Manager Chu regained his composure, even adopting a somewhat gentle tone as he inquired, "What transpired?" The waiter trembled slightly. He had some understanding of Manager Chu's temperament. Those who once enjoyed his mild inquiries had long since disappeared, and just days ago, he had seen that unfortunate man's wife loitering on the street. "Manager, I was momentarily blinded by folly. Please spare me. Today's events were all." "Do not move," the law enforcement team commanded. "All individuals, immediately disengage from your mechanized suits." Just as one wave of trouble seemed to settle, another arose with the arrival of the law enforcement team. Manager Chu did not bother to inquire about the circumstances and merely gestured to the security personnel to retract their mechanized suits. The security guards were not fools. They lacked law enforcement credentials. Their earlier display of mechanized armor was merely a gambit under the Empire's regulations, which allowed for self-defense. When the hotel faced trouble, they could claim to be acting in self-defense, and the law enforcement team would not typically question it. However, with the law enforcement team now present, they had no choice but to comply. 3 members of the law enforcement team arrived, all first-tier mech engineers. The leader glanced around the scene and, without asking for clarification, pointed at Lin Yi, stating, "You, come with me." "Excuse me?" Lin Yi was taken aback. The law enforcement team did not even inquire about the situation before attempting to take him away. This was entirely against protocol. Meanwhile, Manager Chu squinted, scrutinizing the mech engineer, then turned to glance at Roger. When the waiter was brought in, this young man had appeared utterly stunned. Now, however, he bore a look of delight. Indeed, it was him, but today another had also arrived. Manager Chu, aware of the implications, glanced back at the private room and felt a dull ache in his head. Oh, who is this? Coming in to enforce the law without inquiring about the situation. One might think the law enforcement team consists of wolves and tigers. As if summoned by the words, a mechanized figure emerged from the private room, wielding a T-2 kinetic rifle, its barrel subtly aimed at the 3 law enforcers. "It's you, Gavin." The mech engineer, after initial surprise, gritted his teeth and said, "What happened today has nothing to do with you. Could you grant me some leniency?" "Preposterous. Why should I grant you leniency when the law enforcement team is in the wrong? As an enforcer, you have violated the law, bringing shame upon the entire team." Gavin disregarded the other's veiled attempt at submission, his tone resolute and righteous. Initially reaching for his pocket, Lin Yi withdrew his hand. donning a slight smirk as he replayed the video once more. Captain Gao, as you can see, this law enforcement officer has come to apprehend me without discernment, completely ignoring the fact that Roger instigated this incident. It truly disheartens us, the students of Ares Academy, to witness our own law enforcement team aiding outsiders. Ares City, named after the academy, had developed due to its proximity to the institution, with administrative and military power historically held by the academy. The city lord was invariably the incumbent dean, and most members of the law enforcement team were graduates of the academy. So it was not inaccurate to call them one of our own. Look at this, Roger. What have you done? Although the face was obscured, the disdain in Gavin's tone was unmistakable. Oh, that chap seems familiar. Isn't he Roger II? Quite brazen, Roger, to openly favor your own kind. Humph. Seeing that Gavin was determined to oppose him, Roger was no longer polite. He waved his hand behind him, commanding, "You two, take that brat back. I'll take the blame." As long as they had the person in custody and destroyed the video evidence, Gavin would have no recourse against him. Compared to his connections, Roger was far superior to the ordinary-born Gavin. Gavin's expression shifted as he stepped forward to intervene, but Roger swiftly positioned himself in front of Gavin, activating the recording function. Should the other party dare to strike first, the least he would face was a serious reprimand, preventing any promotion for years to come. Faced with two mech engineers, Lin Yi dared not act, nor was there a need to. Instead, he produced an object from his jacket, stating, "Do you recognize this? You are a bladesing." The two mech engineers halted in their tracks, staring at the emblem of a white tower standing amidst crossed blades. Their faces filled with shock. Though noble influence had waned in recent years due to the rise of various corporations, nobles remained nobles, bestowed directly by the royal family with privileges. Under normal circumstances, one could disregard them while in Ares City. However, assisting in the framing of a noble was another matter entirely. Roger knew well that should word spread, their futures would be bleak. Not only would they lose their jobs, but they might also find themselves imprisoned to placate the wrath of the nobility. To curry favor with the sons of two merchants while risking their jobs, incarceration, and potential disdain from the noble class was undoubtedly not worth it. Without even consulting one another, the two turned and departed. "Captain, the enemy is formidable. We should block the exit to prevent their escape." Roger opened his mouth, but ultimately lacked the courage to make a firm demand. In recent years, tensions had flared between the nobles and the merchants, and he dared not provoke a conflict. The rivalry between the two factions could easily crush Taro Corporation. "How embarrassing it is to act foolishly, and yet you do not return with me." Roger glared at his younger brother, utterly disappointed. To provoke an unknown enemy and place himself in such a precarious situation was utterly foolish. Were it not for the family's plan involving pursuing Menkur, he would have gladly abandoned his foolish brother and left. "Roger has repeatedly slandered me, claiming I stole his belongings, damaging the reputation of the Lin family. Furthermore, dispatching bodyguards to attack with mechanized suits as a commoner is an affront to authority. Captain Gao, how do you propose we resolve this issue?" Seeing the matter escalating to involve him, Gavin hesitated for a moment before promptly stating, "According to the regulations, a bladesinger has the right to duel anyone who insults their family name, and others are not permitted to intervene. Moreover, attacking a noble is a grave offense that warrants immediate execution, with the family's assets to be compensated to the victim." Gavin had recognized Lin Yi's potential, and thus, during the conflict that night, he had stepped forward to assist, hoping to recruit him into their ranks after his first evolution, thereby strengthening their power. However, with Lin Yi revealing his noble status, that avenue was now closed. Yet, forming an alliance with a noble was not a misstep for those aspiring to military careers. Cultivating relationships with nobility was essential, as 2/3 of the Empire's army was controlled by the noble class. "Today, I concede defeat." Roger approached Lin Yi, his tone subdued. "Sir, what conditions must be met for you to spare my brother?" "A set of first-tier elite mech engineer equipment and 100,000 Imperial credits," Lin Yi replied, making a bold demand. The so-called elite equipment was crafted from rare materials hand-selected by master artisans, and a complete set of first-tier elite gear would typically fetch at least 200,000 credits on the market, often difficult to procure. Chapter 6. The fury of speculation and surprise with the evidence in hand. Luo Li was compelled to agree to the terms. 100,000 was transferred to the account on the spot, and the equipment would be delivered promptly upon Manager Chu's guarantee. Subsequently, all video footage was destroyed on site. Once the money was secured, Lin Yi immediately divided half of it with Gao Wen. Although they had no prior acquaintance, Gao Wen's willingness to assist him today warranted remembrance. Regardless of his true intentions, Lin Yi, discontent with Luo Li's brazen misconduct under the guise of authority, insisted that if Gao Wen desired, he was always welcome to visit in the future. Gao Wen repeatedly declined, yet Lin Yi, disregarding the pleasantries, insisted on transferring 50,000. He then went to the private room to apologize and was unexpectedly pleased to find one of the individuals present was a teacher from the academy who had formerly taught him the mecha manipulation course. Not wanting to keep Meng Kuo waiting, Lin Yi engaged in brief pleasantries before exiting. By then, the two large holes, having been repaired by the logistics staff, appeared as if no damage had ever occurred. Upon emerging from the corridor, the atmosphere in the hall remained relatively calm. Several tables of patrons cast furtive glances but remained silent. Evidently, Manager Chu had orchestrated the situation well. In a corner, Lin Yi was surprised to find an additional person at the dining table, a blonde, blue-eyed young woman with an attractive figure, bending over to converse with Meng Kuo. This girl, despite the considerable ruckus earlier, appeared nonchalant as she chatted away. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. As he approached, he noticed something amiss. Meng Kuo was wearing headphones, listening to music while the blonde girl seemed to be engaged in casual conversation, her ample figure blocking Meng Kuo's line of sight. Sensing someone nearing, the blonde turned her head and, upon seeing a handsome young man, smiled and asked, "Hi, handsome, is there anything I can assist you with?" Noticing the commotion beside her, Meng Kuo lifted her head to see Lin Yi had returned, promptly removing her headphones to complain, "Why were you gone so long?" "Oh, Manager Chu was looking for you." "Ah, a friend of mine was dining with Manager Chu over there, and he spotted me. He probably thought it inappropriate. So he asked me to come over for a few words." Lin Yi fabricated an excuse. Although the conflict had arisen due to Meng Kuo, given her seemingly innocent demeanor, he deemed it best not to burden her with the details. "By the way, Senior, this is Annie, my best friend." Meng Kuo suddenly introduced the blonde girl beside her. She then turned to Annie, saying, "This is the Lin Senior I told you about, who saved me this morning." "Hello, I'm Annie. I owe you a debt of gratitude for being here today. If anything had happened to Kuo, I would regret it for a lifetime." Annie appeared sincere, though her eyes flickered slightly. As Lin Yi scrutinized her, he noticed a glint of astonishment in Annie's eyes upon learning his name, clearly surprised that he had returned. After a brief chat, Annie excused herself, and Lin Yi found a reason to lean against a pillar, observing her as she stepped outside to glance around. Then took out a communication device to speak briefly before hastily exiting the hotel. It was evident something was amiss. Returning to his seat, Lin Yi feigned casualness, asking, "Junior, how long have you known Annie? What does her family do?" "Just call me Kuo," she grumbled, then mischievously added, "What's this? Are you interested in Annie?" "But she already has someone she likes. It's that Roger you just met." "Does she like Roger?" Lin Yi's mind raced. If Annie liked Roger, and Roger favored Meng Kuo, then the perceived barrier between them, at least in Annie's view, was Meng Kuo. Should Meng Kuo face an unfortunate incident that tarnished her reputation, Roger, despite his affections, would likely cease pursuing her, given his family's concern for their social standing. Seizing the opportunity, Annie could potentially slip in and forge a connection with Roger. To achieve this, she would only need to eliminate a so-called friend. Raised in a noble environment, Lin Yi felt confident that this was indeed the case. "Hey, why are you so quiet? Are you daydreaming about Annie?" Meng Kuo waved her hand in front of Lin Yi's face, noticing his lack of response, prompting her to ask aloud, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. "Oh, do you have Annie's contact information?" Lin Yi blurted out, his thoughts interrupted. Annie, is that all you can think about? I'm the one treating you to dinner tonight." Meng Kuo unexpectedly erupted, a surge of frustration and jealousy rising within her. Lin Yi, taken aback, was utterly bewildered by her sudden outburst, unable to fathom what he had done wrong. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the hotel, in a room labeled Staff Lounge, Chu Xiong observed the screen before him, chuckling softly. "Brother, your junior is quite naive. Initially, I thought he was a cunning strategist, but it seems, well, look at you, with that lecherous demeanor. At least you're a manager." Gao Wen, now dressed in casual attire, leaned back on the sofa. "Isn't this even better? The Ming family's daughter clearly has a fondness for him, and with her noble status, there may be potential for a union. Securing him could yield significant benefits for our future plans." "You mean, in 3 months?" Indeed, this individual managed to escape from a first-tier mecha master, one who had evolved for quite some time, demonstrating exceptional talent. Once he breaks through his current limitations, the transformation is imminent. Don't forget, due to the previous mission, many operatives in the Ares region have been exposed, and the remaining ones are hiding cautiously, reluctant to reveal themselves. The recent commotion drew considerable attention, making it challenging for others to approach him. Very well, you will be responsible for liaising with Lin Yi. If the conditions are favorable, we can bring him into the organization. Having concluded their discussion, they turned their attention back to the screen. Meanwhile, Meng Kuer immediately regretted her outburst. Lin Yi was her savior, and he had done nothing wrong. How could she raise her voice at him? Especially with several nearby tables of patrons casting surprised and curious glances in their direction? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot and hastily excused herself to the washroom. Left in a state of confusion, Lin Yi pondered where he had offended her. Unable to escape the burdens of legacy weighing heavily on his heart, Lin Yi found himself incapable of contemplating matters beyond his immediate concerns, particularly those involving emotions. While he could analyze motivations and interests, deciphering the sentiments of a young woman was beyond his capabilities. A typical high school student would have been far more reliable in such matters. Chapter 7. Evolution. Having regained her composure, Meng Kuer returned to her seat and offered a sincere apology. She then provided Annie's contact information and proceeded to serve Lin Yi with exceptional enthusiasm, leaving him utterly bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. After some deliberation, Lin Yi chose to keep his suspicions to himself, resolving to investigate further in private to reciprocate the kindness of the jade gift. In accordance with his moral code, he firmly believed in repaying kindness with kindness and confronting malice with justice. This conviction had only deepened since his parents' disappearance, making him cherish those who offered him help and kindness, unwilling to see them harmed in any way. I had intended to invite you to the underground hot springs, followed by a massage on the 3rd floor and a movie on the 4th, Meng Kuer lamented. However, the staff informed me that a wanted criminal had infiltrated the premises tonight. Although apprehended, the establishment will remain closed, except for the restaurant, as a precautionary measure. We'll have to postpone our outing. Lin Yi expressed slight surprise. Hadn't the situation been resolved? What were Chu Xiong and his associates up to? Closing for the night would incur a significant loss. Contemplating the matter, he casually responded, "That's all right, we can reschedule." "Very well, I'll give you a call another day." For some reason, Meng Kuer's mood lifted, and her tone shifted from gentle to lively, radiating an air of vivacity. Upon exiting the hotel, 2 men clad in black swiftly approached and bowed in unison before Lin Yi could react with alarm. "Mississippi, thank you for your service," Meng Kuer replied, acknowledging them. Turning to Lin Yi, she explained, "After hearing about this morning's incident, my father insisted on sending 2 bodyguards. Following discussions with the academy, they were granted permission to enter and protect me. They typically disguise themselves as campus staff to avoid disrupting my life." Lin Yi nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell, Meng Kuer returned home while he drove back to the academy alone. In the following days, Lin Yi dedicated his time to honing his combat skills with the dark beasts, gathering information about Annie, and learning about Meng Kuer's family history through Li Yuan. The Meng family of Pingyang served as the rulers of the earldom of Pingyang. Meng Kuer's lineage, a branch of the main family, had separated 2 centuries prior. Having relinquished their noble status, they ventured into the business world. Through generations of dedication, they had risen to become one of the 10 wealthiest families in Baiyang City. Annie, as it turned out, also hailed from a distinguished background. She was the heiress of the Tur family, whose wealth was only slightly inferior to that of the Mengs. Her full name was Annie Terrace. Her ancestors, originally from the Monroe Federation, had fled to the Tunglong Empire and established themselves in Baiyang City. After delving into the young lady's past, Lin Yi became increasingly convinced that she had orchestrated the incident. The fact that the 2 instigators had vanished without a trace, coupled with Meng Kuer's confirmation that her family had been unable to locate them, further suggested that the event was not accidental but a deliberate scheme. 5 days later, Lin Yi temporarily suspended his investigation and drove to Dark Star Corporation, filled with anticipation. Today marked the day he would undergo his initial evolution, officially becoming a mech pilot. Familiar with the route, he made his way to the basement. Before Li Yuan, who had been alerted, could say anything, he plunged into the training room and swiftly dispatched the final dark beast with a light sword. Mech evolution progress, 100. Commencing evolution. A series of resounding explosions erupted, accompanied by brilliant light emanating from the mech. Within the radiant glow, the mech seemed to transform and grow like a living organism. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi closed his eyes, visualizing the direction of the mech's evolution. Numerous strands connected him to the mech's frame, causing his body to tremble intermittently, and beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. As the mech evolved, the pilot would undergo a transformation through the special energy it emitted, enhancing their physical and mental capabilities to adapt to the evolved mech. This enhancement was rumored to extend one's lifespan. Height should remain unchanged to maintain speed. The arms must be strengthened to leverage my inherent power. The legs cannot be neglected either. For me, the soul air, escape capabilities are paramount. Suddenly, an intense, murderous intent surged into Lin Yi's mind. He felt a momentary dizziness and found himself no longer in the cockpit. He was surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with countless skeletons scattered across the landscape. Shattered mechs littered the ground, containing the skeletal remains of their pilots. Alongside these mechs lay countless bodies, including those of the Zerg and Spirit races, which Lin Yi recognized. However, he could not identify the majority of the corpses. Looking into the distance, his gaze fell upon a towering, 30-meter-tall mech radiating scorching energy like the sun. Within a 100-meter radius, no corpses remained, only vast expanses of ash. Lin Yi recognized the ash as the residue of incinerated bodies. He could not fathom how many evolutions the mech had undergone to possess such power. Could this be the legendary Grand Mech pilot, unseen for a millennium? Before he could observe further, his vision blurred once more, and he returned to the cockpit. The evolution had just concluded. Touching his arms, Lin Yi felt the surge of power. Satisfied, he opened the cockpit, eager to examine the evolved mech up close. This is... Upon exiting the cockpit, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Before him stood an unfamiliar mech, standing at 2 meters and 2 feet tall, with a dark red, blood-like hue. Half-meter-long spikes protruded from its back, resembling those of the Zerg. Their cold gleam sent shivers down his spine. Lin Yi had no doubt that they could easily pierce human flesh. Even a trainee mech would be impaled if struck at high speed. Turning to the front, he saw that his familiar face had been replaced by a grotesque visage, reminiscent of the demons of Earth's legends. His hands and feet had been replaced by sharp claws. The claws were incredibly sharp. Returning to the cockpit, Lin Yi tested them on the dark beast's corpse. The once impenetrable skin, which even the light sword had struggled to pierce, was easily torn open, revealing a large chunk of flesh and blood. The mech had undergone such a drastic transformation. Lin Yi concluded that only the mysterious power could have accomplished this. The vivid battlefield he had witnessed further supported this theory. The events surrounding his encounter with the mysterious entity that had bestowed upon him his special abilities mirrored what had transpired today. The unknown bred fear. The mech's bizarre mutation and the hallucinatory experience filled Lin Yi with unease. While he had received a gift, events seemed to be spiraling out of his control, heading in an unknown direction. Oh well, if that mysterious entity could grant me such power, taking my life should be equally effortless. I'll just have to take things one step at a time. Hopefully, what it said is true, and one day I'll uncover the truth. Lin Yi murmured to himself. Chapter 8. Homecoming. Lin Yi, Level 1 Mech Master Strength, 30 points Agility, 25 points Constitution, 30 points Energy, 100 points Special Skills. None upon his first evolution. Lin Yi's mech underwent significant enhancement, with its strength doubling and its constitution astonishingly tripling. In terms of constitution alone, it now rivals many Level 1 dark beasts. Historical records collected by the family indicate that an average Level 1 mech master possesses strength ranging from 20 to 25 points, agility within the same parameters, and constitution typically between 15 and 20 points. This suggests that even a constitution-focused mech master would only match the capabilities of an apprentice-level dark beast. The trait is a unique attribute concerning the mech's threshold for enduring attacks. A higher constitution implies that, under the same assault, the mech's damage would be significantly reduced. Additionally, the mech's damage recovery rate has improved. Indeed, akin to its appearance, the evolved mech has acquired certain biological abilities, enabling it to gradually heal its injuries, provided it has sufficient energy. Naturally, professional technicians can repair it much faster without consuming extra energy. This brings us to the last aspect, energy. This is a capability bestowed upon the mech post-evolution. Biological mechs can absorb energy from the sun to heal injuries and utilize special skills, the latter of which can only be learned and developed by certified mech masters. Furthermore, electrical energy and most known energy sources can also be absorbed and stored by the mech. Lin Yi pondered whether the effects of evolving into a mech master would still apply to apprentice-level dark beasts, given their scarcity and exorbitant price. He recalled inquiring about the cost of a Level 1 dark beast, which was at least 50,000 imperial coins due to the immense difficulty in capturing them. Unlike apprentice-level dark beasts, which can be caught using ordinary soldiers and tools, attempting to capture a level 1 dark beast often leads to the death of participating mech masters, resulting in substantial compensation claims. After some contemplation, Lin Yi contacted Li Yuan via his holographic communicator and arranged to have another apprentice-level dark beast delivered. After dispatching it, he attentively observed the system prompt. Mech evolution progress increased by 0.02, whether to feel fortunate or disappointed. Lin Yi sighed with a complex mix of emotions and did not retract his mech, stepping outside instead. Little brother, how was training today? Who are you? Li Yuan, upon seeing a menacing, unfamiliar mech emerge, was initially startled but quickly deduced the truth, her voice trembling. Lin Yi, is that you? Have you completed your evolution? Yes, it's me. Lin Yi removed his visor and exclaimed joyfully, I've finally succeeded. The Lin family's title will not be revoked. Despite having anticipated his success before coming of age, Li Yuan's question stirred a flood of memories within him, and he could no longer suppress his emotions. As he laughed, tears began to stream down his face, prompting Li Yuan to also shed tears, her eyes reddening. After years of overwhelming pressure and the fear of awakening from nightmares, today marked his complete liberation. Once they had both released their pent-up emotions, Uncle Lu, a guard, could not help but comment. Lin Yi, your mech evolution is quite extraordinary. It resembles a humanoid dark beast. This type of evolution has never been seen before, and it appears to possess formidable combat strength. I'm not quite sure how it happened. Perhaps due to my recent battles with dark beasts, it subconsciously influenced my evolution. Lin Yi fabricated an explanation. Is that so? A prolonged engagement with dark beasts prior to evolution might have, Uncle Lu mused, appearing to have an epiphany. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lu, Li Yuan took a day off and insisted on bringing Lin Yi back to her villa, where she personally prepared an extravagant meal, continuously serving him while gazing at him with a soft, almost dreamlike expression, as though she were envisioning someone else. Lin Yi found the meal unsettling, with a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Following a brief celebration, Li Yuan promptly urged Lin Yi to contact the Nobility Management Office to report his status as a Level 1 Mech Master and prepare for the territory handover ceremony. The report was straightforward. He established a video connection with the relevant officials, who would then bring assessors to his territory to confirm his status, allowing the handover process to commence. The following morning, Lin Yi first sought permission from his teacher. Since entering a bottleneck phase, his classes had ceased, and his teacher had refrained from interrupting him, making the leave of absence simple. Next, he found Meng Kuer and instructed her never to stray from her bodyguard's sight, regardless of who beckoned her to secluded places, even if it were her best friend. Afterward, he notified Gao Wen and a few close classmates, explaining that he would be returning home for a while. Just as Lin Yi finished packing his luggage and boarded the plane, a conspiracy against him quietly commenced. In a secluded villa on the outskirts, a middle-aged man exuding a military demeanor spoke expressionlessly. According to the information received from the Nobility Institute, Lin Yi has initiated the territory handover process. Once his status as a Level 1 Mech Master is confirmed, he will inherit his title and territory, thwarting my years of scheming. Before him stood 3 mechs, arranged in a neat row, one of which was the 4-armed mech that had previously attacked Lin Yi. The middle-aged man pointed at it and inquired, You, number 7, you were tasked with assassinating an apprentice mech master along with 4 apprentice dark beasts, but failed, allowing him to escape and even break through his bottleneck to become a mech master. You ought to face punishment, yet I shall offer you a chance to redeem yourself. The Lin family territory lacks an airport, so the only route to reach it is via a highway constructed by the Lin family themselves. Thus, you will lay an ambush along the highway. To prevent failure, number 10 and number 12 will accompany you. Remember, this is your final opportunity. If you fail again, do not return. Find a place to end your own life. Shuddering, the 4-armed mech bowed its head. Yes, I will complete the task. Go now. The aircraft is prepared and will directly airdrop you to the ambush location. After the 3 departed, the middle-aged man's expression gradually shifted, tinged with envy as he murmured, Indeed, like father, like son. After your disappearance and the loss of your family's legacy, Lin Yi managed to complete his evolution within 3 years solely through the guidance of academy professors. Old friend, had you not been surrounded by dark beasts and gone missing, I would have truly hesitated to confront the Lin family. However, do not blame me. That valuable item in your territory would tempt anyone. You have only yourself to blame for trusting me too much back then. After flying for 2 hours, the plane landed 300 kilometers from the Lin family territory in Qingsong City. Upon exiting the airport, Lin Yi hurriedly took a taxi to the bus station, purchased a ticket to the territory, and boarded a bus traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, embarking on the highway his grandfather had invested heavily to build. Chapter 9. The Ambush. Again, the Lin family's territory is situated in the central region of the Xishan province, located in the northern border of the empire. 2 centuries ago, during the empire's grand expansion campaign, lands were forcibly seized from the dark beasts. The ancestors of the Lin family played a significant role in that battle, earning the title of Lord and a Grant of Land as a reward. Over the course of 200 years, the Lin estate has flourished from a small town of 1,000 inhabitants into a prosperous domain, boasting a small city of 80,000 residents, 2 towns of 1,000, and 10 villages. The territory is primarily agricultural, with its fruits and meats being highly sought after in neighboring cities. Additionally, being located in a border province, it hosts a large military presence that consumes considerable agricultural produce, rendering the Lin family South agrarian estate comparably successful to those with industrial resources. As Lin Yi reminisced about the details of his territory, he turned his gaze to the window. Expanses of farmland stretched uniformly along the highway, and a gentle breeze carried the faint aroma of wheat. In the distance, hills adorned with orchards came into view, among which the amethyst fruit, favored by the nobility, caught his attention. He planned to return with a generous supply of this fruit as gifts for several close acquaintances. Suddenly, a violent tremor jolted him from his thoughts. The front half of the passenger bus erupted in flames, consuming the occupants in a fiery inferno, which swiftly spread towards the rear. An ambush. The realization struck Lin Yi like lightning. Rising from his seat at the back, he grasped a safety hammer, smashed open the rear window, and leapt out, clutching 2 children beside him. "Jump out," he shouted urgently. Upon landing, Lin Yi wasted no time and sprinted to the right, holding the children securely in his arms. After running approximately 20 meters, a rocket soared from the left fields, and the bus could no longer withstand the assault, exploding completely. Apart from a man who had reacted quickly and followed him out, everyone else, caught in chaos or unable to escape, perished in the flames. Concealing the 2 children in a thicket, Lin Yi turned to see the man closely trailing behind. "Quickly contact the city guard. I entrust these children to you," Lin Yi instructed. "Are you not coming with us?" the man asked, puzzled. "No, I must fulfill my duty," Lin Yi replied, swiftly activating his mech. He deliberately took a circuitous route, approached the road from another angle, and then stealthily maneuvered into the left fields, shifting positions to close in on the rocket's launch site. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sliced through the air, causing Lin Yi to pause momentarily. He bent low to evade 2 lightsabers that swept toward him, then rolled forward to avoid another strike. Before he could regain his footing, a barrage of gunfire erupted, forcing Lin Yi to roll again to dodge the bullets. Despite his efforts, 2 rounds struck his mech, inflicting a 5 damage assessment. Taking advantage of the enemy's reloading time, Lin Yi glanced back to see 2 mechs, one wielding a lightsaber and the other a massive kinetic hammer, advancing towards him. The hulking figure brandishing the hammer could easily obscure Lin Yi's mech from sight, while a smaller, agile mech equipped with ammunition loomed 20 meters away. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he quickly recognized one of the 4-armed mechs. It was the very one that had nearly killed him previously. They were back, and this time they had dispatched 3 first-tier mech masters. What treasure could possibly exist within the territory that warranted such a risk, especially when they had sent a long-range mech master, a rarity usually found serving in the military? The long-range mech master, specializing in ranged weaponry, relied on their evolved speed and reflexes, boasting accuracy far superior to ordinary soldiers, capable of wielding high-powered weapons single-handedly. In contrast, Lin Yi exemplified the close combat mech master archetype, primarily employing lightsabers and kinetic weapons. Both types were formidable, yet their true potential was realized in collaboration. Yet, instead of employing this synergy against the dark beasts, they had repeatedly assaulted him, recklessly disregarding civilian lives by brazenly using rocket launchers against a passenger bus. Many of those aboard were his own subjects. The thought of the 2 children he had saved, now facing the prospect of growing up in an orphanage after losing their once happy families, ignited a fierce fury within Lin Yi. As a lord, he bore the inherent responsibility of protecting his subjects, a tenet enshrined in the constitution of the Tunglong Empire. As memories of the slaughtered civilians flooded his mind, Lin Yi's eyes reddened, consumed by a murderous rage, his Mech's optics glowing ominously. Ducking low, Lin Yi surged forward, closing the distance between himself and the two Mech masters. He braced against two strikes from the lightsabers, extending his claws to grasp the remaining two arms firmly. Channeling all his strength, he tore them away with a brutal force. With a ripping sound, Lin Yi's Mech demonstrated its immense power, successfully disarming the foe. In a swift motion, he turned and began to swing the severed arms towards another Mech master. Just as the latter's kinetic hammer swung out, the two colliding midair. The sound of clashing weapons rang out as the lightsabers and arms were rendered useless, the residual force propelling Lin Yi backward, crashing against the four-armed Mech master. The four-armed Mech master, staring in disbelief at the piercing protrusion from his body, was left puzzled. How could his Mech, possessing a durability rating of 20, be pierced so easily? The next moment, Lin Yi's Mech moved, and the four-armed Mech master was obliterated into countless fragments. Mech evolution increased by 2. Sensing the extinguishing of life behind him, Lin Yi broke free from the remnants of the four-armed Mech and charged at the hammer-wielding Mech master, who appeared rattled. The hammer master had not anticipated that his once unassailable strikes would be turned against him, leading to his companion's demise. It was only when Lin Yi's claws lunged again that the hammer master remembered to swing his weapon. Prepared this time, Lin Yi skillfully dodged the hammer strike, his claws ruthlessly slashing at the hammer master's left flank. A tearing sound echoed as a deep gash opened on the hammer master's waist, causing at least 15 damage to his Mech. Witnessing this, the long-range Mech master, now fully loaded with ammunition, stomped his feet in frustration. Lin Yi expertly evaded bullets with each maneuver, using the hammer master's imposing frame as cover. As the long-range Mech master attempted to flank him, Lin Yi swiftly changed his position, continuing the assault and forcing the enemy to retreat, unwilling to fire a shot. Despite sustaining 2 bullet impacts resulting in merely 5 damage, the hammer master, heavily reliant on his might, could not endure a barrage of bullets. Seizing the advantage, Lin Yi's claws extended, meticulously searching for openings to attack while evading the hammer strikes. The benefits of having eliminated the four-armed Mech master became evident. The kinetic hammer, powerful as it was, moved slowly. Without the four-armed Mech master to support him with rapid strikes, the hammer master found himself at a disadvantage. As the damage exceeded 50, the hammer master could no longer endure the onslaught, sustaining 2 more attacks before spinning wildly, unleashing his hammer in a frenzied arc special move, Frenzied Hammer. Chapter 10. Mutation. The colossal hammer erupted with a dazzling brilliance, its velocity inexplicably doubling. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Lin Yi, engaged in close combat, was caught off guard. After retreating merely 2 steps, he was struck by a single blow, propelling him into the air for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, the exterior of his Mech marred with numerous cracks. Beep, beep, beep. The warning lights of the Mech flashed wildly, and the holographic display incessantly indicated a damage level of 69. This was a perilously critical state. Any further deterioration would significantly impair the Mech's performance, reducing its capabilities to that of an apprentice. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Lin Yi regained his composure. His gaze fell upon the distant ranged Mech operator, who had switched to a sniper rifle, aiming directly at him. Startled, he darted behind a large rock for cover and glanced at the damage report. Noting a new statistic, the Mech's damage would recover at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds, requiring 2 energy points for each percentage restored. There was also an option regarding this recovery. By selecting yes, Lin Yi understood that this choice was designed to accommodate Mech operators with special abilities, preventing them from inadvertently depleting their energy reserves while attempting to recover from damage during critical moments. Was that just a combat technique? The speed was so astonishing that he barely had time to react. Fortunately, the Mech's physical attributes were extraordinary. Otherwise, the rapid swing of the heavy hammer would have easily dispatched him. Lin Yi now appreciated the advantages of his superior physique. Ordinary lethal attacks would only inflict severe injuries upon him. Unlike the four-armed Mech operator who had perished from a piercing attack, Lin Yi's Mech would not exceed a damage threshold of 50. The spikes would scarcely breach the exterior. However, remaining in hiding was not a viable strategy. The hammer-wielding Mech operator's special abilities would impose a significant burden, rendering them unable to use it again in the short term, thus granting Lin Yi a brief respite. But once they recovered, the situation would become perilous with the ranged operator continuing to constrain him. Flee. Lin Yi burst forth from behind the rock, Recalling the tactics detailed in his book, he executed a rapid escape in a zigzag pattern, and his agility of 25 points proved enormously advantageous. The nimble mech responded seamlessly to his commands, evading the ranged operator's several predicted shots by abruptly halting or decelerating. Not good. That kid is already fast. And at this rate, we won't be able to catch up. Number 10. How is your recovery? Can you move? Inquired the ranged operator. The hammer-wielding operator, seated on the ground, replied gloomily, No, you know my special technique is still incomplete. The burden of using it once is immense. I need at least another 3 minutes before I can act. If I pursue now, that kid will exploit his agility to attack. It was indeed frustrating. Despite the boy having forcibly removed the arm of number 7 and clearly following a path of strength, this newly evolved operator, with an astonishing physique, could withstand a special attack and escape unscathed, all while being remarkably swift. If it weren't for the knowledge that he had only recently transitioned from an apprentice, one might suspect he was a second-tier mech operator. The ranged operator, equally vexed, felt a chill at the thought of the consequences of failure. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, I'll distract the target while you recover. As soon as you're ready, unleash your special technique. I refuse to believe that kid can withstand it again. It's unfortunate that developing special techniques for ranged operators is challenging. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. With someone leading the charge, the hammer-wielding operator naturally agreed. They quickly formulated a plan and sprang into action. As they ran, bullets whizzed past. Lin Yi ducked just in time, realizing that the enemy had switched to a heavy machine gun for suppressive fire. A thought crossed his mind, and he understood the enemy was merely stalling for time. Though tempted to ignore the suppressive fire, the ranged operator unleashed a flurry of precise shots, knocking Lin Yi's damage level back down as he hurriedly sought cover. His speed diminishing as he complied. Time flew by in the heat of battle, and in the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. The hammer-wielding operator had finally recovered, disregarding energy consumption. Calculating the energy required for his special technique, he activated the flight system, descending into the heart of the battlefield before his energy waned. Upon landing, the hammer-wielding operator executed his special technique, spinning at full speed. Lin Yi was initially perplexed. They were approximately 10 meters apart, and such an action seemed futile. Was it not a waste? Suddenly, his expression shifted as a realization struck him. If the opponent released the hammer while spinning, the centrifugal force would amplify its impact, enabling it to strike him before he could evade. This was dire. Lin Yi could sense that this throw would possess a power far exceeding the prior attack. If he were struck directly, given the current state of his mech, it would undoubtedly lead to his destruction. What to do? Evading was no longer an option, especially with the gunman nearby restraining him. He could only brace himself for the impending impact. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi's mind raced with thoughts, ultimately arriving at a despairing conclusion. There was no escaping this onslaught. No, this cannot be. I have just completed my evolution. I have finally obtained the qualification to inherit my family's legacy. The Lin clan must continue through me, and I cannot perish here at my doorstep. I must find clues to uncover my missing father, and I refuse to meet my end now. An overwhelming desire surged within him, transmitting through his body to the mech. Suddenly, the mech trembled, undergoing a peculiar transformation akin to its evolution. His originally sharp hands elongated into small shield-like structures. The body thickened and broadened, while the menacing spikes retracted, replaced by overlapping scales that exuded an aura of formidable hardness. It was reminiscent of the hand within the mysterious space. In that enigmatic realm, the entity that had granted Lin Yi the power to ascend through slaughter erupted in laughter. Ha! Not only do you understand how to kill, but you also comprehend how to evade death. This is the essence of a true slayer. After waiting for millennia, I have finally encountered a useful pawn. My dear friends, prepare yourselves. We shall meet soon. As the words concluded, the voice turned venomous, an overwhelming wave of resentment pervading the space. In the external realm, the hammer was flung forth as anticipated. Before the attack arrived, a fierce gust swept in its wake, tearing through the ground where the hammer passed, uprooting soil and debris, all of which barreled toward Lin Yi. Boom. The impact was akin to thunderclaps on a clear day. The hammer struck its mark with precision. Lin Yi felt as though his mech's arms were weighed down. A force akin to a train collision surged upon him, propelling him backward involuntarily. And the damage to his mech plummeted precipitously. The ranged operator, observing intently, despite the dust obscuring his view, could not suppress his excitement. It worked. Number 10's hammer throw is something even number 1 would not dare to intercept. That kid is doomed. Caught up in exhilaration, he failed to consider the enemy's situation. Already calculating the rewards of their mission, with 7 dead, he would receive a larger share of the spoils upon returning, advancing his rank and improving his future prospects. This mission promised to be a bountiful harvest. Yet, he perhaps forgot a crucial adage: the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Chapter 11. Subjugation. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Yi found himself awkwardly half-kneeling on the ground, appearing to have sustained immense injuries. Yet he was still alive. Was this a joke? How could a newly evolved first-tier mecha master withstand the full-force special attack of the number 7? Even the number 1, with a 90 evolution rate, would not dare to claim certainty in enduring such an onslaught. The long-range mecha master stared in disbelief, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Ah, quite impressive. Do you have another one in you? Lin Yi's voice boomed from the loudspeaker, resonating with a deep confidence for the first time amidst the battle. He wanted another round. The long-range mecha master was on the verge of collapse. He had never felt such despair even when besieged by dark beasts. With 3 first-tier mecha masters attacking, 1 lay dead and another injured. Now, with number 10 incapacitated, he found himself alone, unable to even touch the enemy. How could he continue to fight? The opponent was nothing short of a monster. In a panic, he disregarded the consequences of mission failure, cried out, and turned to flee, quickly disappearing behind the reeds. Bang! The mecha reverted to its original form, and Lin Yi collapsed to the ground, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Having endured 2 heavy blows, he had no strength left to continue. He was merely holding on. If the long-range mecha master had not fled in a fit of panic, but had instead tested him with firearms, he would have faced certain death. However, since he had survived, someone else was about to face their demise. Raising his head, he noticed the giant hammer mecha lying motionless not far away, resembling a lifeless corpse. Upon this sight, an involuntary bloodthirsty smile crept onto Lin Yi's face, one so terrifying that he himself remained unaware of its implications. The giant hammer mecha master had collapsed after throwing his weapon, having exhausted his mecha's capabilities through continuous use of special techniques, leading to numerous cracks in the mecha's body. Its limbs had lost the ability to move, and worse still, the special techniques had drained its energy entirely. It would take several minutes of absorbing solar energy to recover even a fraction of its power, and self-repair to regain mobility would require at least half an hour. During that time, the mecha master could not even open the cockpit door. Lin Yi, first-tier mecha master strength, 10 points agility, 10 points constitution, 40 points energy, 3100 special technique, guardian form guardian state. The user can temporarily transform into guardian form, sacrificing strength and agility to significantly enhance constitution, thereby gaining formidable defensive capabilities. This technique consumes 50 energy points and requires an additional point of energy per second. Once energy is depleted, the user automatically reverts to their original form, but can also choose to end the transformation. In this critical moment, Lin Yi had finally awakened his first special technique, saving his own life. At this point, the mecha's damage level had reached 99, just a tiny fraction more, and the body would shatter, taking his life with it. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi barely regained the ability to move. He picked up the kinetic energy hammer. It was not heavy, perhaps around 100 pounds, and noticed a switch on it, designed to activate the kinetic system. Once activated, without increasing the weight, the force of his strikes would be multiplied tenfold. As a military weapon, it still had a decent energy reserve. Lin Yi immediately absorbed 2/3 of its energy, converting it to 10 energy points for his mecha, while reserving the remaining third to power the kinetic system. Approaching the giant hammer mecha master, Lin Yi raised the hammer and swung it down with ferocity. Just before it struck the head, he suddenly halted, the hammer hovering ominously above. Coldly, he demanded, "Speak, who sent you?" "Kid, don't waste your breath," the giant hammer mecha master replied. "My family is under the organization's control. For their sake, I will reveal nothing." "Oh, what if I were to offer your life in exchange for all the information?" "You may leave unharmed," Lin Yi said, narrowing his eyes, his voice deceptively calm. "Good. At least you understand that I am being pursued by an organization, not an individual. Hey, in my current state, I'd be caught after just a few steps. Your private soldiers or the nearby station troops would seize me. By then, the public use of prohibited weapons to massacre civilians and the conspiracy to murder nobles would be enough to execute me multiple times over." The giant hammer mecha master was not easily deceived. He knew that once he regained mobility, rescue would soon arrive. "But what if you are not the attacker?" he inquired, his suspicion apparent. "Not the attacker? You mean?" the giant hammer mecha master questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Exactly. I will help you fabricate a narrative, portraying you as a well-intentioned individual who came to assist upon hearing the chaos, Lin Yi replied. However, as a condition, you must swear allegiance to me. Since you accepted the mission to attack, you must be aware of the Lin family's situation. They are in dire need of fresh blood to bolster their strength, especially given that Xishan province is on the border with the Monroe Federation's Rofi province to the west, where conflicts frequently arise. The northern and eastern regions are occupied by dark beasts, and every year, immense hordes of them assault our defenses. According to the principles of war zone division, when conflict arises in these three areas, the Lin family must dispatch serving personnel to lead private soldiers into battle. Adding just one first-tier mecha master would significantly enhance our chances of survival. The giant hammer mecha master fell silent for a moment, but ultimately, his instinct for survival prevailed. If you want my allegiance, you must help me forge a death scene and find a way to change my appearance. Once I reach the battlefield, this mecha will instantly expose my identity. Of course, Lin Yi responded, his expression brightening. Having endured several attacks, he had developed a profound sense of crisis. In the absence of a rapid boost to his own strength, augmenting his overall capabilities was imperative. You have already witnessed my mecha. In a moment, I shall provide you with a genetic sample to incorporate into your mecha, resolving the matter of your disguise. The so-called genetic sample was derived from the mecha master's own blood, mixed with a mysterious substance within the biological mecha. When other mecha masters utilized this sample, their mechas would swiftly mutate towards the characteristics of the sample's provider. After the mutation, the mecha would gradually inherit the abilities of the sample donor. And until it reached the current strength of the genetic sample provider, there would be no bottleneck issues, allowing for rapid enhancement of power. On the market, the genetic samples of high-tier mecha masters, particularly those with unique abilities, often fetch exorbitant prices. As with all advantages, there are drawbacks. If Lin Yi provided his sample, the giant hammer mecha master would be restricted to first-tier strength, unable to advance until Lin Yi reached second tier and offered another sample. Consequently, many factions favored this method for mass training their subordinates, rapidly building combat capability while maintaining control over their subordinates through strength advancements. However, genetic samples could not be harvested indefinitely. Extracting one sample per month was already the limit. To prevent the degradation of mecha strength and to protect their own lifespans, the common practice was to extract one every 2 months. The giant hammer mecha master nodded after a moment of contemplation. Very well, then I can rest assured. Seeing the other party's agreement, Lin Yi wasted no time, promptly producing a genetic sample and observing as the other injected it into the mecha. The transformation occurred swiftly. Almost immediately after the injection, the mecha began to twist and reshape, growing sharp claws and lethal spikes. 5 minutes later, a mecha standing 2 meters tall, bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Yi but in blue, occupied the position of the former giant hammer mecha master. A voice of incredulity emanated from the loudspeaker. The attribute points have increased so dramatically. Chapter 12. Control and Heartache. Huang Ming, the juggernaut mech pilot, was utterly astonished. The changes that transpired after assimilating the minor lord's genetic sample were entirely unexpected, verging on the preposterous. Prior to the mutation, Huang Ming's strength, agility, and constitution were 25, 15, and 18, respectively. Post-mutation, his strength remained at 25, but his agility ascended to 20, and his constitution reached an astounding 25. He had become a veritable humanoid dark beast. While it is true that advanced mech pilot genetic samples can enhance lower-tier mech pilots, this is typically the result of multiple evolutionary adjustments to the mech. Consequently, there is a strengthening effect on the lower-tier mech. However, Lin Yi was merely a Tier 1 mech pilot, identical to Huang Ming. Even with divergent evolutionary emphases, the most that could be expected was mutual compensation, perhaps an increment of 2 or 3 points. Such a pronounced disparity was unwarranted. This mutation had elevated his attributes by a full 12 points, equivalent to half an evolution. Unless, he too had utilized a genetic sample, and of a high caliber, at least Tier 5 or above. Huang Ming was taken aback by his own conjecture. Could the minor lord have an organization backing him? Was it not said that he was the last mech pilot of his family, having even lost their inheritance? Moreover, the lieutenant had only recently taken an interest in the Lin family's territory, and would have undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation beforehand. Could an organization have eluded even the intelligence network? Display the attribute panel, Lin Yi urged, acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. His father had always instilled in him the notion that seemingly advantageous situations with no apparent cost often conceal ulterior motives, potentially leading to one's own downfall. The unforeseen mutation during the Mech's evolution had been a persistent concern, and even the unexpectedly significant enhancement in strength could not allay his anxieties. He intended to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether any discoveries could be made. Upon examining the attributes, Lin Yi experienced both elation and trepidation. He was elated by the substantial increase in strength resulting from the Mech's mutation, which fulfilled his objective of enhancing his capabilities. However, he was apprehensive because, to his knowledge, no Mech pilot in the history of the Empire had ever possessed such formidable genes. This aroused a sense of foreboding. After much deliberation, Lin Yi realized that he was essentially powerless to intervene and could only proceed cautiously. He then shifted his attention to another matter of paramount importance. Relate the particulars of your organization, as well as the rationale behind your attack. Affirmative, Huang Ming responded, commencing his account of the organization as he understood it. Huang Ming was not privy to the specific details of the organization's internal workings. A person codenamed Lieutenant had always been in charge of them. The designation suggested some affiliation with the military. The current operation was a clandestine endeavor undertaken by the lieutenant, rather than an organization-sanctioned assault on Lin Yi. The lieutenant commanded 12 individuals, all Tier 1 Mech pilots, identified by numbers 1 through 12. Those with greater prowess were ranked higher and received commensurate benefits. Huang Ming was the 10th, while the quadri-armed Mech pilot who met an ignominious end was the 7th. And the ranged Mech pilot was the weakest, ranked 12th. These three were not considered particularly formidable under the lieutenant's command, and they typically did not receive much attention. They had been dispatched on this occasion because the others were unavailable. It is also noteworthy that the lieutenant himself was a Tier 2 Mech pilot. But he appeared to be apprehensive about something, refraining from personally confronting Lin Yi. Having divulged the organization's intelligence, Huang Ming suddenly paused, reflecting inwardly, something is amiss. From the outset, Lin Yi requested that I display my attribute panel, and I immediately complied. When he sought information about the organization, I unhesitatingly provided it. Given my disposition, I should not be so forthcoming. Very well, you have now regained your mobility. Before the rescue personnel arrive, depart from this location and seek refuge in my territory. Lin Yi suggested after some contemplation. He surmised that the sudden emergence of a Tier 1 Mech pilot in his vicinity would attract undue attention and be difficult to explain. It would be preferable for Huang Ming to remain hidden, serving as a concealed asset. Huang Ming nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps, his mind cleared once more, and he whirled around in a fit of rage, demanding, "What have you done? Why do I involuntarily obey your commands every time you speak?" "Obey my commands," Lin Yi retorted, instinctively uttering, "Crouch." No sooner had the words left his lips than the 2-meter-tall, 1-ton behemoth abruptly squatted down, then sprang up as if his posterior were ablaze, his face contorted with terror beneath his partially open helmet. Huang Ming's complexion turned ashen as he stammered, What are you?" While Mech pilot abilities were diverse, no one had ever heard of an individual who could directly control another Mech pilot. Were such an ability to exist, the control of the Empire and Federation's upper echelons would have been seized long ago, potentially leading to human unification. Can it only control for a second or two? It immediately reverts thereafter. Should I attempt consecutive commands? Lin Yi glanced at the incensed Huang Ming, deciding that it would be imprudent to overstimulate his first subordinate. After some deliberation, Lin Yi deliberately misled him. It's a safeguard against betrayal. The control duration is only a second or two. What effect could it possibly have? It's designed to prevent you from ambushing me. It's inherent in the genes. Furthermore, if I were to die, I would issue a command for you to accompany me in death. In that case, the control duration would not be limited to a second or two, but would persist until your demise. If you die, I will die with you. Huang Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. Such a draconian clause was unheard of, and he had only learned of it after signing the agreement. Henceforth, he would have to exercise extreme caution in protecting Lin Yi. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of being unable to enhance his strength, but a matter of life and death. After dispatching Huang Ming, Lin Yi retracted his mech and returned to the location where the 2 children and the man were concealed. Upon questioning the man, he learned that both the territory and the city from which the vehicle had originated had received distress signals and were en route. "Brother, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too." The 2 children were twins, both 4 years old, named Li Tian and Li Ming. They had been accompanying their grandmother to visit their parents when they were ambushed. Their grandmother had perished in the attack. Tian, Ming, be good and bear with it. The rescue uncles will bring lots of delicious food soon, Lin Yi said softly, feeling a pang of guilt. If he had not happened to be on that vehicle, the two children, their grandmother, and the other passengers would not have perished. Through Huang Ming, he had learned that the lieutenant had bribed an insider within the aristocratic administration to obtain information about his return to the territory. They had stationed individuals at various stations and airports to monitor his movements and had continuously activated detectors to pinpoint Lin Yi's location, enabling them to set up such a precise ambush. Lin Yi had intentionally taken a plane and a bus, rather than driving himself, to evade enemy detection through constant transfers. However, he had been betrayed from the outset, allowing the lieutenant to simply lie in wait along the inevitable route. Brother, Tian is very good. Grandma always said Tian was good. By the way, Uncle, where did Grandma go? The sound just now was so scary, Tian asked, evidently unaware of the consequences of the vehicle's explosion. Grandma had an emergency and had to leave. Brother will take Tian and Ming to see Mom and Dad. Tian's words caused Lin Yi's heart to ache. He resented his own lack of caution and the lieutenant and the 12th, who had fired the rocket launcher. He secretly resolved that once he had ascertained the lieutenant's true identity, he would spare no effort in eliminating him. Chapter 13. Fury. The speed at which the rescue team arrived far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. After waiting by the roadside for a whole hour, he realized that the city he had previously visited had only just sent personnel, while the Lin family's territorial guard was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that he was a distinguished graduate of Ares Academy, which explained why even a mech pilot of the same rank was no match for him. The captain of the rescue team, also a first-tier mech pilot, gazed at the battered and blood-soaked number 7 mech with admiration. His respect intensified upon learning about the remote mech pilot who had fled, looking at Lin Yi as though he were a monster. This was the consequence of Huang Ming being concealed. Otherwise, the captain's fragile psyche would have been severely shattered. After inspecting the corpses and interviewing survivors, half an hour passed before the territorial guard finally made their tardy appearance. The guard was scant in number, led by 3 apprentice mech pilots, followed by dozens of soldiers and several trucks. Upon closer inspection of his own guard, Lin Yi furrowed his brow immediately. The soldiers were dressed haphazardly and chatted casually, as if they had come for a picnic rather than a mission, with some even lounging to listen to music through their headphones. Their firearms were carelessly strewn about, rusted and clearly neglected for a long time, raising doubts about their functionality in the face of an enemy. To make matters worse, the 3 apprentices, seeing the situation being handled, did not bother to assign any soldiers. Instead, they packed away their mechs and settled into the driver's cabin. A few soldiers promptly approached them, pouring tea, lighting cigarettes, and even setting up a fruit platter on the seats. Sighing, the rescue captain remarked, "Ah, the Lin family has truly declined. After the disappearance of the former lord, all that remains is a mere child yet to reach adulthood, who went off to study, reportedly at Ares Academy. I wonder if you've had the chance to meet him." "I have heard of it, brother. What is the situation with these people? Isn't it a bit much for a noble private army?" Lin Yi asked, suppressing the urge to summon his mech and strike down the apprentices. The captain remained silent for a moment, taking a drag from his cigarette before responding, his expression darkening. What else could it be? Taking advantage of the Lord's youth and absence from the territory, a few officials and the steward have conspired to sideline those loyal to the Lord, replacing them with their own relatives and underlings. To be honest, I was once a subordinate of the Lin family, given the opportunity to become a mech pilot by the late Lord. After his disappearance, a few rogues ran amok, and when I attempted to intervene, I was forcefully expelled by several of them. However, fortune smiled upon me. After leaving Wudong City, I spent a few years on the front lines. By sheer luck, I survived and broke through my limitations, achieving my first evolution. Later, I sought assistance from my former superior and was transferred here to serve as a security captain. Clenching his fists, Lin Yi felt his eyes redden with fury. How audacious these scoundrels were. Even more infuriating was their expulsion of a promising individual, who had now become a first-tier mech pilot with a significantly increased value. With the Lin family's meager resources, they could hardly offer enticing conditions. It was worth noting that when Lin Yi was just a child under 10, he was oblivious to everything. Had it not been for Li Yuan taking him to Ares City and leveraging connections to enroll him in Ares Academy, he might well have become one of those puppets, with aspirations of becoming a mech pilot remaining a distant dream. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi silently resolved, the condition of the territory is even more dire than I imagined. yet as a first-tier mech pilot with formidable strength, I need not fear a few apprentices. Coupled with the inherent authority of the Lord, it would be ample to deal with these ingrates. Determined, Lin Yi decided not to reveal his identity immediately. Instead, after the situation had settled, he obtained the captain's contact information and learned that his name was Wang Peng. The journey continued in silence as they followed the territorial guard into the core of Wudong City. Upon disembarking, Lin Yi was about to find a place to settle the two children when several soldiers approached him. "Hey, is it really okay to just walk away like this? We traveled a long way to rescue you, and you don't even offer a word of thanks." Another soldier chimed in. The apprentices, appearing oblivious, remained seated in the vehicle, munching on sunflower seeds and chattering about where to have fun that night. With a swift motion, Lin Yi produced a small booklet adorned with gilded edges from his chest and tossed it onto the soldier's face, stating coolly, "Open it and take a look. If you doubt it, feel free to scan it with your device." The soldier was about to erupt in anger when an older colleague pulled him back, recognizing the booklet's exquisite craftsmanship and fearing its significance. "Let me see," he said, glancing at the cover. "Lin Yi, Lord Romi, the Romi territory. Hey, this name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. The surname matches our Lord S, but I haven't heard anything about the Lin family having relatives as lords outside. Who do you think you are?" he exclaimed, snatching the booklet back. "You better show some respect, Lord." The realization that he had attempted to extort the Lord sent shivers down old Zhang's spine. He noticed the other soldiers standing by in confusion and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the Lord." At this moment, the three apprentices also sensed something amiss and hurried over to investigate. Old Zhang recounted the situation, and two of the apprentices turned pale and knelt down immediately. They were well aware of the gravity of attempting to extort their own lord. If word got out, none of them would survive the day, and they might even drag their families down with them. Yet, the world is full of fools, one apprentice, a relative of the finance manager, had been brought from the countryside due to his mech pilot talent. He had grown accustomed to his arrogance, relying on the finance manager's backing. Boldly, he stepped up to Lin Yi and declared, "How do we know you're really the Lord? You could be an imposter. Take him back to my uncle for verification. If he is a fake, throw him in jail and don't let him out without a ransom of at least 100,000. The absurdity of his words left everyone dumbfounded. Had they ever seen such foolishness? Did he not notice everyone else bowing and acknowledging the Lord? Although the Lord had been a child when he left, his general appearance was still recognizable. Moreover, with the noble proof in hand, how could it possibly be counterfeit? From another perspective, who would dare impersonate a lord? In the entire Tunglong Empire, hundreds of nobles would unite to ensure that any impostor, along with their kin, would face dire consequences. Oh, it seems the reputation of the Lin family has been forgotten by you all. Allow me to remind you, Lin Yi thought, his fury boiling over as he faced the audacious fool. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he summoned his mech and unleashed a powerful strike. Have mercy. Chapter 14. Loyalty. Lin Yi remained impervious to the cacophony surrounding him. With a swift motion of his lethal claws, he reduced a fragile human body to mere fragments. A gory spray of blood and dismembered limbs erupting forth, ensnaring all in proximity. Several soldiers nearby immediately succumbed to nausea, while others, adorned with bits of flesh, turned pale and fainted, especially two apprentices who, having been too close and attempting to offer counsel, were splattered with blood, the metallic taste overwhelming their senses. They retched violently, horrified not only by the gruesome scene, but also by the realization of their lord's terrifying transformation into a formidable mech engineer, a feat only achievable after rigorous evolution. Could it be that he had indeed ascended to a first-tier mech engineer within 3 years? The fall of the apprentices and soldiers to such depths was not solely attributable to the rampant lawlessness above, but also stemmed from the Lin family's loss of mech engineers to maintain order, raising the grim possibility of their territory being reclaimed. Who could fathom if the new lord or imperial officials would continue to employ them? It was almost certain that the incoming lord would prefer to bring his own retinue, for few would place trust in the remnants of the former administration. Thus, in the brief interim before the territory's reclamation, they sought to secure a few coins to cushion against the inevitable loss of their positions, ensuring they would not be reduced to wandering the streets. Lin Yi, methodically cleaning the blood from his hands, showed no intention of retracting his mech. The fearsome machine slowly pivoted, revealing a vaguely familiar rotund figure hurrying towards him, his financial manager. Upon witnessing his nephew's gruesome demise, the manager was overcome with fury, How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? Do you not fear being hunted by the Empire? No one will save you when that day comes. Is that so? Lin Yi retorted with a sardonic laugh, his rage reigniting. His earlier calm, following the act of killing, now erupted anew. Unfortunately for the financial manager, he had intended to seek his nephew for an urgent matter, only to arrive at the scene of dismemberment. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he trembled, not recognizing the voice after all these years of maturation, though the visage might still betray familiarity. The financial manager feared that Lin Yi might turn his wrath upon him as well. He had gained his position through some merit and had a modicum of insight. The grotesque appearance of the Mech was indicative of a power far beyond that of a mere apprentice. The hapless soldiers beside him were incapable of offering any protection. Wait, don't misunderstand, he stammered, retreating a few steps. Fortunately, a soldier, having entered through the financial manager's connections, rushed to clarify Lin Yi's identity and the circumstances surrounding the chaos. Shocked, the financial manager fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, I failed to recognize you in your Mech. What a grave offense. I should not have rushed in without understanding the situation." Lin Yi, his temper still simmering, found a dark humor in the manager's words, realizing that the financial manager had inadvertently portrayed himself as loyal. Enough of this. Summon the others to the lord's estate, he commanded, dismissing the excess chatter with a wave of his hand. He retracted his Mech, descended from the vehicle, and began walking home, carrying 2 children in his arms. The 2 apprentices, not lacking in wit, exchanged glances at the visibly shaken financial manager, then gestured to their respective soldiers to follow closely behind the lord, discreetly contacting allies among the apprentices to send word of their allegiance. The financial manager stood dumbfounded. He had believed the Lin family was finished after the previous lord's disappearance, only to discover that the young lord was a genius, having indeed become a first-tier Mech engineer before reaching adulthood, and he was no ordinary engineer at that, not to mention the lethal claws, which, in his extensive experience, rivaled the finest weapons found on the black market, if not exceeding them in sharpness. The financial manager quickly reached out to several rivals, sharing the news, and they too were thrown into a panic, recognizing that their actions over the years had jeopardized not only their positions, but their very lives. The grim reality was that the young lord, now a first-tier Mech engineer, wielded unparalleled might in this small territory, rendering any reckless venture on their part futile. Moreover, the individual responsible for the territory's guards had already received reports that several apprentice Mech engineers had deserted without warning, presumably to pledge their loyalty to the lord. What had initially ignited his ire was now a realization that those lower-tier officials, having done little for the territory, could align themselves for self-preservation, potentially even usurping his position. Upon returning to the lord's estate, Lin Yi found a throng awaiting him at the entrance, a sea of faces eager to pay their respects. As he approached, they bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Welcome back, my lord." The chorus of several hundred voices resonated, though thankfully the estate's isolation kept the general populace at bay, sparing them from further fright. Pausing momentarily, Lin Yi's expression softened with satisfaction. The fact that half of the guard had rallied to his side upon his return indicated that matters had yet to reach their nadir. His status as a first-tier Mech engineer undoubtedly played a crucial role in this. "I shall not belabor the point," he announced to the gathered crowd. "In my absence, I have neglected the territory, allowing unwarranted ambitions to flourish. I have returned not only to formally inherit this land, but also to cleanse it of the vermin that have taken root." In this pivotal moment, with the military having turned their allegiance and with the hidden support of Huang Ming, the situation was decidedly in his favor. There was no longer a need for subterfuge. He would address the issues forthrightly to facilitate his governance moving forward. The apprentices leading their squads immediately grasped the gravity of Lin Yi's words. This was a signal for reckoning. With gratitude, they glanced at the 2 who had sounded the alarm and redoubled their efforts. As the soldiers, under the guidance of the apprentices, positioned themselves around the estate, Lin Yi nodded in approval and stepped through the grand entrance. "Master, you have returned." A figure emerged from the shadows. An elderly man in his 50s with slightly graying hair, his face alight with warmth. The man, Lin Zhong, the steward of the estate and a distant relative, had been appointed by Lin Yi's father due to his competence and loyalty. Yet, according to Wang Peng, this very steward had once conspired with several officials to undermine the lord's authority and embezzle the estate's assets. He was undoubtedly the first name on Lin Yi's list for elimination. Chapter 15. The territorial situation. The Lord's Manor was established a century ago, initiated by Lin Yi's grandfather and completed during his grandfather's generation. It spans a total area of 20 acres, comprising the family residence, an office building for the lord, warehouses, and barracks for a contingent of 50 guards. These structures are interconnected by a grand garden. As Lin Yi stepped into his long-abandoned home, the scenery along the way remained familiar, though the servants had been replaced by unfamiliar faces. Ignoring the steward trailing behind him, he proceeded directly to the lord's office. Accompanied by 2 apprentice guards, the steward, attempting to engage Lin Yi in conversation multiple times, was met with indifference. Initially, he assumed the young master was merely yearning for home, eager to return to familiar surroundings. However, upon noticing the peculiar glances from passing servants, he suddenly realized that the young master was deliberately ignoring him. The steward pondered the chaos caused by the financial overseers, who were so preoccupied with their own survival that they had neglected to inform the steward, an outsider to their circle, of the events occurring at the edge of the city. All he knew was that the guards had suddenly surrounded the manor, and only after some negotiations did he learn of the young master's return. The steward had thought little of it, believing Lin Yi had merely come to reminisce, as soon the manor would no longer belong to the Lin family. Yet, the steward's thoughts shifted as he considered the implications. If Lin Yi had returned merely to take one last look at the territory, why would the guards be so dutifully stationed? Surely, the young master could not command them, especially since the soldiers appeared indifferent, having lost their usual respect. Anxiously, Lin Yi entered his father's former office. The decor was not extravagant, rather simplistic, consisting of a desk, a sofa, and some chairs, along with potted plants cultivated by his father and portraits of past lords adorning the walls. Upon reaching the desk, he drew back the imposing chair that symbolized the lord's authority and sat down slowly, inhaling deeply as he caressed the armrests, recalling his father's time spent here. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yi closed his eyes and spoke in a measured tone, devoid of anger or joy. Lin Zhong, are you aware of the grave consequences of betraying the house, colluding with outsiders to embezzle the lord's wealth, and usurping the lord's powers? He was aware. He knew everything. Lin Zhong's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. What terrified him most was the tone in Lin Yi's voice, reminiscent of the one belonging to the person he feared most throughout his life, awakening memories long buried. The Lin family had commanded profound respect for generations, and even as they appeared to decline, the ingrained sense of reverence could not be easily extinguished. I am doomed. I am doomed. I should never have been so foolish as to heed the counsel of a few overseers. Young master, I implore you to grant me another chance. Lin Zhong begged as he saw the 2 apprentices activate their mechs to block the door. With a sardonic smile, Lin Yi leaned forward, enunciating each word. The Lin family never forgives traitors. Young master, I beseech you, consider my years of service to both you and your father. Grant me one more chance. Lin Zhong pleaded, attempting to approach, only to be restrained by the apprentices, bursting into tears. Observing the steward's distress, Lin Yi's initial fury gradually subsided, and the scene before him began to seem rather dull. He spoke, surrender all embezzled assets. This matter shall not endanger your family. They may leave the territory to seek their fortune elsewhere, provided they receive a modest sum to sustain themselves. After a pause, Lin Yi added for the steward's benefit, you have 3 hours to consider. Without waiting for a response, he waved his hand, and the apprentices escorted the steward away for confinement. In the following hour, news of the lord's return and his ascension as a first-tier mech master spread rapidly, drawing numerous individuals to the manor to pledge their allegiance. As time passed, officials from the nearby towns also arrived. The financial overseers were dismayed to find that many of their subordinates had gone missing. Those who had previously sworn loyalty to resist the lord now appeared at the manor. When they attempted to make phone calls, they were met with disconnections or silence. For those who managed to connect, they were urged to hasten to the manor and seek the lord's forgiveness. Those seeking to maintain their positions were not foolish. Aside from a few overseers and those with severe infractions, most would likely escape punishment, as the lord required capable individuals to govern the territory. A complete purge would only lead to chaos. In a more cunning move, some quick-witted individuals rushed to the manor to express their loyalty, armed with extensive reports on the territory's situation, hoping to make a favorable impression on the lord and secure future advancement. They also intended to leverage these reports to undermine their rivals. From the moment he received those reports, Lin Yi's brow remained furrowed, even during meetings with subordinate officials, which left many fearing they had angered the lord. This, in turn, heightened anxiety among other officials, prompting those who had intended to remain aloof to hurry to the manor. The situation was more dire than anticipated. The financial, military, administrative, agricultural, and commercial overseers had conspired with Lin Zhong to eliminate loyalists. While the territory's finances had been in deficit for 3 consecutive years, burdened with substantial debts, the annual stipend Lin Yi had received was, in fact, a product of their collusion. The agricultural outlook was similarly grim. The agricultural overseer had colluded with the financial and commercial overseers to drastically lower grain prices, coercing farmers to sell their produce at meager rates. Given that this territory's income heavily relied on agricultural exports, accounting for 70% of revenue, the situation had worsened, leading to widespread destitution among the populace. Many impoverished families were driven to ruin, resorting to borrowing from trusted associates who operated predatory lending businesses, resulting in a significant rise in crime rates. It could be said that the territory was on the brink of turmoil, with public discontent boiling over. Many families had already fled, and according to a statistical report, the population had declined by about 20 during Lin Yi's absence. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes and said, "Come in." The door opened, and an apprentice entered, bowing respectfully. "Sir, a group has arrived outside, led by officials from the noble administration, here to assess your strength and the territorial handover ceremony." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's spirits surged. It had finally come. Chapter 16. Success outside the Lord's manor. A man in his 20s observed his surroundings with keen interest, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the guards whose weapons were still battered and worn. Their casual, disheveled appearance had been replaced by an aura of hope. In fact, he had arrived in Wudong City a day prior and was well aware of the patrol soldier state at that time. He was filled with curiosity regarding the individual responsible for such a swift transformation within a mere day. As the gate swung open, a youth, not yet 18, with short hair and a gentle demeanor approached him directly, exclaiming, "You must be the esteemed envoy. I apologize for the trouble of your journey. Once everything is settled, I hope you will join me for a meal." Was this the Lin Yi whose father had vanished in his childhood, leaving him alone to seek education at the White Sheep Academy? The man appraised him for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You are Lin Yi. I have reviewed your dossier. Among our generation, your experiences are indeed somewhat legendary. To escape the clutches of a mecha master as an apprentice, and to complete your first evolution in less than 3 years. Truthfully, I was quite astounded when I first saw your resume." Cursing inwardly, Lin Yi suspected that the academy had leaked his information. He responded politely, "Oh, it was merely luck. May I inquire about your esteemed name, sir?" Many people wish for luck, but find it elusive. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Feng, hailing from the imperial capital," the man replied with a smile, extending his hand. Taken aback by the formality reminiscent of the ancient federative era, Lin Yi nevertheless shook his hand, pondering Lu Feng's identity. A man named Lu from the imperial capital. So young, yet serving as an envoy in the noble administration. He racked his brain, but could not recall any prominent Lu families in the capital. Enough of the pleasantries. Let's proceed with the tests, complete the handover ceremony swiftly, and then enjoy some leisure. Lu Feng clapped his hands. The envoy's delegation comprised Lu Feng, 20 attendants, and another 20 guards, all apprentices and certified mecha masters, traveling in 3 military vehicles. Upon hearing the envoy's instructions, 2 attendants promptly retrieved testing equipment from the vehicles, while others set up ceremonial items on a platform outside the Lord's manor to announce regulations to the populace. Without further ado, Lin Yi summoned his mecha with a gesture. Enveloping himself within its confines, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the testing apparatus, awaiting the envoy's directives. As the mecha materialized, a commotion erupted. Those who had never witnessed a lord's mecha were taken aback, while officials awaiting their audience and curious citizens nearby began to murmur. "My goodness, the lord's mecha is formidable. Look at those spikes on its back. Piercing steel must be a trivial feat." Indeed, the claws alone are impressive. From my years of business acumen, they rival even a first-tier quality lightsaber in sharpness, if not surpass it. First-tier quality lightsabers. The classification system comprised 5 tiers: ordinary, good, high quality, rare, and masterwork. Except for the ordinary tier, which could be mass-produced, the other 4 required handcrafted production, each tier escalating in price. Even a first-tier lightsaber, residing at the lowest level of the 9th tier, was merely above the apprentice level, relatively affordable, yet high-quality ones were produced only a few dozen a year, costing at least 100,000 imperial coins. Good heavens, The Lord's innate talent is astonishing. Achieving a value of 100,000 in his first evolution. No wonder he is not seen carrying a lightsaber. Rare-grade lightsabers are elusive and not easily encountered. Quickly, transmit this video back immediately and post it on the headline website. Lu Feng gazed at the mecha in astonishment. His keen eye discerned that its claws reached high-quality tier. Not to mention the spikes behind them, highlighting its formidable defense. Instinctively, he activated his wrist device to scan, quickly analyzing the latest Imperial technology, which revealed Lin Yi's mecha had a constitution of 30 points. This defies logic. A first-tier mecha master, who has just undergone his first evolution, has evolved his hands to high-quality tier, and his constitution exceeds that of an ordinary mecha master by nearly 10 points. By the time he reaches the pinnacle of the first tier, his constitution will likely surpass 30 points. If this trend continues, after several evolutions, his attributes could multiply compared to his peers, those arrogant fellows in the imperial capital, who consider themselves unrivaled, would surely be astounded if they were to see this scan report. Please stand on the apparatus and deliver a full-force strike, he instructed. Lin Yi complied, stretching his limbs to ensure the neural sensors were functioning properly before delivering a powerful blow to the apparatus. With a resounding thud, the device connected to a holographic interface, its data fluctuating rapidly before surpassing a certain threshold. The screen soon displayed a series of green text, and one attendant nodded before announcing, "All parameters meet the standards of a mecha master." Subsequently, another individual recorded the mecha's appearance, stating, upon inspection, the mecha's form is a product of evolution. After a thorough examination, an attendant whispered to Lu Feng, who promptly declared, Subject Lin Yi is indeed a first-tier mecha master. Given that the Romi territory has now met the requirement of having at least one certified mecha master, the territory reclamation process is hereby terminated. We shall now conduct the official handover ceremony based on the authority granted by the great emperor and the noble administration. A collective sigh of relief swept through Lin Yi, the surrounding guards, and the onlookers among the populace. Their synchronized demeanor startled the envoy, and as they regained their composure, they regarded Lin Yi with curious eyes. They had seen a lord adored by his subjects before, but never one held in such high esteem. In other territory inheritance ceremonies, applause was the norm. None exhibited such a palpable sense of relief. One could hardly blame the citizens and soldiers. Years of mismanagement by the stewards had left them in dire straits. The citizens suffered, while the soldiers often faced delayed wages, only to be subjected to further scrutiny before receiving their pay. A sentiment of animosity towards the stewards lingered. Upon Lin Yi's return, he decisively eliminated the financial steward's nephew, apprehended the steward Lin Zhong, and made it clear he intended to address the problematic individuals. This garnered him goodwill from the people, coupled with the long-standing influence of the Lin family, rendering their hope for a swift transition of power unsurprising. Lin Yi ascended the ceremonial platform behind the envoy, and after a lengthy and tedious procedure, Lu Feng proclaimed Lin Yi the 8th generation of the Romi Lord, the new Lord of Romi territory. Father, do you see? I have not let you down. The Lin family shall continue to thrive under my stewardship. Upon returning on the aircraft, Lin Yi listened to music while exchanging messages with Menkur. His mood appeared quite buoyant. As it happened, after the transfer of the territory, the 5 stewards attempted to abscond with the funds, but were intercepted by Lin Yi, who had anticipated their actions. A substantial amount of capital and valuables were seized from the 5 households. Even the deposits were transferred to the territory's accounts after the subordinates provided evidence in the form of videos and photos. The extent of the steward's avarice was staggering. The 5 stewards and the butler had amassed a total of 600,000 imperial credits. Although the 10,000 imperial credits extorted from the Luo family earlier seemed significant, the latter were prominent merchants in Baiyang City, one of the empire's leading metropolises. Their annual income dwarfed the territory's tax revenue by more than a decade. So extracting 10,000 credits barely affected their finances. With the funds in hand, Lin Yi initiated sweeping reforms. He purged a contingent of officials and enlisted Li Yuan's assistance to bring in a new team. These newcomers were interspersed with the remaining personnel from the purge, swiftly restoring the territory to normalcy and even surpassing its previous state. With a professional team taking over, the signing of agreements and the auditing of accounts were handled with expertise, improving the territory's efficiency by at least 2-fold. Next, Lin Yi focused on addressing public order, personally leading the charge to pinpoint the strongholds of several underworld factions. He struck with ruthless efficiency. Resistance was met with immediate lethal force. During these operations, he discovered that eliminating ordinary gangsters also increased his evolution, albeit only by 0.01 per individual. As everything fell into place, Lin Yi prepared to return to the academy to continue his studies, focusing on the systematic development of special skills. The assassination attempt had demonstrated the potency of these skills, which could serve as trump cards in critical situations. Before his departure, Lin Yi personally ensured that the 5 stewards were publicly executed. Their relatives who were implicated in illicit activities were severely punished, while the remaining family members were stripped of their assets and expelled from the territory. In contrast, after the butler committed suicide by hanging, his family was discreetly relocated to another city and provided with basic support. Notably, Lu Feng departed from Luomi territory after a 2-day visit. Before leaving, he extended an invitation to Lin Yi to visit the imperial capital, leaving his contact information. Lin Yi, recognizing the value of cultivating connections with officials from the Noble Management Institute, accepted the offer. Through Li Yuan, he also learned that Lu Feng was of royal lineage, possessing a mysterious background and profound influence. At Baiyang Airport, Li Yuan awaited Lin Yi's arrival. She ushered him into the car and scrutinized her younger brother, making him feel uneasy. Li Jia, what's with the staring? You're giving me goosebumps. Not bad, Li Yuan remarked, her expression complex. I didn't realize you were such a ruthless character, resolving those scoundrels so decisively. The shy younger brother from years ago had truly matured. It was merely an exercise of power, Lin Yi explained. As a first-tier mecha master, I was the strongest force in Luomi territory. Those old geezers were excessively greedy, unable to control the military, and were ordinary people themselves. The bodyguards they hired were merely apprentices, so they stood no chance against me. Look at your smugness, Li Yuan retorted, rolling her eyes. The academy has been notified. Tomorrow, I'll take you there to be selected. Whether you can find a good teacher depends on your performance. Upon becoming a first-tier mecha master, instruction shifted from class-based learning to private, one-on-one tutoring. The strength of the teacher significantly impacted the student's progress. Upon returning to Li Yuan's villa, they dined on a delectable meal prepared by his older sister. After a refreshing shower, he retired to bed, anticipating the important matters that awaited him the following day. The next morning, Lin Yi drove to the school alone. He was promptly escorted to a secluded villa by his former homeroom teacher, without having the chance to greet his friends. Upon entering the villa, for instructors, both male and female, ranging in age from their 20s to their 40s, fixed their gaze upon Lin Yi, eliciting a sense of danger from the depths of his soul. After a moment, 3 of them averted their eyes, while a woman in her 30s continued to scrutinize him. You must be Lin Yi, she remarked, becoming a mecha master without informing the academy, forcing us to come here in person. Show us your mecha, and see who is willing to take you under their wing. A man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his spectacles and grumbled, Xiao Baoyan, don't frighten the student. With your level of expertise, you're merely here to make up the numbers. Even if you wanted to take Lin Yi, he wouldn't necessarily agree. The woman, exuding mature charm, scoffed, Zhou Lu. Don't think you're so impressive. You're also a 3rd-tier mecha master. I, Xiaowen, am not afraid of you. Very well, Zhou Lu challenged. Let's go outside and settle this. Let's see who is the better fighter. Enough, the oldest of the 4 instructors interjected, his tone measured. There's a student present. You're both embarrassing yourselves. Humph. The 2 instructors simultaneously retorted, turning their heads away. Having quelled the impending altercation, the middle-aged man turned to Lin Yi, who had been observing with amusement. Summon your mecha first. We'll assess it and determine who is best suited to guide you. Nodding, Lin Yi summoned his mecha while muttering to himself. I've become an exhibit these days, having to display my mecha everywhere I go. Oh, the youngest of the 4 instructors, a man in his 20s with a nonchalant demeanor, stared at Lin Yi's mecha with disbelief, as if beholding a treasure. The others were equally astonished. The instructors responsible for training first-tier mecha masters at Baiyang Academy possessed extensive experience and at least 3rd-tier strength. They immediately recognized the true nature of the mecha. The 25 points of strength and 20 points of agility were unremarkable. In the Empire, where talent abounded, these attributes were merely above average. However, the 30 points of physique were exceptional. Attribute augmentation was not a simple additive process. Each point represented a substantial increase. Using a base number multiplied by 30 did not accurately reflect the significance of 30 points of physique. Attributes typically increased in tiers. For instance, with 10 points of strength, each additional point might increase actual strength by 100 kilograms. However, upon reaching 20 points, each point could augment strength by 200 kilograms, with the entire 20 points benefiting from the 200 kilogram increase. Therefore, attribute enhancement had always been capped at each tier. The higher the talent, the higher the cap. Once the cap was reached, another evolution was required to continue increasing attributes. At this juncture, the reason for the instructor's astonishment became apparent. Lin Yi's talent was truly astounding. Upon completing his evolution, his physique had reached 30 points, indicating remarkable potential for future growth. Xia Wen and Zhou Lu disregarded their animosity and exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Lin Yi, let me be your instructor. None of you are allowed to compete. Lin Yi's attributes are perfectly aligned with my teachings. Joining my lineage would not be a waste of his talent." Upon hearing the shouts, the middle-aged man abandoned his composure and stepped forward, stating, "Lin Yi, I possess a secret special skill that is ideally suited for mecha masters with a physique specialization. Moreover, several of your senior brothers are currently serving in the military. They can provide assistance if you encounter any difficulties in the future. Ma Laoze, your incompetent disciples can barely protect themselves, let alone assist others. They'd be fortunate to survive in a war." The young man grew anxious. "Lin Yi, you should join my faction. Take a look at this chart, which details all of our benefits." Chapter 18. Selection. Upon reviewing the extensive list of enticing conditions, Lin Yi noted the numerous advantages it presented, such as an annual scholarship of 100,000 imperial coins, access to premier training facilities, and the provision of a tier-matched dark beast for practical training each month by his instructor. Following his departure from the academy, he could present the certification from his teacher to report to the military regiment at the border of Xishan province, thereby instantly attaining the rank of captain along with a plethora of subsequent benefits. After perusing the list, Lin Yi felt a twinge of confusion regarding the terms offered, which seemed to be tailored specifically for him. Most of them were precisely what he required, suggesting prior investigation into his circumstances. At that moment, the other two individuals realized the same, raising their left wrists to deftly scroll through their devices, soon receiving 2 additional lists via email. These conditions surpassed those of the young man by a significant margin and included detailed descriptions of their unique skills. Aside from those they had developed independently, candidates could also learn skills crafted by others, making the choice of a mentor all the more crucial. The skills listed were impressive. Gale Thrust. With the swiftness of the wind, the user could unleash 3 rapid thrusts in a brief span, each inflicting damage equivalent to 90 of a standard attack. The higher the agility, the quicker and more precise the strikes became. Once agility surpassed 30 points, each thrust's damage escalated to 100. Hammer Smash. The user would ascend into the air, utilizing a kinetic hammer to deliver a powerful blow to the ground. The shockwave would ripple outward, destabilizing nearby foes and causing them to fall. Should this attack target a single enemy, it would deal an astounding 500 of a standard attack's damage, leaving the enemy incapacitated for 5 seconds. The stronger the user's power attribute, the longer this incapacitation would last, along with an increase in attack potency. Lin Yi, you're aware that Zhou Lu's violent skill is utterly useless for you. Conversely, should you choose me as your instructor, transforming the 3 thrusts into 3 claws would be effortless, perfectly complementing your mech attacks, Xia Wen declared proudly. Uffed, Zhou Lu scoffed, recognizing that her skill was indeed ill-suited for Lin Yi. Despite the sharpness of her claws, they were not designed for wielding heavy weaponry. Lin Yi remained silent, turning to regard the other two. While the Gale Thrust was indeed impressive, his initial impression of Xia Wen was unfavorable. He preferred to avoid selecting him if possible. Sensing this, Xia Wen's expression darkened, ready to erupt, yet he had to suppress his anger given Lin Yi's exceptional talent. All eyes then turned to the remaining young man, who had recently entered the 3rd tier and was unfamiliar to them, leaving his unique skills unknown. Ding! Shortly after, the young man sent an email introducing himself, followed by his skill information. Zhang Jia, the eldest son of Count Buyuan, held the title of Baron, without territory, and was a versatile 3rd-tier melee mech master. Blazing Fury. The mech absorbs free elements from the surrounding air, generating flames that envelop both the weapon and the user. The stronger the physique, the higher the temperature of the flames produced. Upon attacking, damage is divided into standard and fire damage, with the standard damage calculated based on strength and agility attributes. Lin Yi's interest peaked. Ignoring the older man nearby, he decisively stated, "You're the one, Teacher Zhang. Let's go check out the venue." Hey, the kid has an eye for talent. Those 3 old geezers have countless students. They can't possibly provide attentive instruction. Unlike me, who will dedicate myself entirely to your training, Zhang Jia boasted, revealing his innermost thoughts. "One? Are you saying I'm your first student?" Lin Yi was taken aback. questioning the reliability of such an advantage. Zhang Jie, you're courting death. Zhou Lu's face turned ashen. Any woman would bristle upon hearing someone refer to her as old. In an instant, Lin Yi noticed a blur, as Zhou Lu vanished only to reappear beside Zhang Jie, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling before pummeling him with relentless punches. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, causing Lin Yi's eyelids to twitch in astonishment. Zhou Lu's speed was comparable to that of an apprentice mech, and she had not even utilized her mech. However, Lin Yi soon discerned an oddity. While Zhang Jie held in agony from Zhou Lu's assault, his expression bore an unsettling hint of pleasure, his eyes betraying a lewd glimmer. Those two are quite the pair. Xiaowen muttered with jealousy, departing the villa without further ado, shaking his head as he followed the middle-aged man out. Teacher Zhou, Zhang Jie seems to be enjoying your attention, Lin Yi remarked with a mischievous grin. Zhou Lu paused, glancing down to observe Zhang Jie's ecstatic visage, leading her to shriek in horror. She retaliated with a punch to his nose, causing blood to spurt forth before she delivered a swift kick to his side and stormed out, casting a furious glare at Lin Yi as she departed. Moments later, only Lin Yi and Zhang Jie remained in the villa. The latter pressed his left hand against his nose and his right against his side, muttering grumpily, Lin Yi, you little rascal, do you dare plot against me? Do you still wish to work under my guidance? Had it been a day prior, such a threat might have genuinely unnerved Lin Yi. However, now, he recognized his worth as a sought-after student. If you don't want me, I'll simply pursue a beautiful teacher instead, he countered, intentionally provoking Zhang Jie. You dare, Zhang Jie shouted, only to wince and clutch his nose again. All right, we're all young here. There's no need to be overly formal. From now on, just call me Brother Jie. Now, drive me to the infirmary. Ouch. That woman really packs a punch. Just moving a bit sends pain shooting through me. In this age of advanced medical technology, particularly due to the looming threat of dark beasts, the treatment of both internal and external injuries was greatly prioritized. Within half an hour, Zhang Jie was back on his feet, brimming with vitality. Let us go? For the time being, we'll gather your supplies, and you'll be staying at my villa, with the grand competition yet to commence. I'll teach you as much as I can, Zhang Jie declared, gripping the steering wheel. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly understood why the four had eagerly sought to take him under their wing. It was all about the upcoming event. The Academy's grand competition, held once every 10 years, separated apprentices from first-tier mech masters for their respective contests. Students would first compete internally at the Academy, from which exceptional talents would be selected. Each of the 6 academies would then dispatch a team to compete against one another. The grand competition was well-renowned, attracting the royal family and various nobles, either in person or through significant representatives. It represented a critical opportunity for students to showcase their abilities, and with good fortune, they might catch the eye of a powerful noble for future cultivation, a particularly enticing prospect for commoner students. Moreover, the results of this competition would dictate the rankings of the 6 academies for the subsequent decade. Higher rankings not only meant greater financial support from the state, but also attracted more talented students, laying a robust foundation for the next 10 years. Consequently, the Academy assigned Zhang Jie and his fellow instructors specific tasks. The performance of their students would directly impact their future benefits. The instructor with the lowest performing student would face disqualification and be required to return to their class. Unfortunately for Zhang Jie, who had only recently entered the 3rd tier and was notoriously lazy, he had dismissed several students who had become first-tier mech masters as beneath him. This had prompted the Academy's director to order him to find a student or face expulsion, which explained his frantic search for a pupil. Chapter 19. Holographic simulator. Deep within a dense forest, a battered and grotesque mecha desperately fled, pursued by a monstrous creature with a tiger's head and a lion's body, its limbs radiating a dark golden sheen. The beast effortlessly traversed the terrain, spewing basketball-sized fireballs that detonated with earth-shattering force upon impact. The trail was marked by trees engulfed in flames, threatening to ignite a massive conflagration. Suddenly, several towering trees, each hundreds of meters tall, shed their branches, exposing gaping wounds that secreted copious amounts of verdant fluid. The flames that touched this liquid were instantly extinguished. Noticing the flames being quelled, the mecha paused, deliberately circling back to the base of one of the giant trees, bathing itself in the green fluid. A remarkable transformation ensued. The mecha's damaged form rapidly regenerated before one's very eyes. Within seconds, the dilapidated machine appeared brand new. The leonine beast, hot on the mecha's trail, grew enraged at its prey's evasive maneuvers. It unleashed another fireball, which struck a tree, creating a half-meter wide cavity. The green fluid gushed forth like a waterfall, drenching the beast. Sizzle. The fluid, intended to extinguish flames and heal wounds, now acted as a corrosive agent, causing the beast to howl in agony. Its fur instantly disintegrated, leaving its flesh riddled with pockmarks. To make matters worse, a few droplets of the fluid splashed into the beast's eyes, immediately blinding it. Slay. Seizing the opportunity, the mecha whirled around, its claw ablaze with intense heat that it brought down upon the beast. The claws tore away chunks of flesh, and the flames clung to the beast, spreading rapidly. The mecha shook off the charred meat, its claws, now red and distorted, showing signs of melting and reeking of burnt flesh. More of the green liquid washed over the claws, restoring them to their original state. Blinded and severely wounded, the leonine beast retreated, blindly fleeing in the direction from which it had come, quickly escaping the range of the green fluid. Determined not to let its quarry escape, the mecha activated its steam jets, soaring into the sky. Its internal optical computer instantly calculated the beast's trajectory, pinpointing the precise moment when it wouldn't be able to evade. As it hurtled through the air, the mecha's frame opened up, drawing in vast quantities of air, which it then converted into flames that engulfed its entire body. Boom. The leonine beast, which had just leapt onto a tree branch, was caught off guard by a deafening roar from above. Before it could react, it was tackled by an immense force. The beast could only utter a mournful cry before it was crushed to the ground. Despite its ability to spew fireballs, it was still a creature of flesh and blood. After a brief struggle, it succumbed to the flames. Lin Yi removed his helmet and gulped down a glass of water. He looked over at Zhang Jie, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Brother Jie, the 80 realism holographic simulator is truly remarkable. When I activated the full-body flames, I felt like I was suffocating and being roasted alive, even inside the mecha. It was worth every penny of the 1 million Imperial credits." Of course, Zhang Jie replied with a smile. "Did you think the Imperial Research Institute was incompetent? If it weren't for the fact that the homeworld kept a tight leash on us colony planets during the Federation era, restricting military technology and only allowing us to produce civilian goods, the mutated beasts would have been dealt with long ago." Zhang Jie's smile belied the astonishment he felt. It had been a month since the interview, and in that time, he had created a detailed training plan for Lin Yi to address his lack of combat experience in mecha form. Lin Yi proved to be a diligent student. Aside from the occasional urgent matter in his territory, he had dedicated himself to the rigorous training regimen. There were times when even Zhang Jie had to take a break, only to return and find Lin Yi still training. His dedication paid off. After a month, Lin Yi had mastered his abilities and gained a thorough understanding of the various terrains, mutated beasts, and plants. He was now ready to serve on the frontier. Even more impressively, he had mastered the Flame Fury Strike technique in less than 2 weeks. The intensity of the flames was so great that it almost burned down Zhang Jie's villa the first time he used it, leaving most of the furniture ruined. Zhang Jie didn't care about the furniture, but was amazed that Lin Yi had mastered the technique so quickly. It had taken him 6 months of fighting mutated beasts in the southern volcanic region to develop it. When he returned to his family and shared the technique, they selected several qualified mech pilots to learn it, but after a year of training, all had failed. Lin Yi was the first person to master it, and he did it in a mere 2 weeks. Zhang Jie stroked his newly grown beard and mused, "I've struck gold this time." The Academy's internal selection process involves arena battles. Lin Yi's Flame Fury Strike will give him a significant advantage, and his incredible stats will make it almost unfair. Perhaps only those two will have a chance of defeating him. He then said, "We need to balance work and rest to be efficient. Using the holographic simulator every day will eventually cause neurological problems. Come on, it's time for you to meet your classmates and join the circle of first-tier mech pilots." "All right. My training has been less effective lately, and fighting mutated beasts every day is getting boring. I need to meet some fellow human mech pilots," Lin Yi said as he poured himself a glass of red wine and sat on a sofa made of the fur of a second-tier mutated beast, the Razor Wolf. As he swirled the wine and took a sip, he felt relieved that Zhang Jie had finally brought up the matter. Continuing the training would have been a waste of time. Lin Yi's evolution level had only increased when he defeated enemies or mutated beasts. At first, he thought it was normal due to the short amount of time and the many other things he had to deal with. But after a month of continuous training, his evolution level remained unchanged. Something was wrong. He had used the 50,000 Imperial credits that Roger had given him to order a first-tier mutated beast from the Darkstar Company. After killing it, his evolution level increased by 2. proving that it wasn't that his evolution level couldn't be increased, but that conventional methods like training were no longer effective. To increase his strength, Lin Yi had two options: go to the battlefield and risk his life hunting mutated beasts, or earn money and buy mutated beasts. The first option was out of the question, as he would have to get past Li Yuan to go to the border. As for the second option, now that his territory was back to normal, tax revenue had increased, and he expected to have 70,000 imperial credits for his personal use as a lord. That amount of money would only buy one first-tier mutated beast and 10 apprentice-level mutated beasts. Killing them would only increase his evolution level by 2. It would take forever to become a second-tier mech pilot. Therefore, earning money was his top priority. Chapter 20. Suiwei Pavilion. The White Sheep Academy sprawls over an expansive area, rivaling that of a small city. Within its confines, a diverse array of individuals, including students, teachers, families, and staff, totals no fewer than 100,000. The academy is divided into several districts: the apprentice zone, the accommodation area, the training grounds, the administrative sector, and the exclusive Suiwei Pavilion, where first-tier mech engineers convene. Suiwei Pavilion is a 30-story building that seamlessly integrates dining, lodging, training, and leisure, with each floor offering a unique experience. It just so happens to be mealtime. And the cafeteria on the first floor is bustling with patrons, easily more than 50, all of whom are official mech engineers. Lin Yi, following Zhang Jie into the hall, immediately spots Gao when seated at a large table, surrounded by a lavish spread of delectable dishes, animatedly conversing with two young men. Help yourself to whatever you wish. To cater to diverse tastes, chefs from all corners of the world prepare a variety of dishes, all at no cost, Zhang Jie says, expertly grabbing a tray and moving to a nearby table to select his meal. In truth, the academy treats its newly evolved first-tier mech engineers exceptionally well, providing complimentary food and accommodation, as well as assistance in finding specialized instructors. This support is merely a means to ensure that, after navigating their initial phase, these engineers might return to serve the academy. Even if they do not return, having enjoyed such generous benefits as alumni of the White Sheep Academy, they are likely to feel a sense of obligation and goodwill. Noticing Zhang Jie approaching a beautiful girl dining alone, Lin Yi shrugs and selects a few of his favorite dishes, making his way to Gao Wen's table. "Hey, Lin, you finally made an appearance," Gao Wen exclaims, his reflexes sharp as he turns to see Lin Yi. "If it weren't for Meng Kuer informing me that you had officially become a mech engineer, I would have remained oblivious. You really prioritize romance over friendship, don't you?" Caught off guard by the jest and the curious gazes of the two companions beside Gao Wan, Lin Yi feels a bit embarrassed. "I've been quite busy lately. Right after my breakthrough, I had some matters to attend to in my territory. Once I returned, the academy assigned me a new instructor, and I've been training with him every day for the past month, barely even stepping outside." "Oh, which instructor has taken you under his wing? With your talent, it must have been easy for you to garner their attention," Gao Wen inquires. "It's teacher Zhang Jie, yes. The one over there bothering that girl," Lin Yi replies, gesturing subtly. "Zhang Jie?" Gao Wen exclaims, turning to confirm his suspicion. Upon seeing the man in question, he exchanges glances with his companions, all of whom wear expressions of envy. In the realm of instructors, there exists a hierarchy. A teacher who only recently achieved the status of a third-tier mech engineer in his 40s cannot compare to those who ascend to that level in their 20s or 30s. The former may possess vast experience, but the latter, with their robust potential, will soon surpass them in prowess. Upon becoming a first-tier mech engineer, the process of selecting an instructor differs significantly from that of an apprentice. During apprenticeship, teachers were merely class instructors, one among many. Whether a student transitioned to become an official mech engineer or chose to abandon their studies, the relationship was largely inconsequential, limited to brief greetings during occasional reunions. Lin Yi's bond with Zhang Jie, however, resembles that of a master and disciple from ancient times, a close-knit relationship. Even after leaving the academy to forge their own paths, they would likely maintain contact, providing mutual support whenever necessary, ultimately forming a network of assistance and shared interests. Thus, a good instructor is invaluable for ambitious students, guiding them to avoid many pitfalls along their journey, especially someone like Zhang Jie, who, at just over 20, is poised to ascend to even greater heights. With a prestigious lineage as the heir of a count's territory, he hails from one of the top 100 influential families in the empire. Such a powerful instructor can offer immense support to students, making it no wonder Gao Wen and his companions feel envy. Upon hearing Gao Wen's explanation, Lin Yi is momentarily taken aback. Having focused solely on inheriting his territory through solitary training, he seldom paid attention to other matters. Choosing Zhang Jie mainly for the effectiveness of the Blazing Fury strike, he had not considered the deeper implications of selecting an instructor. So, it turns out there are so many nuances to choosing a teacher. I thought it was simply about finding someone who educates well, Lin Yi muses. After just a month of interaction, his rapport with Zhang Jie feels akin to that of longtime friends. He resolves to assist whenever needed in the future. Gawain rolls his eyes in response. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think instructors work so hard to teach their students? They do so to cultivate loyal prot-gs. Have you heard of Darkstar Corporation? The president is a fourth-tier instructor from Tianlong Academy, one of the 6 major academies. All the key figures in various departments are students he personally trained. Casting a glance at Zhang Jie, Lin Yi begins to comprehend why Zhang Jie has not actively sought students. His conditions favor ordinary students, offering them significant advantages while yielding little in return for himself. At that moment, a commotion erupts as a seemingly 18-year-old youth strides through the entrance. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he carries himself with an air of authority, his demeanor icy and unapproachable. Look, it's Yuan Chu, the third-rank prodigy among first-tier mech engineers. A voice exclaims nearby. Lin Yi turns to see the youth standing before him, coldly inquiring, "Are you Lin Yi? I heard you recently achieved 2 attributes at 30 points each. I'm here to test you today. If you meet my standards, I will allow you to join my team for the Inter-Academy competition. 30 points. And in 2 attributes. Is this even human? I've reached a 50% evolution rate, and my strength is only at 25 points. Achieving 30 points seems only possible at the peak of the first tier, Lin Yi thinks, astonished. Gawain shares his shock, yet excitement soon replaces it. To connect with such a genius early on could yield immense rewards, especially after having clashed with the Luo family. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Yi's wristband suddenly vibrates. He checks to find a message from Zhang Jie. Agree to his challenge. Yuan Chu is a fine sharpening stone. Perfect to test the results of your month of training. All right, let us compete. When and where? Lin Yi replies, feeling a surge of pride. As a long-standing prodigy among apprentices, he possesses a certain arrogance. With Zhang Jie's support, he readily agrees. The competition will take place tomorrow at the 10th floor arena. Yuan Chu states before turning to leave. Once Yuan Chu has vanished from sight, a throng of onlookers converges towards Lin Yi, eager to ingratiate themselves and seek favor. Among them is a striking blonde girl with captivating blue eyes, who inquires whether Lin Yi is single and expresses a desire to be his girlfriend. After a whirlwind of attention, Lin Yi struggles to remember any names, his expression growing increasingly impatient. All right, enough already. I've already got a girlfriend, and didn't he need to wait for you all to ask, he exclaims. Gawain quickly ushers the crowd away. Having long suspected a romantic connection between Lin Yi and Ming Kuer, and having conducted his own investigation into the earlier teasing incident, once the crowd has dispersed, Gawain turns serious. You shouldn't have agreed to the challenge so easily. Yuan Chu has been renowned for a while, and his strength is formidable. To be honest, I'm not optimistic about the outcome. Don't worry. If I dare to agree, I have my confidence. You'll see for yourself soon enough, Lin Yi smiles, reassured by his month of training, which has equipped him with more than just the Blazing Fury strike. Chapter 21. Unrelenting hatred at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Huizhou. Gawain burst into Chu Xiong's office, his voice urgent. The situation has shifted. New intelligence indicates that Lin Yi has surpassed the threshold, achieving a score of 30 in 2 attributes. By organizational standards, he's an invaluable asset we must recruit at all costs. Contact headquarters immediately to initiate emergency protocols, or we risk losing him to rivals. Calm yourself. Shut the door. Do you wish to be overheard? Chu Xiong, savoring his coffee, retorted. Upon hearing the news, his hand convulsed, spilling scalding coffee across his attire. 2 attributes at 30? With a sharp intake of breath, Chu Xiong disregarded the burn. Are you certain? Lin Yi, the apprentice from a month ago, has reached 30 attributes after his breakthrough? Indeed. Strength and physique. His agility is also remarkably high. At 25, Gawain confirmed. Impossible, Chu Xiong exclaimed. Except for direct descendants of the royal family or eminent aristocrats, the average person peaks at 25 after evolution, with potential to exceed 30 at their zenith, thus reaping the doubled attribute bonus. Is Lin Yi secretly of noble lineage? Perhaps a favored scion of a prominent house or a clandestine branch? The organization stumbled on a similar presumption before. Backed by the organization, Chu Xiong possessed knowledge inaccessible to the common populace. He understood the significance of initial attribute scores, as subsequent evolutions would exponentially amplify these base values. This meant that an initial score of 30 could surpass that of a mech pilot with a score of 20 several times over. Are you suggesting Lin Yi employed an artifact during his evolution? Gawain frowned. That's unlikely. I've thoroughly investigated the Lin family. They've been commoners until 2 centuries ago, when the first mech pilot emerged, seizing the opportunity during the Great Expansion to acquire land and become nobility. Everything is documented, with no indication of external assistance during their ascent. Artifacts originate from diverse sources, ranging from minerals to creatures of darkness, or even plants thriving in secluded locales. These rare and precious items are typically used during evolution to substantially enhance mech attributes, augment human potential, reduce breakthrough difficulty, and lay a solid foundation for future success. Some exceptionally rare artifacts can even bestow unique abilities upon the mech. Gawain knew of individuals who, upon using an artifact during evolution, sprouted wings, enabling perpetual flight without energy expenditure. Others gained the ability to morph at will, seamlessly switching between close combat, ranged attacks, and defense, adapting to various situations and greatly increasing their chances of survival. Lin Yi's mother hails from the Luomi territory and has had a close relationship with Lin Jian, Lin Yi's father, since childhood. Both were mech pilots who studied at the Ares Academy. After becoming mech pilots, they returned to their territory and soon after had Lin Yi. Before disappearing during the previous Dark Beast surge, there were no prominent figures offspring at the Academy during that time, so the possibility of him being a bastard is minimal. Perhaps I should re-examine the situation in detail upon my return? Very well, but exercise caution. I'll contact the organization. You should expedite your attempts to probe Lin Yi, ideally confirming whether his identity is questionable. Chu Xiong conceded. At Taluo Corporation, Roger slammed his cup onto the floor, his gaze venomous as he addressed his brother. That damned Lin Yi, a mere scion of a minor noble family whose territory's annual output pales in comparison to my allowance, has managed to break through the 30-point barrier in 2 attributes. At this rate, that harlot Meng Kuer will truly be stolen away by him. Silence. Luo Li, seated behind his desk, retorted impatiently. Lin Yi's exceptional talent will inevitably attract the attention of influential figures seeking to recruit him. Causing trouble for him now would only provide an opportunity for those seeking to curry favor. Are we to simply let this go? Roger questioned resentfully. The conflict was never significant. We offered reparations for the initial incident, effectively resolving the matter. Oh, and contact Old Wang to expedite the delivery of the promised equipment. Even if we cannot forge a favorable connection, we must avoid becoming mortal enemies, Luo Li mused. Hearing this, Roger scoffed, storming out of the room. Midway, he recalled a business card he had received, belonging to a criminal syndicate specializing in assassinations, kidnappings, theft, and other illicit activities, with a reputation for reliability. Desperate to deal with Lin Yi, he realized he could hire them. He rushed to his office, rummaging through the filing cabinet until he unearthed the discarded card. He dialed the number listed. A holographic projection soon materialized, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes adorned with a skull emblem, their face obscured by a hood. A synthesized voice echoed, "Greetings, the Dark Skull Society is at your service." This apparition perfectly matched Roger's preconceived notion of a denizen of darkness, instantly reassuring him. He proceeded to outline his request. An Ares Academy first-tier mech pilot? To eliminate this individual, the fee is 500,000 Imperial credits, with a 100,000 credit deposit up front. The remaining balance should be deposited in an escrow account, to be collected upon completion of the task, the figure stated after a moment of contemplation. 500,000. Roger inwardly groaned. However, the image of Meng Kuer's charm, the wealth she represented, and the ridicule he would face paled in comparison. I'll simply remain at the academy for the next 2 years, focusing solely on my studies. Perhaps I'll even attain first-tier mech pilot status, ultimately marrying a woman of wealth and beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life, he reasoned. With this in mind, Roger accepted the quote, secretly withdrawing 2 years' worth of dividends from the company and transferring 100,000 credits according to the instructions, depositing the remaining 400,000 in the designated bank. A mere first-tier mech pilot, with a hitman organization on the case. Let's see how you evade this, Lin Yi. Roger seethed, his hatred for Lin Yi intensifying as he contemplated the 500,000 credits he had spent. Upon receiving the 100,000 credit deposit, the cloaked figure immediately dialed a number, instructing, I've just received a commission, 500,000 credits. The target is a first-tier mech pilot from the Ares Academy. Teacher, I'm assigning this task to you. If it's inconvenient, you can seek assistance from Lieutenant, who has been loitering around Ares City for quite some time and hasn't completed a mission in ages. After reviewing the information sent by the cloaked figure, Teacher's lips curled into a smile. Talk about convenient timing. Since that brat refuses to join my ranks, then he shall perish. In the academy, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to invite Meng Kuter out, along with Annie. Naturally, this move provoked Annie's ire, until Lin Yi repeatedly assured her that he had legitimate business to discuss. Yes, resolving the Kuer issue will allow me to focus on securing financial resources. Perhaps Annie holds the key to unexpected fortune, Lin Yi mused. Chapter 22. The Truth Within the Confines of the Huizhong Grand Hotel. Lin Yi secured a private room through his connection with Chu Xiong, contemplating how best to resolve the situation concerning Annie, hoping to shield Kuer from the painful truth. Knock. Knock. Sir, your invited guests have arrived. May I let them in? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi promptly opened the door, revealing two young ladies who stood closely together. Their arms linked, a glimmer of joy flashing in their eyes at his gesture. Senior, I heard that Yuan Chu challenged you this morning. That is truly impressive. How confident are you for tomorrow's match? Meng Kuer exclaimed eagerly as she took a seat, her tone brimming with admiration. Huh, how can one know without first competing? Nevertheless, Yuan Chu ranks third among first-tier mecha masters, so it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle, Lin Yi responded with a smile. Annie sat quietly beside them, observing the amicable rapport between the two, especially the colorful glances exchanged by Meng Kuer. A peculiar smile crept onto her face, a blend of happiness and sorrow, embodying a conflicted sentiment. By the way, Senior, what was the reason for summoning Annie? After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Kuter suddenly recalled her friend, who had been left out, and swiftly redirected the conversation. It seems your invitation was merely a fade for a clandestine meeting, leaving me to play the role of a decoy, Annie interjected unexpectedly, her lips curling into a wry smile. Stop it, you silly Annie. What are you saying? Meng Kuer blushed, playfully swatting her friend, while discreetly observing Lin Yi's reaction out of the corner of her eye. To her disappointment, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he turned his attention to Annie. I heard from Kuer that your family is in the food business. Recently, I made a breakthrough in becoming a mecha master and discovered numerous agricultural products that are unsold. I was hoping to see if you might need a new supply channel. Lin Yi was no fool. After spending some time together, he had discerned that something was amiss with Meng Kuer, likely stemming from that heroic rescue which had ignited feelings for him. Indeed, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by the charming and vivacious Meng Kuer. There was truth in the ancient saying that beauty captivates the heart. However, Lin Yi did not believe that a love born of impulsiveness would yield a favorable outcome, especially given their mutual lack of understanding. Rushing into a relationship could lead to heartache or even enmity in the future. Moreover, with the lieutenant's watchful eye on him, he was unable to offer the young girl any assurances. Thus, he feigned ignorance, choosing to postpone any further discussion. Regarding agricultural products? If I recall correctly, Senior, your territory is in Xishan Province, where my family owns a factory that specializes in military food supplies. How about I make a few inquiries? And you can send someone over to negotiate directly? Annie pondered for a moment before replying. Afterward, she placed a call to her factory, asking for the contact number of the representative Lin Yi would send, assuring that they could be flexible with pricing. Having achieved his primary objective for the day, Lin Yi raised his glass of red wine in a toast to the two ladies. He then excused himself under the pretense of using the restroom, leaving the room. Shortly after, Annie received a message that caused her expression to shift slightly, prompting her to excuse herself under the guise of needing to freshen up. Once outside the private room, Annie found a secluded spot, donned a mask, and made her way down the corridor to the elevator. She exited on the 8th floor, glancing around before knocking on room 808. The door swung open to reveal a young man with short black hair and sharply defined features. Engrossed in the underwater scenery being projected on the wall, gently closing the door behind her, Annie confronted Lin Yi with a frown. What did that message mean? Have you forgotten that I was the one who helped you resolve the issue of unsold agricultural products? Lin Yi did not respond, but instead surprised her by asking, do you have feelings for Roger? How did you know? The blonde girl gasped, her anger instantly replaced by fear. You like Roger and wish to be with him, yet he has affections for Meng Kuer. In a bid to win his heart, you devised a scheme to betray your closest friend, hoping to tarnish her reputation and sway Roger back to you, Lin Yi stated calmly. No, it's not like that. I never intended to hurt Kuer. Roger approached me, asking me to play a role to create an opportunity to save her. I couldn't refuse his request, and he stammered, her resolve faltering. Was it Roger who suggested this? Lin Yi's brow furrowed. But he soon realized the inconsistency. Roger had not been present at the training ground that day. Their later encounter at the hotel was marked by his lack of recognition, an expression that was far from feigned. Then, Roger was not near the northern training grounds that morning. Annie hesitated, then, in a moment of despair, shouted, "Yes. It was my doing. I orchestrated everything." Roger had an unexpected matter to attend to and asked me to contact the two individuals we had arranged to cancel their actions. Seeing Roger's fear that Meng Kuder might truly be harmed tore at my heart. So you took it upon yourself to alter the orders, intending for them to engage in a genuine act? No, I merely turned off the communication device and left everything to fate, never expecting it would benefit you. After releasing the pent-up words she had held inside, Annie appeared calmer, regarding Lin Yi with a complex expression. Lin Yi raised his gaze towards the ceiling, but he was met only with the sight of the tiles. Was everything truly preordained? Had Roger's and Annie's nefarious plotting inadvertently favored him? It seemed indeed that without their scheming, he would never have met Meng Kuer, nor would he have acquired the Jade Stone, making it unlikely for him to become a first-tier mecha master before reaching adulthood, even if he had achieved success by mere chance. Encountering Huang Ming and his cohorts without such formidable attributes would have left him lost, with no trace of his existence, never to be recognized by others, and lacking a bright future. In light of this, Lin Yi realized he had emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this entire affair. The question of how to handle Annie lingered in his mind. This situation had stemmed from Roger's instigation, with Annie's momentary lapse in judgment leading to unforeseen consequences. Yet, she was still a pitiable soul. Ultimately, aside from exposing her actions, he could conceive no fitting punishment for Annie. The thought of using this incident to coerce her into yielding benefits made him question his own morality. Very well. Kuer would not wish to learn the truth. Thus, this matter would remain unspoken. However, should Annie dare to harm Kuer again, Lin Yi vowed he would not let her off easily. After a pause, he felt compelled to add, Roger is clearly not a good person. Even if you manage to be with him, you will only find yourself heartbroken in the end. If at all possible, sever this toxic bond sooner rather than later. Apologies for the extended absence. Were the two of you perhaps engaging in some mischief during your restroom visit? Upon their return, a disgruntled Meng Kuder voiced her suspicions. Her gaze fixed on the pair, causing the already guilt-ridden Annie to instinctively lower her head. Following their discussion, Annie pledged to refrain from any actions detrimental to Meng Kuder, a commitment immortalized in a video recording. In return, Annie requested that Lin Yi actively pursue Meng Kuder, thereby aiding her in securing Roger's assistance. The latter remained silent for a considerable duration. After the repast, Lin Yi graciously offered to drive the two ladies home. Due to the prior incident, Meng Kuder now resided at her family residence, while Annie, not a native of Baiyang City, shared Lin Yi's dormitory. Consequently, Meng Kuder was chauffeured first. Upon reaching the affluent district of Baiyang City, Lin Yi's vehicle was intercepted in front of a lavish villa. Initially intending to bid Meng Kuder farewell, Lin Yi was persuaded by her to enter the villa. Annie, for reasons unknown, also expressed a desire to explore the residence of Meng's father. Upon recognizing their young mistress, the guards promptly paid their respects and stepped aside. Lin Yi, left with no recourse, proceeded to drive into the garden, parking in the designated area. As he alighted from the vehicle, a robust SUV, valued at 200,000 imperial credits, entered the premises. A middle-aged gentleman, bearing a striking resemblance to Meng Kuder, emerged from the rear seat. Father, you've returned. I've brought two friends along today. You're acquainted with Annie, and this is Lin Yi, a prominent figure at our academy. At the tender age of 18, he's already a first-tier mech pilot and the very person who rescued me that day, Meng Kuder introduced. Esteemed elder, this is my father. The middle-aged man nodded, exchanging pleasantries with Annie and inquiring about her father's well-being. He then scrutinized Lin Yi before breaking into a smile. Young man, I am deeply grateful for your act of valor in saving my daughter. To express my gratitude, Fu Bo, please issue a check for 10,000 credits to this young man. Sir, you misunderstand. My intervention was solely motivated by the reprehensible conduct of those individuals, not by any avarice for monetary gain. In truth, I was unaware of Kuer's identity prior to the incident. Lin Yi demurred. Indeed, father, what's gotten into you? It's a rare occasion to have friends visit. Discussing finances is rather gauche, Meng Kuder chided, tugging at her father's arm. Ah, Yes, my apologies. You know how preoccupied I am with business affairs. I've inadvertently become accustomed to discussing money, the middle-aged man responded, his countenance momentarily darkening before reverting to a smile. Lin Yi keenly observed the subtle shift in Meng Bo-yun's demeanor. He sensed an underlying animosity, which struck him as peculiar, given that this was their first encounter and he had saved the man's daughter. By all accounts, he should have been met with gratitude. Deeming the garage an unsuitable venue for conversation, the quartet proceeded to the living room. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Bo-yun abruptly announced, "Well then, continue your conversation. I must return to my study to attend to some matters. Oh, and Lin Yi, could you accompany me for a moment? I'd like to hear a detailed account of the incident." "Humph, daring to covet my daughter, they truly have a death wish." Meng Bo-yun cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yi as he uttered the final sentence. "Certainly, sir," Lin Yi replied, turning to the two young women. "I'll accompany your father first." The study's decor epitomized the stereotypical image of a wealthy merchant, adorned with opulent furnishings and an ostentatious display of purportedly antique artifacts and paintings. However, in Lin Yi's discerning estimation, at least half of the collection consisted of high-quality imitations. "Please, take a seat. I had intended to seek you out in the near future. Since you're here today, let's have a candid discussion," Meng Bo-yun began, igniting his pipe and inhaling deeply. "How much money will it take for you to leave my daughter's side?" "Sir, I'm afraid I don't comprehend your meaning," Lin Yi responded, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Spare me the sir. You are undeniably a prodigious talent, having attained the rank of Mech pilot before the age of 18. With dual attributes reaching 30 points, rivaling the scions of prominent families. Moreover, you hold the esteemed position of lord of a territory, making you an ideal matrimonial prospect for our merchant family. However, you have committed an egregious error by resorting to underhanded tactics, concocting a contrived damsel in distress scenario to ingratiate yourself with Kur. Given such a disposition, I cannot entrust Kur to your care," Meng Bo-yun declared, his voice laced with indignation. "Underhanded tactics? A contrived scenario?" Lin Yi initially surmised that Annie's machinations had been exposed. However, upon reflection, Meng's father had treated her with the affection and concern of a doting elder. Had he been aware that Annie had nearly compromised his daughter's honor, he would not have extended such courtesy. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the missing culprits had been apprehended by Meng's father? Indeed, the two individuals were merely acting according to instructions and were unaware of the mastermind behind the scheme. If Meng's father had extracted the truth, it would be natural to suspect Lin Yi's involvement. With his mind racing, Lin Yi pondered how to dispel the misunderstanding. Should he present the video to Meng's father? No. A man of honor must uphold his commitments. Having promised Annie to maintain confidentiality, he must remain tight-lipped. Furthermore, Roger was the instigator of the incident, and any future retribution would commence with him. "Sir, I believe you are laboring under a misapprehension. You are welcome to review the surveillance footage or consult with the academy staff to verify that I have been training in that location for an extended period," Lin Yi carefully articulated. "Furthermore, I am a nobleman, a member of the esteemed aristocracy, whose allegiance lies with the empire. The ideal matrimonial prospect for me would invariably be a young lady of noble birth. To orchestrate such a scheme for the sake of a merchant's daughter? Frankly, you are beneath my consideration." Lin Yi deliberately adopted an arrogant demeanor. "As for coveting the Meng family's wealth, do you truly believe that my innate talents will yield less wealth than the Meng family? Ascending in rank and expanding my territory are my true aspirations." "You!" Meng Bo-yun erupted in fury, incensed that Lin Yi dared to deem his daughter, whom he regarded as intelligent, endearing, and vivacious, as unworthy. However, as a seasoned merchant, he swiftly regained his composure. Lin Yi's words resonated with a certain truth. Regardless of their vast wealth, merchants remained subordinate to the aristocracy. Even with recent advancements in their social standing, the aristocracy remained wary and disdainful. The impending legislation targeting merchants served as a stark reminder of this reality. Observing Meng Bo-yun's reaction, Lin Yi continued, "Therefore, if I were to pursue Kur, I would do so with utmost sincerity and transparency, eschewing any underhanded tactics." By this point, Meng Bo-yun had regained his composure. While he found Lin Yi's aristocratic arrogance distasteful, he was compelled to concede that, given Lin Yi's appearance, talent, and lineage, his daughter would likely find it difficult to resist his allure. This was evident from her behavior earlier. Thus, there would be no need to resort to nefarious means. "Are you suggesting that someone else is responsible? Do you have any leads?" In the aftermath of the incident, I conducted an investigation, but the two perpetrators fled swiftly and the trail went cold. It wasn't until the evening when I had a confrontation with Roger, the second son of the Taro Corporation, that I began to suspect his involvement. Lin Yi recounted the events of that night in detail, subtly guiding the conversation. As expected, Meng Bo-yun's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting that Roger may be the mastermind behind this? Chapter 24. Intentions. The reputation of the second young master of the Taro Company. Meng Bo-yun was well aware of, understanding the lengths he would go to in pursuit of his daughter, compelling other suitors to retreat. Lin Yi's words had surprisingly convinced him of the truth. The Luo family had long coveted the Ming family's enterprises, as the latter's business scope perfectly complemented the former's shortcomings. In contrast, the Ming family stood to gain nothing. Luo Jie had relentlessly pursued Kuer, but to no avail. If one were to suggest that he might resort to desperate measures, setting traps and schemes, it would not be unfounded considering his character and the stakes involved. Meng Bo-yun pondered this. While the speculation seemed reasonable, Meng Bo-yun, having presided over the Ming family for many years, recognized how unreliable it was to draw conclusions based solely on hearsay, without evidence. However, Lin Yi, what are your thoughts on my daughter Kuer? Would you consider marrying her? Meng Bo-yun suddenly posed a shocking question. This script was taking an unexpected turn. Lin Yi looked up at Meng Bo-yun, almost convinced he had misheard. The leap in conversation was too abrupt, transitioning from casual discussion to marriage. Despite his thoughts, Lin Yi replied, "It would be untrue to say I have no feelings for Kuer. However, we have only known each other for a month, and our encounters have been few. Is it not too early to discuss marriage?" Meng Bo-yun cast a discerning glance at the young man. Regardless of whether Lin Yi was genuine or merely calculating, such a response was satisfactory. Initially, he had been incensed by the incident involving his daughter, but Lin Yi's comments reminded him of the current threats posed by the Luo family, who were glaring hungrily at his daughter. Their ambition was indeed alarming. Lin Yi hailed from nobility, seeking to earn merit on the battlefield to enhance his territorial titles. A marriage between the Lin and Meng families would allow them to leverage each other's networks for mutual growth. Given their differing statuses, the likelihood of one swallowing the other was minimal, making Lin Yi the ideal candidate for a son-in-law in the current circumstances. As a seasoned figure in the business world, Meng Bo-yun swiftly analyzed the pros and cons and set aside his earlier concerns about his daughter's assault. After all, she had only suffered a fright, with no irreparable consequences. The only pressing concern now was whether Lin Yi could withstand any potential retaliation from the Luo family. He had been watching Luo Jie employ underhanded tactics to eliminate competitors. Knowing that the Luo family had formidable backing, forces that the Meng family could not afford to offend. If that powerful figure took an interest in the Meng family's assets, there would be little room for resistance. If Lin Yi could secure a top 3 finish in the 6 courtyards competition, he would instantly gain favor from the great nobility and even the royal family. This would not only propel him to success, but also shield him from the Luo family's revenge, even if the situation took a turn for the worse. And that powerful figure had designs on the Meng family's assets. The worst-case scenario would involve the family aligning with Lin Yi. Even if it meant surrendering a significant portion of their wealth, at least they could preserve their family's fortune. Upon reaching this conclusion, Meng Bo-yun spoke. "Since you both harbor feelings for each other, your relationship can develop gradually. However, your mention of Luo Jie's malicious tactics truly concerns me. I fear for Kuer's safety, and any retaliation from the Luo family could be detrimental to you, my esteemed nephew. To my knowledge, the Luo family's rise was due to the backing of a significant figure, while your previous conflict with Luo Jie was minor. I worry that his pursuit of Kuer is under the directive of that powerful individual aimed squarely at the Ming family's interests." Lin Yi frowned, not having anticipated such convolutions. The situation had become quite troublesome. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital, the president of the Taro Company, Luo Li, and his father, Luo Ping, a formidable figure in Baiyang City, stood respectfully before a powerful individual, attentively listening to instructions while responding affirmatively. After a lengthy exchange, the figure waved his hand, and Luo Ping bowed respectfully before exiting the room, exhaling a sigh of relief. He promptly connected with his eldest son through a projector. Luo Li, having just completed his rounds, noticed his father's message and quickly returned to his office. As soon as the projection connected, Luo Ping inquired directly, "How goes Luo Jie's pursuit of Meng Kuer? I heard you arranged a heroic rescue act. What was the outcome?" "Father, my younger brother had an unexpected matter to attend to that day, leading to an unfortunate incident." Luo Li recounted the events in detail, concluding, I believe that Lin Yi possesses exceptional talent and will likely achieve great things in the future. I intentionally restrained my brother to prevent an irreconcilable enmity that could bring disaster to our family. Luo Li's words greatly pleased Luo Ping, affirming his son's understanding and discernment. However, recalling the powerful individual's instructions, he could not help but smile bitterly. Circumstances have shifted. That esteemed individual is currently orchestrating a scheme, with the Meng family becoming a crucial piece on the chessboard. We must secure them before Lin Yi rises to prominence. There are opportunities. I recently received news that the Western border forces suffered a significant defeat against the Federal Army, attributed to the Mecha Division's lack of combat experience, which led them into a trap set by the enemy. As a result, the Emperor was furious and resolved to reform the training protocols of the Mecha Division. The first step would involve using the upcoming Academy competition as a pilot program, transitioning from one-on-one dueling to expeditions into the territory of dark beasts, with rankings based on the number of beasts hunted and survival rates. The territory of dark beasts lies outside the human realm, fraught with dangers. Upon hearing this, Luo Li immediately recognized it as the perfect opportunity to eliminate Lin Yi. Not to mention, even he, Luo Li, though not as skilled as Lin Yi, had two attributes reaching 25 points and, after years of rigorous training, had achieved an agility score of 30. In a battle, the outcome was uncertain. After leaving the Meng family, Lin Yi's brow remained furrowed. The lieutenant was still watching him closely, and now a mysterious figure had emerged. The previous conflict with Luo Jie had already given the latter the upper hand, assuming Lin Yi was merely a competitor, leaving no room for explanation. Moreover, Lin Yi himself was reluctant to see Meng Kuo wed to Luo Jie. Before departing, Meng Guiyun had promised him that should he secure a top 3 finish in the 6 courtyards competition, Meng Kuo would be his. Lin Yi had not opposed this, and the events of the day had clarified his own desires. If Meng Kuo were to marry someone else, he would undoubtedly harbor regrets for a lifetime. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Yi issued another warning to Annie before retiring early to his villa for the night. The following morning, Zhang Jie arrived to pick up Lin Yi. After a quick breakfast, they swiftly made their way to the competition venue. Upon entering the arena, despite having prepared himself, Lin Yi was taken aback by the sheer number of spectators. Tens of thousands crowded around the combat arena. To the east, a banner reading "Go, Senior Lin Yi," was flanked by a throng of young women, among whom was Meng Kuo, energetically waving at him, with Annie beside her also offering a wave. Seeing her again stirred a complex mix of emotions within Lin Yi, yet he still waved back, eliciting a chorus of excited shrieks from the girls. As he scanned the crowd, he spotted many familiar faces: Gao Wen, former classmates, professors who had taught him, as well as Zhou Lu and Xia Wen, both third-tier mecha masters. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from the arena. Lin Yi instinctively turned around to find Yuan Chu entering the arena alone. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited between them. Chapter 25, The Contest in the 10th Arena of the Tsuweiwei Pavilion. 2 mechas stood poised for battle. On the left, a medium-sized, 2-meter-tall mecha gleamed white like ice, wielding a solid black heavy sword. The Xian Steel Heavy Sword, a first-tier external armament. Effect: enhances strength by 2 points. If the user's constitution is below 25 points, a successful hit will be fatal. Yuan Chu, a first-tier mecha master. Evolution rate: 50. Strength: 295 points. Agility: 263 points. Constitution: 283 points. Special skill: unknown. Note: the preceding data reflects the state during evolution. The 50 evolution rate grants a 3-point enhancement to all attributes, while the Xian Steel Heavy Sword provides an additional 2 points of strength. As attribute points increase, the enhancement becomes more pronounced after 30 points. Each additional point nearly doubles the previous increment, thus diminishing the external armament's enhancement effect. Yuan Chu's information swiftly coursed through Lin Yi's mind, the data having been provided by Zhang Jie earlier that morning. However, Lin Yi was not surprised. His own detailed information had likely been acquired by Yuan Chu long before. You are all aware of the Academy's contest rules. Strikes must be controlled, and intentional harm to a peer's life is strictly prohibited, with violators facing serious consequences. I trust you will remember this. Today's contest will be overseen by a voluntarily appointed third-tier mecha master. With that said, let the contest begin. 3, 2, 1. The teacher's mecha swiftly retreated to the sidelines, vigilantly monitoring the situation to intervene should any malice arise. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Lin Yi leaped into the air, his claws igniting with sparks that transformed into fierce flames, which he directed at Yuan Chu. In response, Yuan Shu deftly maneuvered his heavy sword from below, deflecting the fiery claws. With a sizzling sound, a plume of smoke arose, revealing a thin layer of ice that had mysteriously formed on the heavy sword, vaporizing under the flames, yet peculiarly reconstituting itself. The fiery assault was neutralized by the ice, yet the disparity in strength remained palpable. Lin Yi was hurled upwards by the force of the sword. Yuan Shu, seizing the advantage, activated his mecha's flight system, ascending to match Lin Yi's altitude, and swung the heavy sword once more. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as Lin Yi was sent reeling once again, suffering a 10 damage reduction to his mecha. However, rather than anger, he felt exhilaration. Yuan Shu had taken the bait. In midair, Lin Yi's claws twisted and morphed into ordinary hands. He reached to his waist, where a pair of gauntlets materialized from a concealed cavity, and swiftly donned them. Special skill, Morphing Transformation. Morphing Transformation. Inspired by a protective state, the claws can be transformed into ordinary hands at the cost of 2 points of strength, allowing the wielding of external armaments. He extended his form, activating his flight system, intentionally gaining altitude before diving down. Just as Yuan Shu swung his sword again, Lin Yi executed a sudden stop, evading the heavy blade. With a series of rapid strikes, Lin Yi appeared at Yuan Shu's left, his fists becoming mere afterimages as they relentlessly pounded against Yuan Shu's mecha, flames enveloping it and causing it to creak and groan. Yuan Shu, having earned his place among the top 3, was not without merit. He immediately sensed the absence of his foe after the heavy sword struck air and promptly activated his special skill. As Lin Yi attacked, he discovered that a thick layer of ice had encased Yuan Shu. His punches only created small indentations, which quickly healed, extinguishing the flames and leaving Lin Yi's hands showing signs of frostbite from excessive contact. Special skill, Ice Barrier. This skill envelopes the user in a thick layer of ice to defend against enemy attacks, consuming energy based on the intensity of the attack, while simultaneously inflicting freezing damage on the mecha. Realizing the urgency, Lin Yi activated his most potent state of Flame Fury, engulfing himself in roaring flames as he lunged forward to grasp the ice, reverting his hands back to claw form. He awaited the melting of the ice to strike down upon Yuan Shu's right arm, aiming to incapacitate him and prevent further use of the heavy sword. As a fellow first-tier mecha master, their energy was equal. Yuan Shu's ice was vulnerable to the flames, and after a brief struggle, it began to melt. However, unexpectedly, the remaining ice suddenly contracted into a massive ice shield, thwarting Lin Yi's assault. Seizing the moment, Yuan Shu charged forward, colliding with Lin Yi's mecha, then deactivating his flight system to plummet rapidly. Lin Yi staggered in midair, and by the time he regained his footing, the distance between them had widened. To conserve energy, he deactivated the flight system, but reactivated it just before landing to mitigate the impact. At this point, the spectators finally regained their composure and began to buzz with excitement. Goodness, these two are incredible. With flames and ice, a mere brush could spell our doom. I had only heard of the vast chasm between apprentices and official mecha masters, but now I see it is indeed true. This performance is remarkable. Lin Yi adapts swiftly, overcoming his strength disadvantage to create favorable conditions, particularly in luring Yuan Shu into an attack while airborne, granting him a chance to shine. If it weren't for the unexpected ice shield, Yuan Shu's chances of winning with an injured right arm would have been less than 30%. A third-tier mecha master commented, however, Yuan Shu's prompt responses, from activating the ice barrier to forming the ice shield, demonstrate his rich experience and calm demeanor in crisis. Humph. Lin Yi has only recently become a first-tier mecha master. Had they both just advanced, Yuan Shu would undoubtedly prevail. Why not consider Lin Yi's unique attributes? For a fair contest, their attributes must align. As the debate intensified, bystanders like Zhou Lu and others were unperturbed, not even attempting to intervene, accustomed to their frequent bickering that rarely escalated to actual conflict. Lin Yi, acknowledging Yuan Shu's prowess, remarked, I must admit, you are the most formidable opponent I have encountered. I apologize for my earlier underestimation. I will now unleash my strongest attack. If you feel it is beyond your endurance, surrender quickly. I have yet to fully master this power. Yuan Shu held his heavy sword aloft. Is it your strongest attack? Lin Yi narrowed his gaze, meticulously observing Yuan Shu for any potential vulnerabilities. Yuan Shu ascended once more, a chilling aura coalescing around his sword, forming ice. Unlike before, this ice neither expanded nor transformed. It merely compressed, increasing the sword's weight. If one could glimpse Yuan Chu's attributes at this moment, they would see the strength value gradually rising until it surpassed 40 points, while agility dipped to 20 due to the sword's excessive heft. Yuan Chu then charged directly at Lin Yi, bringing the heavy sword down upon him. Though the strike's speed had diminished considerably, Lin Yi did not dare to underestimate it. He moved to evade the descending blade, yet as he glanced down, he discovered ice had inexplicably formed beneath him, ensnaring his legs and rendering him immobile. Even as he maxed out his fiery temperature in vain efforts to melt it, Yuan Chu's attack was now unavoidable. Chapter 26. Yuan Chu gripped the frost blade tightly as he descended from the sky, delivering a fierce strike upon the flaming mech that engulfed him. Boom! The icy vapor mingled with dust surged upwards, enveloping the entire arena, causing the spectators to hold their breath in anxious anticipation of the outcome. Ah! Meng Kuer screamed, instinctively wanting to rush forward to check on Lin Yi's safety, only to be restrained by Annie beside her. Don't go. Lin Yi won't fall so easily. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, revealing the scene, even the third-tier mech masters were taken aback. Yuan Chu maintained his downward stance, entirely encased in ice, with a colossal tower shield also frozen in between them. Upon closer inspection, the shield was directly connected to Lin Yi's mech, precisely at the location of those razor-sharp claws. What an extraordinary mech! It could seamlessly transition between multiple forms, be it the unmatched speed of iron fists or the extraordinary sharpness of its claws, already astonishing the onlookers. Now, it even demonstrated impeccable defensive capabilities, hinting at an unpredictable future growth. Given time, it might very well herald the rise of another beast hunter. The most troubling aspect of dark beasts for human mech masters lies in their diverse varieties, often countering the mech masters and forcing them to operate in complementary squads. Should one become isolated, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. A dark beast hunter is synonymous with a versatile genius, traversing shadowy forests, vast deserts, and treacherous swamps, leaving a trail of decapitated dark beasts in their wake. They stand as the most enigmatic and revered figures among human mech masters. With such an assessment, Lin Yi's performance today undoubtedly established his name, fully substantiating his reputation as a prodigy. The shield shifted slightly as Lin Yi struggled to maneuver his mech, gathering flames to slowly dissipate the ice covering him. Just as the ice melted from his upper body, the mech's energy was entirely exhausted. With a bitter smile, he glanced at the damage report of his mech. The glaring 95 in red was a stark reminder. Even though the ice had receded, without energy to mend his injuries, he had completely lost his combat capability. Thud! With his energy depleted, the shield reverted to its claw form, and Yuan Chu's mech crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit where it lay motionless for a long moment. As silence enveloped the arena, gasps of astonishment erupted. No one could have anticipated that Lin Yi would withstand Yuan Chu's strongest strike, especially considering the latter was among the top 3 students. Incredible! How did Senior Lin Yi manage this? As murmurs filled the air, the third-tier mech masters exchanged glances, realizing that both sides had been encased in ice and had likely exhausted their energy, rendering them incapable of further combat. Could it be that the match would conclude in a draw? With this thought, they simultaneously turned their gazes to the indifferent man on the left. Given his arrogant nature, would he accept such a result? Would he not go into a frenzy? A draw, the indifferent man remarked, observing Zhang Jie. In just a month, you have mastered the Flame Fury strike to such an extent. I must admit, I underestimated you before. Haraha. Zhang Jie chuckled proudly. With my prowess, teaching students is a mere trifle. I simply found those students unworthy of my attention. Now, my teaching abilities are clearly evident, are they not? The indifferent man fell silent for a moment before coldly replying. I merely think your choice of students is decent. If Lin Yi were to join my tutelage, today's match would not have ended in a draw. Uffed. Watching Zhang Jie's smug expression quickly turn awkward, Zhou Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This brat has finally met his match. At this moment, the referee approached to confirm that both competitors had lost their combat capability before announcing that the match concluded in a draw. With a wave of his hands, the ice enveloping the two mechs rapidly melted away. Once the chill was dispelled by a gust of wind summoned by the referee, Lin Yi retracted his mech and approached the pit, extending a hand to Yuan Chu, who was also retracting his mech and sat motionless in the pit. Yuan Chu stared blankly at the outstretched arm, lifting his gaze in bewilderment, seemingly unable to fathom that his opponent would offer him assistance. Instinctively, he reached out, and with a gentle pull, Lin Yi helped him out of the pit. Witnessing this scene, Both teachers and students shared knowing smiles. Even the indifferent man's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval. By a stroke of luck, it ended in a draw. "Senior, shall we go for a drink?" Lin Yi asked with a beaming smile. "I don't drink." "Come on, according to imperial law, we're both adults now. It would be remiss not to indulge in a drink." Lin Yi playfully looped his arm around Yuan Chu's neck, dragging him away. As the two central figures of the match departed on their own, the crowd found no reason to linger, swiftly dispersing from various elevators and flying platforms. Even Meng Ku, showing insight, took Annie to the training room. The day's events had greatly impacted her. If Lin Yi were to become a third-tier or even higher mech master in the future while she remained stagnant as an apprentice, it seemed rather unbefitting. In a private room on the first floor, considering that Yuan Chu did not drink, Lin Yi specially brought 2 bottles of fruit wine for them to savor slowly. The sweet and sour flavors akin to that of a beverage. Yuan Chu, hailing from an ordinary background, had parents who were hardworking employees, striving to send their only child to Ares Academy. At 15, he had been identified with the potential to become a mech master, and within 2 years, he successfully completed his first evolution, quickly being selected by the senior teacher Yu Ming for meticulous guidance. With an unremarkable background and no connections, he appeared cold and arrogant, resulting in a lack of friends. As the great competition of the 6th Academy approached, he found it increasingly difficult to assemble a trustworthy team. Thus, upon learning of Lin Yi's situation, he eagerly sought a challenge, recognizing that Lin Yi had just advanced and had not yet been recruited into a fixed team, while also seeking to gauge his strength through competition. This aligned perfectly with Lin Yi's intentions. The two, united in strength, could secure an excellent ranking. Setting aside the prospect of winning Meng Ku's affection, merely performing well enough to attract the attention of influential figures would resolve the challenges posed by both the lieutenant and the Luo family. Among men, smoke and alcohol serve as the finest mediums for communication. Lin Yi did not smoke, and Yuan Chu likely did not either, but with the fruit wine flowing, it did not hinder their burgeoning camaraderie as they engaged in lively discourse. After a round of conversation, Lin Yi grasped the essence of not judging a book by its cover. Initially perceiving Yuan Chu as a proud and aloof prodigy, he soon discovered that the latter was quite the chatterbox once the alcohol took effect. In truth, I am not unwilling to engage with those around me. However, most students at Ares Academy are either wealthy or privileged. During my earlier studies, they looked down upon me and were reluctant to interact. Once I became an apprentice, they were solely focused on breaking through, leaving little room for socializing. Eventually, when I finally became a formal mech master, aside from my teacher imparting relevant knowledge, I hardly exchanged 2 words in a day, perhaps due to spending too much time with my teacher. Whenever I found myself in the company of others, I would leave before even saying a couple of sentences. The moment someone called out to me, I would flee even faster. Over time, aside from my teacher, no one in the academy wished to engage with me. Lin Yi slapped his forehead in disbelief and remarked, "I suggest you watch a few more dramas in your spare time to learn how to converse. Otherwise, with your current dragon soaring to the heavens communication style, others may feel pressured just by listening." Chapter 27. Undercurrents. Shortly after the competition concluded, the Luo family unexpectedly delivered the promised equipment, leaving Lin Yi astonished and even questioning the veracity of Meng Buyun's claims. Lin Yi, first-class mech engineer strength, 302 agility, 254, attributes below 30 points double the enhancement. Constitution, 302, a set of elite external armaments was affixed to the mech, yielding immediate results, rendering Lin Yi's attributes nearly on par with Yuan Chu, prompting admiration for how wealth could effectively dull the edge of innate talent. In the following month, Lin Yi devoted himself entirely to enhancing his strength, exchanging all his funds for dark beasts. To avoid drawing suspicion, he traversed several cities, procuring from over a dozen companies. Ultimately, he elevated his evolution degree to 10, with all 3 attributes increasing by 1 point. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's relationship with Yuan Chu grew increasingly harmonious, as they engaged in targeted cooperative training in private. As the academy selection and the grand competition of the 6 institutes approached, they planned to form a duo. On the eve of the academy selection, Zhang Jie summoned Lin Yi with a grave expression. "There has been a change. This year's academy selection has been cancelled." "Cancelled?" Lin Yi gazed at his teacher in disbelief. For millennia, the 6 great academies had held their grand contests every decade. And even in the face of the Northern Legion's annihilation by dark beasts and the Empire's precarious state, there had never been a delay or cancellation. What catastrophic event could possibly warrant such an unprecedented decision? It's not what you think, Zhang Jie began, noticing Lin Yi's expression of misunderstanding and quickly offering clarification. Similar to Luo Ping's reaction, the emperor of the Tunglong Empire was infuriated by the new generation of mech engineers' lack of combat experience, deeming that the arena competitions, while visually appealing, served no real purpose in selecting talent. Thus, this year's competition rules were altered. All first-class mech engineers from the 6 academies and various noble houses were permitted to participate. The contest venue was shifted to the northern Dark Beast territory of Xishan Province, where participants would accumulate points by slaying dark beasts, with final rankings determined by points earned. The academy would select the Empire's premier institution based on student performance and survival rates. The top 10 would receive imperial rewards, rumored to include official positions, imperial currency, rare external armaments, and special skills, catering to all participant demographics. Those securing a spot in the top 3 might even be awarded a wondrous item. Wondrous items. Lin Yi's heart raced. He was well aware of their rarity. For millennia, these treasures had been monopolized by the royal family and the aristocracy, with ordinary individuals rarely obtaining even one, and those fortunate enough would keep it for personal use, never circulating in the market. In truth, had it not been for the peculiar need for killing to enhance evolution, Lin Yi would have long suspected that a wondrous item was the cause of the mech's mutations. Now, the emperor was offering such treasures, leading Lin Yi to believe that this year's competition would be more fiercely contested than any in history. This year's competition is fraught with peril. If you are unwilling to participate, you should voice it now. Do not endure for the sake of pride, Zhang Jie advised. At this point, how could Lin Yi possibly withdraw? To falter now would not only invite scorn, but also dim his prospects for the future. Moreover, the enhancement of his strength necessitated substantial funds to purchase dark beasts. Relying solely on income from his territory, he would never ascend to the rank of third-class mech engineer. No, this is both a crisis and an opportunity. I cannot let it slip by, Lin Yi declared resolutely. Seeing Lin Yi's unwavering determination, Zhang Jie cautioned him further. Since you are certain to participate, exercise utmost caution. The trial site lies beyond the realm of human authority, where any misfortune may occur, especially with those not from the academy, who are often ruthless. Do not show leniency when encountering them, and remain vigilant even among fellow students. A spark ignited in Lin Yi's eyes as Zhang Jie's words inspired a notion within him. The trial site would not be under constant surveillance. As long as he maintained discretion, he could also hunt others. Thus, the trial would serve as an optimal venue for Lin Yi to enhance his prowess, whether it be by eliminating fellow competitors or seizing the opportunity to hunt first-class dark beasts amidst the distraction of numerous mech engineers. In a villa belonging to the Ares Academy, a teacher, having ended communication with Roger, instructed 2 students. This task will serve as your initiation into the organization. Should you succeed in killing Lin Yi, you shall become official members henceforth. Understood, teacher. The 2 responded in unison, their faces brimming with joy. After years in the shadows, they finally had a chance to join the organization. At Taro Corporation, Luo Ping listened intently to Luo Li's report. The personnel are ready. 3 mech engineers with an 80 evolution degree, skilled in combined assault techniques, have frequently ventured into dark beast territories and possess extensive combat experience. With their involvement, Lin Yi will have no escape. In an apartment in Ares City, a lieutenant gathered his remaining subordinates, his gaze stern. Regardless of the methods you employ, I want Lin Yi dead. If he lives, you shall die. Upon successful completion of the task, each would receive 100,000 imperial coins, a special skill reward. And the most outstanding performer would earn my recommendation to officially join the organization. In the Dream Family Villa, Meng Kuo paced anxiously, several times reaching for the communicator to persuade Lin Yi to withdraw from such a perilous competition. Yet each time she was about to press that button, her father's words echoed in her mind. If you truly care for Lin Yi, do not impede him. I can see he is destined for greatness. Retreating today will only lead to further retreats in the future, rendering him indistinguishable from the masses. Is this the outcome you wish for him? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who reveled in the thrill of the hunt, many were plotting against him. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jie, he swiftly contacted Yuan Chu, and they began deliberating their next course of action. Despite the unexpected changes in the competition's rules, teamwork had emerged as a focal point. In the face of countless competitors and dark beasts, assembling an exceptional team had become imperative. Lin Yi took a sip of red wine and remarked, "It is no longer sufficient for just the 2 of us. We must recruit more individuals to our team." They must be trustworthy. Or else we risk drawing dark beasts upon ourselves, endangering our very lives, Yuan Shu suggested. Thus, I propose selecting candidates from within the academy, as we at least have some familiarity with one another, which is more reassuring. Do you have anyone in mind? Lin Yi inquired. Under Professor Xiaowen, there are 2 students with whom I have had previous dealings. They come from humble backgrounds, train diligently, and rarely venture out, so there should be no cause for concern. Yuan Shu reflected. Xiaowen. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, remaining silent. Just because the teacher possessed a difficult temperament did not imply the students were the same. Yuan Shu, having been a first-class mech engineer for a year and a half, was far more acquainted with the students in this circle than he was, especially since he had no candidates of his own. Chapter 28. Team formation unexpectedly. Before locating Xiaowen, the 2 students, Gaowen, took the initiative to visit Lin Yi and expressed his desire to join the team. Are you also participating in the competition, senior? As a member of the law enforcement team, are you able to take time off? Lin Yi inquired with surprise. Gaowen replied with a smile. I've already coordinated with the academy. My participation will be counted as leave. Moreover, the circumstances this year are different. The academy is eager for more support and is mobilizing first-tier students to participate. After the hotel incident, Gaowen had gained Lin Yi's trust. Were it not for his position in the law enforcement team, he likely would not have participated in the grand competition. Now, with his wish fulfilled, he could confidently recruit Xiaowen's 2 students into the team. Nodding, Lin Yi promptly contacted Yuan Shu via the communication device. After providing a detailed introduction, it was no surprise that Yuan Shu agreed to Gaowen's inclusion. Subsequently, the 2 proceeded to Yuan Shu's residence, where they learned that the 2 students had also consented to the team formation. The 3 decided to take advantage of the opportunity while everyone was present to pay a visit to them. On the way, Yuan Shu provided a brief introduction to the individuals they were about to meet. The 2 students were named Li Bin and Li Bing, a pair of identical twin brothers from an ordinary family. They had been classmates with Yuan Shu in their childhood, sharing a sense of camaraderie due to their similar backgrounds, making them his only 2 friends. The Li brothers resided on the 20th floor of Chui Wei Go. After taking the elevator up, Yuan Shu knocked on the door. A young man of similar age to Yuan Shu opened the door. Though unremarkable in appearance, he possessed a subtle air of melancholy. Upon entering, another young man who closely resembled him and also exuded a sense of gloom stood up from the sofa and greeted them. As the intermediary, Yuan Shu introduced. You are not unfamiliar with this individual. This is Lin Yi, the recently renowned genius mecha engineer. The gentleman beside him is Gaowen, who is currently the squad leader of the law enforcement team, with a promising future ahead. The Li brothers were seasoned first-tier mecha engineers with a 50 evolution rate, particularly skilled in cooperative combat. They had once jointly defeated a second-tier mecha engineer. Oh, that was merely due to luck. The mecha piloted by that engineer was heavily damaged, significantly reducing its combat capabilities, allowing us to seize the opportunity. We nearly lost our lives in that encounter, they explained, casting surprised glances at the Li brothers. Lin Yi, who was familiar with the power of second-tier mecha engineers through simulations, understood that defeating such an opponent was a formidable challenge, akin to breaking through the bottleneck to evolve into a second-tier mecha engineer. After some polite exchanges, the 5 took their seats. Yuan Shu sighed. It has been 7 or 8 years since I came to the academy. Aside from Lin Yi, who resonates with me, the Li brothers are the only ones willing to communicate with me over the years. It is fate that we gather today. Please feel free to voice any opinions. After a brief moment of silence, Gaowen was the first to speak. Allow me to begin. In this grand competition, forming a group undoubtedly presents advantages over acting alone. However, we must clarify how the spoils will be distributed and how points will be calculated. What if we opt for an equal distribution? Our evolution rates are quite similar. Although Lin Yi is somewhat weaker, his combat prowess is formidable and versatile, especially with his fiery special skills. Would you have any objections if he takes 1/5? Yuan Shu proposed. Truth be told, this distribution would slightly disadvantage Yuan Shu, but he was the most eager to form the team. After all, the Li brothers and Gaowen could work well together, while he would be left alone. To bridge the gap, he needed to relinquish some benefits. Lin Yi's objective was to eliminate more biological entities and accumulate evolution points. In a team, they could challenge higher-level dark beasts, and seizing opportunities to secure kills would be quicker than hunting alone. Thus, he had no objections regarding the distribution. As for Gaowen, he was primarily focused on integrating Lin Yi into the organization, rendering everything else secondary, so it came as no surprise when he nodded in agreement. The Li brothers exchanged glances, acknowledging that while their combined strength was formidable, they would have little chance against Lin Yi and Yuan Shu, and thus they agreed, saying, "Since Yuan Shu has put it this way, we have no objections. Very well, let us move on to the next topic, supplies. The competition will last 2 months. So we need to prepare tents, seasonings, instant food, clothing, and various other items." At this point, Yuan Shu glanced at Lin Yi and said, "I heard from our teacher that your family owns 2 military food processing factories. Could you spare some supplies as provisions? We can settle accounts with the spoils after the competition. Not a problem. I'll send a message to my territory shortly to prepare enough supplies for 5 people for 4 months. After all, mechas can carry a substantial amount of provisions." Lin Yi responded without hesitation. He understood that Yuan Shu and the others came from ordinary backgrounds and likely had to allocate part of their monthly earnings for family expenses. So he refrained from mentioning it further and continued, "The Dark Beast territory lacks signal coverage, so we will need to purchase special communication devices. We should also stock up on various medications in case of emergencies. I estimate that we will need around 50,000 imperial coins in total, which divides to 10,000 per person. Due to the impact of the storm, all floating satellites outside the planet were destroyed, and ground communication relied on individual communication towers. Thus, once they entered the Dark Beast territory, communication would necessitate purchasing a special device with a built-in microsignal transmitter, allowing communication only within a 10-mile radius. Medications were essential to prevent unexpected incidents such as insect bites or sudden illnesses when dismounted from the mecha. Indeed, we cannot overlook these necessities." Yuan Shu nodded, though internally he lamented, knowing he had never even indulged in a drink. The thought of needing to spend a substantial sum on supplies posed a significant challenge. Conversely, the Li brothers showed no hesitation, readily producing the money required for their supplies, leaving Yuan Shu astonished at their financial capability, wondering where they had acquired 20,000 coins. After securing the funds, the group discussed their action plan further before taking their leave. Gaowen had matters to attend to, so he departed first after leaving the supply funds behind. Lin Yi and Yuan Shu remained, and Gaowen casually proposed treating them to lunch, prompting Yuan Shu, who was preoccupied with worries about where to acquire the funds, to absent-mindedly nod in agreement. Upon exiting Chui Wei-gu, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Turning around, he found the entrance empty, and a glance upward yielded no results. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that, Yuan brother. I didn't expect you to be so articulate when discussing serious matters, completely devoid of that imposing demeanor from our first meeting, as if someone owed you money," Lin Yi remarked with a hint of amusement. Yuan Shu smiled awkwardly. "Hee, it's a habit. According to my psychologist, it stems from my childhood experiences of being discriminated against by classmates, which left me with a psychological shadow. I subconsciously adopt that tone towards strangers as a form of self-protective behavior." Chapter 29. The beginning at the edge of the Mirkwood Forest. A demarcation between human and dark beast territories. Soldiers were garrisoned in droves, while famished dark beasts congregated, drawn by the scent of humans. A scarlet rabbit emerged from its burrow, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Deeming the coast clear, it bounded toward a verdant plant, eager for a repast. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the rabbit found itself airborne, ensnared in the jaws of a robust wind wolf. With a flick of its head, the wolf devoured the rabbit whole. With a contented belch, the wind wolf prepared to return to its lair when a barrage of concentrated laser fire erupted from the adjacent thicket, peppering its sleek fur with crimson droplets. The wind wolf emitted an enraged howl, leaping toward a towering tree for cover. However, 5 specialized rockets, accompanied by a deafening roar, hurtled toward it. Upon impact, they detonated violently, leaving behind only a mangled carcass amidst the dissipating smoke. "What a waste," lamented a youthful voice from behind the bushes. As a Tier 1 dark beast, its pelt could fetch 2,000 imperial credits, and its meat could enhance the likelihood of offspring becoming mech pilots. Now it's worthless. "Enough with the complaints, Yuan Shu," retorted another voice, laced with impatience. "I'm starting to prefer your initial aloof demeanor." The bushes rustled, and 5 mechs emerged, one adorned in crimson. The latter glanced back at the ranks of human soldiers brandishing laser weaponry, who nodded in acknowledgement before boarding armored vehicles back to the encampment. The crimson mech inhaled deeply and declared, "Gentlemen, the trial officially commences now." These 5 mechs were piloted by Lin Yi and his comrades. They had been transported via Academy aircraft to the Western Mountain Province border garrison, under the guidance of the commanding officer. A 50-man squad escorted them to the prearranged competition grounds. This precaution was deemed essential. Through their journey alongside the human soldiers, they had gained preliminary insights into the dark beast domain and acquired crucial wilderness survival skills, preventing them from succumbing to minor errors early on. Lin Yi swiftly dispatched an apprentice-level dark beast, casually tossing it into the multifunctional refrigerated backpack on his back. He wiped the blood from his hands, pleased to see his evolution rate increase by 0.02. Every little bit counts, he mused. Roar as he was about to check on his companions for an opportunity to poach kills, a bestial roar echoed from behind, accompanied by an overpowering stench. Lin Yi gagged. Regretting his decision to heed the soldier's advice and activate the external ventilation system, relying on his sense of smell to detect dark beasts. Initially, he had been puzzled by the notion of identifying dark beasts solely by scent, but now the reason was clear. While inwardly berating the soldiers for their lack of consideration, Lin Yi swiftly sidestepped an ambush, while loudly proclaiming through the loudspeaker, "A big one's coming. Watch out." Turning around, Lin Yi beheld a cerulean tiger standing where he had been moments before, its eyes blazing with crimson malevolence. Roar! The cerulean tiger roared, expelling a translucent orb from its maw. The orb accelerated rapidly, striking Lin Yi's mech squarely in the chest. Lin Yi felt a tremendous force, catapulting his multi-ton mech through the air, snapping 7 trees before crashing to the ground. Shaking his dazed head, Lin Yi slowly rose. A crimson glint flashed in his eyes as his claws transformed into heavy fists. With a burst of speed, he dodged the oncoming translucent orbs. Fortunately, the cerulean tiger, being a Tier 1 dark beast, had a cooldown period for its orb attack, which Lin Yi was barely able to evade. Thud, thud. Thud. The distinct sounds of impacts caused Yuan Chu's eyes to twitch. Having just finished off the dark beasts at his location, he turned to provide support, only to witness the crimson mech pinning the cerulean tiger, disregarding its razor-sharp claws, and unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. The surrounding 100-meter radius was a scene of devastation. With ancient trees felled, good heavens, his strength has increased again, Yuan Chu marveled. Compared to Yuan Chu's astonishment, Gaowen was genuinely astounded, wanting to assess Lin Yi's capabilities. He had swiftly eliminated the apprentice-level dark beasts nearby and surreptitiously activated his recording device to capture Lin Yi's combat style. Gaowen doubted he could recover from the orb attack as quickly as Lin Yi had, let alone get up and pummel the cerulean tiger. Evolution rate increased by 2. The system notification finally roused Lin Yi from his frenzied state. He glanced down at the cerulean tiger, its head thoroughly crushed, with blood and brains splattered everywhere. "I've fallen into that berserk state again," Lin Yi mused. "What did that unknown entity bestow upon me? Not only does my strength require slaughter to increase, but I also succumb to madness. In this frenzied state, one acts purely on instinct, with heightened combat prowess but a loss of control. Any sane individual would avoid this method of enhancing strength unless absolutely necessary, as one never knows if they will regain their senses after succumbing to the madness." With the battle concluded, the Li brothers, who were too far away to witness the fight, were surprised by Lin Yi's solo kill of the Tier 1 dark beast. They assumed it was due to a favorable matchup, especially given the ravaged battlefield that suggested a hard-fought battle. After a quick tally of the dark beast corpses, Gaowen estimated that, including the Tier 1 dark beast, they could fetch 5,000 Imperial credits, yielding 1,000 each. While the amount was modest, the group was excited. Apart from the Tier 1 dark beast, the apprentice-level ones were easily dispatched, barely taking any time. Over 2 months, they could potentially earn over 10,000 credits each just from hunting apprentice dark beasts. "If I had known hunting dark beasts was so lucrative, I would have come sooner," Yuan Chu exclaimed. "No," Lin Yi retorted. "The reason we're reaping such rewards is that the military cleared this area in advance, driving away or killing many Tier 1 and higher dark beasts. The presence of numerous Tier 1 mech pilots also helps alleviate the pressure, allowing us to hunt dark beasts at our leisure. Otherwise, we would be facing an endless ocean of dark beasts, teeming with Tier 2 and Tier 3 creatures. Would you still dare to come then?" Only His Majesty could organize such a large-scale operation, Gaowen mused. Those capable of venturing deep into this territory usually possess at least Tier 3 strength. No wonder the Academy's higher-ups are always absent. They must be in the dark beast domain. Do you think the higher-ups will be scattered throughout the competition grounds, secretly protecting participants from higher-tier dark beasts? No, surely not, Li Bin said with a forced smile. Would such important figures have the time to come here as bodyguards? Chapter 30. Exposure. Before the other dark beasts could catch the scent of blood, Lin Yi and his companions meticulously erased their traces and swiftly retreated from the area. Shortly thereafter, a horde of dark beasts, drawn by the scent, arrived, but finding only pools of blood and no other gains. They turned on each other in a desperate frenzy of hunger. As they traversed the underbrush, Yuan Shu suddenly sensed something amiss. With a swift motion, he conjured an ice spike and launched it towards a nearby thicket. Upon impact, a sharp crack echoed, followed by an overwhelming stench of blood. The group's expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to disperse hastily. Days prior, while accompanying a group of soldiers, they had often witnessed ambushes from behind the undergrowth, where the soldiers would unleash concentrated fire with the support of heavy weaponry, often resulting in a lethal strike against the dark beasts. The dense jungle, with its limited visibility, made it an ideal setting for surprise attacks. Fortunately, after his battle with Lin Yi, Yuan Shu had gained newfound insights into his abilities, allowing him to condense and launch ice projectiles. This method was not only effective for offense, but also served as a means of reconnaissance, being colorless and odorless, and thus far safer than firearms, which could easily attract dark beasts. "Do not attack. I am human," a voice called out from behind the bushes, tinged with urgency. Fearing that a moment's delay could lead to a fatal concentrated strike from the five of them. "Come out," Gowan commanded. The underbrush rustled, and two figures in contrasting black and white mecha emerged cautiously, their demeanor laced with wariness. They appeared in disarray, their armor tattered and stained with blood. One of them even bearing damage to their weaponry, indicating they had recently endured a fierce battle. Upon closer inquiry, it was revealed that the two were followers of a certain Count S. son who, accustomed to his arrogant ways, had brazenly entered the territory of the dark beasts, oblivious to the danger. Soon, several first-tier dark beasts had set their sights on him, leading to an ambush orchestrated by his own apprentice dark beasts. In the ensuing chaos, the two became separated from their main force and sought refuge in the thicket to recover their damaged mecha. When Lin Yi and his companions arrived, they remained hidden, fearful of unexpected encounters, until Yuan Shu's ice spike revealed their presence. "Something is amiss. You carry a strong scent of blood. Dark beasts can detect you from afar. How could you hide here?" Li Bin questioned, puzzled. "Previously, we contemplated joining the military to seek fortune, so we thoroughly researched the dark beast territory. We learned that this inconspicuous thicket possesses odor-absorbing properties, allowing us to hide without fear of detection," the black mecha pilot explained, panic evident in his tone. Lin Yi nodded slightly, casting a discreet glance at Yuan Shu, questioning whether he had truly exerted his full strength last time. Given his acute perception of the external environment, he had not detected the presence of others hidden inside. Regrettably, the destruction of the thicket by the ice spike rendered it ineffective. Otherwise, it would have served as a life-saving tool. Having witnessed the miraculous healing properties of a tree during simulated training, Lin Yi did not doubt the words of the two. Considering their uncertain origins, their request to join the group was promptly declined, after which both parties chose separate paths to depart. After walking a few paces, the black and white mecha paused, and once Lin was completely out of sight, the previously disheveled pair underwent a dramatic transformation, exuding an air of seasoned ruthlessness. That brat was merely fortunate. If his companion hadn't misfired with the ice spike, he would have certainly lost his mobility, leading to his demise at the hands of the dark beasts drawn by the commotion, the black mecha pilot remarked, his tone now devoid of earlier trepidation, laced with a hint of malice. "It matters not. Today is merely the first day. We have a full 2 months ahead. Ample opportunity to secure the 1,000,000 Imperial coins as a reward. Since we have confirmed the target's whereabouts, let us rendezvous with third," the white mecha pilot responded calmly. While the two conversed, a dark beast wandered nearby, sniffing curiously but finding nothing of interest, and consequently departed without casting a glance at the black and white mecha. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who had distanced himself from the black and white mecha pilots, the five of them proceeded to hunt down several groups of apprentice dark beasts. Whether by fortune or misfortune, they encountered no first-tier dark beasts until nightfall, when they decided to rest. As the night deepened, the group agreed to take turns keeping watch, with the Li brothers assigned to the first half of the night. They set up their tents and consumed some canned food produced by the Lin family before retiring to rest. Near midnight, a shadow slipped from one of the tents, listening intently to the soft breaths emanating from the other tents. It then swiftly ascended a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, Li Bin casually asked, "Are they all asleep?" The shadow nodded and whispered, "No problem. They are not like us, who frequently carry out missions." After a day of intense combat, They are utterly exhausted and soundly asleep. Then let us proceed according to plan. Here is the new chemical agent prepared by our instructor, capable of attracting dark beasts within a 100-meter radius. We will quietly place it in the camp, then find a concealed spot to hide, allowing us to effortlessly complete the trial, Li Bin stated, producing a test tube. The shadow stealthily returned to its position, uncorked the test tube, and placed it at the edge of Lin Yi's tent, ensuring it would lead to calamity during the impending beast tide. Li Bin. The seemingly mundane call echoed in the shadow's ear like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just as he regained his senses to summon his mecha, a vicious claw lunged from the side, piercing through his hands and feet. Swoosh! Li Bin sensed something was amiss and hastily leaped from the tree. Fortunately, he had donned his mecha for the night watch. Upon landing, he spared no glance at the camp and vanished into the enveloping darkness, indifferent to his brother's fate. Such a deeply bonded pair of brothers. A voice laced with malice remarked. Yuan Shu emerged from beneath the tree, clad in mecha. He had nearly managed to stealthily approach and capture Li Bin moments earlier. Taking a few steps towards the now crying Li Bin, Yuan Shu's expression grew complex, a blend of shock, anger, and regret, ultimately coalescing into a thread of murderous intent. The distant howls of dark beasts grew closer, causing the trio's expressions to shift in alarm. They had not anticipated the chemical's potency, which could summon dark beasts in mere moments. In a state of urgency, Lin Yi retracted his claws and intoned gravely, "Our target is too conspicuous when clustered together. We must disperse and break through. Once safe, we will rendezvous at the second campsite." Gao Wen and Yuan Shu fell silent for a moment, recognizing that this was the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, given the current commotion, the number of dark beasts drawn to the noise could be overwhelming, and none would escape unscathed. Moments later, the three chose separate directions, swiftly dispatching any obstructing dark beasts despite their injuries, and soon distanced themselves from the area. Leaving behind Li Bin, whose tendons had been pierced, lying on the ground, terror evident in his eyes as he gazed at the dark beasts eyeing him with greedy anticipation. A piercing scream erupted from Li Bin, soon accompanied by the sounds of gnawing and the scuffles of dark beasts fighting over their prey. Ultimately, those who harm others will find themselves ensnared by their own actions. Chapter 31. Consecutive kills and escape from camp after fleeing the camp. Lin Yi took a moment to ascertain his location. He attempted to use the communicator, but discovering that the others were out of range, he had no choice but to proceed to the next campsite. Yuan Shu was unaware, but Lin Yi had discerned that the Li brothers were clearly targeting him. It wasn't difficult to surmise. Yuan Shu had known the Li brothers since childhood, so it was unlikely that they would intentionally harm him. Rather, they had acquired an unknown chemical reagent from their so-called teacher. Currently, Lin Yi was unsure if this was Xiao Wen to sabotage him. As for Gao Wen, who came from the enforcement team, he must have offended people in the past. However, hiring someone to kill him seemed far-fetched. Moreover, considering the effectiveness of the chemical reagent, it was likely developed by the military. Gao Wen's offenses were likely against illegal merchants, hardly enough to provoke military figures. Lin Yi himself had been under the watchful eye of the lieutenant. Huang Ming had mentioned that the lieutenant might have military connections, with 12 first-tier mech pilots under his command, possibly including the Li brothers. Therefore, the most pressing matter was to rendezvous with the others and utilize the next 2 time periods to enhance his strength. If he was fortunate enough to become a second-tier mech pilot, even the lieutenant would be unable to contend with him. Not far away, the black and white mech pilots emerged from their hiding spot, looking disgruntled and bearing numerous wounds, clearly affected by the beast tide. What happened? The dark beasts suddenly went berserk, all charging toward the target. Did the employer hire someone else for this mission? The black mech pilot grumbled. Their concealment skills were excellent, but faced with dozens or even hundreds of dark beasts, their hiding spot was directly rammed by one, exposing their location. Regardless, let's first confirm Lin Yi's fate. If he died in the beast tide, all the better. It would save us the effort, and we could find some extra work, the white mech pilot said, his brow furrowing. Why hasn't the third brother arrived yet? Could something have happened to him? He sent a signal earlier, saying he wasn't far away. He must be avoiding the beast tide. Hey, brother, look over there. The black mech pilot suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. The white mech pilot squinted, and the mech's scan provided data that quickly identified a walking mech in the distance. After comparing it with the database, it was confirmed to be Lin Yi's uniquely grotesque mech. Excellent. We almost let this kid get away, the white mech pilot exclaimed. Second brother, prepare the anti-material sniper rifle immediately. Also, Send a message to the third brother, telling him to come and join us. I can't. We were in a hurry to escape earlier, and I didn't have time to bring the firearms, the black mech pilot said sheepishly. The situation had indeed been urgent. If even a few first-tier dark beasts had passed by, they would have been in trouble. The white mech pilot sighed. Forget it, let's go directly. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't possibly defeat both of us combined. On the other side, Lin Yi remained vigilant. Every so often, he would stop to carefully discern the surrounding sounds and scents. At the slightest hint of danger, he would immediately turn around and change direction. Now that he was being targeted, he dared not rashly provoke the dark beasts, lest he be caught in a pincer attack. Speaking of which, the 3 mech pilots sent by the lieutenant last time weren't particularly strong. Now, even without a stroke of luck to instantly kill the 4-armed mech pilot, he would still have a good chance of winning a 3-on-1 fight. Even if he was ambushed, he could remain undefeated. However, this time, 2 experts from the academy were sent. Through their coordinated training, it was clear that Lin Yi didn't have much confidence in defeating them in a 2-on-1 fight. The increase in combat power between them was not insignificant. He secretly suspected that the Li brothers were the so-called number 1 and number 2 strongest individuals Huang Ming had mentioned. Attack, as fate would have it. As soon as Lin Yi heard movement, a mech leaped down from a tree in front of him. With a wave of its black longsword, a strange fluorescent light flashed. Immediately doubling its speed, it launched a downward strike. Having been through numerous battles, Lin Yi didn't even hesitate when the unexpected occurred. He immediately retreated, but then heard a sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He knew without thinking that someone was attacking from behind. At this critical moment, Lin Yi didn't retreat. Instead, he unleashed the power of Furious Flame Strike, turning his hands into heavy fists, striking the nearby trees 20 times per second. Then, he quickly switched to the Guardian form, closing his arms to brace for the sword strike. The attacker wasn't foolish. When Lin Yi's fist struck, the nearby tree immediately began to fall toward him. If he continued his full-force attack, he would be directly under the tree, in the dark beast territory, which was undeveloped. Who knew how long that tree had been growing? Being hit by such a heavy tree would likely kill even a second-tier mech pilot. With this in mind, the attacker subconsciously deviated from the target, placing his hopes on his companion. The attacker behind Lin Yi didn't know so much. Seeing that the target was focused on the overhead threat, he was overjoyed and increased his speed, thrusting the first-tier light sword straight into the mech's back. Just then, a smile flickered across Lin Yi's lips. He suddenly executed a sharp turn, and the light sword struck a large shield, producing a crisp sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yi quickly retreated, colliding with the sword-wielding mech pilot. The spikes on his back pierced the mech slightly. Then, with 33 points of strength, he lifted the entire mech onto his back, moving it a few steps to the side, placing it directly under the falling tree. Bang! Lin Yi's mech shuddered, and many of the spikes on his back broke. The sword-wielding mech pilot on top of him was even more miserable, his entire head completely crushed, along with the mech pilot inside. Second brother, the sword-wielding mech pilot, the white mech from before, cried out in anguish, lunging forward again, wielding the light sword like a novice, losing his rationality in a fit of rage. It's him. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, recognizing the attacker. He was immediately alarmed, realizing that the lieutenant had made thorough preparations. Not only had he arranged for the Li brothers to be insiders, but there were also 2 responders on the outside. If it weren't for Gao Wen's vigilance, it would have been impossible to escape this time. Fortunately, the accidental killing of the 4-armed mech pilot last time gave me inspiration. The enemies didn't know that the spikes on the back of the mech were extremely sharp. A constitution below 25 would immediately suffer the same fate as the 4-armed mech pilot. Those with a constitution below 30 would be pierced to varying degrees depending on their attributes, giving me the opportunity to eliminate one enemy, Lin Yi thought, secretly rejoicing. At the same time, today's events taught him a lesson. He must be wary of everyone and not be careless. Clang, clang, clang. The white mech pilot wasn't particularly strong. Each time the light sword struck the shield, the mech's damage was less than 1. The main loss was the constant drain of energy. After enduring a few strikes, Lin Yi seized an opportunity to switch back to claw mode. He grabbed the white mech pilot with both hands, and the claws pierced the mech's body, securing it. Then, he unleashed the power of Furious Flame Strike, and flames surged through the claws into the mech. Moments later, Lin Yi released the white mech, its interior completely incinerated. Just as he was about to search for spoils, his nose suddenly caught a whiff of a fishy odor. His body stiffened, and he looked up to find himself surrounded by a group of dark beasts. though they were all apprentice level. A rough count revealed that there were at least 50 of them. Chapter 32. Discoveries amidst the fire with a swift motion. Lin Yi pierced through the apprentice dark beast lunging at him. He raised his gaze, unfazed by the class disparity, and surveyed the multitude of apprentice dark beasts encircling him, along with the cunning first-tier dark beast resembling a monkey lurking behind. A wry smile crept across his face. Today, luck had truly abandoned him. First, he had been ambushed by the Li brothers and narrowly escaped with his life. Thankfully, Gawain had been prudent, secretly setting up an alarm system before everyone went to sleep. When Li Bin triggered the alarm upon emerging, it roused Lin Yi, who overheard their scheming and discreetly summoned his companions through the communicator. The three of them activated their mechas and lay in wait within the tent. Little did they know, the chemical agent on the Li brothers was so potent that within mere moments, it attracted a horde of dark beasts, far surpassing the 100-meter radius Li Bin had mentioned. After a strenuous escape, they were ambushed again by the black and white mecha masters during the day. Just as they finished dispatching their foes, another wave of dark beasts came rushing in, relentless and unyielding. At this moment, spurred on by the monkey, the surrounding dark beasts could no longer contain themselves and lunged at Lin Yi with all their might, attempting to seize something from the mecha. With a deep sigh, Lin Yi summoned the last vestiges of his energy, transforming it into an inferno that engulfed him, causing the dark beasts to hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he charged directly at the monkey-like dark beast. The subordinates hesitated, inciting the monkey's wrath. It bared its teeth and screeched, throwing a nearby stone that struck an apprentice dark beast, instantly shattering its skull and splattering gore across the ground. The death of their comrades sent the surrounding dark beasts into a panic. Despite their fear of the flames, they braved forward, roaring and pouncing at Lin Yi. The air soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting flesh. These dark beasts, with physical attributes around level 20, could hardly withstand the heightened temperatures after Lin Yi's enhancement. As they approached, their fur scorched black, they attempted to bite at the mecha, only to recoil in pain from the searing heat, retreating to lick their wounds. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. The numerous dark beasts took turns attacking, leaving shallow wounds on Lin Yi. While he could dispatch at most 2 dark beasts with each strike of his claws, the dark beasts instinctively avoided the dangerous spikes at the back, causing the mecha's damage level to plummet to 70. With the number of dark beasts dwindling, the monkey in the distance began to discern the situation clearly. It darted toward a large stone and hurled it with force. Upon impact, Lin Yi felt a violent jolt throughout the mecha, the recoil device failing to function, leaving him disoriented. The mecha toppled backward, leaning against a large tree, flames flickering wildly and igniting the foliage around it. In the forest, if a fire isn't extinguished promptly, it can swiftly engulf everything, leading to an uncontrollable inferno. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was dazed and unable to control the mecha, while the apprentice dark beasts seized the moment to attack. The monkey, in a frenzy, scurried about searching for larger stones, oblivious to the burgeoning flames. Before long, the fire spread from the tree trunk to adjacent areas, igniting more trees. When the dark beasts finally sensed the danger and attempted to flee, ignoring the monkey's commands, the flames erupted violently from all directions, leaving no escape. The monkey, being a first-tier dark beast, quickly recognized the peril and leaped away from the flames. Aside from singeing some of its fur, it astonishingly emerged unscathed. Lin Yi, shaken awake by the mecha's alarm, looked up to see flames consuming the surroundings. Dozens of dark beasts were trapped in a confined space, desperately retreating from the fire, yet the thick smoke rendered their breaths labored. Noticing the mecha beginning to melt and deform, Lin Yi dared not linger and swiftly ascended into the air, only to witness an astonishing scene. At the perimeter of the flaming circle, a plethora of dark beasts were toppling trees. Those capable of using their hands, like the monkey, lifted debris and placed them onto the backs of cow-like dark beasts to transport them away. Meanwhile, others tirelessly dug into the earth, attempting to create a firebreak. The entire operation was conducted with remarkable organization. Even the dark beasts, usually prone to violence, collaborated seamlessly to save their shared habitat. Lin Yi marveled at the evolution of these dark beasts, which had transformed from ordinary animals. Suddenly, a sound slicing through the air caught his attention. He turned to see a multitude of flying dark beasts, drawn towards the mecha, swiftly approaching from all directions. A few first-tier dark beasts led the charge, the foremost. A raven opened its beak, unleashing a cloud of black mist that enveloped a 100-meter radius in darkness. In his haste, Lin Yi forgot to deactivate the breathing system. inhaling some of the toxic mist, which immediately clouded his mind and darkened his visage. This is bad. I've encountered a poisoned dark beast. He quickly shut off the breathing system, switching to an energy-consuming internal circulation mode. He retrieved a small box from his left hand, extracting a vial and pouring its contents into his mouth without hesitation. As the medicine took effect, the darkness on his face dissipated. Thankfully, he had come well prepared, carrying various antidotes, including those for toxins and miasma, thus avoiding a tragic fate. By this time, the mecha had surpassed the fire-ravaged area. Lin Yi hastily descended to the ground, rolling into a thicket, shutting down all systems to conceal any energy signatures. The raven circled overhead, several times attempting to dive down, but hesitating due to the fire-fighting dark beasts nearby. Its black mist was dispersed by a dark beast wielding a tree, forcing it to retreat. The dark beast glanced at Lin Yi's hiding spot, a glint of malice flashing in its eyes. After a moment's hesitation, it lifted the tree and moved away from the fire. Survival of their habitat outweighed the temptation of a meal. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. The dark beast had exerted considerable pressure on him. At least it was a second-tier beast. Evolution progress increased by 0.02. Evolution progress increasing suddenly. A flood of information coursed across the screen, reminiscent of data flickering in a film, scrolling through dozens of entries before ceasing. A tally revealed a total evolution increase of 1. Could it be? Lin Yi, not one to overlook details, quickly deduced that the dark beasts trapped within the flames numbered around 50, each one contributing 0.02 to the tally accounted for precisely the 1 increase. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lin Yi had not directly slain those dark beasts. They had perished in the flames or succumbed to asphyxiation. If anything, the fire itself had been instigated by him. Wait a moment, a spark ignited in Lin Yi's mind. Could it be that regardless of direct or indirect involvement, any enemy that perished due to his actions would contribute to his evolution? If he were to lead a private army in a war against dark beasts, the potential for accruing vast amounts of evolution points seemed limitless. If that were the case, not only would he become a mecha master, but perhaps even reach the legendary status of a grand mecha master, no longer just a fleeting dream. As he reveled in visions of a bright future, the recent team-up affairs surged to the forefront of his thoughts, dousing his fervor like a bucket of cold water. During Yuan Chu's skirmishes, he had not received any system notifications. Never mind, he would verify this matter upon returning. The pressing concern was to find Gao 1 and Yuan Chu. Moreover, he needed to be cautious when using the fiery assault again. A moment's lapse could turn him into the subject of ridicule. Chapter 33. Ranking cautiously avoiding the firefighting dark beasts, Lin Yi sought a place to restore his energy before heading towards the next camping location. Throughout his journey, he endeavored to avoid conflict, refraining from engaging with other mecha pilots whenever possible. After half a day of careful navigation, he finally arrived at his destination unscathed. Lin Yi, over here. As he approached, Yuan Chu leaped down from a nearby tree, waving him over to the new campsite, where Gaowen was preparing food. Learning from their previous experiences, the two had set up their camp with extreme caution, surrounding it with various traps and instruments, rendering it almost invisible to outsiders. However, from the advantageous angle within the camp, they could easily observe the surroundings. Having gone 2 days without rest, Lin Yi's physical condition was beginning to wane. After a meal, he quickly retired into the tent to rest, but not before discreetly setting up a warning device. It was not a matter of distrust towards Gao 1 and Yuan Chu. Anyone who had recently experienced betrayal would naturally be cautious, even around those they considered close. When Lin Yi awoke again, it was the dead of night. A sufficient rest rejuvenated him, and he was eager to venture out and hunt dark beasts. He and his companions had previously agreed to rest during the day to avoid unexpected encounters, planning their activities for the night when many dark beasts returned to their lairs, thus reducing the chances of encountering them and making it easier to find first-tier dark beasts. The subsequent days of hunting proved fruitful, yielding a significant bounty. Lin Yi's evolution rate reached 20, and his attributes increased once more. Notably, not all mecha pilots could enhance their attributes upon a 10 rise in evolution rate. Even the talented Yuan Chu at a 50 rate could only increase his attributes by 3 points. This was the distinguishing factor that made true geniuses stand out. As long as they did not fall too soon, the gap between them and ordinary mecha pilots would only widen. 2 weeks later, they arrived at a bustling campsite surrounded by cement walls, equipped with numerous automated turrets and patrolling mecha pilots. People were constantly coming and going, some carrying spoils to the central area to tally their points, while others replenished their supplies and departed in their mechas. Regardless of whether they were entering or exiting, everyone moved in groups, never alone. Soon, Lin Yi and his companions appeared in the camp, each maneuvering their mechas while carrying several boxes of various sizes. The boxes were wrapped in several layers of processed furs. Such a display immediately attracted the attention of those resting in the camp. After the chaotic first 2 days, everyone had learned that the territory of dark beasts was no place for recklessness. Apart from the most powerful individuals, most hunters operated near the camp, returning each night to rest safely. The trio's impressive haul indicated they had not returned to the camp for some time, sparking curiosity among the onlookers about the extent of their spoils. Unfortunately, soldiers guarded the central area, preventing anyone from crowding around to gawk at the loot. And the spectators soon dispersed after a few whispered comments. "Hello, could you assist us in calculating the value of our spoils?" Lin Yi politely addressed the statistician at a long table. The statistician, a young man in his 20s with an air of scholarly demeanor, looked up in surprise at the pile of items stored in the open freezer: fresh meat, blood, teeth, claws, and other assorted trophies neatly organized. Nodding, he picked up a device to begin scanning the spoils. The young man worked swiftly, completing the scan in under 10 minutes. He then quickly tapped on his portable holographic computer, stating, "The total value of your spoils is 80,000 Imperial coins. Would you like to transfer the entire amount to your account, or leave some for purchasing supplies? Please transfer 60,000 to our accounts, and allocate the remainder according to the list I'm about to send," Lin Yi replied after a brief discussion with his companions. Transmitting an electronic document via his holographic computer, the young man glanced at the document, estimating it to be worth around 20,000 coins. He promptly instructed his assistant, "Go to the quartermaster and prepare supplies according to this list." During the preparation of the supplies, the young man received a message and then spoke up. "The points have been calculated. You earned a total of 600 points. How would you like to distribute them?" "Let us split it evenly among us," Lin Yi suggested. "Very well. Just to confirm, your names are Lin Yi, Gao 1, and Yuan Shu, correct? You are students from the White Sheep Academy, right?" "Yes." "Excellent. The points have been distributed. You can check your standings via your holographic computers. The crystal board on the left displays the rankings from this competition. If you have time, you might want to take a look." With that, the young man returned to his tasks, leaving the trio to await the completion of their supplies. They decided to follow his advice and went to examine the rankings displayed on the crystal board. A crowd had gathered around the board, and a sudden influx of information captured everyone's attention. The screen flickered as 3 unfamiliar names surged from the bottom of the list, rapidly ascending to the 10th position, then moving up to 5th before finally halting. The crowd gasped as they discovered that Lin Yi, Gao 1, and Yuan Shu were now tied for 5th place. "Who are Lin Yi, Gao 1, and Yuan Shu? I've never seen their names on the list before," one spectator exclaimed. "Look at the back. They are all students from White Sheep Academy," another replied. "They are from the academy? I thought all the nobles had summoned their prot-gs back this year, leaving only commoner mecha pilots, which would severely diminish our strength. I didn't expect there would still be 3 unclaimed talents." At that moment, an inconspicuous youth noticed the change in the rankings, his expression shifting as he dashed towards the resting area, entering a small 2-story building. Inside, several elegantly dressed noble youths were engaged in conversation. The boy rushed to whisper in the ear of a tall, slender youth, who immediately paled and addressed the others. "This is bad. There has been a change in the rankings." As the others pressed for details, the tall youth waved for the boy to step back before saying, "Just now, 3 new names appeared in the top 10 rankings, all tied for 5th place, and they are all mecha pilots from White Sheep Academy." "Academy pilots? That is impossible. Most of our combat strength was withdrawn in advance. Only a few commoners remain in the academy. Although they may have talent, they lack the funds to procure supplies, making it unlikely for them to rise to the top 5. Could they have been supported by some merchants who pooled their resources into these 3? A noble youth speculated. "Quite possible. The rewards for the top 3 are incredibly enticing. Those merchants, possessing ample funds, could easily hire top-tier talents, especially since the market for rare items is completely monopolized by the royal family and a few noble families." Another added, "Regardless of the truth, the top 3 must be our noble faction selection. We cannot allow any rare item to fall into the hands of merchants, otherwise they could cultivate 3 top talents, and our days would become increasingly difficult, leading to our eventual replacement," the tall youth declared, slamming his fist on the table. "Therefore, those 3 must be eliminated." Chapter 34. The Purchase. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, the third member of the black and white mech squad stood before Luo Li, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he reported the intelligence. Are you saying that Lin Yi, under the assault of the boss and the second in command, managed to successfully counterattack and eliminate two of them with minimal injury? He later escaped from the attack of the dark beasts by leveraging the raging fire. Luo Li's countenance darkened as he struggled to comprehend why, as fellow mech pilots, Lin Yi possessed such formidable combat prowess. In truth, the oversight of the brothers played a significant role. The three of them specialized in stealth and assassination, with most of their abilities reliant on firearms, which had been destroyed in the previous beast tide, forcing them into close combat. The third member rationally corrected his employer's misconception. Even though the boss wielded a power-enhanced lightsaber, the reality is that the additional strength amounted to merely 28 points, which is futile against a target equipped with a full set of elite external armor. The only one who could have stood a chance, the second in command, was caught off guard by Lin Yi's rear spike and was crushed by a giant log at the outset, compelling me to abandon any plans for support and instead return to report the situation. A spike? Luo Li repeated, surprised. I hadn't anticipated that Lin Yi's seemingly intimidating rear spike would possess such versatility. One could easily fall victim to it if unprepared. This is certainly something to note. However, what about the mission? He had come under the auspices of Taro Corporation to conduct business and had not participated in the grand competition, making it imperative that he remained within the camp. With the third member's combat capabilities insufficient, should they covertly eliminate those few bribed dark agents? In reality, the tall, lean youth's concerns were not unfounded. The Taro Corporation and other merchant factions had indeed secretly bribed or dispatched personnel to partake in the grand competition to secure favorable rankings. They had even offered exorbitant prices for the spoils of the competition beforehand, concentrating their efforts on a few core individuals to seize extraordinary artifacts. In the rest area for the leading educators of the 6 academies, Xiaowen's expression darkened upon hearing that Lin Yi and his companions had returned. Yet the Li brothers were nowhere to be seen. A fortnight earlier, he had felt a moment of joy upon learning of a minor beast tide occurring over 100 miles to the left of the camp, believing Lin Yi to have been devoured by the dark beasts. However, as he waited in vain for the Li brothers to return with a report, an ominous premonition gripped him. Now, with Lin Yi's safe return, everything had been confirmed. Those two imbeciles, they can't even handle such a trivial matter, Xiaowen fumed. While, given his status, a failed mission would merely be a failure, this task had been entrusted to him personally by the Lord of Death, and failure would undoubtedly cost him greatly in the eyes of the latter. Unfortunately, as the leading educator, he could not leave the camp without cause. Otherwise, he would have easily resolved the situation himself. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaowen dialed a number. Once connected, he stated directly, Lieutenant, I have a task that requires your cooperation. The task is commissioned by the second young master of Taro Corporation. The organization has recent operations that necessitate this company's involvement, so the Lord of Death has instructed you to assist me. Without waiting for a response, he sent over Lin Yi's relevant information, knowing that although the lieutenant hailed from noble stock and had maintained an ambiguous relationship with the organization, he could not afford to disregard the Lord of Death's orders, especially since the latter had held leverage over him since a particular incident years ago. On the other end, the lieutenant had just received information from his subordinates about failing to locate Lin Yi. Upon receiving Xiaowen's message, he felt a surge of elation. Though he feigned a displeased expression, it was only after Xiaowen promised numerous benefits that he pretended to agree. After ending the communication, the lieutenant, similarly concealed within the camp, immediately contacted 9 of his subordinates, instructing them to closely monitor Lin Yi. The moment he stepped outside the camp's perimeter, they were to find a secluded spot to deal with him. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who had recently encountered a streak of misfortune and was now being watched, he stood in an external equipment shop, selecting gear. Sir, take a look at this multifunctional hand-mounted external device, known as the Universal Gauntlet. It can simulate any known melee weapon. Simply affix it to your wrist, and when activated, it will automatically coalesce into an energy weapon. It features a fully automated friend or foe identification system, allowing it to attack enemies without being manually wielded. The salesman enthusiastically pointed out a large gauntlet. Can I give it a try? Lin Yi inquired. Of course. He summoned his mech, donned the gauntlet on his left hand, and adjusted the activation mode as instructed. An energy sword emerged from his wrist, extending along the back of his hand. After a brief trial, he found it somewhat unwieldy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He concentrated energy in his palm, manifesting a short dagger. Approaching a test dummy, he swung his right hand forward, leaving deep scratches along with a small hole shaped like the number 1, an injury inflicted as the dagger slid out, propelled by inertia. This is impressive. It surpasses the energy sword from the elite set. The key advantage is that it can be used in claw mode without switching to a fist, thus conserving a bit of strength. While experimenting, Lin Yi also devised a new tactic. Rather than activating the device immediately in combat, he could wait until he was about to strike and suddenly conjure a dagger, inflicting secondary damage. This approach could lead to numerous strategic extensions. "What is the price of this item?" Lin Yi asked. The salesman, momentarily taken aback, stated 100,000 imperial coins. Lin Yi hesitated. He could afford it, having recently collaborated with the Annie family, who, after an assessment, established 2 food processing plants in the Romi territory, creating numerous job opportunities and increasing his annual stipend from 50,000 to 70,000. Along with this haul and the leftover 10,000 from his previous acquisition of dark beasts, he could just cover the cost of the Universal Gauntlet. However, he had noticed during the trial that the Universal Gauntlet required energy to operate, and with his current energy expenditure due to the Flame Fury having already become significant, adding the gauntlet might leave him with insufficient energy for mech repairs. Perhaps sensing Lin Yi's hesitation, the salesman continued, "Sir, if you are concerned about energy shortages, you might consider purchasing our latest energy storage device, priced at 5,000 imperial coins each. It can sustain the Universal Gauntlet for 1 hour." What a schemer! Lin Yi thought indignantly. No wonder more and more nobles found such merchants intolerable. As a first-tier mech pilot, he had limited energy, and this shop clearly intended to profit from the sale of the Universal Gauntlet while also ensuring ongoing revenue. Nevertheless, possessing this item would greatly enhance his speed in eliminating first-tier dark beasts. Each additional kill would save him about 50,000 imperial coins. Thus, when calculated, it would not be a loss for him. After purchasing the equipment, Lin Yi turned to leave, but as he reached the door, he suddenly collided with someone head-on. A powerful force knocked him backward. "Ouch, that hurts. What is wrong with you? Can't you see?" the person on the other side exclaimed, clutching their forehead in irritation. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Lin Yi looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "It's you." "Huh? It's you, Lin Yi," the figure responded, equally astonished. Chapter 35. Stratagem. It was none other than Lu Feng, the noble official who presided over the territory inheritance ceremony that Lin Yi collided with. Upon recognizing each other, they retreated to a tavern, ordering a couple of cocktails as they engaged in casual conversation. Lu Feng sipped his drink and remarked, "His Majesty's munificence in offering 3 extraordinary artifacts as rewards has galvanized the entire empire. Nobles and merchants alike, save for a select few of esteemed lineage, are vying for the chance to acquire one. My own patriarch is among them, and he has dispatched me to participate in the grand competition. As you may have noticed, the number of academy participants has dwindled considerably, with less than 1/3 of the registered students remaining. The other 2/3 have returned to their respective territories or companies to serve." Lin Yi reflected on the fact that he was indeed accompanied by fewer individuals than before. He inquired, "In that case, the academy's primary rivals are not other academies, but rather the scions of nobles and merchants?" "Indeed, you may not be aware, having just returned, but the merchants have brought a plethora of enticing wares to the camp, tempting participants to make purchases. While those of noble birth may fare better, the commoners among us cannot afford such luxuries. As such, they have introduced a service whereby participants can pawn their spoils of war, receiving 5 times the valuation offered by the statistics office. Many students, unable to resist the allure and doubtful of their chances of victory, have relinquished their spoils to these merchants, who then pool their resources and submit them to a select few promising candidates. Those merchants are certainly shrewd," Lin Yi mused. "But wouldn't this put the nobles at a disadvantage?" Lu Feng chuckled. "My friend, have you forgotten the noble's greatest advantage? In every noble territory, there exists at least one first-order mecha master. Several baronial scions have joined forces, offering generous incentives and employing subtle coercion to persuade lesser nobles to surrender their spoils, achieving results comparable to those of the merchants." Lin Yi's grip tightened around his glass, a sense of discontent washing over him. However, such was the nature of the noble code, and he refrained from further comment. A sudden realization struck him, sending a jolt through his entire being. Their trio occupied the joint 5th position on the leaderboard. As representatives of the academy, would the noble and merchant factions perceive them as allies of the opposing side, making them a priority target? Having already survived 2 assassination attempts, he was loath to invite further interference. What's wrong? Have you sensed something amiss? Lu Feng inquired with a knowing smile. For a scion of nobility, you seem woefully uninformed, content to toil away blindly like a commoner. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi understood Lu Feng's meaning. As a nobleman, he possessed the standing to parley with the noble faction. By relinquishing his pursuit of a top 3 finish, he might even secure some benefits from them. After excusing himself to Lu Feng, Lin Yi contacted Gao Wen and Yuan Chu, apprising them of the situation. The two were momentarily at a loss, ultimately agreeing to first attempt to establish contact with the noble faction. As for the merchant faction, Lin Yi held little hope, knowing that the Talo Company was among the suppliers. Before his departure, Meng Buiyun had sought him out, informing him that Roger's recent activities suggested that he had not yet abandoned his pursuit of Meng Kuo. Under such circumstances, Lin Yi dared not trust the merchant faction. Brother Feng, your lineage is distinguished. I trust you have had dealings with some of the noble figures. Would you be willing to introduce us? Lin Yi inquired after introducing Gao Wen and Yuan Chu. Lu Feng nodded, draining his cocktail in one gulp. He rose and strode towards the tavern exit, gesturing for the 3 of them to follow. Come on, he urged. At the nobles' assembly, several lithe youths were strategizing on how to eliminate Lin Yi and his companions. Lu Feng barged in without preamble, nearly prompting the occupants to summon their mechas. Upon recognizing the intruder, the lithe youth exclaimed in astonishment, Third cousin, what brings you here? Nothing much, just came to observe. Enough with the pleasantries, Marco. I'm here to assist you. See those fellows? Lu Feng gestured towards Lin Yi and his companions. They're the ones who recently ascended to 5th place on the leaderboard. The one in front, Lin Yi, is a noble who rashly raised his ranking without fully understanding the situation. He's here now to resolve the matter. Marco, the lithe youth, immediately responded with enthusiasm. So you're Lin, the noble. Welcome. I'm Marco Dover, son of Earl Dover and Baron of Emile. He wondered how these 3 had managed to acquire so many spoils of war if they were not allied with the merchant faction. Greetings, Baron Marco. Lin Yi replied with a slight bow. As your cousin mentioned, I'm here to clear up any misunderstandings. As a token of our sincerity, we're willing to hand over our spoils to you. Excellent. The Dover family has never been ungenerous to its friends. We're willing to purchase your spoils at 5 times the market price, which is the valuation offered by the acquisition office, Marco said with a smile, glancing at Lu Feng. Furthermore, if you're willing, you can join our hunting party, which comprises elites from various territories, capable of hunting even more dangerous dark beasts. Here it comes. Lin Yi had previously encountered a suspected second-order dark beast. Upon hearing Marco's words, he realized that the conflict between the factions was intensifying, potentially leading them to target these dangerous creatures. At the exchange office, the points for a second-order dark beast were 10 times those of a first-order beast. Realizing that he could not simultaneously contend with both factions, Lin Yi swiftly analyzed the situation. He concluded that joining the hunting party and securing the final blow would yield greater rewards than teaming up with Gao Wen and Yuan Chu. After all, merely hunting first-order dark beasts could grant a 2 increase in evolution. Defeating a second-order dark beast would yield even greater benefits, potentially enabling him to complete his second evolution in one fell swoop. Lin Yi's primary objective had always been to generate more carnage and accumulate evolution points. By comparison, artifacts and other rewards were secondary goals. Having discerned his core interests and understanding which slice of the pie to seize, Lin Yi knew how to make the right decision. Of course, I'm more than willing, he said without hesitation, having obtained the authorization of Gao Wen and Yuan Chu. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. After agreeing on the terms, Lin Yi broached another matter. I wonder if the Baron would be willing to strike a blow against the merchant faction? I'm all ears, Marco replied, his eyes flashing as he glanced at Lu Feng once more. Here's the situation. Lin Yi recounted his conflict with the Luo family in the previous assassination attempts, concluding, with the Luo family involved, the merchant faction is unlikely to seek cooperation with me, opting instead to eliminate me. If we can exploit this situation, we could deliver a pleasant surprise to those individuals. Chapter 36. Ambush in the depths of the forest. Lin Yi and his 2 companions united their strengths to confront a first-tier dark beast. After a battle that was not particularly arduous, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow, earning a 2 increase in his evolution rate. Lin Yi, why do you always claim the last hit during our hunts? This isn't one of those holographic simulation games where experience points are up for grabs, Yuan Chu remarked in confusion. I am indeed here to claim the experience points, Lin Yi muttered quietly, retrieving his tools to assist his companions in processing the spoils. However, just as they were halfway through, they heard subtle rustlings surrounding them. The three immediately set aside their tools, standing back to back as they scanned their surroundings with their optical brains. Upon seeing the scene before them, Yuan Chu's hand trembled in shock. All around, hidden behind the bushes and perched in the trees, were numerous red dots indicating life forms, each one nearly indistinguishable from humans. Damn it, we are surrounded. Meanwhile, Luo Li, hidden in their camp, observed the unfolding scene through a handheld encrypted signal device and couldn't help but chuckle. If you were hiding in the academy, I wouldn't be able to touch you. But now that you have ventured out, no matter how talented you may be, you're a fool for not recognizing the situation. A mere flick of my hand, and your fate is sealed. At that moment, Lin Yi also laughed and shouted, Luo Li, it has been a pleasure collaborating. The Counts will not forget your contributions. No sooner had his words echoed than a barrage of gunfire erupted. Electromagnetic rifles, nuclear rocket launchers, and Hellstorm machine guns unleashed their fury, targeting the ambushers surrounding them. The members of the merchant faction, who had initially thought it was a simple game of cat and mouse, were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties, with more than 10 mecha engineers falling to the concentrated fire. Thanks to Brother Luo for the assistance. Now, it's time to reap the rewards, Lin Yi shouted again, eagerly drawing a burst-fire grenade launcher and aiming it at a mecha engineer who was hurriedly jumping down from a tree, pulling the trigger with fervor. The sudden turn of events left Luo Li dumbfounded. Even more alarming were Lin Yi's words, as several representatives began to encircle him with hostile expressions. Representative of Ares City, we demand an explanation. Is it true, as claimed, that you have secretly allied with the nobility? Asked the representative of the Li family from the imperial capital, his face stern. The Li family, closely tied to the royal family, was the initiator of this competition, representing the interests of companies from the imperial capital and surrounding regions, and was the most powerful among the representatives. What further explanation is needed? The individual backing Taro Company is not aligned with us. Choosing him as the leader of Ares City was a grave error, and now he has indeed colluded with their faction. The representative from the Taro Company, which had been in fierce competition with Taro Company, hastily joined in to undermine Luo Li. The remaining representatives, some from the other 4 academy cities and others rooted in free cities, watched in silence, awaiting Luo Li's explanation. This is sowing discord. This is framing, Luo Li exclaimed anxiously. As the representative of Ares City, he could not afford to be accused of colluding with the nobility to betray the merchants. Otherwise, it wouldn't take much for the Li family to dismantle Taro Company, abandoning him as a useless pawn. Consider this. If I truly conspired with the nobility, how could Lin Yi expose me? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to keep him as an informant? Then how did Lin Yi know we would send someone to ambush him? The plan was proposed by you, and no one was aware of it beforehand. We have remained here the entire time. Unless this was a trap from the very beginning, I cannot fathom any other explanation, countered the representative of the Li family. It must have been Lin Yi who guessed it. Since he is allied with the nobility, it would not be difficult for him to anticipate our ambush. He set the trap and even implicated me, intending to cause discord among us. Luo Li stammered in his panic. Absurd. We are merchants. Violence is always a last resort. If it weren't for your insistence that Lin Yi, being of noble birth, would not cooperate with us, we would have typically sent someone to establish contact. Is it conceivable that Lin Yi would not think of this? Would those noble signs not think of it either? Retorted the Pero representative. That is precisely because Lin Yi harbors animosity towards my Luo family. He knows that as long as the Luo family exists, he will never be able to coexist peacefully. Which is why he boldly set the trap, Luo Li exclaimed, as the other representatives could no longer contain themselves. So, this incident arose from your personal vendetta with Taro Company, and we were all merely pawns in your game? How shameless. They chastised. The representative of the Li family further distributed a dossier to all present, stating vehemently, this so-called personal grudge is merely Lin Yi competing with your second brother. Who among us has not experienced such rivalry? To turn a trivial matter into a life-and-death feud, how has Taro Company thrived to this day? And your clumsy excuse, unless one has a persecution complex, how could Lin Yi dare to make such a bold assumption over such trivial matters? Does he not fear being dealt with by those arrogant noble scions? It is an affront to our intelligence. Amidst the chorus of accusations, Luo Li crumpled to the ground, realizing that everything was lost. Indeed, to create such a significant commotion over a second son, was that the conduct of a major corporation? Yet, How could he dare to reveal the machinations of that powerful figure? Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had orchestrated Luo Li's predicament, was relentlessly pursuing the fleeing enemies, feeling no remorse. After leaving the camp, he had received a secret message from Lu Feng indicating that someone was following them, confirming his suspicion that the Luo family, as Dream Bo Yun had said, would not easily relent. The previous act of sending equipment was merely to deceive him. In the end, Lin Yi had eliminated 3 mecha engineers himself, and the rest had suffered significantly, with no fewer than 30 falling prey to the dark beasts. Yuan Shu, still perplexed, wondered why the merchant faction had dispatched no fewer than 50 mecha engineers for their ambush. Were they truly that significant? I recognize these corpses. They belong to the merchant faction's hunting team. They must have come out to hunt, and eliminating you was merely a secondary objective, explained Marco, who had participated in the ambush. Fortunately, the main force lagged far behind, and those responsible for tracking were specially selected stealth operatives equipped with disruptors to shield against mecha detection. Otherwise, this ambush might not have succeeded. Marco then added with a smile, regardless, with this hunting team eliminated, the progress of the merchants will be significantly hindered. With the 3 of you joining us, victory is assured. Of course, your contributions will be duly recorded and acknowledged after the competition. If we're speaking of credit, it is truly Lu Feng who deserves the most praise. Without his insistence, this ambush would not have succeeded, Lin Yi said with a smile. Passing the credit to Lu Feng. Chapter 37. Abundant Harvest. Lin Yi was not a fool. From Marco's respect and even reverence for Lu Feng, it was evident that Lu's background was far better than Lin had anticipated. The fact that such a person had come to offer assistance was likely due to an appreciation of Lin's talents, with intentions to recruit him. Lin did not resent this. Aligning himself with a powerful figure and growing under their protection was undeniably preferable to living in constant fear of the schemes of a lieutenant. To this day, he remained oblivious as to whether the 2 groups he had encountered were dispatched by Luo Li or the lieutenant, or perhaps both sent separate contingents. After significantly crippling the merchant forces and collecting the spoils, Lin Yi followed the ambushers deeper into the dense forest, embarking on the true purpose of their expedition, hunting second-tier dark beasts. This mission comprised 50 ordinary first-tier mecha operators, with Lin Yi, Marco, Lu Feng, and 2 other elite guards, totaling 10 participants in the hunt. The ordinary mecha operators were tasked with using firearms to eliminate common dark beasts, while Lin Yi and his companions would serve as the main force in hunting the second-tier dark beasts. It is noteworthy that unlike first-tier dark beasts, the second-tier counterparts began to exhibit intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, capable of commanding subordinate dark beasts to act as cannon fodder, with first-tier dark beasts serving as guards. Thus, each second-tier dark beast effectively represented a small dark beast community. For instance, during the fire incident, it was a second-tier dark beast that repelled the crows, while most of the extinguishing was conducted by its subordinates. After several days of searching and hunting numerous first-tier dark beasts, Lin Yi and his group finally caught sight of their target, a lion-like second-tier dark beast adorned with a pair of azure wings, surrounded by several smaller lion dark beasts that bore an identical appearance. Combat erupted immediately, while several first-tier lions, accompanied by half a dozen apprentice-level lions, ventured out to gather food. The 50 ordinary mecha operators unleashed a barrage of heavy fire upon the remaining apprentice lions. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Lin Yi and the elite team charged towards the core, with Marco swiftly deploying a necklace-like device that transformed into a transparent barrier, trapping the azure-winged lion in place. This device was akin to the T2 magnetic net Lin Yi had previously used to ensnare a 4-armed mecha operator, representing an upgraded version. With the second-tier dark beast confined, Lin Yi lunged at a first-tier lion, his sharp claws ignited with flames, leaving deep gashes with each strike. The flames seeped into the wounds, particularly devastating at the sight of a stab from his energy dagger, which penetrated to the bone. The lion had little chance to retaliate before it was slain. Marco, overseeing the battle, felt a jolt of surprise. Lin Yi's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. It seemed that even a single ordinary mecha operator could take on 3 foes without issue. Regrettably, it appeared that this remarkable individual had already caught the eye of a certain nobleman. Marco sighed inwardly, contemplating the potential of nurturing Lin Yi into a formidable general in the future. However, his attention was soon drawn to another individual, Yuan Shu, who wielded a frost-encrusted greatsword. Each strike forced the lion to retreat, ice forming upon its body, while the lion's counterattacks were thwarted by a shield of ice. Ultimately, when Yuan Shu cleaved the lion in two, he emerged unscathed. In contrast to Lin Yi's reliance on brute force and a trade of injuries, Yuan Shu's technique captivated Marco, solidifying his resolve to recruit this third-ranked student from Ares Academy. Lin Yi's trio had already attracted attention, their information reaching Marco a day prior. Unbeknownst to Marco, Lin Yi's evolution had surpassed 30 after these days of hunting. In terms of attributes, he had already outstripped Yuan Shu, and the damage to his mecha after slaying the first-tier lion was a mere 10. Having swiftly dealt with the first-tier lion, the barrier confining the azure-winged lion had yet to dissipate. It remained until the group organized themselves and prepared for the next phase, at which point it flickered and vanished. As soon as it was freed, the furious azure-winged lion unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, circling before diving towards one of the elite guards. Even with prior preparation, the guard was unable to evade the lion's assault, crashing into several mecha dark beasts before tumbling to the ground, his frame marred with cracks and rendered incapable of further combat. Seizing this moment, the remaining members unleashed their special techniques in unison, catching the azure-winged lion off guard. A concentrated barrage inflicted severe wounds upon it, and after another guard fell in battle, the beast finally succumbed, unwillingly collapsing. Terrifying. It was only today that I truly understood the meaning of many ants can kill an elephant and the significance of technological superiority. Even formidable strength pales when besieged by advanced equipment, leaving one to fight like a cornered beast. Yuan Shu stood before the first dark beast they had killed, reflecting deeply. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had landed the final blow, grinned broadly at the system notification indicating a 10 increase in his evolution. Against the backdrop of such rapid enhancement of strength, the inability to increase evolution through means other than slaughter seemed inconsequential. Thus, upon hearing Yuan Shu's musings, he candidly remarked, "Have you considered the immense resources required to gather so many mecha operators and this vast array of firearms and ammunition? Even if the spoils were entirely given to a few noble sons, it likely wouldn't cover half the expenses. Just the value of that barrier alone must exceed 200,000. In response, Yuan Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that aside from the great nobility and affluent merchants, ordinary individuals could hardly afford such extravagant endeavors. Well then, the mission has been successfully completed, and ammunition has been sufficiently expended. The hunting party will now return to camp to recuperate. Will the three of you accompany us back, or continue hunting?" Marco inquired, permitting Lin Yi and his companions the freedom to act independently, out of respect for Lu Feng. "Naturally, we will follow the main group," Lin Yi replied after conferring with the others. At that moment, Lu Feng unexpectedly spoke up. "I would like to explore the area a bit more. Lin Yi, would you care to accompany me on another hunt?" Lin Yi paused, his mind racing through possibilities before responding without hesitation. "I would be delighted." Lu Feng's proposal for a solo venture undoubtedly held ulterior motives, yet given that he had only invited Lin, the danger seemed minimal. With Lu Feng's status, no substantial benefit would warrant risking life, especially since the area had largely been cleared. Lin Yi even began to suspect Lu Feng's intentions might revolve around uncovering a hidden base from the Federal era, a private treasure, or a vein of minerals. Nearby, Gao observed with growing anxiety. He recognized Lu Feng's intent to recruit Lin Yi, but felt powerless to intervene. In a moment of desperation, he blurted, "Why don't I join you as well?" The instant the words escaped his lips, Gao regretted them. Lu Feng's brow furrowed, and he firmly rejected, "No need. The area has been thoroughly cleared. Lin Yi's company is sufficient." Chapter 38. The Spaceship. Gao ultimately had no choice but to follow the main force as they departed. Watching the hunting team swiftly evacuate with their spoils, Lu Feng inquired, "Do you harbor any resentment towards me for summoning you away, preventing you from continuing to earn imperial currency with the hunting team?" Yuan Shu and the others were oblivious. Yet I could discern that the hunting of second-tier dark beasts would not resume in the near future, even with their financial means. It was improbable they could frequently utilize items capable of ensnaring second-tier dark beasts, Lin Yi remarked with a smile. It was hardly surprising, considering that the trio's modest abilities had earned them a commendable 5th place after just half a month of hunting. If Marco and his associates were to regularly organize hunts, accumulating points among a few noble heirs, Lin Yi would hardly qualify for a spot in the top 10. Indeed, this hunting expedition was their first. Although the merchant faction had attempted several times, their luck had been poor, and each time they had to return to camp for supplies before encountering any second-tier dark beasts. Furthermore, neither side had submitted their spoils, preventing the other from estimating their numbers and avoiding any reckless gambles due to significant disparities. Thus, Your abrupt rise to 5th place aroused Marco's suspicions, leading him to believe you were affiliated with the merchant faction, especially since the merchants had participated under the guise of the academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but lament. What should have been a grand selection event for talent had instead turned the academy into a mere supporting character, with the nobility and merchants vying for the spotlight. The aristocracy and merchants were indeed the two pillars of the empire, both indispensable. As long as competition remained within reasonable bounds, it would ultimately benefit the empire's development, Lu Feng countered. More so for the royal rule, Lu Feng added. Lin Yi silently acknowledged this thought and refrained from further comments as he followed Lu Feng out of the dense forest to the edge of a cliff, activating the flight system to land beneath a massive rock before the avian dark beasts could arrive. Below the cliff, Lieutenant 1 emerged from his hiding spot, adjusting his camouflage cloak that automatically blended with the environment. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Lu Feng ascend the cliff, the thermal detector immediately lost track of them. Indeed, their presence here was undoubtedly purposeful. Perhaps I could uncover a fully sealed secret base, yielding substantial benefits whether for personal use or submission. However, before proceeding, I should contact a few other fools to join us. Recalling Lin Yi's formidable combat prowess, a hint of wariness flashed in Lieutenant 1's eyes. Atop the cliff, Lu Feng produced a key and, after a brief search beneath the massive stone, inserted it into an inconspicuous small hole. The hole promptly expanded, revealing a password input device. Lu Feng, having prepared in advance, swiftly entered a series of codes. 1796. The device contracted inward, and the ground parted to reveal a structure resembling a cultivation pod. This is a small-scale positioning transporter, capable of fixed teleportation within a kilometer radius to another transporter. Lu Feng explained. Our mission is to reach a base located a kilometer beneath the surface, completely sealed off, accessible solely through teleportation. With that, he pulled Lin Yi, and they stood upon the transporter, disappearing in a flash of white light. Lin Yi felt as though he had been momentarily blinded by the brilliance, only to find himself in a new location, a chamber entirely constructed from silvery metal, illuminated by energy lights on the ceiling, casting a bright glow throughout the less than 50 square meter room. At that moment, Lu Feng's demeanor shifted. He emanated an air of authority akin to a sovereign, imposing great pressure on those present, before speaking in a calm tone. I am the third prince of the empire. My presence here is solely to access that underground secret base. One could say that the emperor's wrath, prompting a change in the competition format and the offering of extraordinary artifacts in search of talent, is intended to attract the attention of all, be they noble families or the Monroe Federation, thus creating an opportunity for me to enter the base. To conceal our whereabouts, I have refrained from bringing any guards with me and have relinquished all external combat-enhancing devices to avoid revealing my identity. However, given the unpredictable nature of the base, I require assistance, which is why I have chosen you, Lin Yi. You hail from a minor noble family and have grown up at Ares Academy, diligently training to become a first-tier mech engineer. Your background is as untainted as a blank slate, free of entanglements with any factions. Even your recent acquaintances, such as Meng Kuer from the merchant faction and Gao Wan, who is linked to another organization, have not yet yielded substantial results due to the short time frame, making you the ideal candidate with your formidable combat capabilities. It is indeed predictable to foresee the beginning, yet the conclusion remains elusive. The so-called noble heir who is the third prince has only met him once, and now he has been chosen to explore the base. Gao Wan's proximity to him suggests an intention to recruit him into a certain organization. Lin Yi's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, overwhelmed by the revelation. He instinctively asked, what about Marco? And the matter of being targeted? The Marco family has maintained a matrimonial alliance with the royal family for millennia, making them trustworthy. However, his ambitions are considerable. Sending us here under the pretense of hunting second-tier dark beasts is the extent of his capability. As for the lieutenant who has his sights set on you, simply ask your elder sister, Li Hua, who he is, and everything will become clear. Moreover, should we successfully achieve our objectives, he could pose a threat to you. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. Is the lieutenant surnamed Li related to Sister Li? Lin Yi suddenly recalled the day of the first attack and Sister Li's expression upon learning of the news. At the time, he had found it odd but had attributed it to his concern, failing to pay it much heed. Reflecting now, there indeed seemed to be a problem. Furthermore, after his father's disappearance, Sister Li had swiftly brought him to Ares City and had never allowed him to leave until the attack incident erupted. Only after he became a first-tier mech engineer was he permitted to return and inherit the territory, only to be ambushed by 3 mech engineers. Now, let me clarify our objective. This base is actually a spaceship production facility. However, after a millennium, no one can guarantee the production line is still operational. Thus, the data stored within the optical brain is my target. Acquiring this information could pave the way for the Empire to reclaim the stars and reignite the grand era of human dominion over the universe. Lu Feng's face flushed with excitement as he spoke. Lin Yi was taken aback, astonishment flooding his heart stronger than ever before. He realized why Lu Feng had chosen him. Such a thing could only be developed at a national level, rendering it worthless in his hands, save for trading it for benefits. And who could rival the royal family's valuation? Moreover, since Lu Feng had already selected him, it was likely that Meng Ke, Sister Li, and others had been under secret surveillance. Should he dare to betray them, there would be no refuge left for him within the Empire. Furthermore, this was a spaceship. He had heard scientists mention that the energy storms in space had largely dissipated, perhaps giving him the chance to traverse the starry seas in his lifetime. This was the romantic aspiration held in the hearts of every man. Chapter 39. Exploration. With the matter settled, Lin Yi promptly pledged, "Honored by your Highness's esteem, I, Lin Yi, shall endeavor to assist in procuring the data and would never betray the Empire. Rest assured, should we succeed, the Empire shall not fail to reward you handsomely." Lu Feng avowed. The dialogue concluded, and Lin Yi, regaining his composure, finally had the chance to survey his surroundings. A stark expanse of white met his gaze. The room containing naught but the teleporter. Almost forgot, he mused. There's also a silver-white automatic door nearby. The physically robust Lin Yi proactively approached the door, while Lu Feng's dark gray mech, armed with a rifle in its left hand and a sword in its right, stood ready to provide support. With a mechanical whir, the door slid open, revealing a silent, dark corridor. Sensor lights flickered to life, illuminating a lengthy passage lined with automatic doors, each marked with red or green lights. According to the data transmitted by Lu Feng, green signified unrestricted access, while red indicated restricted zones requiring specific authorization and passwords. Restricted areas are exceedingly perilous. Unauthorized attempts to open them will trigger the base's defense systems, unleashing a deluge of automated weaponry and, legend has it, biomechanical automatons to overwhelm intruders, Lu Feng cautioned. "Let's begin by searching the green doors," Lin Yi affirmed, proceeding to the nearest automatic door, poised to evade any potential threats. As the door opened, the sensor lights illuminated what appeared to be a security personnel's duty room, furnished with chairs, wall-mounted firearms, and a terminal. Fortunately, the terminal lacked password protection, containing only duty logs and base announcements of little value. However, buried deep within, they unearthed an electronic journal. December 6th. Today marks the 3rd day since the base lost contact with the mother planet. John has not returned from his expedition with the captain. Work has ceased as everyone frantically seeks information, and a sense of chaos pervades the base. December 18th. John has returned. I can scarcely believe it. The man who shared the duty room with me for 6 years has been transformed into a ghastly sight. The poor fellow is covered in bite marks, and his right arm is gone. Li Fei speculates about a potential biohazard outbreak, turning humans into bloodthirsty beasts like in the movies. December 19th. John is awake. He informs us that the outside world is overrun with mutated beasts, including Captain, the 5th-tier mech pilot. The exploration team was annihilated, and only John survived. The base is now completely isolated. February 10th. Heavens. Jenny was murdered last night, brutally violated, and then killed. The supervisor has declared that we can no longer wait. He will lead everyone aboard the spacecraft, destroying all exits except for a backup teleporter to serve as a future point of entry. The journal ended there, the crucial dates providing invaluable information amidst a torrent of emotional outpourings. At least they now knew that the base personnel had evacuated. The duo meticulously searched the remaining green rooms, finding them devoid of anything valuable. As the journal indicated, the base personnel had ample time to remove anything of significance before being torn to shreds by the storm. Unable to uncover any useful leads, they reluctantly considered venturing into the perilous red zones. However, as they retreated into the corridor, an unexpected event transpired. A green-lit automatic door suddenly opened, and a towering figure emerged. It was a dilapidated, 3-meter-tall mech, brandishing a cleaver, its frame exuding an aura of decay, and its head bore 2 glowing green orbs in place of eyes. Someone is still in the base. Lin Yi glanced at Lu Feng, transmitting a message. What's happening? Could someone have entered the base before us? Impossible, Lu Feng retorted. There were only 2 keys, one of which was taken and destroyed in space by the original base personnel. The backup was stored in another base until it was discovered half a year ago. As documented in the password log, there's no mistake. As the 2 swiftly exchanged information, the dilapidated mech turned its head, its gaze fixed upon them. The green orbs in its eyes erupting with brilliant light. Flesh, life, consume. A grating, metallic rasp echoed as the dilapidated mech lunged forward. Cleaver aimed at Lu Feng. As the 3rd prince, Lu Feng had enhanced his attributes with exotic artifacts during his evolution, surpassing Lin Yi in many aspects. Raising his sword-wielding right hand to parry the cleaver, his left hand aimed the bolter at the dilapidated mech's abdomen, ready to unleash a barrage of fire. A thunderous explosion erupted, not from Lu Feng's bolter, but from the impact of the cleaver, which deflected his weapon and left a deep, half-meter-long gash on his mech's hull. Had the wound been a centimeter deeper, it would have breached the mech's armor, endangering Lu Feng's physical body. Even so, the force of the blow staggered him, causing his mech to shudder. Lin Yi, reacting swiftly, saw the dilapidated mech disregard him and pursue Lu Feng. He swung his claws downward, hoping to thwart the mech's attempt to eliminate Lu Feng. Sensing the threat, the dilapidated mech halted, sidestepped, and retaliated with a swift cleaver strike, forcing Lin Yi to retract his claws and meet the blow head-on. With a resounding clang, an overwhelming force struck, exceeding Lin Yi's 36 points of strength. Half of the talons on his hands were sheared off by the cleaver, but the impact reduced the blade's momentum, leaving only a shallow gash on his mech, causing a mere 15 damage. Such immense power, and that speed. Even though I specialize in speed, enhanced by my suit and multiple evolutions, rivaling even speed-specialized mech pilots. Only a higher tier could surpass me in both strength and speed. Lin Yi realized that the dilapidated mech possessed the strength of a second-tier mech pilot, but for some unknown reason, it did not exude the aura of one, causing them to misjudge it. Bang! Taking advantage of Lin Yi's retreat, Lu Feng, recovering from the blow, raised his bolter and fired at the enemy, the explosive round streaking through the air and striking the mech's left chest with precision. Retreating, Lin Yi detected a pungent odor of gunpowder, followed by a deafening explosion. Regaining his footing, he saw that the dilapidated mech's left chest armor had been obliterated, exposing its intricate internal components. This is, Lin Yi exclaimed, a look of astonishment on his face, as if he had made a startling discovery. Chapter 40. The skeleton, the biological mecha, aptly named for its unique materials, possesses the remarkable ability to evolve like a living organism, automatically healing its injuries through energy. Initially, this characteristic seemed negligible, but after being struck by an explosive arrow, the mecha showed no signs of recovery in the area where its left chest had vanished. Meanwhile, the metal surrounding Lin Yi's wound began to writhe, gradually sealing the injury. Your Highness, this mecha has issues. It won't heal itself. I'll hold it back while you take aim at its joints with the explosive arrows. Lin Yi shouted, repositioning himself and activating his protective form as he lunged forward. The damaged mecha, drawn to Lin Yi's movement, turned around as if unperturbed, raising its blade to strike once more, its back conveniently facing Lu Feng. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed. Observing the damage to the mecha, Lin Yi noted a 10 reduction after being struck, followed by a 4 decrease with each subsequent explosion. In a short time, it crossed the critical threshold of 50. However, the more tragic fate befell the damaged mecha, as it suffered continuous strikes to its joints from Lin Yi's explosive arrows. Its right arm, wielding the blade, was blown away in a cacophony of blasts, followed by its left hand, right leg, and left leg. All limbs capable of movement or harm were torn off. As they approached the mecha, Lin Yi and Lu Feng scrutinized the creature, which was struggling on the ground like an overturned turtle, their eyes filled with curiosity. The mecha's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Despite possessing second-tier power, its resilience was significantly below normal levels, and it lacked the ability to heal. Moreover, the internal operators seemed to be malfunctioning, attacking only the nearest target with mindless blade swings and eschewing special techniques. If this isn't an explorer who entered later, could it possibly be a monstrous being that has lived for a millennium? Lin Yi muttered to himself. Upon opening the mecha's shell, the truth within would soon be revealed. Lu Feng was adamant that no one could have arrived before him, as that would imply that critical information had been pilfered, leaving him with nothing. The two secured the mecha and forcefully used a lightsaber to carve a circular opening in the cockpit. After exchanging a glance, Lin Yi suddenly yanked the outer casing aside. In the next moment, both men were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "This is impossible." Inside the cockpit, a humanoid skeleton was frantically manipulating the controls. Upon sensing the breach, the skeleton ceased its movements, raising its pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light, locking its gaze onto the two men, its mouth opening and closing as if attempting to communicate. Lin Yi was immediately drenched in cold sweat. What does it feel like to have a living skeleton staring at you without blinking? Although humanity had entered the interstellar age many years ago, tales of the supernatural still persisted among the human race. Lin Yi had heard countless legends, but had never believed in such things. Yet here he was, witnessing the extraordinary. After repeatedly scanning with his light brain, Lu Feng concluded that the skeleton was indeed composed of human remains, devoid of any technological enhancements. Overcome with disbelief, he stumbled back 2 steps, the circular cover in his hand clattering to the ground. What does it matter what it is? Just burn it with fire. Startled by the sound, Lin Yi regained his composure, igniting flames in his hands before seizing the skeleton's skull. The green glow flared intensely, resisting the flames. The standoff endured for 10 seconds, during which Lu Feng attempted to speak several times, but failed to produce any sound. Curiosity about how a mere skeleton could possess such abilities was overshadowed by the instinct for self-preservation, compelling him to eliminate the entity. As the green glow was ultimately extinguished by the flames, the skeleton turned to ash, and a faint sigh echoed, followed by a sudden gust of wind that swept through the depths of the earth. Even within the mecha, both Lin Yi and Lu Feng felt a chill run down their spines. Let's investigate the room it emerged from. There may be clues left behind. Lu Feng, true to his royal upbringing, quickly regained his composure and made a decisive statement. Similar to other rooms, this appeared to be a private chamber, with most valuable items having been removed, leaving only a small projector on the table. Lin Yi examined it and found no password settings, allowing him to activate it directly. He handed the device to Lu Feng, who swiped a few times, projecting an image onto the wall. The image revealed a young black man in his 20s. Speaking urgently, "I am Kevin, a lieutenant from the 7th Fleet of the Federation, stationed on the USS Wales, 36th Detachment. To whoever finds this recording, please listen carefully to what I am about to recount. 6 days ago, an unexpected storm engulfed our detachment, annihilating nearly everyone in an instant. Only we, just having launched from Panjiao Star, managed to make a forced landing before our ship disintegrated. Worse yet, the beasts of Panjiao Star seem to have undergone a mutation, evolving into aggressive creatures capable of combating mechas. We expended considerable effort to eliminate the nearby mutated beasts. During this time, we rescued an individual claiming to be the director of Base R7, who intended to leave the planet on a ship. However, during the ascent, their vessel was sunk by mutated birds, leaving him as the sole survivor. What a fortunate fellow. We did not disclose to him that his colleagues who successfully launched had likely been torn to shreds by the storm. Given the increasing number of mutated beasts, we decided to head to Base R7 for temporary refuge and attempt to contact our home planet. But Kevin's tone suddenly turned to one of extreme terror. First it was Malone, then Huangbing. The remaining crew suddenly developed high fevers, behaving as if possessed by demons, attacking anyone in sight, and after killing, they would feast upon the flesh of their victims. The poor director was devoured alive by them. The ship's doctor suggested we might have encountered something in the storm capable of penetrating the ship's radiation. Oh God, now everyone is showing signs of fever. After we cremated Malone and the others, the remaining crew decided to lock themselves in separate rooms, leaving only me, the weakest, outside. Before this, the captain transferred his authority to me, believing the Federation had been destroyed by the storm. For humanity to once again reach the stars, someone needed to retain authority, allowing future arrivals, like you, to gain access to the ship's production lines and related technologies. As the recording concluded, Lu Feng's eyes flickered, and he swiftly transferred the authority to himself via his light brain. Just as he was preparing to copy the data, he froze, realizing that the corridor rooms bore no markings. Kevin had not specified where the data was stored. If you aren't afraid of those skeletal mecha operators, just try each room one by one, Lin Yi shrugged. That damn black man. He spouted a load of nonsense while omitting the most crucial information. Lu Feng could no longer contain his frustration. Anyone would be enraged when so close to success, only to be left in the dark about the next steps. Perhaps he hoped for his companions to find release. Lin Yi mused thoughtfully. Chapter 41. The princes pledged. The identical automated doors lining the corridor filled Lu Feng with dismay. The fact that even the weakest among the adversaries possessed second-order strength made it daunting to imagine what formidable enemies awaited them within the rooms illuminated by the red lights. Lin Yi, however, wore a faint smile, a subtle anticipation stirring within him. The cadaver of Kevin had yielded a 5 increment in his evolutionary progress, leaving him a mere 4 shy of a 50 surge, which would grant him another point in his 3 core attributes upon eliminating another skeletal mech pilot. Of course, he wasn't blinded by avarice, recklessly disregarding the peril. Having perused the organizational structure of the Federal-era fleet officers, he was acutely aware that the majority of the crew aboard such vessels were second-order mech pilots. A few mid-level officers might reach third order, while the captain's strength would fluctuate between fourth and fifth order, contingent upon the ship's classification. A Serpent class, the lowest-ranking vessel in the Federal hierarchy, boasted a crew of 100, with 10 administrative personnel, 2 vice captains, and a captain. Among the 19 sealed-off areas within the base, the one housing the ship's data was undoubtedly uninhabited. Of the remaining 18, there was a high probability that over half contained second-order mech pilots. After a millennium, the antiquated Mech's battle prowess would be significantly diminished, allowing the two of them to effectively cooperate and prevail. After his initial dejection, Lu Feng regained his composure and solemnly vowed, "I swear upon the imperial family's honor that, should you be willing to accompany me on this venture, I shall not only resolve the matter of your lieutenant's rank upon its completion, but also petition my imperial father to elevate you to the peerage of baron. I shall then privately bestow upon you a baronial estate with a population of 1 million. That Lu Feng was entrusted with such a crucial mission of national importance, in addition to his princely lineage, underscored his favored status with the emperor. Successfully retrieving the data would undoubtedly bolster his chances of ascending to the throne by a significant margin. Compared to that, a mere baronial estate was a trifling matter. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed, not expecting such a substantial reward. While he anticipated that Lu Feng would compensate him handsomely, his expectations were limited to monetary gains, positions, and commercial ventures. A landed estate, however, had become an obsession for Lin Yi. After securing his own, the desire hadn't waned. Instead, it had intensified his ambition to acquire more land, elevate his rank, and prove to his father, whose whereabouts and very existence were uncertain, that he was a worthy scion of the Lin family. "Your Highness, command me." With remarkable composure, Lu Feng analyzed. "With our combined strength, we can manage second-order antiquated mechs. However, a third-order foe exceeds our capabilities by more than 2 tiers, a gap that even innate talent cannot bridge. We must devise an alternative strategy." His gaze inadvertently swept across the doors before him, and suddenly, inspiration struck. During their previous encounter, a mere wave had caused the green light on a door to turn red, accompanied by the swift descent of a metal barrier, all within a span of 5 seconds. "I have a plan," Lu Feng exclaimed. "There are so many rooms with green lights. We can lure them inside, and then use our authority to seal the doors. This will allow us to systematically search the corresponding rooms." "Indeed, that's an excellent strategy," Lin Yi replied. "We can isolate them in separate rooms, mark them, and then select the second-order opponents for elimination. We can bring back the mechs and skeletal remains. Perhaps this will lead to new breakthroughs in biomech research." Lin Yi subtly added his own agenda. With their plan settled, Lu Feng first shared his access privileges with Lin Yi, ensuring a backup in case of unforeseen circumstances. He then opened the first red door. As soon as the door swung open, a figure materialized, striking Lin Yi and sending him reeling backward. It raised its weapon, a sword, and lunged at Lu Feng. Prepared for such an event, Lu Feng retreated into a neighboring room. The figure retracted its weapon and pursued its target into the room. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi rushed forward and altered the door's status, instantly changing the green light to red. "Evade." Heeding the warning, Lu Feng deliberately circled around, enduring a glancing blow as he fled the room. The figure crashed into the metal door with a resounding clang. After a series of impacts, the mech, perhaps due to the disappearance of the human scent or the absence of living beings in its field of vision, lapsed back into quiescence. The monster-luring strategy had succeeded. "Indeed, we cannot contend with a third-order mech," Lu Feng said, leaning against the wall and gesturing to a deep gash on his mech. That glancing blow alone caused 30 damage. 2 more hits, and I'd be done for. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yi acknowledged that third-order opponents were currently beyond their reach. He suggested a period of respite to restore their mech's damage and replenish their energy. Over the next half-day, half of the red-lit rooms were opened. Many turned out to be ship material fabrication facilities, of little use to the duo. Only one room yielded a valuable find, an upgraded version of the bolter rifle 3.0. Prior to the storm's devastation of the Human Federation, the homeworld couldn't effectively manage its far-flung colonies in real time. To prevent potential rebellions, the Federation restricted the export of military technology, forcing colonies to purchase weapons equipped with self-destruct mechanisms at exorbitant prices. These devices would obliterate the weapon and any traces of its technology if anyone attempted to reverse engineer them. Consequently, the Tunglong Empire had always lagged in the development of thermal weaponry. Weapons beyond the Third Order were essentially ineffective, and the Empire lacked even the blueprints for spacecraft and other high-powered armaments. Conversely, the Empire excelled in developing melee weapons using materials derived from dark beasts, leading to the peculiar situation where mechs predominantly wielded melee weapons, while ordinary soldiers and a few mech pilots who preferred not to engage in frontline combat used firearms. The bolter rifle 3.0, or simply the level 3 bolter rifle, was a rare thermal weapon capable of harming third-order mech pilots. It was a coveted item in the human world, fetching hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Imperial credits at auctions. With only 10 rounds. "We should conserve this weapon for now," Lu Feng said, examining the rifle. "Let's save it as a trump card against the captain. You specialize in melee combat, so a firearm wouldn't be of much use to you. I'll compensate you in other ways when we return." Considering the baronial estate, Lin Yi didn't object. After expressing a hint of dissatisfaction, he proceeded to open the next automated door. Clang! A flash of white light filled Lin Yi's vision. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his right arm was severed at the joint. Without even assessing the situation, he instinctively rolled to his left. Just as he was about to touch another red-lit door, his hand inadvertently deactivated the lockdown on his optical computer, causing the automated door to sense his proximity and swing open. Clang! As Lin Yi tumbled into the newly opened room, a light sword descended, targeting the doorway. Had the door not opened at that precise moment, he would have been cleaved in two. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms blared incessantly. As Lin Yi rose to his feet, he glanced at the display, noting that his mech had sustained 30 damage. The light sword had targeted his arm, resulting in maximum damage. Had the attack originated from above, aimed at his head, the damage would likely have reached 100. Given the attacker's power, his identity was self-evident. The captain, possessing at least fourth-order strength. Now cornered by the captain, how would Lin Yi extricate himself from this perilous situation? Chapter 42. Betrayal. The advanced mech warrior's prowess far exceeded Lin Yi's estimations, leaving him no time to react as his right arm was severed at the root, plunging him into an unprecedented predicament. The assailant was a 4-meter-tall mech, sleek and graceful like a bird, adorned in a golden hue interspersed with ominous dark shades. Armed with a lightsaber and a peculiar firearm, the mech seemed devoid of consciousness, as its left hand remained lowered, rendering the formidable weapon nothing more than a mere ornament. In a flash, the avian mech vanished and reappeared before Lin Yi, raising its lightsaber for a devastating strike that was about to rain down upon him. Having endured significant losses, Lin Yi dared not hesitate. He swiftly darted to the side, seeking refuge behind a metallic laboratory table just as the lightsaber descended. With a resounding crack, the seemingly indestructible table, no less robust than Lin Yi's own mech, was cleaved in two, its instruments scattering across the floor. A gust of wind surged past him, sending a chill down Lin Yi's spine as he realized the avian mech had once again utilized its unparalleled speed to close the distance. Desperately, he scanned his surroundings for potential cover. Fortunately, after enduring a millennium of erosion, the mech appeared to exhibit some flaws. It paused momentarily after each attack, granting him a fleeting respite to widen the gap between them. Unlike the previous room, this chamber was exceptionally vast, comparable to the size of a basketball court, filled with experimental tables and intricate instruments, suggesting it was a spaceship laboratory. Suddenly, a bright light drew Lin Yi's attention, a multifaceted object encased in a transparent glass dome, radiating a faint glow, hovering in midair while the surrounding space appeared to warp ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. A treasure, undoubtedly. Despite the imminent threat looming behind him, Lin Yi's mind could not help but speculate about the nature of the multifaceted object. With his knowledge, he recognized that the distortion was a sign of unstable space. Such an anomaly indicated that the object was likely of considerable significance even in the era of the Federation. Most crucially, that peculiar sensation resurfaced. It was even more intense than when Meng Kuer had presented the jade. An overwhelming urge surged within him. as if a voice within his heart urged him to seize it, to claim it swiftly. Lost in thought, the sound of slicing air reached his ears, prompting Lin Yi to duck instinctively, rolling to evade the lightsaber's thrust. A strange noise caught his attention, and as he turned, he realized that the green light had inexplicably shifted to red, followed by the thunderous descent of the automatic door. Cursed Lu Feng. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, plunging his heart into despair. The third prince had betrayed him at the critical moment. Although he knew that nobility was fraught with treachery, the sensation of being abandoned by a comrade who had just moments ago fought alongside him was profoundly complex. No wonder betrayal was the hardest sin to forgive. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yi contemplated surrendering, rushing to the door to deactivate the lockdown and take Lu Feng down with him as he perished. Yet the instinct for survival prevailed. With no time to unlock the door, the multifaceted object became his sole hope. The only question that remained was how to approach it before the avian mech could end his life. Speed, speed, faster speed. Under the shadow of death, Lin Yi's mech experienced a sudden transformation. His strength and constitution rapidly dwindled, replaced by a surge in agility that soon surpassed 40 points, racing toward 50. In an instant, Lin Yi became a blur, moving forward with a speed slightly inferior to that of the captain. Consequently, while the avian mech could have easily closed the distance, it was now forced to pursue him at a relatively slower pace. Yet it was still insufficient. The calculations showed that even after reaching the multifaceted object, he would need time to shatter the glass dome to retrieve it, a duration ample enough for the captain to catch up and eliminate him multiple times over. His gaze swept over the array of sophisticated instruments and data reports scattered across the experimental tables. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Previously, he had regarded the instruments as precious, rarely produced by the Empire and worthy of preservation. But with Lu Feng's betrayal, he could no longer afford to hesitate in using these tools to ensure his survival. As he dashed through the room, the sounds of shattering glass echoed behind him. Anything that could obstruct the avian mech was carelessly thrown aside or intentionally toppled to create barriers. By the time he neared the center, it was likely that half of the laboratory's equipment had been utterly destroyed, incurring losses that could not be understated, well over 100 million Imperial coins. With a powerful punch, he shattered the glass dome, leaning forward to execute his evasive role once more. This time, through precise calculations, he grasped the multifaceted object with his remaining left hand just as the lightsaber narrowly grazed his shoulder, inflicting a deep wound that nearly penetrated the cockpit and damaging his mech by 70%. The multifaceted object emitted a resonant hum upon being grasped, and the surrounding space warped even more intensely, imbuing him with an unsettling sensation of impending collapse. In the depths of a mysterious realm, a voice resonated with suppressed excitement. What a remarkable fluctuation! A spatial artifact? To be placed on such a remote planet and sealed with dimensional sand, there's no doubt about it. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in the mysterious presence's mind as it realized this object has already recognized its master and intends to transport Lin Yi away. The entity gasped, extending its hands and waving them rhythmically. A miraculous occurrence unfolded as the multifaceted object's tremors diminished and the spatial distortion around it ceased. Meanwhile, far beyond in the galaxy, beneath a somber sky, a group of blue-skinned, three-eyed humanoids fervently knelt and prayed before a grand edifice crafted entirely of gold. Towering 100 feet high, atop this magnificent structure sat a 10-foot-tall three-eyed being, resting his chin upon his hand, gazing languidly at the stars. Abruptly, a rift in space opened, sending a shockwave through him, and his lethargy vanished as an aura of supreme authority radiated from him, reminiscent of a deity. Tarnodo. The presence of Tarnodo. My child, you have finally emerged. Come, return to your master's side. The three-eyed being exclaimed, rising abruptly, dispelling the gloom in a 100-mile radius as warm sunlight flooded the area, igniting fervent worship among his devoted followers. However, just as the spatial rift was on the verge of fully forming, a terrifying force descended, forcibly warping the space, causing the rift to vanish into thin air. Who dares to steal the treasures of the magnificent spirit clan lord, Menodo? Amidst the tempestuous roar of fury, the recently cleared skies underwent an abrupt transformation, unleashing a barrage of lightning, thunder, and hail upon the land. Countless devout supplicants of the three-eyed clan were battered and bloodied, yet they remained prostrate, trembling in silence. After a moment of stunned anger, Menodo, the leader of the three-eyed clan, closed his eyes and gently pressed his third eye. A moment later, he muttered to himself, "The Milky Way? Insignificant humans? Wretched thieves, I have pinpointed your location. You shall not escape. Tenodo will soon be mine once more. Minoto, the Spirit Lord, proclaimed. The storm from the dark dimension has subsided. The cosmos is once again open to the Spirit Clan. Mobilize the warships at once. We shall embark on a grand expedition. As if hearing his words directly, the Spirit Clan members hundreds of feet away rose and hastened away. Soon, long-dormant bases were activated, and warships, untouched by the passage of millennia, ignited their engines and slowly ascended. An hour later, over 1,000 warships hovered in planetary orbit. With a single stride, Minoto left his golden throne and materialized within the largest vessel, where he took his place as commander. Coordinates 76. 35, he coldly stated. Target, the human thieves in the Milky Way. Set course. In a base laboratory, Lin Yi witnessed the polyhedron initially calming down with an eerie stillness, only to erupt suddenly. The surrounding space twisted and warped, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The vast city was deserted and desolate, with towering skyscrapers and ruins and debris scattered everywhere. Abandoned vehicles and overgrown vegetation lined the streets, with verdant grass concealing the ghastly white bones beneath. A scene of utter devastation unfolded before him. Lin Yi was stunned by the sight of the ruined city. To his knowledge, the dark beast tide had never breached the cities, so he wondered if the history books were intentionally concealing something, or if he had been transported to a new world. After its outburst, the polyhedron was now eerily silent, with the surrounding space no longer distorted. Even its faint glow had dimmed, as if it had suffered a great loss of energy. As he gently stroked the polyhedron, information flooded his mind, revealing its origins and purpose. Tenodo, one of the Spirit Clan's artifacts, possessed the power to warp space and teleport across vast distances. After each use, it required recharging, drawing energy from various sources such as solar power, electricity, or nuclear energy. In Lin Yi's understanding, this artifact could traverse the cosmos and teleport to other planets. With the right coordinates and sufficient energy, it could travel from one end of the Milky Way to another in an instant. Currently, there were 3 coordinate points displayed. The flashing red point indicated Lin Yi's current location, while the grayed out coordinate was unusable. The last point was the planet Panjiao, from which he had arrived. After teleporting back, it can automatically set a location within a 10-mile radius. This could be a good way to escape if I'm ambushed or cornered like I am now. Unfortunately, it takes 3 days to recharge after the energy is depleted. I wonder if Lu Feng has returned. If he makes it back to the camp safely and learns that I'm still alive, he might try to eliminate me to avoid future trouble. Of course, if we meet in the wild, I won't hesitate either. Lin Yi gritted his teeth after reading the information. The immediate priority is to replenish the Stargate's energy. Lin Yi thought, using his own name for Tenodo, the Spirit Clan's name, with the intention of crossing the Gate of Stars. With that in mind, Lin Yi chose the western route, which seemed to be in better condition, and began searching for sources of power. Before long, a familiar figure emerged from the ruins beside him. It was a first-tier dark beast, no different from those on planet Panjiao. So, other planets have been infested with dark beasts as well. I wonder if the Human Federation still exists. Lin Yi thought, his heart heavy. Without hesitation, he charged forward and swiftly dispatched the beast, raising his evolution level to 48. As he continued his journey, numerous apprentice dark beasts appeared and were promptly slain by Lin Yi. Strangely, the buildings that were still intact were completely empty. In one supermarket, even the shelves had been removed, as if someone had been systematically collecting everything. As Lin Yi exited the supermarket, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. He quickly activated his detection system and found a humanoid creature hiding in the lobby of a building across the street. Come out, or I won't be so polite, Lin Yi said with a commanding tone, taking a few steps towards the lobby. Why you? Are you human? A small, frail figure emerged after a moment, their voice filled with deep uncertainty. It was a young girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, with a dirty face and clear signs of malnutrition. She was wearing what could barely be called clothes, a tattered rag that barely covered her. Removing his helmet, Lin Yi softened his tone and said gently, "Little sister, what's your name? Where are your parents?" "My name is Lulu. I don't have parents." The girl bit her finger and said, "Big brother, what are you wearing? It looks scary, like those monsters." "This is a mech, specially designed to fight monsters," Lin Yi explained before asking, "Lulu, why are you hiding here?" Lulu is hungry and came out to find food. After listening to the girl's explanation, Lin Yi learned that Lulu's parents had disappeared while searching for food a long time ago. An uncle had been taking care of her, but he had left 3 days ago and never returned. Driven by hunger, the precocious Lulu had ventured out of her hiding place to find food. A tear glistened in Lin Yi's eye, and his nose tingled. He switched his claws to hands, shrunk himself to a normal human size, and took a bar of chocolate from the mech's internal storage. He unwrapped it and offered it to the girl. "Lulu, this is chocolate. It's delicious." The girl took the chocolate, sniffed it, and then licked it. Her eyes lit up, and she took a bite. The sweet taste brought a happy smile to her face. She chewed carefully until the chocolate had completely melted and swallowed it before taking a second bite. After eating half the chocolate, Lulu seemed to remember something. She held out the chocolate and said, "Brother, you eat it." Lulu is full. Seeing the girl's reluctance, Lin Yi felt like crying. He quickly took out more food and said, "Lulu, eat up. Brother has plenty more." "Wow, brother, how do you have so much food?" When Lulu went to the gathering area with her uncle, she never saw anything like this. The girl's eyes widened in amazement. Her surprised and adorable expression made Lin Yi chuckle. Having consumed a few biscuits and chocolates, the little girl expressed her gratitude with a polite thank you and proactively inquired about Lin Yi's destination, offering to guide him due to her familiarity with the vicinity. "Electricity?" Lulu pondered, biting her finger. "Over there, there's a power plant. My uncle always takes batteries there to recharge." Following the direction indicated by the little girl, Lin Yi activated his long-range vision and indeed spotted a massive structure resembling the Baiyang City power plant. "Is it still operational?" Lin Yi wondered, noting the dilapidated state of the surrounding buildings, suggesting decades of abandonment. He questioned the source of resources for power generation and the maintenance of the machinery. "That's the territory of the Flying Dragon Gang," Lulu recalled. "My uncle says they make a living by selling electricity and hunting monsters, and they're the largest human settlement nearby." Lulu's knowledge of the Flying Dragon Gang was limited, lacking specifics on their numbers, electricity purchasing methods, and safety. However, one detail piqued Lin Yi's interest. The local humans relied on firearms to hunt dark beasts, and the little girl had not yet encountered any mechs. If this were the case, Lin Yi's combat prowess might alleviate concerns about being ambushed. Accompanied by the little girl, Lin Yi proceeded along the main road toward the power plant. They began encountering raggedly clothed humans, exhibiting wariness and evident fear in their gazes toward the mech. "Uncle!" Lulu suddenly exclaimed, rushing toward a disheveled young man. The man walked with a limp, his legs bearing traces of dark red blood, indicating some external injuries. After a brief exchange, the man approached and bowed, saying, "Esteemed guardian, my name is Qi Xing. I thank you for your assistance to my niece. Is there anything I can do for you, guardian?" Lin Yi inquired without revealing his thoughts. "I need to replenish some power. Also, do you have any knowledge about the local situation?" "Certainly, this place." Through Qi Xing's account, Lin Yi learned that the city was known as Fengming and had been one of the largest human settlements. 60 years prior, an unprecedented surge of dark beasts had overwhelmed the city, resulting in the demise of most residents. The survivors sought refuge in underground facilities, such as sewers and subways, emerging only after the dark beasts retreated due to food scarcity. Unlike Panjiao Star, the critical material for mech construction, life crystals, had been lost due to the sudden outbreak of dark beast disasters a millennium ago, making mech pilots exceedingly rare. Lacking superior strength, humanity had been steadily retreating for millennia. Facing increasingly dire circumstances, including food shortages and ammunition scarcity. In such a context, the scarce mech pilots became humanity's last hope, hailed as guardians, expected to protect humanity. However, unrestrained power tends to breed tyranny, especially in situations of severe material scarcity. Most mech pilots had not become humanity's last hope, but instead used their strength to become local overlords, wantonly oppressing the common populace. At this rate, the extinction of humanity on this planet was merely a matter of time. Yet, fate is often capricious. Lin Yi's arrival introduced a question mark into humanity's predetermined destiny. Whether the future holds extinction and misery or a resurgence remains to be seen. After some interaction, perhaps sensing Lin Yi's gentle nature, unlike the haughty demeanor of previous figures, Qi Xing relaxed considerably and volunteered to lead the way and negotiate with the Flying Dragon Gang. Lin Yi considered this and produced enough compressed military rations for the two to consume for 10 days, demonstrating how to eat them as a reward for Qi Xing. This is too precious. I'm just showing the way. You don't have to be so polite," Qi Xing said, swallowing hard and feigning reluctance. At the same time, he secretly wondered where the compressed military rations had come from, as humans no longer possessed intact cities, and the wilderness was dominated by dark beasts. Survivors hid in the ruins of cities, scavenging and consuming dark beast meat for sustenance. After decades, the resources had been mostly depleted. Before Qi Xing could voice his doubts, someone shouted from afar, "Dark beasts are coming. Everyone, run." As soon as the words were spoken, more than a dozen people hastily emerged from the seemingly empty surroundings, eyeing the compressed military rations with greedy eyes and scurrying away. Qi Xing instinctively wanted to flee as well, but he noticed that the Guardian had not moved. Looking at the menacing Mech, he suddenly felt confident. 2 apprentices and a first-order dark beast. Having already detected the approaching enemies, Lin Yi chuckled and ignited a raging flame around himself, forcing Qi Xing to retreat. Then, he charged forward, and in less than half a minute, several hundred pounds of fragrant cooked meat lay on the ground. Evolution degree increased by 2. Feeling the Mech's movements become lighter, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. In a flash, he passed by the 2 apprentice dark beasts, and their heads immediately flew into the air. Evolution degree increased by 0.02. The evolution degree had decreased by half. Lin Yi sighed. As expected, as with the apprentice stage, the evolution degree decreases by half after reaching 50. It will decrease even further when it reaches the last one. It won't be easy to increase strength from now on. Seeing the 2 dark beasts that usually required great effort to kill being instantly killed, and the first-order dark beast lasting less than half a minute, Qi Xing and the fleeing crowd gaped in disbelief. A middle-aged man with a quick mind stumbled over and knelt on the ground, flattering, "Guardian, do you need a follower? I know all the surrounding terrain and the distribution of forces. Please accept me." With someone taking the lead, the remaining people also reacted and surrounded Lin Yi, begging to be taken in. "Sir, these are scavengers who have been expelled from the settlements. They have some skills to survive until now. If you need manpower to build a new settlement, you can consider taking them in." Qi Xing stepped forward, enduring the fear of the still dripping blood-sharp claws, and whispered, "With the existence of the Stargate, which allows travel between the 2 planets and brings in scarce supplies, building a settlement here is a good idea. If Lu Feng is determined to deal with him, he can have a way out. He just doesn't know if he can bring others to teleport and take Sister Li over to eliminate worries. As for Menkur, it is not yet within the scope of the attack. I can take you with me, but to be clear, I always mean what I say and don't like subordinates who are insincere. You must absolutely obey orders. I won't go into the details of the regulations today, but they will be issued one by one later. In short, it will be much stricter under my command than when you are alone." Lin Yi had not fully sorted out his thoughts due to the sudden incident and could only speak as he thought. Chapter 45. The high-explosive machine gun. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to believe the words they had just heard. What the Guardian had said was astonishingly lenient. No need to surrender supplies, no necessity to risk one's life as bait to lure the dark beasts. Merely adhering to the rules sufficed. Was to this a matter of course? The world was fraught with danger. Simply waking up the next day after falling asleep was no easy feat. To have a Guardian's protection was a significant boon, enhancing their safety immeasurably, and would serve as a shield against any potential mistreatment from others. Thus, such conditions were indeed remarkably indulgent. "My lord, I am willing to join." The middle-aged man was the first to react, hastily kneeling in agreement, soon followed by the others who also knelt. "Excellent. Gather the claws, bones, and other materials, and the remaining dark beast meat will be yours," Lin Yi instructed, gesturing towards the dark beast that weighed around 600 to 700 pounds, from which at least 200 pounds of meat could be harvested after removing the bones and other parts. Yes, more than 10 individuals worked together, quickly collecting materials from the dark beast. However, when it came to carefully placing the dark beast meat aside, not a single one dared to eat, despite their growling stomachs. Instead, the middle-aged man stepped forward, cradling the most succulent piece of meat with a flattering smile, respectfully presenting it above his head. "Please, my lord, enjoy. I have said that the dark beast meat is a reward for you. It belongs to you. This is the first time. If you dare to disregard my words next time, you will regret it." Lin Yi refrained from taking the meat, having clarified his thoughts. He decided to use this opportunity to discipline the group. He would not remain in this place forever. The focus lay on the spiral corner star. To ensure that his subordinates would not misbehave in his absence, it was crucial to maintain an image of unwavering authority. Over time, they would naturally act according to the established rules. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he quickly dropped to the ground, repeatedly bowing, "My lord, I will certainly heed your commands." The others felt a surge of respect for the Guardian, silently vowing never to defy his words. "What is your name?" Lin Yi asked, his tone indifferent, As the middle-aged man's head bled from his fervent bowing. "I am called Peng Hu," he replied. "Very well, Peng Hu. For now, you shall serve as the squad leader, managing these 10 or so individuals. Accompany me to the power plant to replenish the electricity and swiftly locate a suitable stronghold to establish a new gathering place." Yes, at once, the group divided, with 4 men shouldering the dark beast meat while the others armed themselves with steel pipes and similar tools, forging ahead towards the power plant. Zhao Hu felt a persistent twitch in the corner of his eye that day. Having learned a few characters from a tattered book, he recalled that it signified a portent of disaster, so he had instructed his subordinates to heighten their vigilance. As the morning passed, just as he was about to relax and head back for a meal, a subordinate reported that a group of over 10 individuals was approaching from the north. Among them a guardian with a fearsome appearance. Zhao Hu kicked his subordinate in frustration. He had encountered guardians before. Being one himself, what was there to fear? However, as he hurried to the lookout tower, he gasped in shock at the sight of the grotesque Mech, clearly an evolved first-tier guardian. "Quickly, shut the gate and set up the high-explosive machine gun, aiming at the enemy guardian," Zhao Hu commanded urgently, activating the Mech and taking position atop the walls, ready to prevent any direct invasion. From a distance, Lin Yi observed the power plant's doors closing. The 10-meter-high walls were lined with people peering over, their firearms trained on Lin Yi's group. Frowning, he instructed, "Qi Xing, take Lulu and find a place to hide. Peng Hu, go negotiate with them." Bang! A gunshot rang out, creating a bullet hole in the ground. Peng Hu, who had just stepped forward to speak, was immediately frightened into wanting to flee as his legs weakened. Lin Yi's earlier words echoed in his mind, and gathering his courage, he called out, "Listen, those inside. My guardian has come to replenish some electricity. He will not seize the power plant. Open the gate quickly and do not provoke the guardian." Zhao Hu nearly laughed in disbelief. Was this fool trying to deceive a 3-year-old? A guardian of a higher tier could absorb solar energy to replenish power on their own. The gathering place might require electricity, but surely this minor issue did not necessitate the guardian's personal intervention. Moreover, he was quite familiar with the surrounding gathering places, and none had an evolved guardian. If the newcomers were not local, where could they possibly need to supplement power? Clearly, they aimed to deceive and occupy the area as their own gathering place. After a minute of waiting, with Peng Hu pleading fruitlessly, the gate remained shut. Lin Yi's patience began to wane. Lu Feng needed considerable time to copy the data, and it might still be possible to intercept him if they returned soon. In case Marco inquired later, he could simply claim they had been separated due to a dark beast attack, which was preferable to being eliminated by Lu Feng after he returned. After instructing Peng Hu to return and confirming the power plant's combat capabilities, ensuring there was only one guardian present, Lin Yi moved swiftly towards the apprentice mech atop the walls. "Fire!" Zhao Hu commanded, and the high-explosive machine gun erupted in a cacophony of noise, unleashing a hail of bullets. As they approached, an explosion ensued, and Lin Yi, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by flames from the blast. The gunners atop the walls cheered at the sight, believing that even a guardian could not withstand such a barrage. Some even boasted that not even a first-tier dark beast could endure the machine gun's fire. Boom! A fireball suddenly erupted from above, crashing down and incinerating the gunners atop the wall before they could even scream, reducing them to ashes in an instant. As the flames subsided, a distorted mech radiating intense heat emerged, holding the machine gun and aiming it at Zhao Hu. Poor Zhao Hu, merely an apprentice mech engineer, could not withstand such a blow. The mech quickly disintegrated amidst the explosions, leaving him and the gunners as nothing more than charred remains. At that moment, Lin Yi ceased firing, a faint annoyance evident on his face, vexed at his own negligence which had nearly led to his downfall. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant power plant, governed by an apprentice, would possess a third-tier weapon, particularly one as devastating as a high-explosive machine gun. In his careless oversight, he had barely recovered from the damage to his mech, only to find it once again at 70% damage. Had he not frequently utilized the Flame Fury, which significantly enhanced his mech's resistance to fire, he might not have escaped unharmed. Chapter 46. Unexpected gains. With the demise of the Guardian, the remaining ordinary individuals could no longer hold their ground, promptly kneeling in surrender. Subsequently, the gates swung open, and Peng Hu, accompanied by over a dozen subordinates, strode in with an air of arrogance. "Disarm yourselves first, then take stock of your numbers and supplies. Carefully select individuals from within to integrate into our ranks. From now on, this power plant will serve as our new stronghold. After issuing his directives, Lin Yi ventured alone into the factory. Thanks to advancements in human technology, energy generation had diversified, particularly with nuclear and solar power comprising significant proportions. Consequently, the processes within power plants had continuously evolved to accommodate all forms of energy. The factory before him employed various generation methods. Colossal machines featured dedicated solar panels for energy collection, wind turbines for supplementary power, and a large opening on the left capable of consuming combustible materials like coal to provide thermal energy as a backup. However, these were remnants of a bygone era. The city had fallen for decades. Machines could no longer be repaired, rendering many functions inoperative. The only option left was to rely on coal burning for power generation, leading to the once mighty power plant being utterly depleted after utilizing the Stargate to absorb sufficient energy for transport. After haphazardly tossing a nearby box of coal into the furnace, Lin Yi managed to restore some illumination within the factory. He contemplated the necessity of procuring food and ammunition upon his return, while also preparing a batch of spare parts, unsure if the mech could accommodate such a load. At that moment, Peng Hu completed his inventory check. A total of 130 individuals resided in the power plant, including 50 adult males, all possessing combat experience. The elderly were scarce, primarily comprising the families of higher-ranking individuals. The resources were still being tallied, but initial estimates indicated enough food for everyone to last a week, primarily consisting of dark beast meat, with a small quantity of vegetables grown on a modest plot of land within the factory for the exclusive consumption of Zhao Hu and his confidants. There were 30 apprentice-grade firearms, typically utilized for hunting apprentice-level dark beasts. While they could suppress first-tier dark beasts under concentrated fire, they struggled to deliver a fatal blow. The ammunition was plentiful, acquired from a nearby gathering point that had a factory producing bullets. In summary, the power plant's reliance on electricity afforded a considerably better quality of life compared to that of Peng Hu and his fellow drifters. If managed well, it could serve as a retreat or a new hunting ground for dark beasts. After the competition, with no one to drive off the higher-tier dark beasts, venturing alone into their territory would be tantamount to suicide, especially when food was scarce in the ruined city, where high-tier beasts were nearly non-existent. The most crucial aspect was that human civilization had been largely obliterated here, with the Stargate facilitating a continuous supply of resources. Lin Yi's advantages far surpassed those of other factions. In the future, he could simultaneously hunt dark beasts to enhance his strength while consolidating nearby forces to restore and expand the city. A far more promising endeavor than struggling for survival on the desolate planet of Panjiao. Meanwhile, Qi Xing stood hesitantly at the entrance of the factory, contemplating whether to present that object to the Guardian in exchange for a life of comfort for Lulu. Based on prior observations, the Guardian exhibited a commendable character. He was neither malevolent nor indecisive, devoid of foolishly altruistic tendencies, making him an optimal choice, perhaps. Having concluded his thoughts, he entered the factory, stating, "Guardian, I have a unique item to offer you." Lin Yi, who was instructing Peng Hu on matters to consider during his temporary absence, inquired with curiosity, "What item?" "It is an object referred to as a rare artifact. I have heard it is of great significance to the Guardian," Qi Xing replied, resolutely producing an object resembling a tooth from his pocket. The tooth measured approximately 5 centimeters in length, slightly curved, and of an emerald hue. As Lin Yi reached out to grasp it, the tooth suddenly began to melt rapidly, swiftly vanishing into the mech's hand. Upon absorbing the rare artifact, his attributes surged by 5 points, and his energy increased by 50 points. Based on the mech's condition, he acquired the special ability Sharpness Enhancement. Sharpness Enhancement, an amplification-type special ability that significantly augments the sharpness of the spikes on his back and the claws of his hands, increasing their power by 300. Each use consumes 50 energy points and lasts for 1 minute. Lin Yi assessed his status. First-tier Special Mutated Mech Master. Evolution Degree. 50. 02. Strength. 401. Attribute Breakthrough resulting in a reduction of set bonuses. Agility. 352. Constitution. 401. Energy. 150. Special Abilities. Form Transformation. Mutation of the Guardian Form. Reducing 2 attributes while greatly enhancing 1. Form Conversion. Fiery Fury Strike. Sharpness Enhancement. The sudden change nearly halted Lin Yi's heart. 40 points in attributes were typically the domain of mecha masters with subpar innate abilities, who relied on extensive time for evolution. Yet, he had just reached a 50 evolution degree and already possessed comparable attributes. The most critical revelation was that the rare artifact was an item that enhanced the effects of evolution for mech masters. The fact that it had been directly absorbed for enhancement implied that, with enough rare artifacts, he could attain the combat prowess to contend with second-tier or even third-tier mech masters at the first tier. Moreover, it was vital to note that mech masters were scarce on this planet. For millennia, many fully formed rare artifacts must have quietly awaited discovery in some corner. After the excitement subsided, he raised his head and feigned calmness, asking, "What would you like in return? Food, firearms, medical supplies, or a mech prototype?" The mech prototype was an unbound biological mech. Those with talent could don it and become apprentice mech masters. "As long as you can take care of Lulu and ensure her well-being," Qi Xing stated, momentarily dazed, filtering out the last part while maintaining his initial resolve. "Lulu is a well-behaved little girl. I will treat her with kindness without needing your prompting. However, such a precious offering cannot go unrewarded. I will make a brief return and bring you a mech prototype. Additionally, you are now the squad leader. Soon, select some individuals from among the captives to serve as your subordinates." At this juncture, Lin Yi cast a glance at Peng Hu. "I am a person of principle. In the future, if anyone achieves great merit, they too shall receive a mech prototype as a reward." Through the mech's scanning capabilities, he had already discerned that the humans here, having consumed dark beast meat for an extended period, had undergone peculiar transformations. The number of individuals with mech master potential vastly exceeded that of Panjiao under similar circumstances. Quietly observing from the side, Peng Hu harbored feelings of envy and jealousy towards Qi Xing, especially as he chose not to pursue a mech prototype, which provoked a strong desire within him to confront Qi Xing physically. With a mech, he could attain the esteemed status of a guardian, reaping numerous benefits in the future. How could he forfeit such a prospect for a mere little girl? Upon hearing that those who achieved significant accomplishments would have the opportunity to obtain a mech prototype, Peng Hu's eyes brightened, filled with newfound determination, and any prior hesitations vanished. In an environment reminiscent of an apocalyptic world, what could be more paramount than power? Observing that Peng Hu had indeed been lured, Lin Yi exhaled in relief. He could not remain there indefinitely. Once he departed, the responsibility would fall to Peng Hu and Qi Xing. To prevent any potential deceit between the two, sufficient temptation was necessary to keep them engaged. Having concluded all instructions, it was now time for him to return. Chapter 47. Disgrace. A flash of white light flickered down the dim corridor of base R7, and Lin Yi materialized. Gazing at the activated voice-controlled lights and the series of tightly shut doors, he understood that Lu Feng must have already departed. Without taking the time to search for any overlooked items, Lin Yi swiftly dashed to the room housing the transporter. Fortunately, Lu Feng seemed to have plans to return, as the transporter, spacious enough to accommodate two mechs side by side, stood intact in its original position. Standing upon it, he inhaled deeply and pressed the transport button. In the next moment, familiar scenery unfolded before his eyes. Just as he was about to step out of the transporter, distant sounds of conversation and combat made him halt. "Kid, our mission is to deal with Lin Yi. The others are not our targets. Hand over all your gains, and you may leave," a deep, gravelly voice commanded. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nearly burst into laughter. Lu Feng had previously plotted against him, and now he found himself extorted by his enemies. Truly, it was poetic justice. The consequences of his misdeeds were catching up to him. "Everyone, if it's wealth you seek, take this anonymous credit card and withdraw up to 500,000 imperial coins from major banks. Lin Yi is still within that ruin, possessing numerous valuable items. I couldn't compete with him, which is why I exited early. If you hurry, you might still block the exit. Otherwise, if a conflict arises and he seizes the opportunity to escape, it would be disastrous," Lu Feng implored in a low voice. What a scoundrel, Lin Yi thought, suddenly alarmed. If the enemies approached him now, it would spell trouble. In a moment of hesitation, he quickly closed the entrance, peered out to assess the standoff, and noticed no one was coming his way. He quietly crawled out from behind a boulder and made his way into the mountains along the cliff. After taking a few steps, he heard new commotion behind him. Two Mech soared to the edge of the cliff, heading toward the entrance. At that moment, Lin Yi found himself behind a slightly smaller stone just a few meters from the entrance, barely concealed. From the air, he would be easily spotted. A loud explosion provided Lin Yi with a fortunate distraction. Observing Lu Feng successfully drive off two mech pilots, he drew a tier 3 explosive crossbow, and with a single shot, he blasted a large hole in the mech standing in front, revealing the gruesome interior and killing it instantly at close range. The battle erupted. The two mech pilots quickly turned to retreat, seeking to support their comrade. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi swiftly hid in the dense forest, discreetly descending the cliff from another route to observe the unfolding conflict. Lu Feng's mech bore numerous scars, evidently having been ambushed upon his exit. There were 9 mech pilots in total, one of whom had already been killed. Nearby lay a mech with its right leg destroyed and unable to move, likely injured during the retreat, as it had been on guard and avoided immediate death. The remaining 7, fearing repercussions, hesitated to advance, opting instead to engage from a distance with their firearms. However, as melee specialists, their weaponry was primarily designed for close combat, rendering their ranged arms merely apprentice level. After firing for some time, Lu Feng showed no signs of faltering. Ironically, the more they hesitated, the more resolute they became in capturing Lu Feng. The potency of their firearms, clearly derived from the ruins, hinted at immense wealth if they could claim him. As for Lin Yi's potential escape, the group remained skeptical. With 2 individuals entering the ruins, it was improbable for only one to emerge while the other scavenged treasures. The prevailing assumption was that Lin Yi had perished within the ruins, making it a prudent precaution to send 2 individuals to investigate. After observing the spectacle for a while, Lin Yi had a sudden epiphany. The 9 first-tier mech pilots might be the very ones mentioned by Huang Ming, the remaining subordinates of the lieutenant tasked to follow and ambush him. The more he contemplated this possibility, the more convinced he became. He discreetly activated his recording function, intending to inquire about the lieutenant's true identity from Sister Li upon his return, and then send the recorded copy to her. Anyone daring to assault an imperial prince would soon find themselves a target of national manhunt if the lieutenant did not relinquish his operations and provide substantial reparations. Lu Feng had previously uncovered the lieutenant's identity, indicating that their organization was not particularly clandestine. Once this information surfaced, prominent figures would swiftly ascertain the identities of the assailants, and the lieutenant would likely be exposed in the process, placing his life in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Lu Feng grew increasingly anxious. Having finally acquired the spaceship manufacturing technology, he found himself cornered at the entrance. Should this delay persist, unforeseen complications could arise. Without regard for the mere 8 rounds left in his explosive crossbow, he aimed at the mech from the earlier conversation and fired. The second and third shots followed, targeting the 2 mechs on either side, causing chaos among the assailants. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Feng dashed into the dense forest, not straying far, but rather producing a small device to place on the left side of his face. He then concealed himself behind a large tree. When the enemies pursued him, he suddenly fired a round, resulting in a violent explosion that severely injured the leading mech, causing a massive tree to crash down and enveloping the area in dust. Fearful of further assaults, the 6 mech pilots switched to life detection mode, yet found nothing but emptiness. Clearly, the opposing side had activated a device to obscure detection, and they waited until the dust settled before daring to advance. But Lu Feng had vanished without a trace. After sprinting 10 kilometers and changing directions multiple times to ensure he had evaded his pursuers, Lu Feng finally paused to regain his bearings. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in from behind. Lu Feng reacted too late, feeling a sharp claw graze his shoulder, leaving 5 deep gashes that nearly severed his arm. The system promptly alerted him that his mech's damage level had increased by 30. Turning to face the source of the attack, he beheld a familiar, menacing mech standing to his left, its crimson eyes fixated on him, exuding an aura of impending violence. "Lin Yi," he shouted, his expression one of sheer disbelief. How had the other escaped from the captain's no less than a tier 4 mech, and judging by the recent strike, seemed to have grown significantly stronger? "Your Highness, it has been a while," Lin Yi replied with a chilling smile. "I trust you have received the information? How does it feel to achieve your objective without fulfilling your promises? There is no greater delight than this." "Lin Yi, please let me explain," Lu Feng pleaded hastily. "After a millennium of exploiting the resources of the Spiral Horn Star, we are on the brink of depletion. The survival of human civilization hangs by a thread. The technology for the spaceship is vital for humanity's return to space in search of new energy sources. The situation was urgent, and for the greater good of humanity, I had no choice but to sacrifice you. Now that you are safe, that is splendid. If you escort me back to the camp, the Empire will grant you unimaginable rewards, an earldom, land, a private army, and countless beauties. Anything you desire can be yours." Chapter 48. Design. Observing Lu Feng's grotesque demeanor, Lin Yi was filled with revulsion, realizing that he had been blind to have considered aligning himself with such a person. With that thought, he lost all desire to continue the conversation. A glimmer of light flickered across his hands, followed by a raging inferno as he prepared to execute Lu Feng. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Lu Feng's lips as he raised his right hand to fire the explosive arrow gun. In such close proximity, no matter how superior one's attributes, a mere first-tier mecha master stood little chance of survival. In a flash, Lu Feng felt an unsettling lightness in his right side, and, upon closer inspection, discovered that his entire right arm had vanished. How is this possible? Panic surged through him as he struggled to believe his own eyes. He was a mecha master who had undergone evolution using extraordinary artifacts, boasting a terrifying agility attribute of 30 points, which, with additional enhancements, amounted to 32. Under such circumstances, he, the first to act, had been outpaced by Lin Yi, who struck with such force that he severed Lu Feng's entire arm. What level of strength and agility had his opponent attained? However, time did not permit him to ponder further. Accompanied by a cacophony of slicing sounds, razor-sharp claws ablaze raked repeatedly across the mecha's exterior, swiftly exposing the cockpit. I forgot to mention, my strength exceeds 40 points, and my agility surpasses 35. The mocking voice echoed in his ears just as he attempted to speak, only to find that his vocal cords had been incinerated by the searing heat of the fiery claws piercing through his neck. Evolution degree increased by 1. It was only when the system notification sounded that Lin Yi ceased his assault, exhaling a breath of relief, overwhelmed by a tremor of exhaustion. He had just slain a prince. From the corpse, he retrieved a memory card containing spaceship schematics and the key to unlock the password. Slinging the third-tier explosive arrow gun over his shoulder, he also ensured that the chip capable of cloaking detection was not left behind. Subsequently, he set the mecha and the body ablaze, burying the remaining ashes in the earth. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yi contemplated his next course of action. First, one must know that he had accompanied Lu Feng on this outing. If he returned alone while Lu Feng had vanished, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Of course, he could fabricate a story about encountering a dark beast attack that caused their separation or claim that Lu Feng had sent him away upon arrival. But such excuses would not withstand scrutiny, especially given that his opponent was a prince. Unless the memory card were to fall into someone else's hands. At the periphery of Baser 7, Unit 1 gathered the remains of his fallen comrades, hesitating whether to continue waiting. He had already inspected the entrance, which required a specific token to open. Forcing it would trigger a self-destruct sequence, preventing entry to ascertain Lin Yi's fate. Though Unit 1 believed the likelihood of Lin Yi's survival was slim, the fear of the unexpected loomed large. This could very well be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate Lin Yi. Should his opponent miraculously survive and take refuge within the White Sheep Academy, surrounded by numerous faculty members, the chances of a successful strike would be negligible. After waiting for an hour, regardless of the outcome, he planned to withdraw. Considering that the fleeing individual seemed connected to a noble faction, he aimed to avoid any potential retaliation by limiting his stay to 1 hour. Time passed swiftly, and just half an hour later, a red suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the cliff, precisely where the ruins entrance lay. He is still alive. Unit 1's spirit surged as he quickly contacted several comrades via communicator, activating the cloaking chip and cautiously preparing an ambush. They would strike with ferocity once Lin Yi entered their predetermined trap. However, things did not unfold as anticipated. The red dot lingered near the entrance, seemingly assessing the external danger, before abruptly shifting direction towards the cliff's rear, where a dense forest lay. Pursue. Enraged, Unit 1 was frustrated. Uncertain whether their position had been compromised or if Lin Yi was simply cautious, fearing ambush from the earlier escapee. Regardless, the outcome left him deeply dissatisfied. As the six ascended into the air, a swarm of flying dark beasts screeched, converging from the surrounding woods. Without hesitation, Unit 1 ordered 2 to hold off the dark beast while the others continued the chase. Crossing a boulder, Unit 1 instinctively glanced at the entrance and noticed the ground had shifted. A thought struck him, and he called out, 11. Check the entrance to see if anything is buried beneath. Before long, while traversing the dense forest, Unit 1 received a transmission. Indeed, a chip and key lay buried under the soil. He had already reunited with the 2 he had left behind and was en route back. Heh, foolishly clever. Unit 1 scoffed, his gaze locking onto the menacing mecha leaping through the trees. Indeed, it was Lin Yi. Boom. An explosive rocket was launched by Unit 4, detonating precisely where Lin Yi landed, sending him crashing to the ground with a muted thud. Swish, swish, swish. Unit 1 wielded a lightsaber in each hand, initiating his special technique. The twin blades danced like the wind, creating a series of bizarre afterimages, leaving opponents bewildered and unsure of how to evade. Caught off guard, Lin Yi was immediately struck multiple times, his mecha sustaining significant damage, prompting him to swiftly switch to a defensive stance and activate the Flame Fury, exchanging damage while retreating. With a base physique of 41 points, Lin Yi's transformation propelled him to an astounding 54 points, rivaling even second-tier mecha masters. As the lightsaber struck again, the rate of damage sustained diminished significantly, requiring 2 strikes to inflict merely 1 damage. Seeing Unit 1 suppress Lin Yi with his special technique, Unit 4, along with the lagging Unit 5, drew their lightsabers and joined the fray. Unit 4 fall back. Unit 1, noticing the addition of 2 allies, was filled with anger rather than delight, urgently ordering Unit 4 to retreat. As a ranged mecha master, his close combat abilities were exceedingly weak, and he could not afford the risk of advancing. Rest assured, I am not the fool that is Unit 12. I know my limits, Unit 4 retorted, all the while keeping an eye on their psychologically wounded companion still undergoing therapy. You dare defy orders. Unit 1 exploded with fury, his special technique faltering at that moment. As the two continued to bicker, a cold smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. Seizing the opportunity while their technique faltered, he swiftly switched back to attack mode, absorbing a blow from Unit 5 as he lunged towards Unit 4. Unit 1 hesitated, contemplating whether to take advantage of Unit 4's insubordination to teach him a lesson or simply eliminate him altogether. Chapter 49. Return in a fleeting moment of hesitation. A sudden upheaval erupted, charging towards Lin Yi of Unit 4. Abruptly halting his steps, his left claw morphed into a hand, and a rather formidable and wild-looking firearm materialized in his grasp, aimed directly at Unit 1, which was perilously close. He pulled the trigger. This was a new function Lin Yi had whimsically devised following the second teleportation. With a minimal expenditure of energy, he could teleport all stationary items on his mech to any location within a 2-meter radius. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 4 shots in quick succession, and the entire frame of Unit 1 erupted into a fireball, the resulting shockwave inflicting 10% damage upon Lin Yi himself. Evolution degree increased by 1%. The most troublesome adversary neutralized, Lin Yi swiftly pivoted and fired another shot at Unit 5's leg. The explosive arrows flickered with a flash of white light before vanishing, activating the sharp enhancement and the fiery assault, causing his energy to plummet from 120 to 30 points, while a tempest of attacks rained down upon Unit 4. Caught off guard by such a frenzied assault, Unit 4, already stunned by the demise of Unit 1, was bewildered. Its lightsaber slashed through the air, met with indifference from Lin Yi, while its claws struck him, dealing 7, 8, or even 10% damage. Within moments, the cockpit was filled with the blaring alarms of distress. Surrender. Lin Yi, if you wish to know who seeks your demise, cease your attack. Unit 4 shrieked, desperation etched in its voice. I already know. Lin Yi coldly retorted, as his claws finally pierced through the exterior, impaling Unit 4's heart. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yi glanced back to see another mech, severely damaged and rendered immobile, suddenly activating its flight mode and careening forward uncontrollably, colliding with a massive tree. The sound he heard was that of the tree crashing down. Stop! Don't come any closer. Unit 5 cried out, desperately retreating. I will give you anything you desire. I possess 200,000 Imperial coins and know that the lieutenant's true identity is Count Li Hua from the frontier. Though he appears to be of second-tier strength, his actual prowess has long reached the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier lieutenant. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, yet his actions did not falter. After swiftly eliminating Unit 5, he glanced in the direction from whence he came, hearing a faint sound, and shifted his attributes to agility, vanishing in a few swift movements. Shortly thereafter, 3 other mech pilots arrived at the scene, their expressions shifting dramatically upon witnessing their comrade's demise. They conferred amongst themselves, hesitating to pursue further, and retreated with the chip and keys back to the lieutenant. 3 days later, Lin Yi returned to the camp, where Marco was immediately informed of the news. Lin Yi returned alone? Marco squinted, his mind racing with thoughts. Lu Feng had not disclosed the purpose of his mission, yet Marco sensed its significance, compelling him to select Lin Yi, an individual with strength and an uncomplicated background, as his assistant. With Lin Yi's return as the chosen aide, the absence of Lu Feng raised an ominous premonition in Marco's heart, suggesting that his cousin had encountered misfortune. Summon Lin Yi. Before long, a weary Lin Yi entered the tent, and Marco directly inquired, You left with my cousin. Why have you returned alone? Where is he? I became separated from Brother Feng. Lin Yi replied, suppressing his aversion to the term. After parting ways, Feng Ge took me to a small hill, claiming there was treasure buried. Though he was unsure of its exact location, we split up to search. After about 2 hours of searching, a group suddenly charged at me, intent on killing me. They were all first-tier Mech pilots, and I was no match for them, so I fled, narrowly escaping pursuit. Eventually, amidst the chaos, a group of dark beasts passed by, and I managed to slip away. Here, this is a video I recorded while searching for the treasure, intended for comparison with Brother Feng. Lin Yi produced a pre-recorded video. It depicted him searching through the woods, then arriving at the edge of a cliff. As he inspected a massive boulder, he seemed to discover something and turned to flee. Shortly after, an explosion ensued, and the screen became a blur before going dark. At that moment, they fired rockets at me, and when I fell, the camera fixed on my mech was damaged. It seems the explosion attracted a horde of dark beasts. I waited for a while, but when I returned to the cliff, I found nothing and hurried back. By the way, has Brother Feng not returned yet? With a grim expression, Marco nodded. Send me the video. I will investigate the origins of these individuals. Exiting Marco's tent, Lin Yi contemplated whether there were any omissions in his account while reviewing a list of supplies he had procured for the apocalyptic world, a realm on the brink of humanity's extinction. The decision to eliminate Lu Feng was a last resort. As a noble, Lin Yi understood that if he returned alive, he might inadvertently divulge the events of that day, tarnishing his reputation and leading other nobles to question the loyalty of the third prince. From the moment of betrayal, their fates had become intertwined in a life-and-death struggle. How to absolve himself of suspicion post-murder became a new dilemma. Coincidentally, the lieutenant's subordinates lay in ambush outside, and Lin Yi deliberately buried the chip containing the spaceship attack plans and keys, intending to frame the lieutenant. Upon returning, whether they handed the items over or kept them for themselves was inconsequential, as Lu Feng was aware of the lieutenant's identity. The royal family would swiftly uncover their identities. Once the items were in the possession of the lieutenant or his subordinates, no amount of argument would absolve them. And even if Lin Yi could not entirely clear his name, he could minimize the risk of being eradicated by the royal family. Thus, it was a twofold strategy. The best course of action Lin Yi could devise in a short span. If that failed, he would have no choice but to abandon his territory and escape with Sister Li to the Monroe Federation, focusing on developing his foundations in the apocalyptic world. Indeed, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Gawain has an organization behind him. It might be worth attempting contact to see if it could prove beneficial. As he entertained the worst-case scenario in his mind, Lin Yi arrived before a merchant's shop when a voice called out, "Young man, care to come sit for a spell?" Looking up, he saw a rotund, middle-aged man dressed in finery, smiling at him from a distance, gesturing towards a nearby tent. The merchant faction had approached him. Could it be that they wished to ally after being wronged by Rowley? "Lin Yi, come inside. I have matters to discuss with you." A message suddenly appeared on his light brain. It was from Gawain. Understanding dawned on him, and with a nod, Lin Yi followed the rotund man into the tent. While 2 individuals who appeared to be shopping exchanged glances, one of whom quickly departed. Entering the tent, Gawain was indeed seated on the sofa, a glass of wine in his hand, greeting him with a smile. "Congratulations on your safe return." "Oh." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, observing the other party with composure. "Lu Feng should have informed you that there is another organization behind me. Upon reporting your information, we unexpectedly received a startling revelation that the one you followed bears the surname Long, of the Dragon Clan of the Tunglong Empire." Gawain emphasized the word dragon. "I am aware." "Excellent." Gawain's spirits lifted. "The organization is keenly interested in your discoveries during your absence and is willing to offer a substantial sum for them. I only know that Lu Feng was searching for a relic. Upon reaching the location, we separated to find the entrance. However, instead of finding the entrance, I was attacked and forced to flee," Lin Yi stated, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Lu Feng mentioned nothing to you?" "No, he only said he was seeking treasure. But he did not specify what treasure." Gawain appeared somewhat disappointed, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "You understand the ways of the aristocracy. By returning alone, you have essentially abandoned the prince. He will undoubtedly no longer accept you. Would you be interested in joining the organization behind me? Could you provide more details?" Lin Yi feigned interest. "Allow me to elaborate," Gawain began, clearing his throat. "The organization is called the Guardians, spanning 2 major nations. It is a neutral organization dedicated to upholding the development of human civilization and returning to the stars." "Spanning 2 nations? Returning to the stars?" Lin Yi's expression shifted. The former was precisely what he desired. Indeed, the Guardians were established long before the founding of the Tunglong Empire and the Minro Federation. They have remained hidden within both nations, never interfering in their conflicts, but rather focusing on combating dark beasts and protecting humanity. Furthermore, according to astronomical observations, the cosmic storms have largely subsided, making the return to space the most pressing objective. The Guardians are aware of Lu Feng's objective. Their eagerness to inquire about his gains indicates a high degree of certainty. Lin Yi glanced at Gowan, realizing that someone of his rank likely did not know the full extent of the matter. Allow me to consider it for a few days. After some deliberation, Lin Yi decided not to accept immediately. He intended to observe Marco's reaction. If the situation deteriorated, he would immediately retreat into the Doomsday world and then secretly contact the Guardians. Joining too early might lead to underestimation and hinder future development. No problem, Gowan replied with a smile, transmitting some documents outlining the benefits, compensation, and obligations of the Guardians. Although you did not enter the relic, since those individuals were lying in wait to attack, and Lu Feng has not returned, the items may have fallen into the hands of the assailants. This is a video I recorded of the attackers. You can take a look. These three were attacked by dark beasts, and it's uncertain if they survived. However, they had several accomplices who likely came with them. If you can find a way to search for them, you should be able to find the accomplices. If not, you can track Marco. He will definitely be able to identify the attackers, Lin Yi said, patting his forehead. The emergence of the Guardians presented him with a superior method for refining his plans. If everything proceeded smoothly, he would at least be spared any overt punishment. As for whether anyone would harbor resentment towards him secretly, he would have to deal with that when the time came. No matter how angered they were, they would not resort to direct action. After leaving the tent, Lin Yi first purchased sufficient supplies. After wandering around without finding any merchants selling parts, he rented a room to charge the Stargate with energy. He then went to bed early, exhausted from the series of major events he had encountered in recent days. Meanwhile, Marco, having received a report from his subordinates, was anxiously awaiting instructions from the capital, waving his hand dismissively. It's fine. That family is backed by the Guardians. As long as they don't do anything that harms the interests of all humanity, they tend to remain neutral. His aunt, the mother of the third prince, was one of the emperor's favored consorts. She had specifically secured this opportunity for her cousin to prove himself, and she had sent him to cooperate. Although he did not know what his cousin was specifically searching for, he only knew that it was a base left over from the Federal era. However, Marco was not worried. He had already cleared the area of dark beasts under the guise of competing for exotic objects, leaving at most some flying dark beasts that posed no immediate threat. If his cousin disappeared inside the base, the responsibility would naturally not fall on him. His aunt had more than one son, and it would not affect the family's prosperity. However, Lin Yi returned to report an attack, which he dared not conceal. He immediately transmitted the news and the video through special channels. In this way, even if His Majesty did not blame him, his aunt, who was not particularly magnanimous, would definitely hate him, since clearing the surrounding dangers was a task she had carefully assigned. Ding-ling. The piercing ringtone startled Marco, who cursed the idiot who designed the terrible alert tone. At the same time, he quickly activated the projection. A beautiful noblewoman dressed in luxurious attire, her face frosty, questioned, "What are you doing? You didn't even know there were people lying in wait around the base. If anything happens to my son, even if you are my own sister's son, it won't matter." Yes, it was all my fault, Marco admitted in a low voice, before defending himself. However, I couldn't help it. My cousin found another helper and left me on the side of the road. Without knowing the specific location, I couldn't possibly seal off the surrounding area with just a few dozen young noble scions and retainers. Sigh. The imperial concubine sighed, knowing that her son was good at everything, except that he was suspicious and would not trust others, especially those from his mother's family, whom he used while constantly guarding against them. The identities of the people in the video have been identified. They are peripheral members of a secret military force under Earl Li Hua of the eastern border. Immediately send people to pursue them and see if the items are in their possession. A glint of coldness flashed in the concubine's eyes. If it is confirmed that Li Hua is obstructing us, then he doesn't need to be an earl anymore. Also, you must bring my son back intact. Yes. Marco lowered his head slightly, realizing that his chance to redeem himself had arrived. As long as he captured the individuals, recovered the extremely important items that even the emperor was interested in, and brought back the third prince, he would be able to escape unscathed, even if he did not receive any benefits. Poor Marco. He still did not know that the third prince had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Otherwise, he would have understood that no matter what he did, he was doomed this time. A moment later, Lin Yi received a message that Marco had dispatched a large number of people. Gowan did not have enough manpower and invited him to join the operation. Excellent. Everything is going smoothly, Lin Yi said, a hint of excitement in his eyes. With Gowan's invitation as a cover, everything could be explained. Next, he had to find the 3 survivors. Chapter 51. Undercurrents in the dense forest. Marco, accompanied by 51st-tier mecha masters, occasionally glanced at the holographic device in his hand. After receiving the final command, his aunt transmitted a permission that allowed him to track Lu Feng's whereabouts. The suddenness of the incident left the concubine only able to ascertain the identities and backgrounds of a few individuals. She remained unaware of the enmity between Lin Yi and the second lieutenant. Consequently, she believed her son had been captured by these few men. For snatching food from the tiger's mouth was one matter, but daring to kill a prince was a blatant declaration of war against the royal family, leaving no room for retreat. In the minds of both the concubine and Marco, it was unthinkable for Li Hua, as a count, to act in such a manner. As they proceeded, a subordinate reported that a group of more than 10 mecha masters was following behind, including the previously encountered Gao Wen and Lin Yi. Their intentions unclear. Were they planning to turn back and eliminate this group? Lin Yi was indeed cunning. His cousin must have informed him of his identity, making him aware that with the prince's disappearance, he would inevitably become a target for blame, leading to difficult times ahead. Thus, he deliberately aligned himself with the Guardian organization to secure a fallback route. Marco, while sneering, was internally astonished. What treasure was the third prince seeking? Not only did the royal family dispatch an exceedingly noble prince to undertake this perilous solo mission, but even the Guardian organization, which typically refrained from involving itself in the politics of the 2 nations, mobilized its forces. A misstep could lead to a major scandal. Had he known it would escalate to this, he would have insisted on withdrawing from the matter. A direct confrontation was out of the question. The immediate priority was to locate the assailants. If they delayed too long, the attackers could be secretly rescued. And one must not forget that Lin Yi had taken 3 days to return. Within that time frame, any operative sent to assist would undoubtedly be fully prepared. With this thought in mind, he halted the procession and called out from the rear, "Come out. Stop sneaking around like thieves. Let us converse openly." After a moment, 2 mechas emerged from the thicket. It was indeed Gao Wen and Lin Yi. Gao Wen spoke first. "Our following you is at the behest of the organization's higher-ups. That matter concerns the fate of humanity and cannot be monopolized by the royal family." The fate of humanity? Marco was genuinely puzzled. What could possibly lie within the ruins? Surely it could not be the rumored large-scale weapon capable of annihilating planets, could it? The presence of such a thing on Panjiao star was unfathomable. "I am unaware of the specifics. The directives come from high-ranking officials," Gowan continued, raising a device in his hand. Marco recognized it as a cutting-edge scientific instrument capable of remote communication even in areas devoid of signals, valued at around 300,000 imperial credits. He possessed one as well. Additionally, I must inform you that the Monroe Federation has also learned of this matter. A formidable contingent of 2nd and 3rd-tier mecha masters is approaching from the border. What? Marco was taken aback. Even the Monroe Federation had dispatched personnel? Who had leaked this information? Just as Marco hurried to contact the concubine, Lin Yi, astonished yet secretly pleased, observed the 2nd Lieutenant Li Hua slumped on the sofa, his eyes filled with despair and rage. Those fools. All I wanted was to eliminate Lin Yi. How could they bring back such a hot potato? Do they not fear death? Li Hua lamented, his years of diligent effort seemingly wasted. No, I cannot simply sit idle, Li Hua resolved, picking up a special communication device. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed the soul number within. A slightly magnetic female voice soon responded. "My Lord Count? What prompted you to contact me today? Is there perhaps a new collaborative project? Regarding that matter, your promise still stands, correct?" Li Hua stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The woman fell silent for a moment before incredulously asking, "That matter? You truly agree? Quickly send someone over, before I have second thoughts." Li Hua closed his eyes and replied. Ending the communication, Li Hua sat in silence for a moment before rising and taking a few steps to the bookshelf. Pressing a hidden mechanism, a concealed door opened behind him. With a lingering glance at the study, he resolutely entered the secret passage. In the imperial palace of the Tunglong Empire, before Marco could report his findings, news of the Monroe Federation's movements had already been relayed back by spies. The Emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Shortly thereafter, an inner servant rushed out from the emperor's study, and soon two fourth-tier commanders, accompanied by a large guard contingent, surrounded the entire palace. With a single command, the purge began in the concubine Lu's chambers, where any inner servant or maid who had been in contact with the emperor in the past few days was executed. Preliminary estimates indicated that at least 1,000 lives had been lost in this cleansing. After a while, a gray-haired, formally dressed eunuch entered the emperor's study to report, "Your Majesty, all individuals suspected of eavesdropping or leaking secrets have been executed." From behind a desk carved entirely from the rare imperial soulwood, a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor and a pair of small mustaches withdrew his gaze from the holographic device, a hint of barely concealed malice in his expression. Still not enough. Every individual involved in this matter, even those merely aware, must be thoroughly investigated. If necessary, we may employ more severe measures. The eunuch felt a chill. Employing severe measures meant torturing suspects. Those capable of participating in this plan, aside from a count's son specifically assigned by the concubine Lu, were all top figures in the empire, backed by noble families, marquises, and even dukes. If they were to be brought in for interrogation, what fate awaited him afterward? "Your Majesty, this course of action is unwise. Such actions will alienate the nobility, jeopardizing the empire's long-term stability," the eunuch urged desperately. "Long-term stability. For this operation, I have meticulously planned for 3 years. I even sacrificed soldiers at the border to find an excuse, using the inadequacy of the new generation of mecha masters as a pretext to deploy elite forces to surround that area and drive out most of the threatening dark beasts. Preparing to open the base. To ensure the success of the operation, I even risked sending my son alone to the base to secretly acquire the schematics for the manufacturing process. And what has this led to? Such a crucial matter has still been leaked. First, my son inexplicably goes missing, then the item falls into the hands of a border count. And now the Monroe Federation is entangled in this as well. The palace is heavily guarded. Such information could not have leaked without the cooperation of major nobles or even those close to me. Those imbeciles. Do they not realize that acquiring the shipbuilding technology could restore the empire to the stars, conquering countless planets and seizing untold lands and resources? The emperor lamented, his heart heavy with anguish over the short-sightedness of his subordinates. At this juncture, Zhang Chun knew he could not continue to persuade the emperor. He steeled himself and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will uncover the traitors who leaked our secrets. Proceed without hesitation. Do not fret over potential reprisals from those behind them. This grave blunder has impacted the interests of the entire empire. The nobility will not dare to voice dissent. Whoever dares to oppose me will face my wrath personally." Chapter 52. The beast tied more than 10 kilometers away from Lin Yi and his companions, 10 third-tier mech squads, urgently summoned from the borders, soared swiftly under the command of a fourth-tier major general. The leader brandished an instrument that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Mark's hand. A closer inspection revealed that the red dot coordinates were strikingly identical and remarkably precise. The decayed and degenerate noble system pales in comparison to the enlightened democratic society. One can observe that such critical intelligence is brazenly sold. It seems the Tunglong Empire is on the brink of collapse within a few years. After casually dispatching a nearby second-tier flying beast, the officer chuckled to his comrades. Indeed, the nobles of the Tunglong Empire are only concerned with indulgence, while the lower-class citizens remain blissfully ignorant, lacking any comprehension of the spirit of freedom and democracy. Were it not for the president's reluctance to initiate hostilities, the Tunglong Empire would have surely experienced the essence of freedom and democracy by now. The others laughed in agreement. Haraha. After the merriment, the officer suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. "We are nearing our target. I shall reiterate, this mission is of utmost importance and pertains to the safety of the Federation. You must not be negligent. You must dedicate yourselves fully to this cause. All for the Federation. All for the Federation." A bunch of brainwashed fools daring to mock the great empire. With a cold snicker, 12 third-tier mechs surged forth from the dense forest, led by a fourth-tier mech commander. Should Lin Yi have been present, he would certainly recognize several familiar faces among the third-tier mechs, such as Zhang Jie, his mentor, and Xiao Wen. A pawn planted by the military faction within the Ares Academy. "It's you, Song Yuan." The major general gazed at the leading fourth-tier mech commander. "As the defense chief of the border military district, how dare you venture here? Are you not concerned that the dark beasts might suddenly launch an assault, breaching your defensive line? When the time comes for your so-called pseudo-emperor to hold you accountable, Even the few fourth-tier experts on Panjiaostar will not be able to escape. Should an enemy invade the Empire's borders, I shall lead my men to confront them. There is no question of accountability, Song Yuan replied with a light laugh. You are the entirety of the Monroe Federation's combat strengths at this time, are you not? Once I eliminate you, there will be no further obstacles in searching for our target. Likewise, once you all perish, the spoils will naturally belong to the Federation. As the two conversed, the third-tier mechs behind them had already prepared for battle. Exchanging glances, Song Yuan drew a black combat knife, and his figure abruptly vanished from midair. Reappearing above the Major General's head, his knife descending in a graceful arc. In response to the sudden assault, the Major General extended his hands, enveloping the mech in a transparent energy shield. The force of the strike merely caused the shield to tremble violently, but it remained unbroken, blocking the blow. The Major General pulled again, conjuring a lance entirely composed of milky white energy, which he thrust toward the exposed Song Yuan. As the lance hung in the air, Song Yuan vanished once more, reappearing on the opposite side, launching a rapid counterattack. The ensuing clash prompted mechs from both factions to draw their weapons, initiating a fierce battle among the mid-tier combatants of humanity. 23rd-tier and 4th-tier mechs engaged with fervor, creating a considerable commotion, even from over 10 kilometers away. Lin Yi and his companions could perceive the tumult. Their detectors emitted incessant beeping alarms, urging their owners to evacuate the vicinity swiftly. The commotion raised uncertainty among the nobles nearby, who speculated on the cause. What is happening? The energy fluctuations over there are intense. Could it be two third-tier mechs in combat? Wondered one individual from a baronial family, inexperienced with battles above the second tier. Perhaps it's the staff overseeing the grand competition eliminating the intruding dark beasts, suggested another, uncertain. Silence. Mark bellowed through the loudspeaker, cranking up the volume. Those are the Empire's border mechs and instructors dispatched from the 6 academies dealing with the intruding second-tier beasts. Stay calm. We are almost at our destination. Follow orders. And anyone who dares to cause trouble or falter will certainly face the wrath of several noble lords upon our return. In a corner, Lin Yi discreetly pulled Gao Wen aside to inquire. Could it be that the Monroe Federation has truly sent reinforcements? Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, those engaged in battle over there are the high-tier mechs from the Monroe Federation and the security of the grand competition. We must act swiftly, otherwise, once the victor emerges, even a mere third-tier mech could easily overwhelm us, Gao Wen whispered in response. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of panic wash over him. The reason Mark's instrument could track the 3 assailants was that he had intentionally placed the key within it. Such a crucial item would be hard to believe the Empire had not tampered with. Yet, he could not fathom how a simple effort to shed suspicion would inadvertently summon the involvement of 2 major factions and the protective organization, all vying for the spaceship design blueprint. This was not promising news. Should the Empire fail to secure the chip, who knows how the enraged powers would deal with Lin Yi, who had accompanied Lu Feng. Moreover, with the royal prince's disappearance rumored to be fatal. Unless he vanished into a doomsday world and never returned, he would likely face severe consequences under the Emperor's furious wrath. He must ensure the chip reaches the Empire. At the very least, it must be handed over to Gao Wen, allowing the protective organization to arrange a retreat for him. After a brief analysis, Lin Yi resolved thus. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the direction of the battle between the 2 factions, drawing closer. Initially perplexed, the crowd soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Run. It's the beast tide. In a state of chaos, the crowd disregarded Mark's warnings and turned to flee towards the camp. The magnitude of the commotion indicated that the scale of the dark beast was substantial. 51st-tier mechs might manage scattered or solitary groups, but against a beast tide, they would be hopelessly outmatched. It must be the ferocity of the battle over there that incited the panic among the dark beasts, prompting them to surge towards this direction. In a flash of insight, Lin Yi deduced the cause of the beast tide, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. The tide was heading straight towards the 3 assailants. Once a beast tide forms, it charges relentlessly in a singular direction, targeting everything that stands in its path. Even 5th-tier mechs would hesitate to confront it alone. Thus, Lin Yi could temporarily hide and, once the tide had swept through, follow closely behind to seize the opportunity to eliminate the 3 attackers. Of course, if the 3 were unfortunate enough to be overtaken by the tide, resulting in the destruction of the chip, it would be manageable. He could simply produce the carefully copied data and disguise it as having been retrieved from the 3. In that case, whether presented to Mark or Gao Wen, There would be ample justification. With this accomplishment, he believed the matter could be resolved splendidly. Chapter 53. Cooperation beneath the tree trunk. Marco, his face ashen, concealed himself behind the bushes, inwardly cursing the unreliable young nobles who had abandoned him, the esteemed son of a count, and fled in a panic. Not far away, Lin Yi halted, lost in thought as he observed the relentless tide of beasts charging forward, heedless of their surroundings. They would continue until they could run no more or until someone intervened to halt their advance. For instance, the few shattered mechas on the periphery, foolishly taking to the skies as the beast tide approached, were swiftly shot down by flying dark beasts, perishing underfoot without so much as a strike from the dark beasts. That direction must be the Imperial border defense line. These were mere apprentices, with first-tier dark beasts, and only a handful of second-tier beasts. The border troops could easily handle them, posing little threat to the defense line. After squinting and calculating for a while, Gawain concluded that, compared to the rock-solid strength of the Imperial border forces, the current beast tide was but a trifling wave. However, for us, it presented a significant predicament. Once the beast tide passed, all traces would be erased, leaving no one to know whether the attackers had perished among the beasts or fled to unknown territories. Thus, collaborating with Marco became imperative. In the aftermath of the chaos, only a few guards remained beside Marco. Uncertain of the attackers' exact numbers and strength, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Hence, the inclusion of a decisive force could restore his confidence. The upper echelons of the organization did not oppose cooperating with the Empire. What we sought was to possess similar intelligence and were indifferent to sharing it with others. Gawain responded based on the information relayed through the communicator. The Guardian organization consented to this collaboration. Lin Yi proactively approached Marco, saying, "My Lord Baron, your team has scattered, making it difficult to continue tracking the attackers. Why not collaborate with the Guardian organization? I have learned from His Highness the Prince that the royal family seeks a specific technology. With the Guardian organization's reputation, sharing it may not be out of the question. This matter is beyond my authority. I must report to my superiors. However, what do you intend to do, Lin Yi? Will you follow Gawain or join me?" Marco's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. "As a lord, I must prioritize the interests of the Empire," Lin Yi replied calmly. For his ultimate aim was to shake off suspicion, regardless of whom he partnered with. Moreover, without a clear understanding of his true combat capabilities, Marco would likely hesitate to pursue with only a handful of companions. The venue for the grand competition was engaged in battle with the Monroe Federation, inadvertently triggering a beast tide that scattered the search teams. Concurrently, news reached the palace, accompanied by an invitation for collaboration from the Guardian organization. Collaboration? The Guardian organization's goal had always been the revival of the Human Federation. After constructing a spaceship, the first order of business would likely be to return to the home planet, conquering the surrounding star domains to accumulate strength before establishing a vast fleet to unify the galaxy. This conclusion, at least in the initial phase, seemed inevitable. The Emperor was acutely aware of the Guardian organization's background. He understood it to be an ancient entity that had existed long before humanity departed the home planet for the cosmos, dedicated to preserving human heritage. The Guardian organization on the planet Panjiao was merely a branch, as the storm had severed ties with the home world. They were perpetually seeking to return to their origins and re-establish their headquarters. It was said that this was tied to their internal legacy. Mecha engineers trained within the organization were obliged to return to headquarters at a certain level to undergo a specific rite of passage to continue enhancing their prowess. Furthermore, as the most esteemed figure in the Empire, one must not act impulsively. Since monopolizing the technology was no longer feasible, after careful consideration of the pros and cons, the Emperor felt that this matter was indeed negotiable. The critical point was to ensure that the Monroe Federation did not acquire the spaceship design. By leveraging resources from other planets to bolster national strength, the disparity between the two sides would only grow. In less than a decade, the Monroe Federation would no longer be a match for the Empire. The long-cherished aspirations of the previous emperors would be realized in my reign. The contract would be signed using the blood oath contract passed down by the spirit race, ensuring that the technology would not be leaked to the Monroe Federation. Thus, I shall grant them this accord, the Emperor decreed. The Guardian organization's aim was to protect humanity and return to the stars. Whether the governing body upon return would be a feudal empire or a federal state was of little consequence. Hence, the proposal from the Tinglong Empire was readily accepted by the upper echelons without extensive deliberation. As an elder in the capital received authorization to sign the contract, Gawain who had also received orders, and Marco immediately commenced negotiations. Both parties reached a consensus. Regardless of the casualties, they could not retreat. Once the mysterious technological data was seized, it was to be promptly returned to the imperial capital, where higher-ups would deliberate on how to transfer the information. Deep in the dense forest, 3 first-tier mecha engineers from Team 236, having narrowly escaped the onslaught of the beast tide, were filled with trepidation. After celebrating their survival, the trio recalled the earlier message transmitted by the lieutenant, and their expressions darkened, particularly for the 6th member, who had foolishly picked up 2 items, wishing he could sever his own hands. What shall we do now? That individual turned out to be the 3rd prince. We possess a hot potato. It won't be long before the Monroe Federation, along with various clandestine organizations, will come hunting for us, lamented the 3rd member. Who would have thought that in a moment of greed, we would obtain such items? The 2nd member was equally regretful, recalling how impatiently he had inserted the chip into the holographic computer, revealing the information within. The 6th member hesitated, suggesting, why don't we just dispose of the items? After all, this is the border. We could escape to the Monroe Federation. Before he could finish, a piercing scream escaped him as a long sword pierced through his back, the bloodied tip protruding outwards. An ambush. The remaining 2 reacted simultaneously, attempting to distance themselves. But unexpectedly, the 6th mecha surged forward at an astonishing speed, colliding with the 3rd member and sending him staggering, barely managing to regain his footing. Yet, in that brief moment, as he lifted his head, he was astonished to see a grayish-blue mecha standing before the 2nd member, its sword piercing through just as before. In less than 10 seconds, 2 relatively skilled first-tier mecha engineers had been slain. The 3rd member need not think twice to deduce that the figure before him was at least a 2nd-tier mecha engineer, one endowed with extraordinary talents far surpassing the norm, thus displaying such overwhelming prowess. Hand over the chip. The grayish-blue mecha withdrew its sword, lightly wiping it across the 2nd mecha's surface, speaking in a tone distinct from that of the Empire. Monroe people. The 3rd member exclaimed in astonishment, involuntarily blurting out, realizing that it had taken hardly any time for the Monroe Federation to track them down. Was the Imperial Intelligence Department truly so incompetent? I can give you the chip, but you must guarantee my life, otherwise. The 3rd member brandished a chip, holding it in his hand, poised to destroy it at any moment, his threat unmistakable. Chapter 54. Ultimately, Vealt succumbed to his fate, just as he received the assurance of being escorted back to the Monroe Federation. A moment of laxity saw a long sword pierce through his heart. Confused, he cast a glance at the 2nd-tier mech master, who gradually faded from view, and it seemed he grasped the gravity of the situation. As they progressed, Marco glanced down at the tracker, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "The target has paused briefly before suddenly accelerating, surpassing our travel speed." Lin Yi and Gao went approached to verify, and indeed, the display indicated that the red was moving at a velocity exceeding 500 kilometers per hour, while even Lin Yi, the most agile among them, could barely manage around 300 kilometers. How could they possibly pursue this? Marco's face turned ashen. Within a mere half-day, they had faced several tumultuous upheavals. Even as the son of a count, molded by elite training since childhood, he felt overwhelmed, almost resigned as he halted his steps, murmuring, "It's over, it's over." This matter had entangled the concubine, the prince, and even the emperor had personally intervened, compelled to collaborate with the Guardian organization. It was evident how crucial that technology was. Failing to retrieve the item not only dimmed his future, but also threatened to strip him of his title as a count. No, there is still a way. Gao interjected with timely urgency. The organization had anticipated such scenarios in their plans and dispatched a specially designed flying vehicle. We can utilize it when the nearby dark beasts retreat during the impending beast tide. As the name suggests, the flying vehicle is capable of aerial travel, a common sight in large cities and exceedingly expensive, even beyond the financial reach of nobles like Lin Yi. Gao opened a small hatch in his mech, retrieving a miniature vehicle model. After pressing a specific part and placing it on the ground, the vehicle quickly expanded to a full size. This technology, akin to the mech's compression capabilities, allows for the transport of large items in a compressed form, which can be restored to its original size upon use, an exceedingly convenient, albeit costly, innovation. The vehicle can only accommodate 3 passengers, just you, me, and Lin Yi. The others possess lesser abilities. They can remain behind with communication devices and track our progress slowly, Gao proposed. With renewed hope, Marco, disregarding the intricacies, impatiently urged, "Enough talk. Let us get in the car." Moments later, the flying vehicle soared into the sky, hurtling towards the red dot at a speed of 700 kilometers per hour, soon closing the distance. "Strange, there's only one person down there," Gawain mused from the driver's seat, peering down in confusion. That is not right. That person isn't the initial attacker," Lin Yi remarked, following suit. "Not an attacker?" Marco turned, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's Veilt, the firstborn of the Spat family in the Monroe Federation, a second-tier, genius mech master. Our family has suffered greatly at his hands." Though the Tunglong Monroe had always refrained from full-scale war, skirmishes had persisted, particularly involving various count families who frequently led local nobles into battle against the Monroe Federation. Veilt's Spat family is one of the highest-ranking members of the Monroe's Council, holding a status equivalent to that of a count, gifted from a young age. His agility reached 30 points during his first evolution. Marco glanced at Lin Yi, noting that the latter, with dual attributes reaching 30 points, would likely surpass Veilt in future achievements. Even though Veilt might have lacked extraordinary items to enhance his strength during his second evolution, his attributes would surely see significant improvement. Following his second evolution, his agility would not fall below 50 points, with most speculating it to be around 55. Given such attributes, even the three of them together would be insufficient. The disparity in agility rendered them nearly impotent. At this juncture, could they still retreat? Lin Yi, noticing Marco's wavering resolve, spoke up. "If that item falls into the hands of the Monroe Federation, neither of us will fare well. As for me, I could always follow Gawain and seek refuge with the Guardian organization. Can you relinquish your title as the Count ruling over a province?" Marco fell silent, then resolutely opened the car door, stating, "Then let us disembark." Veilt had already noticed the flying vehicle overhead. Observing the three figures descending, he immediately halted, brimming with vigilance. Unfortunately, in his haste, he had left behind much of his equipment. Otherwise, he would have simply fired a shot, sending any intruder tumbling down. However, once he clearly discerned the three figures, a smirk crept across his lips. Three first-tier mech masters dared to come and meet their demise. Did they think him the sort to evolve through mere passage of time? Before the three could fully land, Veilt unsheathed his longsword and propelled himself into the air, targeting one particularly menacing mech. This formidable-looking adversary had to be eliminated first to prevent the execution of any peculiar techniques. Technique, Flashing Blade. Veilt suddenly vanished from midair, reappearing beside the formidable mech. Just as he thrust his sword, the opponent, as if foreseeing the attack, transformed their hands into a massive shield within a heartbeat, deftly positioning it to intercept the sword's path. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated, and Veilt felt a powerful recoil, causing him to tumble through the air several times before regaining his footing, bewildered as he gazed at his adversary. Despite his agility being his forte, he had achieved a strength of 45 points, augmented by speed. To think his strike could not breach the shield's defense, but instead rebounded against him. This was unfathomable. It was impossible unless the opponent's physique exceeded 55 points, a benchmark many second-tier mech masters reach upon achieving a 50 evolution. A mere first-tier mech master, regardless of any extraordinary items utilized during evolution, could never attain such attributes. Little did he know, under the Guardian state, Lin Yi had his agility and strength translated into a physique that precisely reached 55 points, with the shield essentially being an integral part of the mech, benefiting from physique enhancements, hence the outcome. Meanwhile, Gawain and Marco, witnessing Lin Yi successfully block Veilt's attack, were invigorated and simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques against him. Faced with their combined efforts, Veilt did not dare to be careless. He hastily retreated, aiming to fend off their assault before shifting his focus to another opponent, determined to swiftly diminish their numbers. However, as he deployed his flying device, releasing a cloud of smoke, and attempted to retreat a couple of steps, the peculiar mech master, seemingly possessing attributes rivaling those of a second-tier mech master, suddenly transformed his shield back into dual claws, pursuing him with only a slight delay in speed. With a screeching sound, the claws pierced through the outer shell, inflicting a deep wound upon Veilt. Shocked and enraged, he lifted his long sword for another strike. Just as Veilt felt on the brink of despair, he watched in disbelief as the claws, which had just departed from him, almost instantaneously morphed back into a massive shield, rendering his sword strike futile once more. Chapter 55. The shortcomings. Seizing the opportunity provided by the recoil, Veilt inquired, "Who are you?" a member of this generation's esteemed class, or perhaps of royal descent. Lin Yi, Lord Romy, came the response. The enemy's willingness to pause for conversation was welcomed by Lin Yi, as it afforded him precious time to prepare for the arrival of Gawain and his companion. A lord. The revelation was nothing short of staggering. How could a mere lord, devoid of extraordinary artifacts during evolution, stand against him on equal footing? In that moment, Wilt was engulfed by profound doubt about his own genius. He questioned whether he had been deceived by family and friends all along, and whether it was truly common for ordinary mech pilots to possess 30 attribute points upon their first evolution. Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd notion. Language could deceive the self, but the achievements amassed over the years spoke undeniable truths. Once he regained his composure, he recalled how Lin Yi's strength and speed would surge, his body transforming as if his hands became shields. This was likely a special skill, allowing him to freely convert and stack attributes onto others. Such a versatile attribute was highly practical, adaptable to most combat scenarios. Judging by the frequency of transformations, the energy expenditure was minimal. However, even the most skilled first-tier mech pilots had their limits with special skills, indicating the presence of vulnerabilities. The weakness was not difficult to surmise. The strain of continuous transformations within a short span would impose significant burdens on the mech structure. Surpassing a certain threshold could lead to backlash, resulting in the mech collapsing under its own strain without any intervention from him. Indeed, reality aligned closely with Wilt's conjectures. After 3 consecutive transformations, Lin Yi felt the weight bearing down on his mech. Should he attempt another transformation, cracks would appear, inflicting at least 20 damage. By the 8th transformation, his mech would be utterly destroyed. A high constitution could mitigate this issue, allowing for more transformations and quicker recovery. With Lin Yi's current physical prowess, he could execute 3 transformations within a minute without sustaining damage. Upon discerning his opponent's vulnerability, Wilt wasted no time in launching his next offensive, his form flickering as he evaded the shield's position, thrusting his long sword repeatedly. Yet, the defensive form transforming into a shield was merely a subconscious reaction from Lin Yi. The mech was a unified entity, with defensive capabilities uniformly distributed. Facing an opponent like Lin Yi, renowned for speed, Wilt found himself at a loss. His lack of strength meant that against Lin Yi, who had unnaturally stacked attributes in both strength and agility, he could do little more than chip away at a hardened shell. This illustrated that while mech pilots were formidable, they were ill-suited for solitary endeavors and required complementary teams. Otherwise, they would find themselves at the mercy of their counters. In the current scenario, had Wilt possessed a strength of 55 points, Lin Yi would not have dared to engage closely. A single misstep could result in devastating damage from a special skill, leading to the mech's ruin. After trading blows for an extended duration, Lin Yi found himself unable to change forms at will, often subjected to Wilt's assaults. When he did manage to attack during cooldowns, the experienced Wilt would evade his strikes, and switching to an agile form yielded insufficient power to inflict significant damage. Wilt fared no better. His longsword, thrusting in protective form, barely registered even 1 damage. Coupled with Gawain's interference, he found it impossible to maintain a sustained assault against this tenacious adversary. Several attempts to retreat proved futile, as the flying vehicles, especially those belonging to Gawain and his companion, understood that the flying machines were the only hope for catching Wilt. They closely monitored him, denying any apparent opportunity to approach. Aiming to eliminate the 2 first-tier mech pilots first, their adversaries were no fools. They remained closely tethered to Lin Yi. Initially, they hesitated to attack with full force, fearing reprisal. When Lin Yi ignited with flames and unleashed his claws upon them, they suffered a direct 10 damage, prompting an immediate cessation of their assault. As for Gawain and his companion, they were legitimate first-tier mech pilots, regardless of Wilt's speed. He would be hard-pressed to land a hit, and even if he did, their strength was comparable to Lin Yi's. Minutes passed, and anxiety mounted on both sides. Should the conflict conclude, regardless of which side emerged victorious, the other would find it impossible to escape the clutches of a 3rd-tier mech pilot. A typical 3rd-tier pilot was not to be compared with a captain of ancient lineage, whose prowess had not diminished over the centuries. I say, could you refrain from pursuing me incessantly? If you withdraw now and pretend you have not noticed me, I shall reward each of you with 1 million Federation credits upon your return, Wilt said with resignation. I'll offer you 2 million if you hand over the goods. Marco countered immediately. If we do not retrieve the items, the Emperor will surely not spare us 3. Our families may also suffer. What good is money then? especially considering your potential for change of heart? Marco's words served as a warning to both Wilt and Lin Yi, cautioning against selfish motives that could jeopardize everyone. Especially since they had only recently become acquainted, one could never truly know another's character. What do you intend to do then? Are you truly willing to wait until a victor emerges and gamble on who that might be? Upon hearing this, both Marco and Gawain felt a twinge of unease. It was Lin Yi who suddenly interjected, "There are only 4 of us here. Why not engage in a transaction? You can provide us with a copy of the data and a chip, and reveal the whereabouts of the corpses." Agreed, Wilt responded without hesitation. His primary goal was to ensure that the Monroe Federation retained the capability to construct flying ships, while simultaneously enhancing his own credentials for future political aspirations. The corpses are located 3 miles to the north. Here are the coordinates. Lin Yi, are you mad? If the Monroe Federation obtains that data, we will be charged with treason. Marco urgently communicated. There are no other witnesses here. We can take the assailants' corpses back, feigning ignorance of Wilt's involvement, and even explain Lu Feng's disappearance, Lin Yi stated, activating voice communication. Do you believe that once the chip is in Wilt's possession, the third prince will remain unharmed? It is better to return and explain that the third prince was not found, as long as the 3 of us maintain our silence. Any news of the Monroe Federation's technology will lead them to believe the third prince has fallen into their hands, claiming credit for retrieving the data. We might face minor repercussions, but the cost will not be exorbitant. Or do you wish to gamble that the Imperial Mech pilots are superior to the Federation's and will undoubtedly triumph? This statement caused Marco to hesitate. For a nobleman like him, nothing was more valuable than his life. Risking it for national interest was out of the question. Very well, you negotiate with him. But be sure to inspect the Mech's recording device to avoid being outmaneuvered by Wilt, Lin Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi paused momentarily, realizing he had overlooked this aspect, having previously used this tactic to deceive others. Now, it was his turn to be wary. Chapter 56. Abandonment. Lin Yi's ultimate objective was to extricate himself from suspicion. To achieve this, he orchestrated a series of unexpected events that spiraled beyond his control, prompting both the Panjiao Star's 2 nations and the enigmatic forces guarding it to take action, dispatching personnel to partake in the unfolding drama. Although the outcome was unforeseen, it proved more favorable than initially anticipated. The retrieval of the spaceship's data by Wilt would inevitably come to light. However, before that revelation, Marco would report discrepancies in the number of assailants during the chip recovery, and the third prince's absence would raise questions. It appeared the attackers had split into 2 factions, one bearing the chip and the other escorting the third prince away. Once the Monroe Federation's involvement in spaceship manufacturing became public, it would be logical to deduce that the faction harboring the third prince had also acquired a copy of the data. What would likely encounter them? And the third prince would probably meet his demise at that juncture. The assassination of an imperial prince was an act of immense glory, with profound implications for one's future career, akin to securing a ticket to the council. Thus, even if this affair spread widely, Wilt would not deny his role. For both parties were adversaries, and the Empire could do little to retaliate against him. In this way, everything fell into place. Lin Yi extracted himself from the situation, resolving to tread carefully and avoid the influence of Lu Guifei's family to prevent the wrath of a vengeful mother from claiming his biological son. The current emperor of the Tunglong Empire was a figure of remarkable ambition, keen on territorial expansion. Even in his fury over his son's death, he would not act against mere juniors, especially with Wilt's contribution to the spaceship data at stake. After mutually verifying the Mech recordings to ensure the transaction went unrecorded, Wilt proceeded to duplicate the data. He cast a lingering glance at the figure across from him, a mere first-tier lord whose fate was beyond his influence, before vanishing into the dense forest. The next time my evolution level rises, my inclination will be towards strength, and I shall seek sharp, piercing objects to breach your defenses. It is said that prominent families possess unique skills and training methods, varying widely, capable of nurturing talents surpassing those from academies. Wilt's preference for strength likely correlates with this notion. Handing the chip key to Marco, the trio wasted no time and hurried to the scene of the assailant's demise. Indeed, they found 3 seemingly intact mechs lying on the ground, akin to slumbering giants. But where is the prince? And what of those pursuing you in the video? Marco exclaimed, initially elated but soon anxious as he circled the area in desperation. Feigning a search, Lin Yi feigned alarm and declared, "This is bad. The assailants must have realized the third prince's identity and split up." The situation had deteriorated. Their tracking device only indicated the chip's location. leaving them clueless about the prince's whereabouts. In the past, they could have mobilized search efforts, but with the outbreak of low-tier beast tides and surrounding chaos, where could they possibly find personnel to assist? The Emperor's interest in the chip evidently surpasses that of the prince. Now that we possess it, we must return it promptly. A delay could lead to its loss, and who would bear the blame? Lin Yi's series of rhetorical questions crystallized Marco's thoughts. The vastness of the competition grounds rendered it impractical to search for the third prince. Even a journey from south to north would take at least half a month. Very well, we shall return the chip first. Let us maintain a unified narrative, asserting that only 3 assailants were present, with no trace of the others or the prince. To safeguard the chip, we must return to camp and await further instructions. Marco promptly conveyed this message in writing. The third prince was merely the son of a maternal aunt, lacking paternal lineage, while he could be relied upon in ordinary circumstances. He paled in significance compared to account during critical moments. Witnessing the Emperor's willingness to compromise with the Guardians for the chip, it was clear that the choice between the chip and the prince was easily made. Shortly thereafter, news arrived affirming Marco's assessment, indicating that the Guardians had urgently summoned skilled personnel who were en route. The 3 were instructed to ensure the chip reached the camp, with the Emperor personally decreeing that apart from escorting the chip, all other matters were to be set aside. Even in the event of future errors, there would be no inquiries. It was evident that, in the Emperor's eyes, the chip held greater value than anything else, even his own son. The Emperor's choice profoundly impacted Lin Yi. Indeed, the royal family was known for its ruthlessness, willing to cast aside even a biological son in pursuit of profit, without hesitation or remorse. This stark decisiveness was something he could never emulate, leading to a newfound clarity regarding the upper echelons of society. With the Stargate established, it was prudent to focus on developing the apocalyptic world, where humanity's strength was lacking primarily due to a deficiency in mechs. Upon returning to the academy, he would prepare several mech prototypes, cultivating a cadre of mech engineers to solidify their position. In the future, sequestered within the academy, they could continue to enhance their capabilities. Moreover, this time the lieutenant would likely fare poorly. Huang Ming, as a companion of the assailants, would undoubtedly be implicated. This presented an opportunity to test whether he could transport Huang Ming to the apocalyptic world, where the presence of a first-tier mech engineer could prove invaluable in seizing control of the power plant amidst the ruins of the city. The return journey was surprisingly smooth, as the Guardians dispatched 2 third-tier mech engineers who quickly located the trio, joining forces with more than a dozen first-tier mech engineers they had temporarily organized. Their imposing group made its way toward the camp, encountering numerous individual or team-operating mech engineers, all brimming with curiosity. In truth, there were over 1,000 first-tier mech engineers participating in the competition, with the influence of nobles and merchants encompassing only a fraction of this number, those with personal stakes involved, such as the 50 fleeing participants from Marco's territory, situated within the provinces of several counts. The remaining competitors were difficult to rally and unnecessary to pursue. With the assistance of 50 first-tier mech engineers, their accumulated points would render them incomparable to lesser squads. In the northern city of Hiyu province, amidst the bustling streets filled with people, a sudden explosion echoed, sending countless ordinary citizens into a panic. Some, upon witnessing the chaos, were struck with fear. A multitude of warplanes descended from the heavens, targeting key locations such as the city hall. As they passed, dark figures began to drop from the aircraft, transforming midair into mechs that promptly seized control of the surrounding streets with their weapons. To the astonishment of the populace, the city guard responded with remarkable swiftness. Almost as soon as the mechs touched down, they emerged from the east, armed and led by their mech engineers. In the midst of the chaos, the crowd, sensing newfound hope, surged toward the city guard, seeking protection. With a resounding thud, a soldier at the forefront struck down a man attempting to approach, then, expressionless, continued towards the unknown mechs. Left behind, the wounded man clutched his bleeding forehead and shouted, "How dare you assault a citizen of this city? I will report you." Chapter 57. Rebellion: The Defection of the Hiyu Province. The incursion of the Monroe Federation's 1st and 2nd Army groups. This cataclysmic revelation reverberated throughout the Tunglong Empire overnight. Countless dignitaries, or those who fancied themselves such, turned their gazes toward the imperial capital, awaiting the sovereign's response, which would dictate their subsequent course of action. The province's wholesale rebellion and alignment with the enemy, without a whisper of warning, represented a colossal failure of the empire's intelligence apparatus. The Minister of Intelligence was promptly investigated and punished, resulting in a cascade of severed heads. However, none of this assuaged Emperor Long Ao's incandescent rage. Utterly disgraceful. It had been confirmed by intelligence that Count Li Hua of Heyu had previously assaulted the third prince and absconded with the starship schematics. Such an attack on a royal prince was an act of blatant insurrection. Li Hua would not have dared such a deed had he not been preparing to defect to the Monroe Federation. Upon receiving the news, Long Ao had immediately responded by deploying nearby troops to Heyu province and activating sleeper agents to thwart Li Hua's treachery and incite the soldiers to resist the traitor. Someone explained to me, where were my armies when the Monroe Federation's legions crossed the border? Where were the hundreds of intelligence operatives spanning the realms of politics, commerce, and the military when the rebellion erupted? Long Ao glared at the ministers who had been urgently summoned. Among them were dukes, counts, and other high-ranking nobles. Officials of plebeian origin from the academies, and elites from mercantile families. Despite their collective eminence and nobility, none dared to utter a word, their heads bowed low. Their expressions varied. Those of noble birth largely appeared uneasy, with a select few displaying indifference. The commercial faction was predominantly gleeful, though a handful furrowed their brows. Their gazes toward their companions tinged with animosity. The plebeian faction alone remained neutral, their faces etched with concern. An elderly man in his 50s, frail in stature with graying hair, stepped forward. Your Majesty, assigning blame can wait. The immediate priority is to urgently dispatch garrisons from neighboring provinces and noble levies to establish a defensive line. Once the situation is stabilized, we can then contemplate the recovery of Heyu province. Noble levies? After this debacle, am I to trust noble levies? Should the Empire's armies be spilling their blood, only to be stabbed in the back by noble levies at the critical moment, the Tunglong Empire's millennium-long legacy would be utterly destroyed. The Emperor's voice dripped with sarcasm, causing the nobles below to squirm. The details of the incident had been disseminated to all present. It was common knowledge that, during the rebellion, the nobles of Heyu province had brazenly launched an attack from the rear under the guise of supporting the border. The entire defensive line was breached within 2 hours under this dual assault, the surviving soldiers fleeing into the northern Dark Beast territory, their whereabouts currently unknown. The fate of the Heyu province garrison was equally grim. Senior officers had been lured to the Count's manor under the pretense of a banquet, only to be coerced upon the outbreak of the rebellion. Aside from a handful who remained loyal to the Empire and were slain, the majority collaborated with the Count's guards in swiftly seizing control of their respective garrisons, executing any who resisted. Even more infuriatingly, half of the intelligence operatives had been bought off by Li Hua and the Monroe Federation, while the remaining half were exposed and summarily executed. The turncoats then disseminated false intelligence, luring the first wave of troops entering Heyu province into a trap, where they were annihilated by the Monroe's elite 1st Division. With the entire province's nobility in open revolt, its officers devoid of integrity in suppressing the garrison, and half of its intelligence operatives turning traitor, Heyu province had been infiltrated like a sieve. Throughout the entire ordeal, the Empire remained oblivious. How could Emperor Long Ao not be enraged? How could he not be disillusioned with the nobility? Heyu province is, after all, an isolated case. Li Hua harbored treacherous ambitions and had been plotting this for some time. Moreover, the inland provinces are far removed. Even if the Monroe Federation had managed some infiltration, it could not have succeeded without the cooperation of local figures of authority. As for the loyalty of the nobility, were the Empire's nobles to universally betray us, we would not be discussing the rebellion in Heyu province, but rather a nationwide conflagration. The elderly man remained composed. While successive imperial dynasties had been wary of the nobility, to the point of fostering the mercantile class to create a balance of power, the functioning of the state still required the participation of the nobility. Without their loyalty, the Long family would have been ousted long ago, a fact well understood by all present. At that moment, Duke Lan Fong, a leading figure in the military, stepped forward. The immediate priority is to mitigate the impact of the rebellion. First, control the media and censor the truth on websites. Second, release various false narratives to sow confusion. Third, mobilize the nation's forces, even if it means launching a full-scale war, to reclaim Heyu province as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, the longer this persists, the more individuals within the Empire who harbor discontent toward the imperial family may seize this opportunity to rebel. Once they gain momentum, it will be too late to recover. Do you have a detailed strategy? Long Ao, with great effort, suppressed his anger. The Xishan, Qingfeng, and Wuchuan provinces are adjacent to Heyu. The nobles in these regions, regardless of rank, must immediately mobilize their armies and report to the border. All required supplies will be requisitioned locally, with the national treasury providing compensation after the war. The grand tournament must be immediately suspended. The participating Mech pilots and security personnel must all be deployed to the Shi-Shan-Hiyu border. All required supplies will be requisitioned from the merchants' goods at the grand tournament camp, with the national treasury providing compensation after the war. The Empire's elite border forces must be secretly redeployed to the Dark Beast territory to sever the rebels' connection with the Monroe Federation from the rear. Simultaneously, elite Mech pilot units must be airdropped into the Hiyu province border under the cover of darkness to carry out assassinations and sabotage, buying time for the main force while gathering detailed intelligence. With the chips secured, the grand tournament no longer serves a purpose. Redeploying them to quell the rebellion in Hiyu is acceptable. However, the elite border forces are primarily tasked with defending against the Dark Beasts. A rash redeployment could lead to a beast tide, potentially allowing them to breach the border provinces and wreak havoc. Countless Dark Beasts would evolve by devouring humans. The extent of the losses aside, the mere presence of Dark Beasts within the human world would make their expulsion exceedingly difficult. With the roles reversed, the level of difficulty would be 100-fold greater than the border forces' efforts to resist a beast tide. Predictably, the Minister of Commerce, representing mercantile interests, objected. This is unacceptable. The border forces are vital to human safety and cannot be moved lightly. In my opinion, we should redeploy forces from the Empire's interior to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Should the Dark Beasts breach the Empire's borders, the resulting losses could negate the Empire's millennia of territorial expansion. If we fail to reclaim Hiyu province promptly, countless individuals will lose faith in the imperial family, thereby changing their allegiance. If the imperial family's prestige wanes, what good is an untroubled empire? Perhaps you, Li Qing, have ulterior motives and are somehow connected to Li Hua. With the same surname, who knows if you have secret ties? Duke Lanfang retorted sharply. The Minister of Commerce, Li Qing, also the head of the Li family in the capital, countered without hesitation. Preposterous. The Li family has been engaged in commerce for a millennium and has always been a loyal hound of His Majesty. How could we be connected to your noble circles? It is the redeployment of the border forces that is concerning. Should the Dark Beasts breach the Empire's borders and overrun countless territories, you could seize the opportunity to annex vast swathes of land during the subsequent reclamation. Enough. Chapter 58. Omin Long Ao interrupted the quarrel between the two high-ranking officials. Fully aware of their intentions, Duke Lanfang had long sought to expand his territory to the borders, aiming to exploit the abundant resources within the domain of the Dark Beasts. His plans involved mobilizing the border troops, and there was an underlying suspicion that he might deliberately allow Dark Beasts to infiltrate. On the other hand, Li Qing represented the interests of merchants, maintaining regular contact with the border forces. The spoils from hunting Dark Beasts were predominantly monopolized by Li Ji and a handful of other major companies, generating annual revenues exceeding 100 million imperial coins. If the border troops were withdrawn, the Dark Beasts would invade, severing this lucrative profit chain for an extended period. Even if it were to be restored later, it would inevitably be interfered with by Duke Lanfang's faction, resulting in substantial losses. Setting aside the entangled interests of the two, the crux of the matter lay in the decision-making process. Duke Lanfang advocated for the long-term benefits to be sacrificed, while Li Qing argued for the loss of immediate interests, which, logically, held far greater value than the former. Yet, Long Ao was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the Tianlong Empire, which had established itself a millennium ago amidst the temporal storm that severed its ties with the mother planet. During that time, the powerhouses were not limited to the Long family. 6 other military commanders also vied for supremacy over the Panjiao Star garrison. Although they had to unite against a common enemy during the transition to the Monroe Federation, this alliance sowed the seeds of future discord. While the Long family was revered as royalty by the other 6 families, the empire adopted a feudal system, with nobles governing their territories independently, thereby limiting the royal authority from the outset. It was not until several generations of diligent emperors cultivated the merchant class to stand alongside the nobility, compelling merchants to pay hefty taxes and tributes for self-preservation, that the royal power surged, further asserting dominance over many nobles within the realm. The newly ascendant merchant class harbored their own aspirations, desiring the abolition of the feudal system in favor of a constitutional monarchy akin to the Monroe Federation. This necessitated a delicate balance, as the royal family needed to harness their strength against the nobility while simultaneously preventing them from becoming a threat to the entire class structure. With the recent rebellion in Hiyu province, Long Ao had to carefully consider the intricate web of interests involved to avoid tilting the balance of power. Additionally, minimizing the rebellion's impact on the royal family's prestige was of paramount importance. A mobilization order was issued across the 10 northwestern provinces, summoning participants of the grand competition, along with support personnel, to join the efforts in quelling the insurrection. Long Ao paused, resolved, and declared the border troops would remain intact for now. Only the elite mechanized division would be deployed. The merchant forces were still in their infancy, and rashly diminishing their strength could lead to irreversible consequences, undoing the painstaking efforts of the previous emperors and returning the royal authority to an era of ineffective governance reliant on negotiations with the great nobles. As time dragged on, public doubt regarding the royal family's rule would inevitably grow, diminishing their prestige. However, this could be compensated through alternative means, such as the chip that had already returned to the camp, containing information that, once manufactured, would provide room for negotiation regarding all issues and conflicts. In the future, my empire shall not require anyone to rival the royal authority. All will fall under my dominion. After successfully escorting the chip back to the camp, it was already night. A fatigued Lin Yi rented a room and collapsed into bed. After a deep slumber, he awoke to find it was noon. After freshening up, just as he was about to head out for lunch, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, an unexpected figure stood before him. Brother Jia, Zhang Jia, holding a takeout box, smiled and said, I knew you've been working hard these past few days. You must have slept like a dead pig. I specially brought you lunch. Eat while I tell you something. Brother Jia, you're too kind. I Haven Tea made a mistake in choosing you as my mentor. Lin Yi eagerly accepted the takeout box, not bothering to find a table, and began eating at the door. He was genuinely hungry. After a day spent facing a beast tied and battling with Velt, followed by the hurried escort of the chip back to camp, he was both exhausted and famished. You should at least invite the teacher inside, Zhang Jie chided playfully. You can just go in and find a place to sit, Lin Yi said, gesturing towards the sofa with a mouthful of chicken leg. With no regard for his image, he lay on the sofa while Zhang Jie waited for Lin Yi to finish eating before slowly revealing the purpose of his visit. Both of them were within the scope of the empire's mobilization order. After which he recounted the details of the rebellion in Hiyu province. The Count of Hiyu, Li Hua, has rebelled and aligned with the Monroe Federation. Lin Yi's hand slipped, and the takeout box fell, spilling its contents all over him. Though he had anticipated a scheme against the young lieutenant, being pushed to the brink of treason was still unexpected. The seizure of the chip by a subordinate was indeed a grave offense. However, the lieutenant was unaware that he had recorded a video documenting the Mech characteristics of the first unit, and with the third prince missing, generally, he would be sheltered by the military, facing at most a partial compensation for losses, with no threat to his noble inheritance. The decision to rebel was indeed perplexing. Regardless of Li Hua's motivations for rebellion, it was clear that this insurrection had been premeditated. The Monroe Federation had secretly mobilized troops 3 days prior, airlifting them to Mo Air State across from Hiyu province, and launched a surprise attack yesterday, capturing the entire province while annihilating the Imperial 7th Legion that was en route to provide support. This battle was exceptionally perilous. Any misstep could lead to obliteration at the hands of the Federation Army. The mobilization order encompassed the gathering of private troops from the territories. And with so few individuals from your noble estate, you would easily become cannon fodder on the battlefield. I specifically came to urge you to bring your forces to join the Buyuan army, Zhang Jie's family militia, in action, he stated, revealing his main objective. Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Although his teacher appeared unreliable, he was meticulous and genuinely concerned for him. Thank you very much, teacher. Let us stick with Brother Jie, Zhang Jie replied, feeling slightly awkward at Lin Yi's display of gratitude. The grand competition concluded prematurely, and outside Lin Yi's room, people were busy packing their belongings. Many participants who had just rushed back were still trying to grasp the situation when they were summoned and crammed into transport aircraft, where explanations awaited them. After finding the camp's commanding officer and presenting his noble insignia for scanning to verify the need to return and gather troops, the procedures were completed swiftly. Lin Yi boarded a transport aircraft filled with supplies and returned to his territory. Upon his return, the territory had already received the news and made preparations in advance. Shortly after Lin Yi announced the mobilization, he was informed that a regiment of 500, including 10 apprentice mechanized soldiers, had assembled, awaiting their lord's address. while listening to a report from Li Yuan regarding the financial accounts. Lin Yi nodded and changed into a military noble uniform, preparing to address his troops. Lord Marquis, I have matters to report. A lowly servant hurriedly approached, bowing. Get back. How dare you approach the Lord without permission? The newly appointed steward from the family's collateral branch, Lin, reprimanded sharply. Wait, bring him to the study. Lin Yi unexpectedly waved his hand. Chapter 59. The arrival of Huang Ming in the study. Lin Yi sat in the main seat, coldly observing the servant, and remarked, a commendable tactic indeed. You managed to infiltrate the Lord's estate. He continued, there was little I could do. The commotion caused by the lieutenant implicated me as well. Fortunately, I sensed something amiss and evacuated my family in advance, bringing them to your territory. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The servant raised his head, revealing a youthful visage of just over 20 years, unmistakably Huang Ming, who had previously absorbed Lin Yi's genetic sample. As for infiltrating the Lord's estate, it was also thanks to the parents of 2 children. After Lin Yi successfully acquired the territory, he had entrusted the task of returning 2 children, who had lost their grandmother, to their relatives, while the parents returned to the lieutenant to remain undercover and gather intelligence. However, upon the return of Task 12, everything was divulged, raising the lieutenant's suspicions. Under those circumstances, Huang Ming's chances of escape were less than 5, a perilous situation indeed. Cunningly, Huang Ming promptly accused Task 12 of fleeing on his own, claiming that it was his actions that allowed the incapacitated Lin Yi to evade capture, forcing Huang Ming to flee as well to avoid being apprehended by the rescue teams. The lieutenant found this explanation plausible, considering that Lin Yi, a mere newly evolved mecha master, enduring 2 successive attacks from heavily armed specialized weaponry, was nothing short of miraculous, likely pushing him to his limits. In the end, both Huang Ming and Task 12 were temporarily disqualified, remaining in Heiyu province to be monitored for a period before any further action was taken. Prior to the outbreak of rebellion, Huang Ming had sensed the impending danger and, with his only sister, boarded a plane to Xishan province, continuously altering their mode of transportation. In some instances, he even carried his sister on his back through the mountain ranges in a mecha, ultimately stealthily infiltrating the Romi territory. At this juncture, the fathers of the 2 children played a significant role. Following the recent purge, many had received promotions, and under Lin Yi's deliberate patronage, one of the fathers entered the Lord's estate. Upon the request of the benefactor who had escorted the children home, he introduced Huang Ming as a servant in the Lord's estate. Of course, the father was unaware of Huang Ming's identity as a mecha master, believing him to be one of the survivors from that calamity. Otherwise, he would not have dared to invite a mecha master to the Lord's estate. If anything went awry, his entire family would face dire consequences. You are likely being monitored by the Imperial Intelligence Agency now. Wherever you stay, danger lurks. Even here is no exception. Lin Yi pondered his words carefully. However, I know of a place that is utterly concealed, where one can evade the scrutiny of the intelligence agency, albeit at the cost of potentially never returning to the Empire. Is there still room for negotiation? Huang Ming replied with a bitter smile. As long as we can ensure that my sister and I are not captured, it matters not where we go. Very well. Follow me. Lin Yi instructed, leading the way to find the steward and command the troops to set off directly to the city where Wang Ping was located. To board the transport aircraft, Lin Yi guided Huang Ming into a warehouse filled with an abundance of supplies, food, medicine, ammunition, and even firearms. In one corner lay various machine parts and a complete ammunition manufacturing machine. I will take you to an unfamiliar place shortly. Do not resist during the process. Once we arrive and you cannot see me, do not panic. Just wait for a moment. Oh, and make sure to bring these supplies. Lin Yi gestured towards the boxed materials, instructing Huang Ming to activate his mecha and carry them along, before opening the Stargate aimed at Huang Ming. As previously mentioned, the Stargate can transport non-living materials. This is due to the instinctual resistance of living beings during transport, which can lead to failure. If the living entity trusts Lin Yi and does not resist, a successful transport can be achieved. Huang Ming felt his vision spin, the surrounding space warping, and instinctively sought to evade. However, recalling Lin Yi's prior instructions, he gritted his teeth and remained still. Absorbing the genetic sample of another was akin to offering an oath of allegiance. Under such circumstances, he believed he would not be intentionally harmed. As Huang Ming vanished along with the supplies, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. The artifact of the spirit race indeed lived up to its reputation. In the post-apocalyptic world to come, he could rest assured. He hurriedly retrieved the prepared backup energy source to recharge the Stargate and grabbed several boxes of food and repair parts for the power plant. Disappearing in a swirl of distortion. On the chaotic and dilapidated streets, Huang Ming surveyed the ruins around him, engulfed in profound shock, not due to witnessing a city in ruins, but because he had just been in a warehouse moments ago and now found himself in an entirely unfamiliar location. Spatial transfer. A concept that had fascinated people for millennia since the interstellar age rushed into his mind. However, humanity's so-called spatial transfer, unless utilizing wormholes, never exceeded a distance of 100 miles. Yet, surrounding the Romi territory, within 100 miles, lay the towns of the Tunglong Empire, which had never faced devastation. A stark contrast to the scene before him. Even the Empire and the Monroe Federation had never heard of any abandoned cities existing. Had he somehow crossed a 100-mile distance and transported himself into the abandoned cities of the Dark Beasts, devastated a millennium ago? Just then, a familiar and menacing mecha materialized beside him, carrying numerous boxes on its back. You possess the ability to transport. Is this the deep territory of the Dark Beasts, where those cities were suddenly destroyed by their assault? Huang Ming eagerly inquired. Setting the boxes down, Lin Yi first scanned the surroundings for any signs of life. Confirming it was safe before casually responding, "This is not Panjiao Star. I have acquired a form of interstellar transportability, allowing me to teleport to corresponding planets once I know the coordinates." Other planets. Huang Ming's face was a canvas of astonishment, both at the realization that he was no longer on Panjiao Star and at the revelation that this individual possessed the ability to traverse the cosmos and transport others to different planets. Indeed, this planet's human civilization has been obliterated by the Dark Beasts, primarily due to issues in the production of biological mechas and a lack of advanced combat power. After the destruction of this city by the Dark Beasts, the first-tier Dark Beasts largely abandoned the ruins due to a lack of food. Now, a novice mecha master can gather a group of survivors to establish a force. With the two of us as first-tier mecha masters, as long as we do not encounter higher-tier Dark Beasts outside the city, we can consolidate a significant power. With the existence of interstellar transport, we can continuously supply materials, machinery, and even biological mecha prototypes from Panjiao Star. It won't be long before we cultivate a formidable force. Lin Yi laid bare his plans for the near future. What he did not mention was that relying on this force would allow them to eliminate Dark Beasts en masse and evolve. A far quicker path to power than serving on the borders. Moreover, with the scarcity of mecha masters in this region, there were surely many rare items hidden in various corners of the world. If they could absorb them one by one, their future attributes would be so strong that defeating foes of higher levels would be well within reach. Chapter 60. The utmost utility of genetic samples. Despite the overwhelming shocks he experienced today, Huang Ming's expression was nearly numb. Yet he was once again jolted by the ambition of nation-building. As a subject of the Empire, who among them did not yearn to shed their commoner status and ascend to the lofty heights of nobility, enjoying myriad privileges? Who would not aspire to rise to a position of unparalleled supremacy? Do you have a detailed plan? After a prolonged silence, Huang Ming, having regained his composure from the shock, posed the most practical question. Anyone could speak grandly, but without an effective strategy, credibility would undoubtedly be in question. In this world, where human civilization teeters on the brink of extinction, having something to eat is far better than anything else. Utilizing these resources, we could gather a multitude of wanderers. Their loyalty may not be immediate, but with a steady provision of sustenance, it can undoubtedly be cultivated over time. Lin Yi clapped his hands on the box. With the advantage of nobility, many instruments and equipment could be procured, transported via teleportation, and an industrial system established. The initial gathering of wanderers would serve its purpose, allowing us to form a contingent of soldiers from those deemed trustworthy, from which we could identify individuals with talents for mecha piloting and bestow upon them mecha prototypes, while the remainder would function as civilians operating production equipment. Thus, a foundation of military strength supplemented by civilians would be established, enabling expansion. Once a certain threshold is reached, a select group of civilians could be promoted to officials, creating an administrative framework. This would necessitate solidifying our foothold here and conducting knowledge training. We could consider bringing in cultural educators from the Panjiao Star. Additionally, we must not overlook armaments. Hunting for pelts and other resources will allow us to trade back at Panjiao Star, using the proceeds to acquire automated defensive weapons to secure our encampment. Most threats consist of apprentice-level Dark Beasts, and the armaments currently available to the Empire are sufficient. Genetic samples are indeed valuable, enabling us to cultivate a cadre of exceptional mecha pilots. Moreover, I have a hypothesis that requires verification. If my conjecture proves correct, it could increase our odds of countering Dark Beast incursions by at least 40%. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. All right, let us head to the gathering place. I have a report to make at Panjiao Star, and we cannot afford to delay. As expected, the remnants of the city revealed themselves, and not long after, 4 apprentice Dark Beasts dashed out from a nearby shopping plaza, undeterred by the presence of 2 first-tier mecha pilots, roaring as they charged forward. Set down the supplies. You go deal with the Dark Beasts, Lin Yi commanded, retreating a couple of steps. Damn this mysterious influence. Without a second thought, Huang Ming dropped the box, brandishing his power hammer and charging forward, dispatching the 4 Dark Beasts with swift precision. Evolutionary progress increased by 0.01. Lin Yi's smile momentarily stiffened. What he had intended to inquire was abruptly overshadowed by a tidal wave of emotions, causing him to loosen his grip and drop a box of packaged food onto the ground. Turning around, Huang Ming was startled, momentarily fearing an attack. But the system's notification of an upgrade left him equally stunned, nearly causing him to topple in his mecha. Huang Ming had slain Dark Beasts and unexpectedly gained an increase in evolutionary progress, though it was half of what he would have gained from his own kills. It was still an unexpected boon. Upon seeing Huang Ming, and after formulating a basic plan in his mind, Lin Yi had contemplated this very notion. Since he could gain evolutionary progress through slaying, could Huang Ming not possess a similar ability through absorbing genetic samples? Thus, he had previously mentioned his hypothesis, intending to validate it on their return to the power plant, where they were bound to encounter Dark Beasts. Regardless, he had not anticipated that Huang Ming's kills would also benefit him, suggesting that an increase in the number of individuals absorbing genetic samples in the future could yield a substantial number of mecha pilots, providing him with evolutionary progress. Coupled with the notion that killing to gain evolutionary progress could bypass traditional limitations, as long as he did not meet an untimely demise. Becoming a legendary mecha master seemed all but assured. Not to mention, according to documented accounts, mecha pilots ranked above Tier 7 could independently engage in space combat, while Tier 8 pilots could traverse the void, journeying from one planet to another, an oft-discussed topic among students at Ares Academy. On the surface, the pinnacle of combat strength on Panjiao Star consisted of Tier 5 mecha pilots. As for the existence of Tier 6 pilots, such knowledge was reserved for major conflicts, not something a mere baron could ascertain. Tier 5 pilots typically operated independently, enjoying privileges that exempted them from military assignments. Even the emperor must communicate and obtain consent before mobilizing them, given that the Tunglong and Luo nations had never formally engaged in war. The precise combat capabilities of Tier 5 mecha pilots remained unknown to outsiders. Historical records indicate that over the past millennium, there have been a total of 78 Tier 5 mecha pilots, with a mere 10 currently alive according to the lists published by both nations. 65 having passed away from natural causes, and the remaining 2 fell victim to vendettas among Tier 5 pilots, and 1 perished during a relic exploration. Throughout it all, none had died in the conflict between the 2 nations or in the battle against Dark Beasts. In terms of achievements, Tier 5 mecha pilots boasted illustrious records. Had Lin Yi encountered any one of them during the Beast Tide, they could have resolved the situation effortlessly. A conservative estimate suggests that, without Tier 5 pilots fleeing, at least 20 Tier 4 or 50 Tier 3 pilots would be required to address such a crisis, as damage inflicted by those below Tier 3, unless enhanced by extraordinary items, would be insufficient to match the recovery rate of Tier 5 pilots. Reality is not a game, constrained by the size of mechas. Excessive numbers can only engage in a war of attrition, rendering simultaneous assaults impossible. Reflecting on a brighter future, Lin Yi felt his spirits uplifted significantly. What just happened? My evolutionary progress suddenly increased by 0.02, now at 48.67. Huang Ming exclaimed, astonished. Unable to fathom how his progress could surge after over a month of stagnation. Reining in his emotions, Lin Yi responded nonchalantly. This confirms my hypothesis and represents the second benefit of absorbing genetic samples. Quite a boon, wouldn't you agree? After Lin Yi's detailed explanation, and by sharing the data showing his evolutionary progress skyrocketing from 0 to 51.13 in just over a month, Huang Ming finally embraced the concept of evolution through slaying. No wonder you possess such confidence in establishing a nation in the future, Huang Ming marveled. With the unique advantages of this world, your strength will undoubtedly escalate at an astonishing pace. It won't be long before you become a Tier 2 mecha pilot. You have already left an impression of brilliance. With such rapid advancements, you need not rely on the patronage of the powerful. Instead, you could directly align with the royal family, and soon enough, you could establish your own influence, thereby benefiting both planets with a grand enterprise. Lin Yi smiled, but remained silent. His alliance with the prince to seek ship information had resulted in the prince's disappearance, while he returned safely. This incident would undoubtedly remain a thorn in the hearts of the emperor and the mother of the third prince. Aligning with the royal family was hardly the wisest choice. Let us proceed. I will introduce you to my subordinates. From here on, you will be responsible for leading the reclaimed forces in hunting dark beasts, swiftly elevating your strength to Tier 2, so you can bring your sister over. Chapter 61. Hope after defeating several apprentice dark beasts along the way. Constrained by the inability to carry too much, the most valuable items were collected. After a leisurely half-hour, they arrived at the power plant. Initially, Lin Yi summoned Peng Hu and Qi Xing to understand the situation during his absence. Upon learning that everything was normal, he convened all personnel and solemnly introduced Huang Ming's identity, stating that in his absence, he would serve as the deputy leader of the settlement, commanding everyone. Another guardian had arrived. Upon seeing the fierce mech that bore a striking resemblance to the guardian, a wave of reassurance washed over the gathered crowd. Which settlement could boast two guardians for protection? Yet, some harbored silent concerns about the potential discord that could arise between the two guardians, possibly leading to chaos within a well-functioning settlement. Additionally, the prospect of increased tribute offerings due to the presence of another guardian was a matter of collective apprehension. Disregarding the worries of his subordinates, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Qi Xing, who felt parched and his heart raced. Lin Yi's promises before his departure lingered vividly in his mind, leaving him restless during sleepless nights. One moment he contemplated becoming a guardian and providing a better life for Lulu, while the next he feared that the leader might be unable to produce a mech prototype, thus expelling both him and Lulu for the sake of his own authority. Qi Xing, present. Hearing the leader call his name, Qi Xing felt a wave of anxiety. Uncertain of the outcome, he presented his treasures, having achieved significant merit, and was granted a mech prototype as a reward. With a dull thud, Qi Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, lost his balance and fell to the ground. In the midst of 100 onlookers, no one laughed. Instead, they gazed at him with envy. To become a guardian was akin to an ordinary citizen ascending to nobility in the Dragon Empire. Admiration and jealousy abounded, but ridicule was absent. Trembling, Qi Xing accepted a wristwatch, eagerly biting his finger and pressing it firmly against the watch. A beam of scanning light enveloped him as a mechanical voice announced, "Scanning initiated, assessing physical attributes. Body meets the requirements for a mech engineer, scanning bloodline. Bloodline identified as pure human, meeting the original biological mech requirements. All conditions met. Initiation of recognition program. Recognition successful." The beam intensified, enveloping Qi Xing entirely. Moments later, a mech that resembled him in height and facial features knelt before him, pledging allegiance. Thus, another mech engineer was born into the universe. The crowd erupted in astonishment, witnessing the birth of a mech engineer for the first time. They exchanged whispers, incredulous that such a small wristwatch held the key to such an honor. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi proclaimed loudly, "You have all witnessed that those who contribute shall receive rewards, fresh vegetables, an array of exquisite foods, improved housing, and the right to marry, among other benefits. Furthermore, in the future, those among you who accumulate sufficient merit will also be granted a mech prototype." The promise of generous rewards ignited enthusiasm among the crowd, who longed to earn accolades. The mere notion of marriage rights made the eyes of many men sparkle. Alas, the women within the settlement had been monopolized by the leader and his confidants, leaving ordinary men with little prospect of companionship. Previously, the upper echelons of the settlement had exploited the lower classes, with most hunting spoils being surrendered, leaving them unable to even feed themselves, let alone support a wife. The guardians had returned with boxes filled with long-lasting, spiced foods, far superior to the dry, smoked dark beast meat. "How is merit calculated, guardian?" Peng Hu, skilled in observing the crowd's sentiments, promptly inquired about the most pressing concern. Hunting dark beasts for their hides, claws, and tendons was one avenue, while protecting the base and introducing more settlers was another. Finally, finding such items and surrendering them would yield immediate rewards of mech prototypes. Lin Yi projected images of known peculiar items, accompanied by audio explanations on how to identify them. The detailed merit distribution will be inscribed on the central wooden board of the settlement, with all meat acquired from hunting to be distributed evenly based on contribution. The array of favorable conditions left the crowd in awe, in a world resembling an apocalyptic nightmare, where survival was uncertain. They had never encountered a guardian who rewarded their subordinates without demanding tribute. A man in his 30s thought, when I return to the previous settlement, if my brother is still there, I will bring him here. United as a family, perhaps we can produce a guardian. A 21-year-old woman, possessing some beauty, murmured to herself. It seems we won't be forced into servitude anymore. I could find a man I admire to start a family and raise children. In the future, when I grow old, my children would at least provide me with a meal, preventing me from being cast out by the settlement. Yet, a sense of loss washed over her. Compared to the former guardian, the current one was young, handsome, and possessed a gentle demeanor. Indeed, the ideal marriage prospect. After concluding his speech, Lin Yi instructed that the supplies be categorized and stored securely, guarded by designated individuals. He also retrieved parts for those knowledgeable in repairs to fix the solar collectors and other devices. Peng Hu, you and the vice captain should assess the situation. Qi Xing, come with me. Entering a lavish room prepared for the leader, Lin Yi closed the door and produced a pre-prepared gene sample. This is a gene extracted from my mech. You must inject it into your mech. Without questioning the nature of the gene sample or potential side effects, Qi Xing took the test tube and summoned his mech, injecting it into a specific area as instructed by Lin Yi. Moments later, the mech's surface erupted in dark red spots, swiftly spreading to coat the entire mech in crimson. Sinister spikes jutted from its back, and its head contorted into a visage resembling that of an insect. Seeing this transformation, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Upon absorbing the gene sample, your attributes will be enhanced, establishing an inexplicable connection with the original gene holder. From now on, your power growth will be contingent upon the original. If I remain at the first tier, so too shall you. To become a guardian was already a tremendous fortune. Qi Xing dared not hope for more. As he felt a surge of strength greater than before, he knelt once more in gratitude. Qi Xing, apprentice mutant mech engineer evolution level, 0 strength, 12 agility, 11 constitution, 12 special skills. None though his attributes seemed ordinary. The significance of an evolution level of 0 was profound. It implied that upon his first evolution, his attributes could potentially reach 15, placing him above Lin Yi's initial average by 3 to 4 points. Chapter 62. The truth having drained the power accumulated at the power plant. Lin Yi activated the Stargate to return to the warehouse. As he stepped out, a servant approached with news that Miss Li had arrived. The so-called Miss Li referred to Li Yuan, whom Lin's father had always treated as his own daughter. Many elders affectionately called her Mississippi Li Jia. What brings you here? Lin Yi inquired. Oddly enough, since their first meeting, Lin Yi had consistently referred to her as Li Jia, despite his father's attempts to correct him to sister. It seemed inevitable that it would revert back to the former. Dressed in professional attire and donning flesh-colored stockings, Li Yuan exuded an aura of intellectual maturity. She feigned a sorrowful expression and said, "What? Is my sister not welcome? Even you, little brat, are starting to disdain me? How could that be? This is your home." Li Jie, there is no need for a welcome, Lin Yi hastily explained. All right, I want to tease you. Actually, the company sent me to Xishan province for business negotiations. And I thought I'd stop by to see you, Li Yuan sighed. I didn't expect to hear about the He rebellion upon my arrival. The nearby lords are in turmoil. You must be cautious on the front lines. No matter the glory you might achieve, what use is it if you lose your life? Rest assured, I am not the sort to recklessly risk myself for the so-called empire, Lin Yi solemnly assured her. Unable to contain himself, he finally posed a question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Li Jia, do you know the leader of the rebellion, Li Hua? Her expression suddenly stiffened before quickly returning to normal. With an air of nonchalance, she replied, No, I don't know him. Why, where did you hear that? It wouldn't be one of my competitors trying to slander me, would it? Lin Yi discerned the subtle shift in her demeanor and decided to be forthright. Recently, someone named Xiaowei has sent people to attack me thrice. According to a prominent figure I've recently befriended, Xiaowei is indeed Li Hua. And it seems there is some connection to you. He has sent people to attack you again. Li Yuan's expression darkened with rage. Damn it, Luo Qi. Wasn't he supposed to protect you from the shadows? How did I not hear a word? In a city renowned for tourism within Xishan province, a man in his 30s sneezed. Ah, I must be getting old. Even with my second-tier Mecha Master physique, I catch a cold. He reflected on his recent misfortunes, thinking he should borrow some money from Shaoli. By the way, what was that kid's name she asked me to protect? I wonder if he's out of the academy yet. I should pay him a visit. Just then, his communicator chimed. Upon opening it, Li Yuan's furious visage was projected. Luo Qi, you despicable scoundrel. I tasked you with protecting my brother, and you dare to take money without fulfilling your duty. Allowing him to be attacked twice? Attacked? Surely not. Would Li Hua dare to cause trouble at Baiyang Academy? Luo Qi exclaimed, astonished. He quickly searched the latest news, discovering that the Academy's grand competition had been moved to the territory of the Dark Beasts. Upon learning of Li Hua's treacherous rebellion and alliance with the Monroe Federation, he muttered to himself, everything is in chaos. How could so much happen in such a short time? Seeing his bewildered expression only fueled Li Yuan's anger further. The earlier attack in Baiyang City could be dismissed as an accident, as Luo Qi had informed her he had matters to attend to at that time. However, after that incident, she had taken precautions, repeatedly warning him not to stray too far from Lin Yi, only to have 2 more attacks occur afterward, the last one. Lin Yi had refrained from mentioning out of concern for Li Yuan. Wherever you are now, immediately, come protect my brother. Otherwise, I will hire a professional legal team and sue you into bankruptcy and imprisonment as per our contract. With a sharp click, she ended the transmission, leaving Lin Yi speechless. It was his first time witnessing the gentle older sister transform into a commanding figure, roaring orders. Luo Qi was hired to protect you, and there was originally another one. But he terminated the contract last year. As for Li Hua, since you are already aware, I should share the history of the conflicts between the Lin and Li families. Li Yuan said, adjusting her hair as she began to recount a tale of enmity. Lin Zhuan, Lin's father, was close friends with Li Tai and Li Hua, the 3 having formed a brotherly bond, vowing that their children would intermarry in the future. At this point, a blush spread across Li Yuan's cheeks. The change began during an expedition when they discovered a treasure map detailing a family secret from the Federation era, located within the Romi territory. Initially, Lin Zhuan had agreed to share the treasure equally among the 3, but news arrived that the old earl was gravely ill, determining to pass his title to Li Tai, prompting the brothers to return to their territory. However, not long after, news of Li Tai's sudden death reached them. When Lin Zhuan went to pay his respects, he uncovered numerous suspicions, such as the body being hastily cremated and many elders mysteriously disappearing. Li Hua's demeanor had also shifted, growing increasingly cryptic as if he were plotting something. Sensing something amiss, Lin Zhuan secretly took Li Yuan away, only for Li Hua to erupt in fury, leading a group to eliminate his sworn brothers and niece. Fortunately, some within the territory disapproved of Li Hua's actions and secretly assisted them, allowing the 2 to escape danger. Afterward, Lin Zhuan dared not linger and hurriedly returned Li Yuan to their territory, reaching out to old friends to uncover the truth and guard against Li Hua's desperate actions. Years passed, and one day Lin Zhuan provided Li Yuan with a sum of money, instructing her to develop in Baiyang City. Should anything happen to him, she was to bring Lin Yi to Baiyang City without delay. Not long after, Lin Zhuan indeed vanished. At that time, Li Yuan, already working at Darkstar Corporation, swiftly brought Lin Yi to safety and used that money to hire 2 second-tier mecha masters for their protection. With her eyes slightly reddened, Li Yuan continued, for these years, Li Hua has solidified his position as Earl and has not sent assassins after me. However, your side has frequently encountered suspicious individuals, all of whom were quietly dealt with by the 2 protectors. The treasure map originally belonged to my uncle, and Li Hua must suspect it is in your possession. Gently patting his older sister, Lin Yi handed her a tissue, his gaze flickering with a fierce determination. No wonder Li Hua had been fixated on him. It was all due to that treasure map. If he could obtain it from Lin Yi, he could stealthily seize the treasure. Should the map not be in Lin Yi's possession, eliminating him would allow Li Hua to claim the territory and search for the treasure without alerting the local lord. With the territory in Li Hua's hands, he could methodically investigate. The disappearance of his father was indeed connected to Li Hua, and it seemed that Li Yuan's father had also fallen victim to him. Coupled with the repeated attacks, Lin Yi's resolve for vengeance had never been so resolute. Taking advantage of this rebellion, let it be I, Lin Yi, who brings this villain to justice, to honor my uncle's spirit. Chapter 63, The Assault with a Swift Motion. Lin Yi ducked to evade an incoming artillery shell and hurriedly sprinted forward. Mere seconds later, the spot he had just vacated was engulfed in flames. Damn those Monroe dogs. Their artillery is remarkably accurate, Zhang Jie cursed, his expression marred by frustration within the cockpit. Stealing a glance at his mentor, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just moments ago, an artillery shell had struck Zhang Jia, sending him hurtling over 10 meters away. Had it not been for the formidable strength of a third-tier mech warrior, he would have faced dire consequences. This marked Lin Yi's inaugural encounter with the horrors of war, starkly contrasting the fervent and exhilarating depictions found in novels. Instead, he was confronted with relentless bombardments and the omnipresence of death, a grim reality that bore the devil's laughter, instilling a sense of despair. 2 days prior, he had led his private troops to rendezvous with the forces of Count Buyuan, reporting to the theater commander before being dispatched to the front lines near the city of Hongshu in the northwest of Hiyu province. The cacophony of artillery fire, aerial bombardments, and mech assaults had commenced almost immediately upon their arrival, catching both sides off guard. The private troops suffered significant losses, with 3 of the 10 apprentice mech warriors from Lin's family perishing on the spot. The 2 nations had engaged in minor skirmishes for millennia, never facing each other in open conflict, resulting in a severe lack of combat experience among their forces. The preparations for such a confrontation had been woefully inadequate. When will reinforcements arrive? Soon. Tonight they will reach us. Once the heavy artillery is in position, we shall obliterate these wretched foes. Despite its border location, Xishan province lacked a military-industrial base, and the scant reserves had been depleted by the stationed troops on the front lines. Consequently, additional heavy artillery had to be urgently transported from neighboring provinces. The bombardment persisted for half an hour before subsiding. Lin Yi, hidden in a shell crater, steeled himself. It was time for them to take action. Charge! He bellowed, leaping from the crater alongside Zhang Jia, followed by dozens of first-tier mech warriors emerging from their concealed positions, rushing toward the enemy lines. Wait up! Why the rush? A voice chimed beside him, revealing a silver mech, his bodyguard, Luo Qi, whom Li Yuan had summoned. The urgency of the moment was palpable. The imperial forces on the Xishan front were lacking heavy artillery and were being pressed by Monroe's troops, compelling the mech warriors to seize the opportunity to launch an offensive during the brief lulls in artillery fire, aiming to incapacitate the enemy's cannons before reinforcements could arrive. The imperial defense had been hastily arranged, relying on makeshift fortifications to withstand the bombardment, which would not hold for long. Once these structures were dismantled, the soldiers sheltered behind them would be forced to retreat, leaving the mech warriors unable to maintain the front line. Due to the terrain's constraints, the artillery positions were spread out over several kilometers, presenting Lin Yi and his comrades with opportunities to strike. With Zhang Jia, a third-tier warrior, leading the charge, the Monroe forces were caught off guard by the imperial counteroffensive, resulting in the destruction of at least 40 heavy cannons. However, the Monroe troops learned from their mistakes, deliberately leaving some artillery unmanned to unleash an all-out barrage when the imperial mech warriors launched their assault. The ensuing counterattack resulted in heavy losses, with at least 10 first-tier mech warriors succumbing to the onslaught. Having endured numerous artillery strikes, the imperial mech warriors grew wiser, discerning the sounds of artillery to gauge the number of cannons firing. They began deploying faster mech warriors to lure enemy fire, effectively neutralizing the Monroe forces' attempts at deception. Navigating through a terrain riddled with craters, Lin Yi soon spotted the heavy artillery positions ahead. Rows of soldiers, armed with firearms, immediately opened fire upon seeing him. With swift reflexes, he raised his arms, transforming them into shields as bullets ricocheted off his mech. The damage incurred was akin to a torrential downpour. Your turn, Zhang Jia exclaimed, dashing past Lin Yi, wielding dual energy, swords with an unyielding ferocity, flames erupting from his hands. Standard bullets were either deflected by the blades or incinerated by the flames before they could reach him. Impressive move, Brother Jia. Be sure to teach me next time, Lin Yi remarked, watching with envy as he recognized that only advanced techniques could yield such results. This technique requires a base agility of 45 and a physique of 50. When you reach those thresholds, come find me, Zhang Jia replied, their conversation continuing as they neared the enemy positions. The beleaguered soldiers, suffering heavy casualties, hastily retreated as mech warriors surged from the trenches, weapons drawn. Activate blade enhancement. Lin Yi targeted a first-tier mech warrior wielding a massive axe. His enhanced claws easily tore through the mech's armor, leaving 5 deep gashes, flames igniting within. The axe-wielding mech warrior, stunned to see his mech sustain 35 damage, realized that despite being a mid-tier warrior among first-tier mechs, he was contending with an opponent that felt akin to facing a second-tier mech warrior. With a swift swipe, Lin Yi struck again, and the bewildered warrior was suddenly illuminated by sunlight piercing through the darkness of his cockpit. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and everything went dark. Evolution rate increased by 1. Zhang Jie, engaged in combat with 2 second-tier mech warriors, caught a glimpse of this and ground his teeth in disbelief. It had been a mere moment since he had last seen Lin Yi, and now he effortlessly dispatched a first-tier mech warrior. The pace of his growth was astonishing. The numbers of both sides were relatively equal, and after eliminating his foe, Lin Yi quickly turned to confront another first-tier warrior. Just as he finished off this new opponent, a second-tier mech warrior from the opposing side charged at him without hesitation. Upon engagement, Lin Yi felt the weight of pressure. The adversary was clearly seasoned, although their attributes could not rival that of Wired. His extensive experience made every attack targeted and swift. After several exchanges, Lin Yi found himself on the defensive, forced to rely on his protective stance for survival. As he hesitated to draw his third-tier energy gun, Luo Qi charged in from the side, parrying the enemy's strike. It's rather dishonorable to bully a lower-tier mech warrior. Let us settle the score from our last encounter. The bodyguard, evidently burdened with guilt over having lost focus due to gambling, followed Lin Yi onto the battlefield, closely shadowing him to prevent any potential mishaps. Seeing that Luo Qi had the situation under control, Lin Yi turned to support other mech warriors, cutting a path through the fray, and unnoticed, his evolution rate climbed to 56. 32. The Monroe reinforcements have arrived. Retreat. Chapter 64. Technological innovation during this raid. Aside from Lin Yi's singular focus on vanquishing foes without damaging the artillery, the others managed to secure some victories, resulting in the destruction of at least 20 cannons, which equates to half the number of a typical artillery position. With gains come losses. 7 first-tier mecha masters perished during the skirmish and retreat, while the remaining personnel successfully withdrew before enemy reinforcements could arrive at the other positions. In the distance, 2 third-tier mecha masters, tasked with guarding the primary position, flew in hastily. Observing the retreating enemy, they furiously wielded their weapons, eager to pursue, yet hesitant to be targeted themselves, ultimately resigning to watch helplessly as their adversaries escaped. Much like last time, 2nd Battalion Commander, bring the cannons over and fire. As the artillery roared to life mid-journey, fear gripped everyone, and they scattered, utilizing their mechs to analyze the trajectory of the shells while seeking cover. They narrowly returned to their defensive line. And as the team repaired their mechs and replenished their energy, Zhang Jie approached Lin Yi. Your attributes seem off. With 30 points in strength plus 2 from weapon bonuses and additional enhancements from your evolution, that barely adds up to 3 points. Altogether, you only have 35 points of strength, yet you appear to fight with the force of someone with 40 points. Perhaps it's due to my exceptional talent and rapid growth, coupled with some rare resources I found in that dense forest during the competition, Lin Yi replied half-jokingly. Zhang Jie, suppressing his curiosity, refrained from probing further. Known for his loose lips, he had previously boasted about Lin Yi's 30 points of dual attributes, which quickly spread through their circle, even provoking Yuan Chu's challenge. Zhang Jie suspected Lin Yi's swift enhancement stemmed from the urgent deployment against Monroe's elite squad, rumored to be linked to the royal family's covert exploration of relics. He had heard that Lin Yi was in the vicinity, perhaps acquiring some valuable artifacts from the ruins. As the heir to a count, Zhang Jie possessed far more knowledge than Lin Yi. He was acutely aware that the mecha masters nurtured on Panjiao Star over the millennia could not be compared to those of the Human Federation era. Drawing from his own experience, having been a third tier for some time, he acknowledged that encounters with second-tier elite mecha masters from the Federation era were unpredictable, while facing opponents of the same tier was a guaranteed loss. Noticing Zhang Jie's rare restraint, Lin Yi silently exhaled. He had felt some dissatisfaction over the previous exposure of his attributes, but it appeared that his companion had learned a lesson, which he deemed a positive development. Bidding farewell to Zhang Jie, Lin Yi entered a deep cavern, following an unfortunate incident where a comrade was caught in an explosion while asleep. Prompting the immediate retreat of everyone into the cave, he placed his mech on the repair apparatus. Activating his communicator, he found 3 messages, 2 from Li Yuan expressing concern and sympathy, and 1 from Gao Wen, notifying him that his application to join the Guardian organization had been approved, elevating him to formal member status due to his previous achievements. Subsequently, someone would come to provide identification and associated benefits. In both the Tunglong Empire and Monroe Federation, it was commonplace to serve the state while also joining various organizations. As long as they were not hostile, higher authorities would often turn a blind eye. Today, Zhang Jie's inquiry had reminded Lin Yi of the advancements in technology, making information retrieval exceedingly convenient. His sudden surge in strength could easily lead to speculation regarding his acquisitions from the R7 base, and he pondered this deeply. At this stage, he still needed to rely on the Empire's resources to navigate the apocalyptic world, as many essentials required noble status for access. Maintaining his status as a lord was crucial. Even when development reached maturity, putting all eggs in one basket was never wise. His understanding of the apocalyptic world was limited to survivor accounts. He remained unaware of the specific conditions or potential dangers within. How could he navigate this situation? In the imperial capital, within the royal palace, Long Ao concluded a day of administrative duties. Accompanied by attendants, he traveled in a private vehicle to a secluded palace, instructing that no one should disturb him before entering through the grand doors. The interior of the expansive palace was stark and modest, featuring a mere 10 tables and chairs, a few bookshelves, and several unremarkable paintings adorning the walls. Approaching one of the bookshelves, Long Ao pressed his hand against an inconspicuous indentation, triggering a subtle mechanical sound. The stone slab beneath him suddenly descended, revealing an underground passage. The slab carried the Emperor down along a fixed track. After approximately 10 minutes at an unknown depth, a two-person-wide entrance opened in the ceiling of a hidden base. The Emperor stepped down from the slab. "Your Majesty," within the base, numerous individuals clad in white lab coats hurriedly moved with documents and light brains, appearing exceedingly busy. Regardless of their tasks, they paused to bow upon the Emperor's arrival, then resumed their work. Long Ao paid little heed to the bustling activity around him as he utilized his highest authority to navigate through numerous restricted areas. Finally arriving at a spacious hall where a group of silver-haired researchers congregated, pointing at their light brains. "Old friend, how goes the progress?" The elderly man in the center looked up at Long Ao. "Foregoing formalities, I have both good and bad news. The good news is that through the analysis of weapon systems, our researchers have successfully replicated second-tier firearms. I believe it won't be long before we see third-tier versions as well. The bad news is that the instruments required for ship production are exceedingly intricate, and we cannot produce them in the short term. We must rely on data from the analyzed ship combined with existing information, which will take about 6 months. That's acceptable. I can wait 6 months. When can we begin mass production of the second-tier firearms?" Long Ao had anticipated the difficulties in ship construction and considered sending personnel to the R7 base to assess the completeness of the production line. However, the Monroe Federation's unexpected troop surge and the looming threat of a beast tide had deterred him, shifting his focus to the potential game-changer that second-tier firearms could represent. The mass production of these weapons could dramatically alter the war's trajectory and potentially grant him more influence over the nobility. The elder adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. "Mass production is feasible. We simply need to modify the existing first-tier firearms production line. However, since the second-tier firearms have only just been replicated, they require combat testing before we proceed with mass production." "Combat testing?" "Just in time. With the rebellion in Hiyu province, it serves as the perfect testing ground. Expedite the delivery of a batch of samples. I shall arrange for them to be sent to the front lines for trial use." "Understood." Chapter 65. Luring the enemy as twilight descended, Emperor Long Ao, in a rare moment of contentment, decided to select a consort for the evening. By chance, his hand fell upon Consort Lu. Remembering her grief over the disappearance of their third son, a pang of guilt struck his heart. "Tonight, I shall visit Consort Lu," he resolved. Within the Minshu Palace, Consort Lu, upon hearing of the Emperor's impending visit, mustered her spirits. She instructed her handmaidens to prepare a bath and adorn her with the latest cosmetics, all the while plotting how to avenge her child. For over 10 days, news of her son had been absent, leading her to believe the worst. Her maternal instincts now focused solely on retribution, while her primary targets were the initial assailants. Their demise had closed that avenue. Next on her list was Marco, her nephew and the son of an earl, who had acted upon her instructions. However, as he was neither the principal culprit nor directly responsible for her son's disappearance, she reluctantly dismissed the notion. Finally, her thoughts turned to the detestable Lin Yi. He had accompanied her son on the expedition, yet returned unscathed, even gaining recognition for recovering the chip. Had the rebellion in Hiyu province not erupted, he would undoubtedly be basking in accolades. "Lin Yi," she seethed, "you bear an undeniable responsibility for my son's disappearance. I shall ensure you are torn limb from limb." The once radiant face of Consort Lu was now contorted with venomous malice. Shortly thereafter, the emperor arrived at the Minshu Palace. Consort Lu, regaining her composure, exuded an aura of regal grace. She attentively served the emperor during dinner, and then feigned casual concern, remarking, "I hear the situation at the front lines is tense. Your Majesty must be burdened with worry. Please take care of your imperial health." Upon hearing this, Long Ao set down his utensils and sighed softly. "The recent intelligence is alarming," he confessed. "The Monroe Federation has amassed 300,000 soldiers and 30,000 mech pilots along 3 border points, while our forces, bolstered by private troops from the aristocracy, may exceed that number. They lack combat experience. Command issues also plague us, with nobles frequently contesting authority with military officers, particularly those of commoner or merchant backgrounds. Recent statistics indicate our losses against the Monroe Federation are at a ratio of 2-1, even 3-1 in some areas. Certain defensive lines suffer from a lack of heavy fire support, resulting in severe losses. Maintaining the line is an achievement worthy of commendation." Consort Lu, privy to such detailed information for the first time, paled visibly, her own schemes momentarily forgotten. "What can be done?" she exclaimed. "Fear not, my dear," Long Ao reassured, grasping her delicate hand. "Following an emergency deployment, all front lines will receive heavy fire support within the hour, accompanied by reinforcements. Furthermore, the data we recovered has enabled us to successfully replicate second-tier weaponry. I intend to select elite troops from the army to infiltrate Hiu province covertly, gather intelligence, and conduct sabotage operations, all while testing the new weaponry." Relief washed over Consort Lu at these words. A glint of scheming returned to her eyes as she recalled her desire for revenge. "Since your Majesty intends to select elite troops, I have a candidate to recommend." "Oh? Who has captured your attention, my dear?" Long Ao inquired, intrigued. "None other than Lin Yi, who accompanied our son on the expedition. The video footage shows him escaping from at least 3 mech pilots of the same tier. His survival skills must be exceptional, making him ideal for infiltration missions." Consort Lu's gaze held a profound and suggestive meaning. Long Ao fell silent, fully comprehending the consort's intentions. While Lin Yi had indeed earned merit, he had also lost the emperor's son. Unable to punish him openly, sending him on a perilous mission behind enemy lines would serve as a fitting, albeit covert, retribution. A mere first-tier mech pilot would be unlikely to return alive. After pacing thoughtfully, the emperor recalled the intelligent and quick-witted nature of his third son. A surge of resentment welled up within him. "Why did you fail to protect my son?" he muttered. At the Xishan province border, along Lin Yi's defensive line, the troops erupted in cheers as they beheld the arrival of various artillery pieces. "Finally, we won't have to endure a one-sided beating." "Hold your excitement," Lin Yi cautioned. "The enemy is unaware of our new firepower. Let's launch another attack, and once the Monroe dogs are concentrated in a single location, we'll unleash a concentrated barrage. That will teach them a lesson they won't soon forget." Lin Yi, having suppressed his anger for days, was eager to put his cunning plan into action. "Excellent idea," Zhang Jia exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Their base has been focused on close-quarters defense after our previous attacks, leaving them vulnerable to heavy fire. It's worth a try." The other minor lords concurred, their minds racing with the possibilities. They began to discuss the finer points of the plan, while the original commanding officer stood silently aside, his voice unheard since Zhang Jia's arrival. "Coordination is key," Luo Qi advised. "We don't want to be caught in the artillery barrage during our retreat. Lin Yi, you'll stay at the base and coordinate the artillery fire. The new mech pilots will join the attack and create chaos." Within the Monroe Federation's main base, 2 third-tier mech pilots convened to discuss countermeasures. The artillery cooldown is almost over, and those imperial autocrats will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. However, they are unaware of the gift I've acquired from behind the lines. "We'll move together this time and intercept the enemy," said Zhou Ming, a middle-aged pilot, as he displayed a screen. Zhao Shuai, the younger of the two, gasped. "A T5 reconnaissance device. That's cutting-edge Federation technology. I heard its detection range is 10 kilometers. How did you manage to acquire one?" "Heh. The influence of a senatorial family is beyond your comprehension. Are you interested in joining our family?" Zhou Ming seized the opportunity to recruit Zhao Shuai. "I'll consider it," Zhao Shuai replied noncommittally. A dozen minutes later, disaster. "The enemy is flanking us." Zhang Jia, having just extracted a light sword from a second-tier mech pilot, heard a cry of alarm. Turning around, he saw a dense mass of figures charging toward them from the direction they had come. "Don't panic. Retreating now will only result in a pincer attack. Focus on breaking through the current position and reaching the rear. Once we're at a safe distance, I'll contact the base for an artillery strike. Since the enemy was foolish enough to waste time with a detour, we should exploit their mistake. Zhang Jie's initial shock quickly gave way to decisive leadership as he rallied his comrades. The troops, realizing their original plan was to lure the enemy into a concentrated area, saw no harm in changing their retreat route. After the artillery barrage, they doubted the pursuers would have the strength to stop them. With renewed morale, they successfully breached the base just as the Monroe reinforcements approached within a kilometer. Zhou Ming watched helplessly as the enemy escaped once again, heading deeper into Heiyu province. He felt as if he had been slapped across the face. After all, the plan to encircle and annihilate the enemy had been his idea. Chapter 66. Conflict behind the front lines. Lin Yi encountered a minor predicament. Shortly after the departure of the noble mecha divisions, the original commander, a white second-tier mecha pilot, suddenly launched an offensive to reclaim control over the troops. In the name of the Emperor's appointed commander, I command all artillery to fire immediately. The white commander summoned a mecha equipped with 4 arms, each wielding a different first-tier firearm, a submachine gun, an energy rifle, a bolt-action rifle, and a handheld rocket launcher. At that moment, the 4 weapons, resembling the limbs of a spider, emanated a palpable aura of death, all aimed at Lin Yi, locking onto vital points. Ready to unleash a storm of gunfire at any moment? The nobles were engaged in bloody combat ahead, still in peril. Opening fire now would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. When the military headquarters sought accountability later, I wonder who would shoulder the blame. Lin Yi did not glance at the white commander, but focused intently on the artillerymen. Among them were an heir to an earl, 3 legitimate barons, 5 baron heirs, 10 lords, and their family retainers. How many of you believe you have enough heads to lose, without fearing for your families? Murdering a noble is tantamount to treason. Once discovered, the perpetrator would face execution. And, depending on the noble's rank, their family would suffer repercussions, ranging from total annihilation to confiscation of property, or even exile to the treacherous territories beyond human realms to extract rare minerals, regardless of whether they hailed from noble private armies or regular troops. The lower-ranked soldiers were always composed of commoners, although technological advancements had equipped them with knowledge that far surpassed that of the medieval populace. It was precisely this understanding that instilled a sense of caution. No one dared to fire, fully aware of the legal ramifications of their actions. No one would take such a risk to appease a commander who was not of their own faction. The white commander trembled with rage, his aim wavering, wishing to eliminate the disruptor with a single shot. He was of common birth, fortunate enough to enter the academy, and upon becoming a first-tier mecha pilot, he joined the military, aligning himself with the commoners' faction, often referred to as the People's Party. Nobles. The reason the Empire has yet to unify the Panjiao Star is due to these damned nobles holding us back. If they did not occupy so many positions and resources, selecting talent from the common populace, the nation's strength could have increased several-fold. The white commander's inner fury raged. In the present perilous state of the Empire, countless compatriots were in danger, desperately needing someone to extend a hand for rescue. Turning the tide was of utmost importance. How could they hesitate simply because nobles were present? All soldiers, fire immediately. The Emperor will understand your actions and will mourn for the unfortunate nobles who meet with calamity. The white commander attempted to persuade everyone with grandiosity. Before he could finish, a soldier reported that a messenger had arrived from behind the lines, and after verifying his identity, an urgent military order was to be conveyed. Bring him over. Moments later, a man clad in camouflage military attire entered, first bowing to the commander, then asking, "Who is Lin Yi?" "I am." Lin Yi stepped forward. "The Emperor has decreed that Lord Romy Lin Yi is to assist Imperial personnel in reclaiming crucial intelligence from the Dark Beast territories. As a reward, you are granted 500,000 Imperial currency and 3 training slots at the Academy. We hope you continue to strive and contribute further." The messenger unfurled a specially crafted document and began to read it aloud. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Yi accepted the document, a smile gracing his face. Money was one thing, but the training slots were of paramount importance. With these slots, he could recommend 3 individuals for free entry into the Academy, allowing them to receive training from apprentice level all the way to second-tier courses. A careful selection could yield at least 3 first-tier mecha pilots for the future. From Lin Yi's previous interactions at the Academy, it was evident that aside from Yuan Chu and the Li brothers, who possessed exceptional talents and were specially recruited, most others, like Gawain and Meng Kuo, hailed from distinguished backgrounds. It was exceedingly difficult for commoners to gain entry into the academy, as those with ordinary talents had to pay exorbitant tuition fees, prices so steep that even Lin Yi found them unbearable. The annual income of Romy's territory could barely support a single apprentice. Thus, it was clear that most individuals with average abilities and poor backgrounds chose to pledge allegiance to a noble, dedicating their lives in servitude in exchange for training. In severe cases, they might be coerced into assimilating genetic samples, as Lin Yi had done with Huang Ming, to ensure loyalty. It is worth noting that the influx of commoners was a crucial factor that allowed nobles to maintain their dominance for millennia. A chilling, grinding noise emanated from the voice modulator, heightening the sense of dread. The white commander gazed at the young man before him with eyes filled with envy and hatred. Even through the mecha, Lin Yi could sense the profound animosity. Oh, 3 slots. The power of the territory will certainly increase, ensuring the next generation retains their titles. Lin Yi remarked intentionally, as the animosity had already escalated. Leaving no room for mercy, the messenger glanced between the two with some confusion. One was clearly the commander, yet the tension between them and the expression of the awardee hinted at something deeper. Another conflict between nobles and commoners? He mused inwardly, sighing to himself as he produced another document, his expression laced with malice. The emperor has decreed that rebels colluding with the empire shall face an unforgiving pursuit. They are cunning, making it difficult for imperial soldiers to guard against them. Thus, we are gathering the finest in the army to infiltrate the Hiyu province for reconnaissance, to connect with loyal subjects of the empire, and to seek opportunities for sabotage behind enemy lines. Lin Yi, with his exceptional talents and outstanding performance in the competition, has consistently demonstrated loyalty to the empire. He is hereby awarded a second-tier firearm and summoned to join the infiltration team. Should he achieve merit, titles and territories shall be generously bestowed. Humph. The white commander sneered, overtly reveling in the misfortune of others. A sense of foreboding settled within him. Any discerning individual could perceive the malice behind these orders. A mere first-tier mecha pilot infiltrating regions teeming with second, third, or even fourth-tier forces was tantamount to a death sentence at the slightest misstep. Indeed, while the emperor appeared to be lenient on the surface, behind the scenes, he was subtly orchestrating malevolence. First, he silenced everyone with generous rewards, and then, in assigning tasks, he made it clear that since Lin Yi had performed well and accepted the reward, it was only natural for him to serve the empire when needed. Lord Romy, your defensive task has been lifted. You should follow this messenger immediately to report. The white commander emphasized the words task lifted with deliberate weight. Beneath the heavy armor, the white commander's expression radiated triumph as he turned away. Now, everyone, open fire immediately. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will face consequences for insubordination. The laws of the empire stipulated that non-nobles who defied military orders would be executed on the spot, with their families exiled. In severe cases, entire families would be exterminated. Lin Yi, are you not using the threat of harming nobles? Then I shall do likewise and see which artilleryman dares to defy orders. Chapter 67. Mockery. You must contemplate the gravity of your actions. Conspiring against the nobility, particularly in a manner that results in the demise of multiple nobles, would yield catastrophic repercussions. The empire would tremble, and where would you seek refuge? Lin Yi's expression was one of helplessness. Since the conclusion of the second document's reading, he no longer belonged to this line of defense and could not intervene in the commander's decisions. Had this been prior to the reading, the white commander would have dared to threaten the soldiers with disobedience to military orders, and Lin Yi could have immediately countered the disorderly commands with his dual identity as a noble and a mech warrior, ensuring that the soldiers would not face punishment afterward. Now, with all mech warriors dispatched to lure the enemy, no one could halt the commander's orders. The soldiers in the field became restless, whispering among themselves, uncertain of how to proceed. Brothers, those who defy military orders will undoubtedly face execution. However, as artillery soldiers, if you were unaware of friendly forces in the bombing zone and inadvertently caused collateral damage, though regrettable, it cannot warrant a death sentence, the white commander said, lifting his visor and adopting a congenial demeanor to coax them. By the way, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, producing an object resembling a remote control. If you intend to record a video to report this, it is unnecessary. This device is specifically designed for warfare. It can block filming, photography, recording, and various other means. To disobey the orders would mean certain death, yet adhering to them offered a glimmer of hope. After a brief discussion, the soldiers reluctantly accepted the orders and began making final adjustments for launch. Lin Yi, pointing accusingly at the white commander, was so enraged he could not articulate his thoughts and simply turned to leave. Behind him, amidst the sounds of artillery fire, he could hear the stifled laughter of relief. The messenger quickly followed Lin Yi, glancing at the other's expression, hoping to witness his frustration and anger. As a fellow commoner, he always found satisfaction in the misfortune of the nobility. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yi's subtle smile, reminiscent of a childhood encounter with a red fox, he couldn't help but feel a sense of cunning. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, the messenger looked back at the commander, musing that it seemed the commander had been outsmarted. With a sense of delight, Lin Yi spent a day journeying to the assembly point. Just then, a message arrived from Zhang Jie. All is proceeding smoothly. The Monroe forces have lost at least half of their first-tier mech warriors. Furthermore, I have received word that he won't survive the day. Below this message, there was another note from Zhang Jie, timestamped a day earlier, indicating that the enemy was approaching the trap and they would initiate fire in 1 minute, emphasizing the need to seize the opportunity without exceeding a 10-second margin of error. Regrettably, the white commander, who had not participated in several battles, completely miscalculated the timing of Zhang Jie and his team's breakthrough, as the reinforcement times varied significantly, resulting in an effort that offended all mech warriors without yielding any benefit. Days later, upon returning from a completed mission, the messenger read in the briefings that a certain line commander had fallen victim to an enemy ambush and tragically lost his life. Just a day before his demise, he had dealt a severe blow to the Monroe Federation's 7th Army Corps. At the time of the incident, all mech warriors from that line were out pursuing the remnants of the enemy, leading to a significant yet costly victory on the Empire's front lines. Let us take a moment to mourn for that commander. In the hall of the assembly point, everyone was equipped with mechs. Numerous second-tier mech warriors and a few third-tier ones frowned as they observed Lin Yi entering. The scanning device clearly indicated that he was merely a first-tier novice, causing many expressions to shift to bewilderment. A first-tier warrior is here for an infiltration mission? Surely those in charge have lost their minds. Hey, novice, are you in the wrong place? The military assignments for the line are in that large building to the left. A second-tier mech warrior could not help but remind him, albeit with a hint of condescension. Being selected for this mission meant that all participants were elite from various regions and accustomed to being praised. Some had developed an air of superiority. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Yi expressionlessly produced the document for display before moving to a position at the back of the room. It seems the signs are indeed misleading. The one issuing the orders must be mistaken, allowing a first-tier novice to participate. Perhaps that individual had overexerted himself the night before. One could never tell, and laughter ensued. This novice is unaware of the dangers. He won't last a day in there before being captured. The Monroe Federation will surely report that the Dragon Empire has stooped so low as to send a first-tier mech warrior for infiltration, thus bringing shame upon us. Indeed, what purpose does a first-tier waste serve? They would be better off as cannon fodder on the front lines. At least that would be of some use. The taunts echoed painfully in Lin Yi's ears, causing him to clench his fists. For the first time, he found himself subjected to such ridicule after a life of ease. Enough. The Empire's upper echelons have their reasons. You shall not speak ill here, a third-tier mech warrior admonished, chastised by a higher-ranking individual. The mockers fell silent yet felt their pride wounded, casting angry glares at Lin Yi while secretly plotting to settle the score later. The sound of military boots echoed from behind, and everyone immediately composed themselves, operating their mechs to stand tall and present a valiant front. A middle-aged, bald man in military attire ascended the podium and stated, "I shall not indulge in unnecessary chatter. The purpose of gathering you here is twofold. First, to investigate the true nature of the Heiyu province and actively establish contact with internal allies to prepare for the Empire's forthcoming counteroffensive. Second, the Empire has recently made technological breakthroughs, successfully developing second-tier firearms, which are currently in the experimental phase. You will serve as the first batch of test subjects, assessing various data of the firearms and transmitting it back to the Imperial capital via the embedded chips." After pausing to allow everyone to absorb the information, the bald man continued, "This infiltration mission requires us to separate in advance, forming small teams of 5, with team leaders selected internally, whether through wit or valor. You will have half a day to resolve the task. Now, each of you will come forward to draw lots. The number you draw will determine your team." The drawing proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Lin Yi's turn. Under the slightly furrowed brow of the bald man, he reached into the box and randomly pulled out a slip of paper. It read number 7. All right, starting from the left, Everyone gather under the corresponding number. The bald man instructed as he set down the box. The group arranged themselves according to their numbers, sizing up their teammates. Those assigned to teams with third-tier mech warriors felt a surge of joy, while those without felt unfortunate and began exchanging words with their teammates. How unfortunate! Why did this novice have to end up in our team? Grumbled the second-tier mech warrior who had mocked Lin Yi earlier. Be careful, waste. If you get others in trouble, I will be the first to deal with you. Chapter 68. The emergence of telekinesis. The other three members of the team, all second-tier mech engineers, remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Yi's assignment to their squad. Out of a total of 5 members, one was merely a first tier, and it was a miracle if he didn't hold them back. There was no hope of him being of assistance. In comparison to the fortunate trio assigned to a third-tier team, their sentiments were hardly pleasant. After enduring several rounds of ridicule, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. He took a step forward and spoke in a low tone. If you find me intolerable, then let us compete. The team leader shall be chosen by the squad, as none of us have the time to test our wisdom. Astonishment swept through the group. The 4 fell silent for a moment, only for the mocker to burst into laughter. It is indeed correct to label you as useless. Lacking both strength and composure, you are merely a burden. Once a leader is chosen, my first proposal will be to expel you from the team. The others shook their heads, thoroughly disappointed. They were on a covert mission, where patience was of utmost importance. Being unable to endure a few jibes could lead to future complications. Meanwhile, other squads were deliberating on how to select their leaders. The commotion surrounding Squad 7 had attracted considerable attention, and many looked upon the conflict between the novice and his teammates with scorn. Hey, we have half a day to watch how that rookie contends with second-tier mech engineers. One of the second-tier engineers, Yang Ding, was known to Lin Yi. He had just recently advanced to the second tier, boasting a strength of 43 points and agility of 42 points, though his physique lagged slightly at 39. Overall, he was average, likely selected for his unique skill. What skill? Revealing it now would spoil the intrigue, so allow me to keep you in suspense. The bald referee, seeing the first challenge was initiated by a first-tier engineer, felt a twinge of frustration. However, he understood that the higher authorities would not take this lightly. Suspecting that the opponent possessed some peculiar trait, the hall was unsuitable for the contest, leading everyone to the training ground, where a dedicated arena awaited. Begin. With a command from the bald referee, the 2 contenders commenced their duel. As the match began, Yang Ding charged forward in his mech, wielding no weapon, his iron fists cutting through the air with ferocity. He aimed a powerful strike at Lin Yi's waist. With a hair's breadth of a margin, Lin Yi evaded the iron fist, and with a surge of speed, he unleashed his razor-sharp claws, igniting in a blaze, leaving several inconspicuous charred marks across his opponent's chest. Such rapidity! He is even faster than a second-tier mech engineer. Wei Feng, a member of Squad 7, muttered to himself. The 3 third-tier engineers were equally astonished. With their keen eyes, they discerned Lin Yi's subtle leg movements at the moment of attack. Realizing he must possess some temporary transformation skill, frustrated by his missed opportunity and now wounded by the so-called useless opponent, Yang Ding's expression turned grim. His anger stemmed not from surprise at Lin Yi's speed, but from his own arrogance. If only he had wielded a weapon, he would have struck true. Drawing a lightsaber from his waist, a custom-made second-tier sword that cost him a significant portion of his wealth, augmenting his strength by at least 3 points for those under 50, he moved with the swiftness of a striking serpent, convinced he could see the panic in the rookie's eyes. In a flash, Lin Yi once again narrowly escaped the lightsaber, and with an open palm, he propelled a hiltless lightsaber that struck precisely where Yang Ding had marked. Quite interesting, the bald referee remarked, intrigued. After utilizing his skill, his agility must have reached 45 points. He deliberately concealed his capabilities to create another opportunity for attack, though the cost may have diminished his strength and possibly his physique, as evidenced by the minimal damage inflicted. Anger consumed Yang Ding. Before the eyes of so many, he had failed consecutively and allowed his opponent to seize the opportunity. He could almost feel the mocking gazes of the onlookers shift from Lin Yi to himself. Kid, you have provoked me. Fueled by rage and an urgent need to prove his strength, Yang Ding resolved to unleash his proud skill, one that had secured his participation in this mission, body control. Suddenly, Lin Yi's body stiffened, rendering him immobile, and his skills were automatically deactivated, restoring all attributes to their original state. What is happening? Why can't I move? Could it be the work of that individual? Lin Yi pondered in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Ding had once stumbled upon a fragment of a book that detailed the development of telekinetic skills. Initially skeptical, he dismissed it as the fantasy of an idle mind. However, after learning from account that mech engineers of the Federal era were far more formidable, possessing unique telekinetic abilities that could amplify their combat prowess several times over, he began to practice the techniques described. Before long, he sensed something awakening within his mind. And through continued training, he eventually acquired the ability to immobilize a human body for at least 10 seconds upon reaching the second tier. With a crackle, sparks flew as the lightsaber struck the immobile mech. Yet, the subsequent scene left Yang Ding dumbfounded. The lightsaber merely left a 6-centimeter deep gash, indicating that the mech had sustained less than 10 damage. Is this truly a first-tier mech engineer? Not only Yang Ding, but the onlookers were equally astonished. They had all progressed from the first tier and understood that a typical second-tier engineer's attack on a first tier would usually result in at least 20 damage, with some powerful individuals capable of a one-hit kill. His physique must have reached 43 points, matching Yang Ding's strength, which would account for such an outcome. The bald referee's lips twitched. Even if Lin Yi had achieved a 99 evolution rate, these attributes were astonishing. After a second evolution, he would surely exceed 60 points, rivaling many peak second-tier mech engineers. It must be a skill. Some defensive skills activate automatically when a mech undergoes an attack. With 2 clangs, Yang Ding, undeterred, swung the lightsaber again. However, his panic led to strikes that did not land on the same wound, resulting in 2 similar gashes appearing. While Yang Ding panicked, Lin Yi, having endured 3 blows and sustaining 28 damage, was consumed by rage, unable to break free from the unknown restraint. His dark eyes began to redden with fury. With a primal roar that echoed through the arena, Lin Yi, now devoid of reason, suddenly broke free from his bonds. Lunging at the mech before him and sinking his teeth into its neck, composed of a unique alloy mixed with bizarre biological tissues. Chapter 69. Similarities. The audience was left in stunned silence as Lin Yi's mech revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth, viciously sinking them into Yang Ding's neck, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh along with a portion of the metallic plating. Such a combat style was unprecedented. The second-tier warriors were taken aback. They had witnessed battles fought with energy swords, power hammers, and even bare fists, yet they had never seen anyone attack like a rabid dog, lunging to bite. Fortunately, they were all in mechs, impervious to pain. Otherwise, the mere thought of a chunk of flesh being torn from their necks would send shivers down their spines. Yang Ding felt a dizzying haze enveloping him, the sound of a deafening roar echoing in his ears. He sensed something trickling from his nostrils. Upon inspection, his fingers were stained with crimson. Ever since acquiring his special skill, he had never tasted defeat. He recalled the warning inscribed on the fragment of a scroll: never attempt body control on those with formidable mental strength, for if the enemy were to break free, the repercussions would be dire. Now, with Lin Yi having broken free from his restraints, he was indeed suffering a grave injury, unable to control his mech, helplessly watching the damage escalate. Though stripped of rationality, Lin Yi's combat instinct remained intact. Each strike of his claws exacerbated the charred wounds. Inching closer to the cockpit of the mech, if he could breach the outer shell, victory would be within his grasp. It was evident that the military selection process was no trivial matter. As a first-tier mech pilot, Lin Yi exhibited prowess rivaling that of his second-tier counterparts. With proper cultivation, he could become a top-tier expert in the future. Yang Ding was commendable as well, if he was not mistaken. The special skill he had just employed was likely developed through telekinesis. Unfortunately, the planet of Panjiao lacked a structured system for telekinetic training, and the fragments he occasionally obtained were unable to yield a complete methodology. While it provided substantial assistance in the early stages of training, the absence of advancement pathways later on would hinder the development of other special skills, rendering the effort futile. From the recent events, it was clear that Lin Yi had some hidden advantage that allowed him to break free ahead of time, but it came at a cost, as evidenced by his frenzied biting. Was it possible that he had succumbed to a primal instinct? The bald-headed man pondered. As the battle unfolded, there was no longer any suspense. Even as the protective shield activated, Yang Ding remained incapacitated, and several third-tier mech pilots stepped forward to restrain the seemingly deranged Lin Yi. After a brief struggle, he gradually regained his senses. Offering a quiet word of gratitude to the third-tier warriors, Lin Yi signaled his return to rationality, prompting them to release him. He glanced at Yang Ding, who was being carried away, a subtle joy gleaming in his eyes. At last, he had reached a level of growth sufficient to surpass his opponent. Is it truly possible? Did the rookie actually defeat a second-tier warrior? One of the members of Team 7, Wang Yuan, could hardly believe it. In moments like these, one realizes that in the chaos of war, carelessness is a luxury few can afford. If not for possessing a unique skill, how could the higher-ups have sanctioned such a risk? Even if the Emperor Long Ao felt discontent, he would never trivialize military affairs. There were countless methods to deal with Lin Yi, and sending a weak mech pilot to his doom would certainly raise eyebrows among the ranks. As a figure in power, every word and deed must be carried out with utmost caution. Such an immature approach to leadership would render the emperor unworthy of allegiance, regardless of the speculation surrounding him. When Lin Yi returned to his team, the other 3 members treated him with newfound respect, acknowledging him as an equal. Phew. Thankfully, I chose a soft target to confront, sparing myself the worry of being ostracized as cannon fodder once the mission commenced. Lin Yi smiled as he conversed with his teammates, internally relieved. As for how to explain his sudden surge in strength, he felt no anxiety. Being assigned to a covert team rendered the need for discretion moot. Lin Yi, first-tier mutated mech pilot evolution rate, 70 strength, 431 agility, 372 constitution, 431 in just 3 short days. His evolution rate had surged from over 50 to 70. The contributions of Huang Ming and his men during their hunting expeditions had been significant, but the most critical improvements stemmed from several ambushes. After each encounter, Lin Yi eagerly assisted his comrades, and in 2-on-1 scenarios, it wasn't long before he accrued another one in evolution rate. Repeatedly, his evolution rate enjoyed substantial boosts. It is essential to note that the Monroe Federation had invested heavily in this operation, mandating that all mech pilots be at least first tier. This unfortunate reality left Lin Yi and his fellow apprentices no choice but to remain hidden, wielding ranged weapons while crouching alongside soldiers in the trenches. The competition continued, as mech pilots were creatures of brute strength, where actions spoke louder than words. The bald man discreetly summoned Lin Yi aside, inquiring softly, "Have you ever injected a genetic sample?" "No, why do you ask?" Lin Yi replied, puzzled. "Then was your recent loss of control a result of the mech's influence?" A jolt of realization struck Lin Yi as he grasped the bald man's implication. Did this mean that the knights were not the only ones to have experienced a loss of control, and that it was somehow linked to genetics? In truth, this matter perplexed him as well. Since becoming a mech pilot, he had remained at the Ares Academy. If there was anything that set him apart, it was that he had honed his combat experience while evolving, coincidentally slaying a dark beast. On another occasion, while attending to business in Shishan province, he encountered a bandit ambush. The situation was perilous, and many innocent lives were lost in a car explosion. In the heat of the moment, he too had lost control. Similar to today, Lin Yi feigned confusion while subtly disclosing useful information. When one experiences extreme emotions and kills a dark beast during evolution, it must be the case that I inadvertently absorbed the dark beast's blood and collected its genetic sample. The bald man wore an expression of realization. Among mech pilots, there has always been a method to enhance strength using high-tier genetic samples. Unfortunately, high-tier specimens were scarce, and it was nearly impossible for the average person to acquire them. This led some to propose the idea of absorbing the genes of high-tier dark beasts. Initially, the experiments yielded promising results, with the subjects experiencing notable enhancements. However, it wasn't long before personal conflicts arose. One test subject, after a heated argument with his wife, lost control and unleashed his primal fury. By the time anyone realized something was amiss, his entire family had perished. Unable to bear such a tragedy, the subject took his own life that very night. Subsequent attempts by skeptics to absorb different dark beast genes ended in failure, leading to a general reluctance to pursue such experiments. The bald man regarded Lin Yi with a sympathetic gaze. "Kid, I advise you to maintain distance from those close to you. Honestly, if it weren't for the strict orders from above, I would never have allowed you to join this mission." Lin Yi felt a swirl of confusion in his mind. He was certain he had never absorbed dark beast genes. His first evolution was entirely due to his acts of slaughter. Yet, how could he explain the similarities? Was it possible that the so-called gifts from a mysterious entity were, in fact, genetic samples? The memory of that scaly, clawed hand deepened his conviction that his suspicions might hold some truth. Chapter 70. Acquaintances. Lin Yi was startled by his own thoughts. The memory of Huang Ming being briefly controlled after absorbing the gene was still vivid. If he truly owed his current state to the gene sample from that enigmatic entity, then it would be a trivial matter for the other party to manipulate him. In his moment of uncertainty, Wei Feng approached to discuss the election of the team leader. The other two had already been defeated by him, leaving only the first-tier Mecha Master before him. I am merely a first-tier Mecha Master, Lin Yi declined. Competing for the position of team leader seems excessive. I shall refrain. With Yang Ding, the most hostile contender, having been subdued, everyone recognized their own strength and would not easily be thrown into the fray as cannon fodder. Why then should he compete for the leadership of the team? The disparity between a first-tier and a second-tier leader would undoubtedly create discomfort among the team members, unnecessarily escalating tensions. After several exchanges of polite refusal, it became evident that Lin Yi was sincere. Wei Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He too was reluctant to engage in a contest with the first-tier Mecha Master. Winning against a first-tier would be expected, while losing would undoubtedly invite ridicule. With Wei Feng confirmed as the team leader, the bald man, wishing to prevent any personal grievances from splintering the team, specifically reassigned Yang Ding to another squad and replaced him with an ordinary second-tier member. In the office, the bald man summoned the 5 members, stating, "Each squad has distinct missions. Your mission, Squad 7, is to infiltrate Chuanxi City and contact 2 intelligence personnel. The Monroe Federation has severed communications between Heiyu Province and the Empire, and you are to facilitate the transmission of information. However, prior to that, you must ascertain whether the intelligence personnel have defected to avoid falling into a trap. Upon confirmation of their loyalty, you must, at all costs, retrieve the information. Remember, once you enter Heiyu Province, trust no one. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your true identities, even to your teammates. Sometimes, a captured teammate may betray others, and exposing your appearance could lead to disaster." After the briefing, the bald man took each member aside, providing them with forged identification and personally applying makeup to Lin Yi, ensuring that the enemy could not inadvertently discover his true appearance through the network. Standing before the mirror, Lin Yi gazed at the man clad in a suit, carrying a briefcase, and donning gold-rimmed glasses, a figure exuding the aura of a successful individual, almost unrecognizable. 3 days later, in Chuanxi City, a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses slowly emerged from the train station, hailing a taxi and giving an address before settling into the back seat. The journey lasted about half an hour, during which the man remained silent, his gaze fixed outside the window, occasionally lingering on various alleyways, his expression contemplative. "Sir, we have arrived at the Daunting Hotel," the driver said courteously. "No need to look," the man replied, casually producing a 100 yuan note as he collected his luggage and strode into the hotel lobby. The receptionist, initially engrossed in her online activities, was immediately captivated by the handsome man's entrance. "Hello, sir. Are you here to check in? I wonder if you have made a reservation in advance." "Yes. 3 days ago, I booked room 7719. Here is the reservation list." After verifying the list and confirming its accuracy, the receptionist flashed a sweet smile. "Please hold on. Someone will come shortly to escort you to your room. If you require any services, please call the front desk or dial this number." She handed him a note with the service number, the word service notably emphasized in quotes. Understanding the receptionist's insinuation, the man smiled faintly as he accepted the note, then followed the attendant to his reserved room. With a loud bang, he closed the door behind him, placed his suitcase down, and quickly retrieved a small device, moving about the room as if he were a thief, examining every corner. After a while, having confirmed the absence of surveillance equipment, he sighed in relief, plopping down onto the bed and dialing a number on his communication device. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a strangely pitched female voice answered, "Madman?" Suppressing a surge of irritation, the man replied with a similarly altered tone, "Madman in position. What are your instructions, Cucumber? There's been a change in circumstances." Redstone was unexpectedly intercepted by the Monroe enforcement team. "The original mission cannot proceed. You will now conduct a probe instead." His expression shifted slightly as he coldly retorted, "What do you mean? Our respective tasks were arranged in advance. Adding a new, perilous task at this juncture does not align with our initial agreement. But only your identity can discreetly approach the target. Everyone else is of ordinary status and cannot facilitate the exchange," Cucumber lamented. After a prolonged silence, the man finally acquiesced. "Very well, only this once. Any additional actions must be recorded in the merit book. Not a problem, as long as the mission succeeds. I have no qualms about you taking a larger share," Cucumber replied. Ending the call, the man sat in contemplation for a moment before rising and exiting the room. He approached the elevator, pressing the button for descent, and waited by the door. As the elevator descended from above and stopped at the 7th floor, the doors opened. The man's pupils constricted instinctively as he raised his hand. Realizing the situation, He quickly lowered his right hand and walked into the elevator as if nothing had happened. Noticing that the button he pressed was for the first floor, he pressed the close button, casting a subtle glance to his left. There stood a striking girl, around 17 or 18, with straight, golden hair and enchanting green eyes that radiated exotic charm. At that moment, the girl's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as she lowered her head, lost in thought, oblivious to the man's presence. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the girl stepped out first, continuing her stride towards the main entrance. The man pondered for a moment before following her outside, discreetly trailing behind. Due to the war, foot traffic was sparse, and passers-by hurried along. The man blending into the crowd as he kept a distance behind the girl, remaining inconspicuous. After traversing 2 major streets, the girl finally halted at a clothing store. Glancing around before entering, the man quickly jogged to the store next door, peering into the clothing shop and noticing that the girl was the only customer inside. He decided to slip into the adjacent alley, as the clothing store had a back door that was currently ajar. Suddenly, a vaguely familiar figure approached from across the street. The man froze for a moment, instantly recognizing the individual approaching, one of his targets for this mission. Observing the man's trajectory, it appeared he intended to enter the clothing store. Curiously, was he here to find Annie? Chapter 71. Courier's capture. The man was indeed Lin Yi, disguised as planned. He checked into the hotel, awaiting his team's assessment of the 2 intelligence agents. Subsequently, under the guise of a business negotiation, he would openly extract the intelligence from Chuanchi City and covertly return to the intelligence substation. Unfortunately, the designated assessor was unable to fulfill their duty, compelling Lin Yi to personally intervene. It was then that he unexpectedly encountered Annie, with whom he had a fleeting acquaintance. Sensing her distress, he discreetly followed her, intending to discern the cause, only to stumble upon one of the 2 intelligence operatives. This individual, a middle-aged man named Liang Kai, ostensibly a grain merchant, had been serving the Imperial intelligence apparatus. However, following the debacle where the reinforcements were misled by false intelligence and suffered total annihilation, the intelligence personnel in Hubei province had fallen out of favor with the upper echelons. Had it not been for Liang Kai's persistent transmission of information through clandestine channels, the Empire would never have dispatched anyone to engage with him. The bald man's claim that the intelligence could not be transmitted and required personal retrieval was a fabrication. His true objective was to ascertain whether Liang Kai had betrayed the Empire. This directive originated from Duke Lin Yi of Shiliang, the very father of consort Liu Gui. Liang Kai swiftly entered the boutique and proceeded to shut the doors, engaging in a hushed conversation with Annie. Regrettably, their voices were so subdued that nothing could be discerned from the outside. With a swift movement, Lin Yi darted into the alley. As expected, he found a door ajar. Just as he was about to sneak into the boutique, a hand reached out and abruptly slammed the door shut. Lin Yi froze, contemplating whether to risk entering from the front when he faintly heard the sound of a heated argument. The voices were so low that he could not distinguish the genders. Advancing towards the door, Lin Yi pressed his ear against it. Thanks to the enhancements from his mecha evolution, his hearing had been greatly amplified. He was finally able to decipher the content of the conversation. Enough. I won't expose your betrayal of the nation and defection to the Monroe Federation. But don't expect me to assist you in deceiving the Imperial intelligence operatives. Annie's tone was impassioned. Do you think I want to be a traitor? They're holding a gun to my wife and children's heads. Liang Kai's voice was equally vehement. I implore you, as your uncle, to help me just this once. If we can transmit that false information back, the Monroe Federation has promised to grant me citizenship. Rest assured, the Monroe intelligence personnel are unaware of your existence. Once the deed is done, no one will use this to threaten you. Think of your aunt and Fonger. You wouldn't want them to be killed, would you? I. Annie hesitated. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything too complicated. Just put on an act at a critical moment. You don't even have to reveal your identity. You can impersonate a friend, like that girl from the Meng family. Aren't you close confidants? You must be familiar with her mannerisms. You can impersonate her then. Lin Yi, eavesdropping outside, felt a surge of anger, but he restrained himself to hear Annie's response. If she dared to betray Courier, he would show no mercy. After the recent series of killings, Lin Yi was no longer as soft-hearted as he once was. No, Courier is innocent. I can't involve her in this. You just need to convince the contact that the information is genuine. Impersonating the daughter of a wealthy merchant might not be effective, Annie retorted, temporarily quelling Lin Yi's murderous intent. Why wouldn't it be effective? The Meng family is involved in the arms manufacturing industry and has numerous businesses in Hubei province. It's perfectly plausible that they learned about the Monroe Federation's ammunition transport issues and urgently ordered all factories to work overtime to produce a batch of ammunition. As long as it's well orchestrated, there won't be any loopholes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a twinge of doubt. If Annie impersonated Meng Kuo to deceive the intelligence department, wouldn't they investigate? The truth would be revealed the moment they questioned Meng Kuo. Unless Meng Kuo was also in Hubei province. The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. Lin Yi began to worry about Kuo's safety. Since Liang Kai dared to ask Annie to impersonate Meng Kuo, she was likely under the temporary control of the Monroe Federation. At this thought, Lin Yi clenched his fists, barely able to resist the urge to burst in and seize Liang Kai to interrogate him about Meng Kuo's whereabouts. No, I can't alert them yet. I must proceed with caution and secretly investigate whether Kuo has been brought to Hubei province and is being held captive, Lin Yi constantly reminded himself. Inside, Annie adamantly refused to betray her friend again. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade her, Liang Kai resorted to threats. Just you wait. The people from the Monroe Federation will come for you soon. Once you fall into their hands, they'll have plenty of ways to make you comply. As the doorknob turned, Lin Yi quickly leaped to the left. The opening of the back door shielded him just as a flurry of footsteps hurried away, leaving behind a weeping girl in the boutique. After the footsteps faded, Lin Yi remained in place for a while, confirming that the girl was genuinely crying. He then swiftly slipped into the boutique. Ah, wah! Annie screamed in fright at the sudden appearance of a person, only to have her mouth covered by the intruder's hand. A familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It's me, Lin Yi." Annie's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. Once he removed his hand, she softly questioned, "Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Did you come to rescue Kuo?" Indeed. His heart sank. With Annie's confirmation of his worst fears, Lin Yi's expression changed. "Kuo has been captured? Where is she being held?" Seeing his anxious demeanor, Annie, though puzzled that he had not come specifically to rescue Kuo, proceeded to recount everything she knew. It turned out that while Lin Yi was away participating in the competition, Meng Buiyun, considering his daughter's romantic involvement, believed that she had matured and began to cultivate her business acumen in preparation for taking over the Meng family company in the future. After a period of adaptation, Meng Buiyun deliberately sent her to Hubei province to handle a business dispute and audit the accounts as a way to train her. Coincidentally, after the previous incident, Annie had calmed down and realized that Roger was not particularly outstanding in terms of character or ability. Her feelings for him had waned, and she was unwilling to stay in Baiyang City. She accompanied Meng Kuo to Hubei province to clear her head. However, the rebellion suddenly erupted, and the Monroe Federation launched a large-scale invasion. As the only daughter of the major arms dealer Meng Buiyun, Meng Kuo was immediately taken into custody and confined to the municipal government building. Annie was also initially detained, but her uncle Liang Kai suddenly appeared and took her out of the municipal government, placing her in the Dongting Hotel. The subsequent events were already known to Lin Yi. The municipal government is heavily guarded, staffed entirely by Monroe Federation intelligence personnel who are particularly adept at infiltration and counter-infiltration. It's virtually impossible to sneak Kuo out, Annie recounted. Recalling what Liang Kai had told her, Lin Yi frowned, also finding the matter. Meng Kuo's own capabilities were negligible. During the rescue, he could only rely on himself. Afterward, he would have to find a way to leave Chuanxi City and even Hubei province, making it an arduous task. As he pondered countermeasures, his hand inadvertently touched the communicator in his pocket. His eyes lit up. That's right, aren't they still there? With some careful planning, I might be able to kill two birds with one stone, both rescuing Kuo and completing the mission satisfactorily. Chapter 72, Preparation Wei Feng, also known as Cucumber, pushed a hot dog cart along the street, memorizing the layout while discreetly approaching a man with a briefcase across the way. This individual was Qi Wei, another intelligence operative. His intention was not to engage directly but to observe and preliminarily assess whether the man posed any threat. Should any suspicions arise, he would promptly inform Lin Yi to abort the operation. Beep. The communication device activated just as Qi Wei turned a corner. Wei Feng hesitated for a moment, parked the cart by the roadside, and retrieved the communicator. This device had been modified so that only members of their small team could contact him. Cucumber. The situation has changed. Liang Kai has provided me with intelligence indicating that the Monroe Federation is experiencing issues at its rear, with a severe shortage of ammunition. We hope the Empire can seize the opportunity to counterattack. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng furrowed his brow. Is the information reliable? There are currently no visible signs of ammunition shortages in Monroe. Intelligence cannot be disseminated carelessly. The bald-headed leader had instructed them to ascertain whether the informants were betraying them, implying that they must guarantee the veracity of the information. Any misstep could spell disaster for the entire team. Moreover, this information pertained to the strategic direction of the empire, leaving no room for error. If the validity of the news remained uncertain, it must be reported back. A blunder could cost the lives of their comrades on the battlefield. I cannot confirm it for now, but I overheard something at the hotel. Monroe has detained a group of factory owners during a raid, holding them captive at the city government, compelling them to produce various supplies. Among them is a Miss Meng, the sole legitimate heir of a family involved in arms dealing. Her family controls numerous military factories in Heiyu province, specifically manufacturing arms for the border troops. If Monroe urgently requires ammunition, she would undoubtedly be aware of it. The city government? That could prove difficult to infiltrate. Are you certain you can verify the information's authenticity through her? Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and replied solemnly, certainly. I have privately investigated. The Meng family controls 50% of the arms trade in Heiyu province, with each factory managed by trusted associates of the family head. To compel them to manufacture ammunition, Miss Meng is an indispensable link. Very well. I will contact the others. We shall convene discreetly tonight to discuss whether we should risk rescuing Miss Meng. Ultimately, Wei Feng succumbed to the temptation of completing the task. If Liang Kai were indeed a spy, the Monroe Intelligence Department would have already received the information. Investigating him further might expose their intentions, potentially leading to the team's annihilation. In contrast, while infiltrating the city government posed its own dangers, the five of them were not to be underestimated. All were at least second-tier combatants, and with proper planning, they might successfully rescue Miss Meng. Furthermore, as the only daughter of the Meng family, returning her safely would surely elicit some form of gratitude from her family head, who, in terms of wealth, rivals the nobility and may even surpass them. The rewards promised would certainly not be insignificant. However, before proceeding, the priority was to research the Meng family's situation online. Though he believed that madmen would not harm him, caution was always prudent. After ending the communication, Lin Yi sighed in relief, only to be overtaken by a wave of guilt. It was not mere pretense. The actions he contemplated were indeed somewhat despicable. Yet, for Kuer's safety, he felt compelled to act in such a manner. Return to the hotel for now and avoid raising any suspicions. When everything is prepared, I will contact you to discreetly slip out. At that time, someone will be there to assist you. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from allowing her to use the Stargate for transport. Annie was not like Huang Ming. Apart from her younger sister, she had no other ties. She could accept permanent residency in the apocalypse world. The blonde girl hailed from a prominent family, with countless entanglements, making her return to the Empire inevitable. It was uncertain whether the girl might inadvertently expose the existence of the Stargate. Even if she did not actively betray them, any accidental slip could prove perilous. The Empire, along with all factions throughout the Panjiao Star, would not spare Lin Yi, and that included his family, friends, and loved ones, who would be seized immediately to coerce him into submission. Watching Annie walk toward the hotel, Lin Yi pulled out his holographic computer to locate the city government's position, preparing for a site reconnaissance to avert potential mishaps. The city government was situated in the heart of Chuanchi City, covering an area of 10 acres, featuring gardens, accommodations, and various office spaces. The entire perimeter was enclosed by walls equipped with sensors capable of detecting most anomalies. Feigning the use of his communication device, Lin Yi approached the entrance, appearing engrossed in his act. Step back. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching the city government. An armored soldier approached, seizing Lin Yi and tossing him a distance of 10 meters, warning him harshly. Maintaining a facade of an ordinary person, Lin Yi forced a smile, repeatedly apologizing. He even leaned into the communicator, explaining in a tone audible to the soldier, "What bad luck. I accidentally got too close to the city government and was thrown out. Can't you show a bit of compassion? It's my first time in Heiyu province, and getting lost is inevitable. If you keep laughing, I'll make sure to settle the score when I return to Yuzhe." Yuzhe province was one of the federal provinces, located in the central region of the Federation. Only after the soldier had moved out of the city government's vicinity did he return to his companions, casually commenting, "Some broker or agent, here to carve up the profits, a bunch of flies, ugh." In a nearby CAF, Lin Yi studied the images on his holographic device, a confident expression crossing his face. Nevertheless, the soldier's derogatory remark still caused him to frown. It seemed he had been insulted yet again. Before departing, the bald-headed leader had specifically provided them with some equipment, including a miniature visual listening device, no larger than a grain of sand. It could automatically change its color to match the surroundings, making it nearly undetectable without specialized equipment. Chuanchi City was merely one of many cities in Heiyu Province. Had it not been for this operation, there would hardly be any intelligence personnel around, and the expensive devices would not be stationed at the city government. The individuals within held positions that did not warrant excessive resources. After spending the afternoon in the CAF, the armored soldier equipped with the listening device entered the city government several times, mapping out the general layout. Especially during the dinner shift when the soldier changed shifts and entered the cafeteria. During wartime, soldiers were required to wear their armor at all times except during sleep, allowing them to eat through a special opening. He gleaned a considerable amount of information. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed across the screen, and Lin Yi felt a surge of anxiety, wishing he could command the soldier to turn back immediately. As if responding to his silent plea, the soldier indeed turned around. And at that moment, the image froze. The girl he had been so concerned about sat at the dining table, listless and haggard. Kua. Chapter 73. Intelligence Main Kuter sat with a group of elegantly dressed men and women at a long rectangular dining table, surrounded by armed guards. Lin Yi felt a slight sense of reassurance seeing that everyone was well dressed, showing no signs of having been mistreated. The group silently partook of their evening meal, refraining from conversation. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, but any exchange of glances was quickly curtailed by the guards behind them. A disgruntled, rotund middle-aged man grumbled a complaint, and his plate was promptly removed, while he was swiftly escorted upstairs. It appeared that although the Monroe faction refrained from utilizing violence, they managed this group of individuals of some standing through hunger and possibly confinement, compelling their compliance. The visible force amounted to 50 armed guards and 10 mecha warriors, whose capabilities remained uncertain due to the inability to gauge their power. Additionally, there were likely guards stationed on the second and third floors. A sudden assault by 5 second-tier mecha warriors would pose a considerable threat. It was imperative to first ascertain the location of Kuer's confinement, then create a diversion to draw the enemy's attention before swiftly proceeding to her room, aiming to evacuate the municipal building before all guards could arrive. Lin Yi tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table, calmly contemplating the situation. The third-tier warriors were exceedingly valuable, and deploying them here would be nearly futile. Thus, the primary concern was the presence of several second-tier warriors. In a one-on-one confrontation, he had no doubt he could hold his ground against a second-tier opponent. If the adversary were akin to Yang Ding, who had recently evolved and appeared weak, there might even be an opportunity to strike above his weight class. He had also devised a plan for creating chaos. After finishing his coffee, Lin Yi rose nonchalantly to settle the bill and strolled towards the hotel, exuding an air of leisure. On his way, he encountered a hot dog stand and purchased a hot dog, specifically requesting extra mustard. Without regard for appearances, he ambled down the street, savoring his snack. Upon finishing the hot dog, he glanced around, seemingly searching for a trash bin. Unfortunately, the nearest one was across the street. Not wishing to litter, he opted to carry the wrapper back to the hotel. Not far away, a man observed as Lin Yi returned to the hotel. One of the men reported via earpiece. The target has been sitting alone in a CAF all afternoon. On the way back, aside from purchasing a hot dog, he had no interactions with outsiders. His proximity to the municipal building around noon appears to have been accidental. To be safe, we should dispatch personnel to investigate the CAF and hotel. Understood. Should we investigate the hot dog? The man's face darkened at this inquiry. You doubt my capabilities. What purpose would there be in investigating a hot dog vendor? They're everywhere. Remember, our deployment here is to facilitate the deception of the Tunglong Empire's liaison. All actions should be predicated on this goal. Moreover, this small municipal building merely houses some merchants, not nobles. Protecting it is merely incidental. Do not forget the hierarchy of priorities. The emphasis on hierarchy of priorities was particularly pronounced, as if he were underscoring his position as the operations leader. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi conducted another thorough inspection of the accommodations and scrutinized the wrapper closely. At 9 o'clock tonight, he was to set the frequency to 90, with the password being 2017. A few brief words, which might confound another, hinted at a special function related to the communication device. To facilitate simultaneous communication among many, the device featured a group chat function, which required adjusting the frequency to the same level and then locating the desired room. Rooms were organized by region, meaning that adjusting to 90 in Chuanchi City would prevent reception of the same frequency from Bayong City, unless one deliberately set it to receive that frequency. After dining, Lin Yi did not seek out Annie, The hotel corridors and elevators were rife with surveillance, making it perilous to approach her without raising suspicion. Finding television uninteresting, he reclined on the bed, quietly drifting into a light slumber. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. As the hour struck, Lin Yi opened his eyes, retrieved the communication device, and adjusted the receiving address to Shishan Province, their prearranged chat location. Setting the frequency to 90, he discovered a locked room with no name. Only a drawing of a cucumber. He chuckled softly and clicked to enter the room. Upon entering, a peculiar female voice greeted him. "All right, the madman has arrived. The purpose of gathering everyone today is that the madman has made contact with the target, who provided him with intelligence indicating that the Monroe Federation's logistics are suffering from a shortage of ammunition. They are currently rushing production through the military factories in Heiyu Province, and we hope the Empire can seize this opportunity for a swift counterattack." The authenticity of this information remained uncertain, so after deliberation, they decided to covertly rescue Miss Meng, who was confined in the municipal building. The adversary controlled a significant number of military factories in Heiyu Province, and it was inevitable that they would want the factories to comply with production requests. The assembly was called to seek opinions on whether to proceed with the rescue of Miss Meng. As soon as the words were spoken, an individual with the ID Rabbit chimed in through a voice modulator. Why not investigate those locations in person? It would be far safer than risking a rescue mission for a wealthy heiress. Time is of the essence. The Monroe faction's ammunition shortage is temporary and will soon be replenished, Huang Guan interjected. What about deploying other infiltrators? There are dozens of operatives who have infiltrated here, spread across various locations, perfectly positioned to investigate this matter. Given the significance of this intelligence, they would not refuse to mobilize. Rabbit, seeming reluctant to take risks, proposed another idea. Impossible. To ensure the infiltrators' safety, all teams operate independently without direct communication. The intelligence department has deliberately refrained from leaving contact details to avoid exposing us. Rabbit fell silent, and another individual, Hong Shi, inquired, "What is the internal situation of the municipal building? Has it been scouted beforehand?" The defenses of the municipal building are not particularly stringent. After all, it is merely a venue for confining merchants, in light of the intense frontline battles. There would be no need to station excessive forces here. Lin Yi detailed the intelligence he had gathered. In comparison to probing 2 intelligence personnel, launching an assault on the municipal building appeared significantly less hazardous. The 5th member of the small team, a towering figure, interjected, "If the 2 have defected, they must have elite protection nearby." Conversely, the elite forces within the municipal building would likely be diminished, given the current fierce conflict. It is unlikely they would allocate numerous resources to guard this location. I have no objections. Hong Shi, being one of the initial scouts, continued to keep an eye on the intelligence personnel. Another member volunteered for the probing task, rather than taking risks alone. It would be wiser to collaborate and share the burden of danger. 4-1, Rabbit had little ground to argue, and the resolution was swiftly established. After discussing the specifics of the plan, everyone retired early for the night. Tomorrow would be the day of the rescue for Meng Kuer.